FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Football Friday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Man, it's going to be a great weekend of football. It's going to be a great weekend, period. I'm feeling it, man. We're going to come in on a good mood on Monday. That's what I'm telling myself.
The hated Mariners are in town trying to take what the Astros have somehow fought and deserved. I don't know how.
For years and years.
I don't know how they are where they are right now. They're through a season in which we watched, I would say, give or take, about 378 different baseball players fight through injuries.
Have you ever gone to Baseball Reference and looked at the number of guys that have pitched and played for this team this year?
Or even just if you look at we did this earlier in the season and it's grown even more absurd. If you just look at the innings pitched by the Astros, it's a grand collection of non-starters, and I don't mean relievers. I mean like guys that you didn't consider starters, guys who are no longer. I don't know where Ronel Blanco is on Earth right now. It's crazy, Sean.
You got a few everyday players in there too. Shout out to Chas McCormick for his 3 innings this year.
Right. No, if the Astros somehow won a World Series this year, the number of guys that would get a ring is ridiculous.
Oh, does that affect playoff shares? Does the number of guys that are on the team, are they? Is Kennedy Corona going to get 1/16 of a playoff share?
Yes.
Probably so, right? Yeah, probably so. You have to divide that pie up amongst 100 guys. It's going to be crazy when it happens. When they win the World Series, it's going to be wild.
I just saw the number the other day, and it's the number of players that usually play in a baseball season, or especially to win a World Series. It's really high. You just forget the numbers of guys that just come in for like the Kennedy Coronas and whatnot.
Yeah, or the guys you call up for one start just because you're managing that stretch of the season when you've got 19 straight days of baseball. And you got to have a guy come in there and just give you a few innings.
Yeah, I was trying to remember with like the Miracle on Ice and how great a story it is. In your mind, it's always like, oh yeah, this group of guys that stuck together and blah. No. There's a constantly rotating cast of characters. They didn't even know who their team was. And guys on and off the roster, the coach making all kinds of decisions. I don't know if the guys on that final who are out there at the end barely even knew each other.
And unlike the Astros, who seemed to like Joe Espada, they all hated Herb Brooks.
Right, yeah.
They hated him.
It's a classic. If they hadn't won, the story would have been about how Herb Brooks was just such a monster. Jerk. Yeah. Of course we weren't going to beat the Soviets.
I want to watch Miracle now when I get home today. So we've got this big Astros series. We got a lot of football. We got the Jags and the Texans on Sunday. So good mood Monday. That would be really nice. We had Thursday night football last night. I was thinking about this, Seth, as I was watching the Bills and the Dolphins. And man, Tua, we're just watching it on the TV in here. That pick in the fourth quarter, just brutal. The Dolphins driving down for a tying touchdown, and just an awful pick. Like, now this wasn't like bounced off Jalen Waddle's hands into a guy. Like, he just did not see Terrell Bernard cutting in that passing lane right there, and it was bad. And there were game over.
A lot of times in that game, I'm just like Tua just doing a lot of things where just turning down easy money and receptions at times. And doing that. I get my 2 thoughts on this and watching the quarterbacks in this game were, one, I always flash back to when the Bills played the Texans here in the playoffs in Josh Allen's second year, correct?
2019, his second year, yep.
And you think about just how Josh Allen kind of had to battle through a lot of inconsistency and erratic play and all of these other things in his first couple of years before he started to become what he is now.
Got taken out of the game his rookie year against the Texans because Nathan Peterman was the one who threw the pick six.
That's right.
To Jonathan Joseph.
And it's a reminder. It takes a little bit of time for things to fall into place sometimes. And then with Tua, I'm just so terrified every time he runs. All the bloodlust is gone out of me anymore. I felt kind of soft watching that game last night because every time Tua would run, I'd be like, "Oh, Tua,
Watch his head. Watch his head. Don't touch his head."
You know what? It detracts from my enjoyment of the game, and I don't think he should be allowed to play football.
Tua?
Yeah.
Oh no,
because it makes it uncomfortable for me.
No, leave him in, please. This is what I was thinking while watching this game last night, because there was a time a couple of years ago where the Dolphins were kind of the hot thing. When they hired Mike McDaniel, remember when the Dolphins,
this fun young team,
they were the Dolphins. The Dolphins were a Schrager team, probably, right? They were
this fun young team.
Yeah, the Dolphins were the fun young team, and because Tua was starting to come into his own a little bit, they had hired Mike McDaniel specifically to rehab Tua Tagovailoa. Mm-hmm. Remember, McDaniel was sitting on the private jet, flying to Miami to do his press conference, and he's doing a Zoom with Tua, saying, "Hey, man, we're going to do such good things together." Yeah. And everybody's like, "This Mike McDaniel." He really knows how to manage this situation. He is the perfect elixir for a team that was just under the draconian thumb of Brian Flores for a few years.
Right, yeah.
This is exactly what they needed. And early on, remember they hung 70 on the Denver Broncos? Mm-hmm. They hung 70 on the Denver Broncos in a game, and people were saying, this is the team of the future. They found the coach. They just hung 70 on the Denver Broncos. Oh, my God, this team. And look at all the draft capital they got for Minkah Fitzpatrick and Laramie Tunsil, and they're making all these picks. Like, this is going to be the team. They've got all these young players. They've got all this draft capital. They've got this young coach that feels like this revelation. And look at the quarterback. The quarterback they drafted in the top 5 is coming into his own, and he got all these weapons for him. And then they make a big swing, and they get Tyreek Hill. They make the big swing. And I'm watching this, and I'm going, the window is now closing on this. Like, they're 0-3, and they are on their way to probably having a top 5 pick again. And it's a reminder. It feels like there's a few of these teams every couple of years that make the big trade, get all the draft picks. Everybody feels good about the draft picks because they haven't really done anything yet. And then more often than not, the window closes, more often than not these days, because you live in the same world that the Chiefs live in, and the Chiefs haven't had to do any of that stuff. And what got me thinking about the Texans is the Texans were this team. They were the Dolphins of 2022 or whatever it was. That was the Texans going into 2024. Boy, they got all those picks from the Deshaun Watson trade, and it sure does look like they hit on a bunch of them, and they found their quarterback, and he was the rookie of the year, and they made a trade for Stephon Diggs. And now they're 0-2 to start the season. The quarterback that we were talking about, at least at his press conferences, feels like he wants to be anywhere other than these press conferences. And now there's all kinds of questioning going on by people in the fan. Are they ever going to get this? Are they ever going to get this offense right?
Right.
You know, the picks are gone now. Like, you've used them all. And granted, they've done a good job with those Deshaun Watson picks. But if it's not turning into playoff success, none of it matters. So that's when I'm watching the Dolphins last night, Seth, and then I'm watching all the post game, and I'm listening on the way into national shows, saying, well, this Dolphins team is on its way to a top 5 pick. That I don't want to be that team. You know, like the more often than not, the door slams shut on these teams that do all this draft capital, hire the hot new coach, and they got to beat the Jags on Sunday. I say all that to say don't go 0-3.
I guess the biggest difference with Tua Tagovailoa and the Dolphins and McDaniel and all that is that you actually saw the product on the field in terms of the offense. You actually saw prolific offense. Yeah, there was a point in 2022 or 2023 where people were wondering, like, I don't know, how the hell are you going to slow down the Dolphins? I don't know.
Tyreek Hill.
Look at these guys. Yeah. Oh, and they do all the little motion things. Yeah, and it looked like they were an unstoppable force. Texans have never gotten to that point in offense. They showed promise in CJ's rookie year, and then they just completely collapsed and failed to capitalize on any of it. But in terms of being the hot young team and all of that,
the door closes fast in the NFL.
It closes very fast. I think the difference is that it was because of a combination of Tua Tagovailoa's injuries and then his limitations as a quarterback. You could see that, man, okay, scheme is only going to get you so far here. I think with the Texans, the difference is there's still a feeling that, all right, is the scheme the thing that's holding you back? Mm-hmm. And because I still think CJ has more long-term, high-quality quarterback traits, the things that at least the conventional traits that you want in your quarterback. CJ has those in terms of his actual accuracy, his throwing ability, his decision-making, all of that, that it doesn't feel as gimmicky as it did at times with Tua.
Yeah.
But we just haven't seen it. The Texans can't even pretend to have gotten on that same level or been in that same window as the Dolphins, because the Dolphins actually were producing it on the field.
They were producing it on the field. I mean, the Texans, unlike the Dolphins have won a couple playoff games with this group. The Dolphins haven't won a playoff game.
Yeah, I'm more speaking specifically about the offense.
About the offense. No, I totally get that.
And then I think the difference with the Bills, I mean, Josh Allen is in that mode. And you watched last night where in a lot of ways the Dolphins were just slugging it out with the Bills. The biggest difference in the game is that, man, Josh Allen makes something out of nothing so consistently.
And he makes it look easy, too.
Right. His little shovel passes forward.
Yeah.
It's like he's running... it's like he's running the old veer option with the option pitch, except with the forward pass.
Yep.
And in the same way that Mahomes does it at times. I mean, that's where the Chiefs are right now. I mean, the Chiefs' offense is almost completely the improvisational ability of Patrick Mahomes.
2 games in it is. Yeah. 2 games into this season for sure. And it's funny, too, you bring up Josh Allen. Like, Josh Allen was not good as a rookie. I mean, we just mentioned he got taken out of the Texans game. In some ways, is the fact that CJ was Rookie of the Year. Like, if CJ's rookie year was identical to his second year, if he had 2 seasons where, okay, he's struggling, but he's muscling through it and winning 10 games, and it's not perfect, would we be feeling different? Would we be feeling differently about CJ if his career so far, Seth, had been more of like a gradual ascension as opposed to he was this supernova his rookie year, regressed his second year, and now we're not sure if he's ever getting that rookie year back again?
I don't know. I think if anything, there'd be more overall skepticism of CJ himself. That would be the big question.
Because a rookie year, we can look at it and say it's in there somewhere.
Right.
Like we've seen him do it. Yeah.
And you still see you try to be objective about it and take people's opinions from outside Houston and outside the building. And still, right this moment, most people feel really high on CJ Stroud. There hasn't been and I know that you see stuff, you see people, with various criticisms or skepticism of CJ. By and large, the former quarterbacks and the coaches and everybody else, they're still pretty much in support of CJ Stroud, and it's a lot of skepticism about the coordinators. It's Bobby Slowick, and now it's Nick Caley.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
And then Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans and how have they built the offensive line and the offense around?
Totally. Yeah. All right, you can text in 713-572-4610. It's a Football Friday here on Sports Radio 610. Football and Baseball Friday, because this is a huge series. This is one of the biggest regular season series that I can remember, and it's set up perfectly, man. The 2 teams are tied. They are tied in the standings. They are tied head-to-head, and they've got their big guns going. I mean, it's Ryan Wu and Hunter Brown tonight. Doesn't get any better than that. So let's talk about that coming up in the next segment. Playoff chances for our local teams. Does this feel like, we'll talk about the Astros, but also the Texans. Do the Texans feel like their chances of making the playoffs are this percentage right now? We'll tell you what the numbers are saying about the Texans, and we'll talk some Astros as well. That's all coming up next.
Got a big weekend of baseball and football coming up. You got to prepare. You got to be mentally focused. You got to have your daisy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
It's going to be fun this weekend at Dyken Park, man. Astros and Mariners are tied. Identical records. Mariners won yesterday against the Kansas City Royals. Thanks for nothing, Kansas City. So they're tied. They're 5-5 against each other this year. This will pretty much decide, especially if one team sweeps and gets a 3-game lead in the division. This is going to go a long way to deciding who wins the AL West this series. And tonight, it's going to be you got two All-Stars going at it tonight. Brian Wu and Hunter Brown tonight.
And you've got the Mariners. Look, the Mariners face the Rockies in their next series. Like you want to get as far ahead as this issue as possible.
The Mariners face the Astros this series.
Yeah.
And then it's weird because the Astros are all divisional games the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Seattle, and then there are 3 in Sacramento against the A's, and then they finish up in L.A. against the Angels. For the Mariners, this is it in the division. They play the Astros these 3 games, and then to your point, Seth, they're home for the Rockies. Then they are home for the Dodgers. So if the Dodgers are still playing for something in those last 3 games, if you get a Dodger team that's trying at the end of the year, that's good news for the Astros.
Yeah.
Rockies, bad news for the Astros. Dodgers, really good news for the Astros. So that's how it lays out. Both teams have 9 games left. Just let's go, man. Like this is a great time of year for baseball. So it'll be Wu and Hunter Brown tonight. It'll be George Kirby and Framber Valdez on Saturday.
Come on, Framber. This is it. Hey, he had an appearance at some cellular store.
Yeah, over on Telephone Road.
I thought that was a joke. No. Ari Alexander tweeted it out, and I'm like, okay, Ari doesn't tend to joke like this, but it was something you'd see out of a minor league call-up or something.
He's not making that big money yet. He's only making $18 million on a one-year deal right now.
Guy who's pre-arbitration or something. He's doing an appearance at some. I don't know, some cell phone service I've never heard of before on Telephone Road for an hour yesterday afternoon.
I feel like I might be able to get Framber for my birthday party.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not till January.
I honestly, every just old school grumpy sitting on the coach sports fan part of me came out where I was like, what is he doing on that? He needs to be getting his curveball right. Why the hell? What is he doing at a meet and greet at strip mall somewhere?
I respect
what the hell is going on?
I respect it, man.
What's the name of the company?
I don't know. It's some wireless store.
I want them to get their money's worth now because I feel like
I bet they did.
Whenever they scheduled this appearance, they probably went way out of their budget.
You know what?
They're like, okay, it's Framber. We got to get him in here. This could put us over the top.
But here, you know what? Okay, so it's one of 2 things. Either they scheduled it like way back in May when everybody still liked Framber.
Yeah.
Or it's so cheap to get Framber right now because nobody likes him.
They just did it on the phone. There's a bargain deal.
Everybody hates Framber. We can get him for $200 to sit here for an hour and sign baseballs for 10 people that come to the store.
I got an online discount, but I got a discount code online. I Googled it.
What kind of showing do you think he had out there?
I don't know. I'd like to hear from our listeners. Total Wireless from 4 to 5 p.m. yesterday.
Okay, there you go.
It was I swear. I was like, Ari Alexander doesn't usually. This isn't his brand of humor, is it?
Right? No, he doesn't. He's all about. Ari gets some nuggets sometimes.
Right. Yeah. So he was there for an hour yesterday.
All right.
At Total Wireless.
Okay. Signing
Good
things?
job, Total Wireless.
Way to go.
I admire your chutzpah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I need to know what that cost them.
I need to invest in Total Wireless, whatever it is.
I need to know. Where I thought you were going with it was, boy, is Framber that desperate for money that he's doing appearances at wireless stores like at the end of a strip mall somewhere.
You would think that if that were the case, he'd be pitching out of his brain right now. That he would just be. He wouldn't have a 6.5 ERA since August 1st.
Yep.
Well, it's August 3rd, to be fair.
Okay.
That was his first appearance.
Gotcha.
I didn't want to make it sound worse than it is.
No, yeah.
Since August
give the
3rd,
facts,
6.41 ERA, I believe. It's above
things.
6, all right?
All right. The third game of this series is Gilbert versus Jason Alexander. So, this is going to be fun. And here's the thing. It's not just the division right now. The Astros have a legitimate shot to catch the Detroit Tigers in the American League race here. Nobody's catching Toronto. Toronto's 89 and whatever, 89 and 63 or something like that. Toronto's 4 games in front of everybody.
Barring a complete collapse.
Yeah, they're going to be the 1 seed in all likelihood. They're going to be the 1 seed. But everybody else can be anywhere from 2 to out of the postseason right now. Like that race for the AL Central, the AL West, and all the wild card lagniappe that comes with it is going to be really fun to watch play out these next 9 days.
It's a whole boatload of fun right now, man.
Yes.
You've got 85. Everybody, like from the Red Sox, who are at the bottom of the wild card standings right now, up to the Tigers, everybody's 83 to 85 wins.
Well, and even Cleveland is lurking right now.
Yeah.
And they're hot as hell.
Right.
You know? And they play the Tigers for a series.
So from 81 to 85 wins right there, you've got 8 teams.
Yep.
7 teams.
Yeah, you could be anywhere from the 2 seed to out of it. Every game,
8 teams.
Yeah. Like every game is super relevant.
The Rangers only have a 3% chance of making the playoffs, which is sad.
That was my favorite part about sweeping the Rangers. I didn't get to talk about that because I was out yesterday. But the waking up to the actuality of the math was really fun because I'm guessing that going into that series with the Astros and the Rangers on Monday, that the Astros had a higher percentage chance of winning the division and making the postseason, but I bet it was fairly close. I mean, the Rangers were very well within. I mean, they were within a game or two coming into that series.
Yeah. And
they leave that series, or as some might say, they awoke on Thursday morning.
Yeah.
With the Astros with a 93.5% chance at making the postseason, and the Rangers with a 3.7% chance. Like, how do you undo everything you've done all year in 3 days? That's how. Get swept by your division rival in the Silver Boot Series.
They're scared of the Silver Boot. They don't even know. I mean, like we've talked about this. There's young people. There's young Rangers fans who don't even know what the Silver Boot is.
Right.
Because their parents don't want to bring it up.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah. Poor Dallas people. Poor Dallas kids.
Yeah.
That and the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
That's awful. Does it feel like the Texans have a 25.3% chance to make the playoffs right now?
Yeah, it does right now. I think that so the stat that's floating around out there right now, which I didn't realize this, there's one team this century who has made the playoffs after starting off 0-3.
Yeah.
That team is the 2018 Houston Texans.
That might be Bill O'Brien's greatest. I think Bill O'Brien's 2 greatest accomplishments as head coach.
Mm-hmm.
3, actually. One is somehow having the chutzpah to get on a conference call and explain the DeAndre Hopkins trade to all of us.
Right.
As if it made
like
sense.
We're idiots.
Yeah, that was definitely number one.
See, what you guys don't understand is that it's about the team.
Capital T, capital E, capital A, capital M. But in all seriousness, the 2 biggest things, one, what you just brought up, that he's the only head coach to take an 0-3 team and fish it out of the fire and get to the postseason. Number 2, his first 2 seasons when he was winning, he was going 9-7 somehow, and he was starting like 5 quarterbacks every year.
Yeah.
Like he pulled Case Keenum literally out of a tree at a deer lease to start 2 games. I feel like that was when O'Brien was at his best, when he was handed it was like getting handed a Sudoku puzzle or something like that, and he had to put it together with bad quarterbacks. He was pretty good at that. Ironically, when he got a good quarterback, that's when things started to go south.
Right. Yeah. That's
or eventually
you guys got to be careful about that. Well, I don't know. Okay, so one of the comparisons people have started to make between Bill O'Brien and perhaps Nick Caley, who's in that same tree trying to run a similar themed offense, is that, boy, do they seem to really hate rookies. And I'm giving it time because they haven't used Jaden Higgins or Jalen Noel or Woody Marks all that much.
6 targets between the 3 of them.
And like half of those have been for explosive plays.
Yes.
Like, that's a thing. They haven't utilized them very much, but when they've touched the ball, they've done some pretty impressive things so far.
Right.
So, all right, we've got our little we've kind of tinkered with things these first couple games. Maybe they've earned some trust. Maybe now they can start to say, hey, the guys with better athletic ability and speed and everything else like that you should try to figure out a way to get them on the field and involved more often.
Higgins is going to get on the field because he's a big outside receiver. Look, Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios coming back is not going to help Jalen Noel get on the field. Getting like Jalen Noel was seeing no time on offense, and now you're getting 2 slot guys back.
That at least now in the whole Jalen Noel stuff, it makes sense, and I'm trying not. Again, it's early. I'm trying not to get overly worked up over that because I said it all off season long. It's hard. Slot receiver is a really hard position to pick up, particularly in an offense such as this. But you see other teams figure out ways to get the rookies involved with limited packages. And I think they've probably done that with Jalen Noel, but it's a limited package.
Yeah.
You're not necessarily going to get a whole lot of opportunities. Now, this week, if you get both Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios back, I know that those 2 names don't inspire the imagination the same way somebody like Nico Collins does. But for a lot of what ails the Texans right now, especially, they've been bad against the blitz. The offense is they're doing some good things, but they've been really bad against the blitz. Now you've got hopefully options that are, recognize blitz. The receivers recognize blitz. they adjust their routes. They get their eyes on CJ. CJ trusts them. And then you can get explosive plays when you're blitzed. If you get it to a guy, a little speed merchant, or just not even like jitterbugs, like those two guys.
Yes.
That you can break some things open if you get the ball to him on a blitz.
Yeah, I'm super excited about Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios coming. I feel it's probably one of those things that people outside of Houston aren't even taking note of, but if you've watched every snap of this team the first two games, you're like, oh, yeah, CJ needs some quick answers. And that's what those guys are. That's what Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios are for him.
Yeah. And and then some of the other stuff too. You can see, I mean, you can see when the offense operates that there's some things that are just a little bit gummed up right now because there are a lot of moving parts to it. And it's not making excuses or anything. It's what I'm telling myself to keep from freaking out and being the worst version of myself this early in the season.
Yep.
But it's just a matter of, okay, let's go. I see what the issues are. That's enough now, okay? It's like if you got it's like when your kid has a piano recital. You're like, oh, okay, there's messing up a little bit. And then they're like, all right, okay. So, don't embarrass me out there. Don't you dare embarrass me out there.
Yep.
You get up there on that stage, and I will be glaring at you, and you better perform.
CJ Stroud.
Parents, don't treat your kids like that.
CJ Stroud. So the only way they're going to get better, Seth.
Yeah.
All right?
They need to know that my love is tied to their performance on stage.
Exactly. And the level of embarrassment you are willing to endure while they're failing.
And that ultimately it's all about me, okay?
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I tell. It's what I tell my 12 children every morning. I say, listen. You are out there in the world as a representation of Seth C. Payne, okay? Yeah. That is your whole purpose, is to not disappoint me and not embarrass me.
The hardest part for you talking to all 12 of your children is the fact that you have to talk to all 9 baby mamas first. That's the worst part for you.
And I know. And then there's a few court-ordered, supervisors and everything.
Yeah. It's a lot, man. You guys don't know what Seth goes through to put on a good show every day.
I take care of my court-ordered supervisors. I'll tell you what, I tell them, you got to be careful because they're all like, oh, no, I'm not allowed to accept gifts. And I'm like, wink, wink, yeah.
Right. Give the guy a break. He spent 3 years in juvie, okay?
Yeah.
He told you earlier this week. How many people are running around Houston thinking you actually were in juvie at some point?
I hope at least
after that bit the other day.
A little street cred. Yeah.
Because you never came on and said, I'm just joking. I was never in juvie. You sounded serious.
If I'm making jokes about being in juvie, no, remember I didn't even know what you called the
CO?
Correctional officer.
Yeah, the CO.
They would know that, right?
Oh yeah, because nobody in juvie is stupid and wouldn't know what that stands for.
You know what the CO is. If I'm a relatively literate person, like they would know that, like, okay, at least Seth knows the names of the
vernacular.
Yeah.
So 25.3% chance for the Texans making the play. This is according to Austin Mock, the Athletics computer simulated nerd guy. Yeah. He's the guy who runs all the sims on the season. Chiefs, 60.1%. Chiefs are still getting a lot of love from the computers, even though they're 0-2 to start the season, and their offense might not be good anymore. 60.1% chance for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
There's 10 0-2 teams right now. The Chiefs have the best chance of making the playoffs of all the 0-2 teams. They're better than 50% still, 60.1. Texans are at 25.3. Everybody else is below 10%, and quite honestly, we're probably below 10% before the season started because it's teams like the Saints and the Giants and the Browns and the Panthers and a lot of crappy teams. The Texans and the Chiefs are getting treated a little differently than these other 8 teams that are 0-2 right now.
Right, and I think that part of it, another thing I tell myself before these children let me down for the Texans, is that, look, they faced, I think, what are a couple of really good defenses. They're going to be they're very respectable defenses.
Good quarterbacks, good defenses.
Yeah, so as far as the offense goes, I think the defense is going to figure some things out and fix some things just this week. Yeah. Some of the fixes for the Texans defense are a matter of just really honing in on playing their roles. They know the way I know they're capable of doing and playing within the scheme, and I think they'll snap back this week. But the offense, obviously, we've got some structural concerns. Mm-hmm. Jaden Higgins, by the way, only had 21 snaps in that game. Jalen Noel had 15.
Yep.
Whereas Justin Watson and Jaden Higgins basically got the same number of reps.
The team only had 47.
Yeah, that's a hard part too. Yeah. Was I telling you or was I telling Brandon this yesterday? like they had 80 snaps on defense. That's a lot. You're gassed after 80 snaps.
Yeah.
And you can see the pass rush. When we talk about the Texans defense collapsing at the end of the game in the last couple games, in the Bucs game, some of it's just flat out physical fatigue.
Why is it so much more tiring to play defense than offense?
Because you work harder. Offensive line is a relatively passive role. You're giving ground. The ball's away, and those guys don't run. Where on defense, you're supposed to run for it.
Yeah.
Offensive linemen quit as soon as they're allowed to quit.
There's probably stress, too, of not knowing what's coming, whereas the offense knows they know what they're going to do.
Yeah, you're in a reactionary mode.
Yeah.
So, that's why defensive linemen rotate. It's a more physically taxing.
Yeah.
But as far as So there's a couple things that go into that. One, obviously, is that if the offense is on the field more, the defense isn't going to be on the field. So complementary football.
Yes.
But then also the Texans defense, though, they bore some responsibility for it just by allowing the Bucs to run all over them.
Yeah, the little 4 yards, 6 yards, 5 yards. Bucky Irving and Rashad White, just death by 1,000 paper cuts, man.
And then everything compounds because, the open field tackling when guys' legs are tired really starts to show up.
On the last drive of the game, on a Bucky Irving catch in the open field. Yeah, it's you're right. It all adds up. All right, headlines. We'll get to them coming up in the next segment. We do have some Texans news about Jimmy Ward in headlines that we'll get to. Biggest series of the year with the Astros. Retirement news in MLB. Thursday Night Football. We got a lot of stuff to get to, people. All right, so sit tight. We're going to get to headlines coming up next. But I know later on today, on Friday, I'll be at the Men's Tea Clinic.
22. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines here. Texans-Jags, Sunday, noon. Get started at 9 a.m. with me and Seth on Texans Countdown, and then hopefully a victorious Sunday. Texans need it. They're 0-2 to start the season. They're getting Christian Kirk back. They're getting Braxton Berrios back. Jake Andrews has been practicing this week.
Right.
So he'll be back presumably at center, I would imagine.
I don't know how to feel about that necessarily. He's played very little football in the NFL.
Yeah.
For the Texans, for whatever it's worth, liked him more than they liked Jarrett Patterson at center. So here you go. So maybe perhaps some of the miscommunications or what have you. I mean, Jarrett Patterson was better than Juice Scruggs at the communication side of things. But hey, maybe Jake.
It was a rough one.
A little bit better.
Yeah, it was a rough one on Monday for Jarrett Patterson. So that's this Sunday, week 3 coming up. As far as news with the Texans goes, grand jury decides not to indict Jimmy Ward on the domestic violence case that back in June came up. Jimmy Ward has been injured. He's been coming back from a foot injury, but this obviously has been lurking as well. The grand jury didn't find probable cause that Ward committed the alleged crimes against the woman involved in the incident. The woman is the mother of his 3-year-old child. Jimmy Ward told KPRC TV on Thursday, quote, "I can finally move forward."
Right, and it's one of those things where, again, we don't still ever, you never will know all the full details of it. The part about it now is that Ward was on the commissioner's exempt list, which is where the league basically says, all right, listen, domestic violence, we don't want to touch this until the legal process is played out.
He still is, by the way.
Right, and he still is.
Yeah.
So, and as we've seen in the past, there have been many instances where a guy doesn't get charged with anything, but he still gets a suspension. So the fact that the grand jury decided not to indict is probably, I don't want to, there's a chance that, look, the league might look into it and also say, like, all right, well, there's nothing here at all.
So they're still looking into it.
So we're not gonna suspend you. So we don't know at this point. I would be skeptical of him playing this week.
Well, he's still injured.
Yeah.
Well,
do we know what his injury status is?
No, because he's been on the commissioner's exempt list. I don't think it's moved to like the injured
I don't know
reserve.
if he is still injured or not.
Yeah. Right, we don't know anything.
Yeah.
I would guess he's not playing this week.
Yeah, right.
I'm
skeptical that he'd play this week.
Yeah. I didn't even thought about him playing this week. So the civil lawsuit is still out there. So there's that. And I would remind people, too, that I'm going to draw a comparison to the Deshaun Watson situation here for a second, is that there was a point where Deshaun Watson got exonerated of the criminal stuff, but there was still several civil lawsuits out there, and he still got suspended for 11 games. So just the criminal stuff going away doesn't mean that Jimmy Ward is necessarily out of the woods yet, because as you pointed out, the league is still investigating this stuff.
We also still have Kerry McNair suing the McNair family
There's
trust.
a lot of stuff going on.
Which is, I don't know.
Are they going to suspend Kerry McNair for 11 games?
The Kerry McNair stuff feels to me just like, okay, I feel like this is, I know Busby does a good job of trying to make it look as salacious as possible, and he's talking about stuff with the league and everything. It feels to me, just looking at it, it looks like just, this is messy family stuff.
Yeah.
This is family trust stuff and everything. It might one day affect the Texans, but nothing immediately.
Yeah. So that is what you just brought up is a question now that's acceptable, I think, to ask D'Amico Ryans, which is, okay, what's next for Jimmy Ward then? Because D'Amico has, I don't want to say he's defended Jimmy Ward, but he has more defended the innocent before proven guilty mantra, which is, we've got to wait and see everything come out. I guess he's defended Jimmy Ward to a degree.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see, the truth come out here. So we'll see what happens. Does Jimmy Ward play for the Texans anytime soon?
Salacious was the wrong word. I think salacious has like a sexual part to it.
Oh yeah,
it's more
Okay,
I don't. That would be inaccurate by me.
Okay,
So whatever.
Whatever non-dirty simile is for salacious.
Yeah.
All right, Astros. Nothing salacious about this. Just good old-fashioned baseball.
It's me salated.
They are.
Watch me. I hit a couple. You get Paredes out there.
Very excited.
Yes.
Yeah, we might get some Paredes this weekend. All right, we'll lay it out here.
That was originally the hint.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mariners, Astros this weekend. They're tied in the standings. They are tied head-to-head this year. It is as tied can get between these two teams. And by Monday, there will be a leader in the American League West, either the Astros or the Mariners. If the Astros do what they did to the Rangers and sweep the Mariners, then I would imagine the percentage chance of them winning the division skyrockets. So let's go get a sweep. You got your 3 best guys going. And I know Fromber's been terrible the last 2 months.
Hadn't noticed.
He's still one of the 3 guys you would want starting a game in this series. I don't know. I see people out there like, no, put in blue ball. I'm like, no, they're gonna. No, it's gonna be Hunter Fromber and Jason Alexander.
This is the. If you need to look, if you're gonna make a run, you got to have somehow good Fromber show back up.
Yeah, you got no choice. He ain't winning it without.
You gotta maybe have a quick hook or whatever it might be. But you have a chance. If you move Fromber out of the second spot, then you've got zero chance of good Fromber coming back. I think.
Yeah.
So that's where you have to be with it right now.
Yep. So that's this weekend. So get on out there, support the squad. Clayton Kershaw retiring at the end of the year. The best part about this was that if your social media algorithm is Houston in nature, is that Hughley's home run against him in the World Series was popping up a lot on social media yesterday.
Good.
Remember in that Game 5, the 13-12 game?
Yeah.
And Hughley hit that big home run to tie it at 4 early in the game.
This is going to be Clayton Kershaw retiring is going to be kind of like one of those tasteless obituaries you see or articles you see in a paper when somebody famous dies, and they're like, and father of 3 was indicted 7 times back in 1974 for something like that. Clayton Kershaw's, it's going to be did this, did that, won this, won that. Was trash in the playoffs. By and large, with a couple little bumps here and there, but by and large was trash in the playoffs.
That is becoming the most painful part about the Dodgers actually winning a couple World Series the last few years.
Yeah.
Is his failures in the postseason were basically just covered up by he's a 2-time World Series champion.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the team, but he was bad in the postseason for most of his career. So Clayton Kershaw retiring. Thursday Night Football last night. The Bills beat the Dolphins 31-21. I know it's a game it was a 10-point game ultimately. I thought the Dolphins put up a pretty good fight.
I thought they did too.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the Bills yet again have some questions on defense. And they went in. I mean, they thought they had fixed a few things or gotten things right in the secondary, and then immediately before the season begins, they get banged up and injured, have injuries last night.
Bringing back Jordan Poyer.
Right, yeah. So, the Bills, the one thing that hasn't been their offense that's been holding them back in the postseason these last couple of years, it's that they just don't have a championship caliber defense.
Yep.
And I'm thinking that same thing is the first few drives, the Dolphins are just kind of moving down the field at will.
Mm-hmm. There's a picture online. Actually, T-Mill put this up. Tyler Milner. There's a picture of Mike McDaniel. He put up a picture of Mike McDaniel whispering to D'Amico Ryans at the joint practices a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And he says, so, D'Amico, buddy, pal, you'll have an opening on the offensive staff next year, right?
Yeah. Well, could he bring along Bobby Slowick, too? Because he's a senior passing game advisor.
Yeah.
Senior passing game coordinator, something like that.
Let's get the band back together,
the Dolphins,
man.
Yeah.
I hope Nick Caley makes this a non-conversation. I don't need Mike McDaniel chatter in my life this season.
Right, yeah.
And
could you
Nick
do that
Caley,
for us,
coach
Nick
him up.
Caley? Could you do that for us?
Coach him up.
Yeah, could we keep Mike McDaniel away from Houston?
Caley,
McDaniel was fired from the staff.
He's a
when
young
he was with
kid
the Houston
back
Texans.
then, man.
No, he talks about it openly. He had alcohol issues.
Yeah.
And he's clean and sober and all of that. But maybe bad memory. I don't want to, for the good of Mike McDaniel, I don't want him to be back in the, sometimes, the setting matters.
Yeah.
Certain triggers,
That's a good point.
Yeah, we don't need that from Mike McDaniel.
All right, so coach better on offense, Caley, so you can save Mike McDaniel from having an alcohol relapse.
Yes.
That's what I just heard you say.
Yes.
Okay.
If you care.
Boy, Caley had a cut yesterday from his press conference where he got asked about the lack of motion in the offense right now. And he said, some weeks we're going to use a lot of motion, some weeks we won't. It's a week-to-week thing. And people are like, it's
Bill
O'Brien.
But this is the problem. You can't – that is all right. It's you can't let O'Brien's outcomes dictate how you feel about the philosophy. That philosophy is okay. Somebody else asked him about there's been a tendency, or at least in the last game, of where when they're under center, they're running a lot more than passing. That's like that. That doesn't concern you this early in the season. Like that's not a big deal. If anything, it can be an advantage because there's some dumb defensive coordinators out there that don't understand sample size and everything that will craft their entire game plan.
Let's
they're
go.
80% run when the QB's under center. You can exploit that if you're a smart offensive coordinator.
We'll find out.
We'll find out if Nick Caley is a smart offensive coordinator.
We'll find out. I don't like all the bunch formations where everybody's inside the hashes. All 11 guys, it's all tight
Condensed
there.
formation.
Condensed formation, thank you. Yeah. Yeah,
I
not
was going
bunch.
to say bunches. You need bunches.
No,
right?
bunches on the outside.
Like this last game where you got nobody. I don't know if there's anybody in the receiving corps that ran, other than Nico, that runs faster than a 4.8 40.
Yes.
Bunch of tight ends running around out there.
Yep. Yeah, condensed is what I meant. All right, Payne and Pendergast, those are your headlines for Friday. Again, noon kickoff on Sunday here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown at 9 a.m. Clint Stoerner and I have you following the game for what we hope is a victorious Texans postgame. All right, biggest storylines for this Sunday. Let's lay them all out. We are going to do a circle of swarm, perhaps against our better judgment because they have not been swarming properly so far these first two games. But it's a staple, and you guys like it, and we've got some guys we need to recognize. So we'll do that at 7:20. Biggest storylines for the game on Sunday, including a big return and one of the biggest moments of the season last year in the NFL, one of the most polarizing moments in the NFL last season. We relive it coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Patrick Mahomes.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. These are the big storylines for the game on Sunday between the Jags and the Texans as we welcome you into the 7 o'clock hour here on a Football Friday. We'll get to the Circle of Swarm for this week a little later on in this segment. We got a nice long segment. If you're in your car, get comfy. We're going to be here. We're going to be here for the next 35 minutes educating you people, and you're going to sit and listen to it. You're going to like it, all right? So we got to instill some discipline.
Nothing
here.
gets people excited like education.
That's right.
Yeah.
Learning.
If you think the programming on PBS has gone to trash, then tune in here.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the biggest storylines for Sunday, in no particular order, the return of Christian Kirk. And I'll throw Braxton Berrios in there too. But Kirk is, the hamstring slot receivers. He's the headliner here. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday, I believe, or 2 days ago, on getting guys back healthy.
It's good to get our guys back, getting Christian back, Berrios, Jake. It's good to see them back out at practice today. We'll continue to see how the week goes for them, but it's encouraging to see them out there today working. Hopefully they can help us on Sunday.
Okay, how does it feel, Seth, that the return of a wide receiver 2 who's never taken a snap with the Texans in the regular season, that it feels like we're trying to talk ourselves into this being a revelation right now?
I don't know if I think we've been pretty transparent about it. Look, I don't expect that Christian Kirk is going to end up being all pro this year or anything.
I'm with you there.
But that when you're trying to run this offense and you're without Joe Mixon, I just have to keep reminding myself, they don't have Joe Mixon, and I think Nick Chubb
may not for a while.
Right. We don't have a clue. We're not even sure that D'Amico Ryans even knows where
Joe Mixon
is. He's just.
We hope he's doing
the last phrase that D'Amico said about Joe Mixon was, "We hope he's doing well."
Right.
All right.
Like he's in Aruba or something.
Yeah, or it's your ex-girlfriend you've lost touch with.
Yeah, we haven't heard from him in a long time.
Right.
Yeah.
So we don't know. And so it becomes a bigger deal. If Joe Mixon were still out there, it becomes a bigger deal that Christian Kirk's not out there because you can replicate some of the running game with the short and quick passing game. Christian Kirk's great in that regard. Braxton Berrios can be an asset in that regard. So it's a bigger deal because then you've got the saying, people always say when you look at a wide receivers room, you want it to be like a basketball team. You want to have your tall guys like your front court guys like Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins, but you want your back court guys, which would be like Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios. And those guys, just like it is with a point guard, experience matters. And the slot receiver position, it's tough for younger guys like Jalen Noel to really be able to do everything you want to do with them because there's a lot of mental work involved with it. So for this offense and what it's lacking and missing, that you're already down an electrically athletic or fast and explosive running back, and you were also really down a veteran slot receiver.
Yes.
So now at least you add that element back to it. I think that Nick Caley can hopefully do a lot with that.
Revenge game for Christian Kirk. They were ready to dump him. Remember?
Yeah.
That's how he wound up on the Texans. The Texans gave a 7th-round pick or something for him.
Intra-divisional trade.
Yeah, man.
Intra-divisional.
Make Gladstone pay for trading you Christian Kirk.
Cocky young guy coming in, smartest guy in the room he is.
Yep,
Everybody,
he
knows he's just going to work everybody over. He's going to get old man Caserio to bite on, to give me a 7th-round pick for Christian Kirk.
You know how I know he's the smartest guy in the room? He told me he is.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So that's storyline number 1, the return of Christian Kirk. Number 2, back to the scene of the crime.
2nd down and 7 from the Jags' 49-yard line. One back ETN. Lawrence under center this time, and he fakes the give. Boots out to the left. Lawrence wants to run. He will. 50 and slides down across the 45, and here's Aziz making a late hit. Flags come in from everywhere, and there's a lot of extra pushing and shoving as Ingram and Aziz and other Jags get into it, and Aziz hits the ground. They got to throw another flag here on the Jags.
And Trevor Lawrence has got a concussion. He is out.
Yep, he took a bad hit, and Jimmy Ward's in there. They're going to... I think people are going to leave this game.
They're still going.
Yeah.
We're good, Ben. Right. People know what the incident was.
Yeah. I talked to Bucky Brooks yesterday, he does the sideline for the Jaguars radio broadcast. And I kind of asked him, so what's the reception going to be like for Azeez Al-Shaair? And Bucky made a good point immediately, which is, we talk, the fan reaction is going to be the fan reaction. You know what that's going to be. Yeah. But it's Bucky, and this jives with what we heard from Jaguars players after the game. It doesn't seem like the players are all that worked up about it. I mean, the Jaguars players interviewed about it afterwards kind of were like, it's football, it happens, There wasn't, I can't remember a Jaguars player that was outraged or up in arms that Azeez Al-Shaair hit Trevor Lawrence when Trevor Lawrence extended the play far longer than he should have.
That's the thing. Like what I remember about the reaction was on the debate shows with the media people, Azeez was Satan and he was the devil.
Yeah.
Within the NFL, especially with defensive players, there was not this rallying to the cause for Trevor Lawrence. There were plenty of people who pointed out that the dude slid kind of late.
Yeah, like, he was trying to get a first down.
You're protected by the rules of sliding, but don't try to push the boundaries of it.
Trevor
if you're
Lawrence
protected, get down.
He was doing the Pat Mahomes thing. The problem is he's only about 10% as good as Pat Mahomes. So it's not like, but people have that same mindset where they're like, I'm tired of quarterbacks trying to basically flout the rules to get away, or exploit the rules to get away with being overly protected.
My favorite part about that cut was Andre Ware diagnosing the concussion 7 seconds after the hit. Yeah. Doctor, neurologist Andre Ware, Trevor Lawrence is concussed. Like he just looked at an MRI or something.
Yeah, but as far as the players on the field, I kind of took from the quotes of the defensive players on the Jaguars, kind of the read I got, I didn't want to say, man, these guys do not believe in Trevor Lawrence. I got to think, you just watch year after year after year with a guy that gets chance after chance after chance and has been heralded as this generational player, but he's injured all the time.
Got paid.
He's airmailing and throwing.
Got paid.
He's just not it,
Nope.
I don't think he's had multiple opportunities to show that he's it.
Cannot lose to him this weekend. Here was Liam Cohen talking about this being he wasn't there for this last year. Cohen was the OC in Tampa, so he's kind of walking into this about this being the first meeting since Azeez's hit on Trevor Lawrence last year.
Yeah, we talked just now as a team and really just talked about the focus being on us, and we need it to be. We don't have time to waste energy or emotional energy on anything else besides fixing and correcting the issues and mistakes from our game and putting our effort into, we got a huge in-division opponent this week. Yes, we have an opponent we have to play and prepare for, but we really have to focus on us right now and get some of this stuff cleaned up that we, messed up yesterday. Coaches, players, everybody. But, I think at this point, it's so early. Like there may be, who knows what emotions, I can't speak to that. But I can say that these guys, I think they'll come in with the right mindset and mentality this week to come and get this thing right in terms of things we got to get fixed and be ready to go play a tough physical game that we're going to go have to play on Sunday.
I need Azeez to get a legal hard hit in this game early
on Liam Cohen.
Well, that'd be fine. I don't think there's any world where that exists. But yeah,
where is the clean legal hit?
The clean legal hit on the opposing head coach. No,
that is the Jaguars. That stadium is where Woody Hayes punched the player.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. In Jacksonville, huh?
Yeah, that happened at the Gator Bowl. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. That's right against Clemson.
So there is precedent of coach and player violence.
Coach kerfuffles, yeah. No, but like a tight end over the middle. Brenton Strange is coming over the middle, and Azeez lays a shoulder into him, like a legal hit.
Ryan Thomas Jr. is petrified of contact.
Well, he should be in this game, and it ain't just Azeez. Like it's
right. No,
it's
Kamari. It's an issue. It's an issue there in Jacksonville. They're wondering why does Brian Thomas Jr. look terrified to play the game of football?
Right. At least get your second contract before you start getting terrified, Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
Get paid first, at least. No, but I want to see a big hit from Azeez early just to see what the crowd react is. Yeah. Like, even if it's legal, because they're going to boo. Boo.
Have there been some really good hits on special teams so far in this Texans season?
Yeah.
Yeah, E.J. Speed's had some really nice ones. We've had some good special teams hits. There were some good hits in the game the other night, but am I forgetting one on defense where that was particularly vicious?
No.
Okay, so
not that I can think
they
of.
need to get that. They need to check that box, and then maybe things will start to fall into place.
A lot of attempts at big hits that just didn't materialize.
That's the problem.
They're called missed tackles.
Okay, you know what? You're right. I don't want to see any big hits. I want to see form tackles.
You're right. What am I saying? We need form tackles. Okay, so that's storyline number 2. Number 1, return of Christian Kirk. Number 2, Azeez back to the scene of the crime. Number 3, this is a simple one. The Texans just have to avoid going 0-3. Mm-hmm. Seth brought this up earlier. We'll bring it up again. One team this century, that's 25 seasons so far, all right, people? This century has started 0-3 and made the playoffs. And it was the 2018 effing Houston Texans, man. Bill O'Brien. That's the only team that started 0-3. So the upshot of all that is, if you go 0-3, generally speaking, it means you're a bad football team. Mm-hmm. You don't, other than the 2018 Texans, who by the way, needed a few miracles along the way just to get back to 3-3 that season. Remember that was the season where they're 0-3 and Frank Reich goes for it on 4th down in overtime, and handed them a short field to win the game. And then you had the DeAndre Hopkins spin-a-rooney in overtime against the Cowboys. Yeah. And then to get to 3-3, you had the pick 6 by Jonathan Joseph against the Bills. Yeah. Off of Nathan Peterman.
Jonathan Joseph was still playing then.
Playing at a high level, too. Yeah. Enough to get a pick 6 to get you back to 3-3. And then the next week, Deshaun Watson was on a bus to Jacksonville while the rest of the team was flying.
Good for you. Good on you, by the way, and remembering to count the
9-game winning streak. Yeah.
And saying that it's been 25 seasons.
Yeah, man.
I always screw that one up.
Yeah, you always got to add an extra year.
I'm not so dumb that I try to actually people on it. Yeah. No, you count the year 2000. It's been 25 seasons.
Part of this century, all right? Yeah. Can't start 0-3, man. Cannot, because the mood around this team is pretty dour right now.
Right? Yeah, I don't sense that the mood on the team is dour or anything.
But like all of us.
Yeah, no, it's because that's the whole thing. It's not like, obviously, as evidenced by the 2018 Houston Texans, it's not like it's a death blow because you just physiologically can't come back from it. It's usually an indicator that you just don't have a very good team.
Yep.
That you're 0-3, and then on top of that, yeah.
I was shocked only one team.
I think this is what happens. I think it's this is like it goes into NBA playoffs psychology. It's that if you are a good team and you start off 0-2, you've got guys that feel their backs against the wall, and that you come out and there's just an extra level, just like a team in the playoffs. If their back is against the wall in the NBA playoffs, it so often happens that, all right, they're not going to lose this game. That's how I think a good team doesn't allow itself to go 0-3. Certainly not when you're facing the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, I do not want to have a week leading up to that Titans game of 0-3 talk. I just can't. I can't have it, man. So you got to avoid that.
With potentially the Colts at 3-0.
Yeah, they play the Titans this weekend. Yeah. So the Colts, in all likelihood, are going to be 3-0. The Texans, by the way, 1.5, 2-point underdogs. It's been floating between 2 and 1.5. So the odds makers are saying the Texans are going to lose the game. So we'll see. So that's storyline number 3. Got to avoid being winless after this weekend. Number 4, our first look at Travis Hunter. Do not be the team that allows the magnificent Gladstone's vision for Travis Hunter to begin to take hold, because thus far, 2 games in, it's been underwhelming. He's got 9 catches, Travis Hunter does. Heisman Trophy winner, who we were told is going to change the sport of football itself, has 3 tackles on defense, and he's got 9 catches for 55 yards on offense.
Also got a defensive pass interference.
He has a DPI, a big one last week. Here was D'Amico Ryans earlier this week when he was asked, how do you prepare for Travis Hunter?
Yeah, for Travis, we play like we have to do us better. So it's not us just singling out one player. He's definitely a part of what they do, and they will try to feature him, but we don't overextend ourselves to try to chase ghosts or anything. He aligns all over the place. He'll be in every position. They're going to find ways to get him the ball. We just have to play sound in what we do defensively, and we have to make the plays we're supposed to make. Then when they do, put him on the defensive side at the corner position. You see, he made a really nice play there on the sideline, breaking up a pass. You talk about a talented player. I mean, you see why he's drafted where he's drafted, the impact he's had at both places he was at, at Jackson State and also at Colorado. You see the impact that the kid has made. Outstanding young man, outstanding player. And it's really cool to see a guy be able to play on both sides of the football in the National Football League, where a lot of people say it can't be done. But it's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't done it in such a way that can't be. I think there are 578 players in the NFL right now who could have done what Travis Hunter has done so far in the NFL. They could play both sides of the ball and not make much of an impact. Yeah. All right? Yeah. He's just a guy right now. When you're looking at him as a receiver, you're looking at him as a defensive back. You're not accounting for him or thinking, oh, no, we got to change our game plan. He's just a guy. Now, the upside obviously is there, and people think that that's there. But the way he's been used so far, very early in his rookie season, is that, all right, he's had last week he was pretty evenly split on offense and defense, didn't make much of an impact, and we'll see. But you don't want to be the team that he uses as his breakout game, obviously.
No, and I think the saving grace there is two things. One, we know the Texans' defense is supremely talented, especially on the back end. Number two, they've played Carolina and Cincinnati the first two games. Those are two bad defensive teams.
Yeah.
And they haven't been able to get anything going with Travis Hunter.
Right.
So I'm hopeful that with the talent level and with D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke thinking some things up, just don't – and if don't let him break out because they're swinging little screens to him and you're missing
tackles. And you're not
tackling
on a 123-pound wide receiver.
Yes.
That's the big thing. Yep. And also, look, that commercial of him and Trevor Lawrence doing a footloose stance.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I tried to like that. I give them credit for just going with it.
Let's hear it for the boy.
Yeah, they're doing the let's hear it for the boy. And I don't know if I never saw the remake of Footloose. I don't know if they do the same dance sequence with the same song or whatever, but it's a rough one, man. Very cringy.
It is a cringy commercial.
Yeah,
it's bad. And it didn't even make 5 Reasons I Hate. I mean, it kind of made 5 Reasons I Hate You. We'll do that in an hour. My last one, 5 storylines. Travis Hunter's number 4. Can this game be the elixir for the drama that feels like it's starting to swirl around this team a little bit? This was D'Amico Ryans being asked, is the feeling around the offense right now the same as the feeling around the offense last season?
Yeah, I do not. I think we're much better. I think our O-line has done a really good job, much better than everybody kind of gives them credit for. We've done a really good job picking up stunts, things like that. And a guy here, guy there gets beat. That's football. That's going to happen. So is it the same issues that we had? No. It's completely new. Our guys doing a really good job of executing. We just got to finish the game, right? If we finish the game the right way, I don't think anybody's asking the same questions. It's just that's natural. That comes with it when you lose, and I'm ready to handle all of that. That happens in this league, and you just got to win games, and the story changes, right? So until we win games, I know we'll get those same questions, and we should get them, right? Because we got to do a better job of playing and finishing games, and until we do that, then I understand the questions that we'll receive.
And I think maybe they would be different or slightly different, but if the Texans had won both of those last 2 games, I think you'd still be wondering what's going on with the offense.
He underestimates the capacity for the media to still ask about an offense that only scored 19 points.
As far as the offensive line goes, I mean, the big question mark right now is, all right, Laken Tomlinson seems to be your latest Shaq Mason. And that, boy, I mean, he had a couple snaps in that game where it looked like when Shaq Mason got tossed aside by T'Vondre Sweat against the Titans last year. And that's been an issue. D'Amico talked about how I think Landry had asked about how do you help out the offensive line. And D'Amico, I credit him for this answer. He said, some of it's just you got to win your one-on-one battles. Mm-hmm. There's only so much we can do. And that's going to be the trouble with this offense, the way that they're run, especially in the run game, is some of it is, hey, we're expecting these guys to physically beat guys like Vita Vea.
Yeah.
And I don't think they have a guy in the interior right now that's really physical, capable of giving Vita Vea a battle. Or now Eric Armstead, perhaps this because Eric Armstead played outside a lot last year for the Jaguars defense, wasn't as effective. This year he's back playing defensive tackle. So this is a big test for the Texans offensive line, again, this week on the interior, that they've got a guy that's like basically just bigger, physically more impressive, better football player than the guys on the interior.
Yep. All right, so those are the 5 storylines. We'll get to the Circle of Swarm in just a second. I want to stick with this because we're talking about the game. We're digging into this game on Sunday. You and Cecil had Bucky Brooks on your podcast.
Yeah, no, and Cecil had to do actual educating of children, so it was just me and Bucky
you
Brooks
and Bucky? Okay.
on the Believe in Texans podcast, yeah.
Nice.
So I got to ask him about just how are they using Travis Hunter right now? I was very, very intrigued with his answer.
The plan, I would say, is very similar to a high school athlete. The bigger the game, the way the matchups are, Travis, we may need you more on defense to go at offense. Hey, this is one where we feel like we may not need you as much on defense, so you got the full load. Last week against the Bengals, those 2 wide receivers are problems. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they had an injury go down early, so Travis had to play more defense. But the reason he's able to really do the two-way thing they're more of a zone-based team. And so when you're zone-based, you're not running all over the field chasing the guy. You're playing vision and break. There's a way to kind of monitor the physical exertion while playing to his strengths as a see-ball, get-ball defender. So it works in Jacksonville because the scheme kind of fits his talents, and they haven't had to exhaust him because the matchups haven't dictated that, hey, man, we need you 100 plays on offense and 100 plays on defense.
That's and we didn't have much time for a full count. We probably should have done the entire episode on Travis Hunter. But my thought was after I didn't think of this until after we were done talking, was that boy, a zone 2 corner, a cover 2 corner doesn't sound like a guy who's redefining the game.
No,
like, hey, we can play him on defense because he can play in zone. Yeah, and I guess and the one question I should have asked too, or if we had more time to talk about it, is like, I don't know if physiologically he doesn't look like a zone corner. You know, he's not a big dude whatsoever.
He's very slight of build.
Yeah, so I think that it just still feels like a novelty act to me, and it feels like he's a Swiss Army knife. Awesome. You know what if I had to confront 2 dudes and one had a Swiss Army knife and one guy had a machete,
yeah,
I'm going to fight the guy with a Swiss Army knife. They're like, oh, he's fumbling and he accidentally just pulls out the scissors instead of the blade or whatever. Yep. Yeah, like as of right now, the way they're using him, cool. It's cool that he does all that, but where does he threaten you,
dude? That pick was the magnificent Gladstone trying to get himself over and win April.
Right.
That's what that felt like to me at the time, and it feels 2 games in, it feels that way. That, man, I'm going to trade all this draft capital, and you know what's going to happen Monday? Everybody's going to be talking about me and talking about the Jags.
How bold we are and the way we move.
The way we move. And you know why they're going to say it? Because I'm going to tell them this is all about the way we move. Gladstone, we're going to play that audio later, because as you can imagine, Gladstone shows up in 5 Reasons I Hate You.
Okay, so if Bucky's saying they kind of treat it like in a high school game, or a high school, you got a star player who can go both ways, but you really, really need him on one side of the ball. Where do they need Travis Hunter the most versus the Texans?
That offense is a hard one. We've seen that offense.
Sorry, Ben. I was
asking me?
I was asking Sean.
I thought you were asking me, and then the audio started playing.
No. Sorry. I was like, why? What's going on here?
I think that's interesting because they're getting Kirk. They're getting Kirk and Berrios back. Does Hunter play inside, or is he? I mean, does he? I would say they probably need him more offensively.
I would think so.
Yeah. I would think more offensively.
Yet versus 2 bad defenses so far, they haven't found much reason to use him or opportunity to use him versus 2 bad defenses.
Yeah. I would say offensively they need him more right now. Which intrigues you more? Him covering. I'll give you specific. Are you more intrigued? Are you more intrigued by watching Travis Hunter go one-on-one with Derek Stingley Jr. on offense?
Yeah.
Or trying to cover Nico Collins on defense?
I think Derek Stingley's going to eat him up.
So will Nico.
But this is the problem. They're not going to track. Okay, Travis Hunter. There's not a chance in hell the Texans are up there saying, like, we need Derek Stingley to shadow Travis Hunter.
Kamari Lassiter.
No. That's what I mean, though. Yeah. Like, I don't know if, like, you're not going to see that many one-on-one matchups.
Yeah.
You're more concerned about Brian Thomas Jr. than you are anybody else, I think. So, I'm intrigued. I want to see Travis Hunter on defense.
Yeah.
And I want to see him trying to tackle Nico Collins.
No, I do too.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
I do too. The reason I answer the question, do they need it more on offense and defense, there's nothing about the Texans' offense so far that tells me another team has to have this to stop them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So I guess theoretically, if Travis Hunter was actually performing the way that the magnificent Gladstone promised us he would, they would say we need him on offense because we need that Texans defense. Despite some of these little inefficiencies they've got early on, that's the scarier part of the Texans team right now.
Yeah,
and they could probably use him on special teams.
We need more cheat codes on offense. Against
so
this
I think
defense.
If he plays, I think he plays more snaps on offense.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree.
This is I talked to Bucky Brooks about. I talked to him about the Texans offense and how Nick Caley is definitely feels more like a New England coach, and we've known that for a while now. Todd Bowles said as much in his press conference, and that got a lot of run. But this feels like Nick Caley's trying to replicate the Tom Brady offense more so than anything. Bucky Brooks talked about the challenges of implementing an offense like that.
That offense is a hard one. We've seen that offense, and people try to use that offense outside of New England. Yeah. And it's been kind of clunky in other places. It's a high IQ offense. It requires all 11 to be on the same page because as you talk about the choice routes and those things, everyone has to see the same thing. And that is a time on task deal to be able to get out. How many reps do you have to see it? And the quarterbacks and the receivers see things at the same eyes. That is a lot. And then with the running game, normally the running game takes a little while to get going because, look, there's no physicality in the offseason. Training camp has been scaled down, so it's hard to get into, hey, we're going to impose our will. Normally the running game gets clicking week 8 and beyond. They have enough time. They have enough talent. But it literally is Nick looking at what he has. What's best for us this week? Okay, let's do this week. Now, can we add a piece to it the following week? It may be remove some of it so we can shrink the menu a little bit. Let's get good at this, and then let's slowly add to it instead of trying to use the entire playbook.
We can't, Sean. That's not Sean.
I'm out.
We'll be fine.
I'm out. Seth saw me. I saw that. I go, week 8.
Week 8.
Season will be over by then, man.
Everything you said there is true, and yet it's not what I want to hear right this moment. Choice routes, for those of you who don't know, just basically the wide receiver has to alter his route based on what coverage he sees. And that's all very true. The part that I'm frustrated with a little bit is that the times where it seems like CJ and Nico or CJ and Xavier Hutchinson are on the same page. Because, all right, he's got a relationship with those guys. He's been with them all off season. Didn't participate for most of OTAs, which I was told wasn't a big deal. But they don't always look like they're on the same page right now. But the run game will get going around week 8.
Week 8, Bucky.
Watching the Bills' offensive line last night, right off the bat, just moving the line of scrimmage
This is
back.
another season where I'm watching these good teams, and I'm like,
They were trucking those Dolphins
Allen,
defensive linemen,
it just
man.
looks so easy for him.
But it also helps when you've got an offensive line on run plays. It's just driving guys, displacing the line of scrimmage.
Dude, 100, and you got James Cook back there who, when it's not blocked properly, can still go get you a big chunk play.
Yeah, that's where Damian, Woody Marks just they need to keep using him more.
Yes,
he's you can trust him in pass protection more so than a lot of these veterans.
Okay, it's a good segue. Let's do the Circle of Swarm. We're a little late on it.
No.
But we can. I think we can get it in. We can get it in 7 minutes. I think. Let's do it. Circle of Swarm.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
Right, we want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men. Believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
All right, we picked the swarmiest players based largely on last week's game with a look ahead to the next opponent, the Jags, on Sunday. That was good stuff with Bucky Brooks, man. That was good insight on the Jags.
Yeah, it's the Believe in Texans podcast. After all of our program today is done, you should go listen to it on a Saturday.
There you go. All right, so let's do it. You go first, my man.
I get it first. Will Anderson. Second in the league right now in ESPN's pass rush win rate.
He had 10 pressures in that. Did it feel like Will Anderson had 10 pressures in that game against Baker Mayfield and the Bucs?
10. 10 is a lot.
10's a ton.
Yeah. 10 is a lot. And now the only
there were a few plays though. There were a few plays, including that Bucky Irving catch and run at the end of the game, where Will is just a fraction of a second.
Okay. I'm glad he had 10 pressures in the game and 1 or 2 sacks in that game.
One sack.
Yeah. It's
Daniil had
if it weren't Will Anderson, my God, if people didn't so much universally love him, Will Anderson tackling Baker Mayfield after Baker rushes for a first down.
He points up in the sky.
And Will thinking he got a sack.
Well, you got to look at the marker, dude.
I know. Will is celebrating the sack as Baker Mayfield's celebrating the first down.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll see your Will Anderson Jr., and I'll put Daniil Hunter in there, who got his 100th sack of his career, had 2 sacks in the game, 2 TFLs in the game. Daniil Hunter forced a fumble that if the Texans could have fallen on it, might have changed some things in the fourth quarter there when Baker was out of the pocket on a scramble. Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, of all the things on this team that have not been up to what we were hoping for this year, those two do not fit into that category. They have been outstanding this year so far.
Okay, next one. This is going to be, I'm grading on a curve a little bit here, but this guy needs to just have everybody else around him follow suit and play the way he did. Yeah. Ed Ingram, right guard.
Oh, look at that.
And I thought Ed Ingram did some. Ed Ingram did some really good things.
How many weeks did it take us to get an offensive lineman on the circle of swarm last year?
Look, and he had a couple bad plays, but by and large, he was steadily consistent. Did some things physically that I liked. Yes.
Okay, so our whole narrative after week 1, where they shuffled everybody, because Ingram was hurt, and we're like, really? Mm-hmm. Ed Ingram can't play, so we got to shuffle the whole. Ed Ingram can't play, so. All is lost.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it.
Turns out he's pretty good.
And I went through yesterday, and I was looking for. I just wanted to. I was feeling the weight and the pressure of all the negativity of the last few days, so I just went in and watched the Texans' positive runs.
Yeah. Or
the non-stuff runs, and Ed Ingram on a couple of those, just doing everything the right way, working up the linebackers, staying attached, all of those things. So they can build on some of the things they did when they were running to the right side in that game.
My next one, and maybe even my next two, might fit this category. This one is somebody who definitely impacted the game on Monday, and who I'm hoping gets more opportunities to impact the game moving forward, not just Sunday, but moving forward. I'm skeptical he'll be able to do it on offense just because of what the Texans are getting back. But I don't know how you can't have Jalen Noel in the circle of swarm this week.
Oh, yeah.
Based on, he even before that 54-yard or 53-yard punt return that set up the Texans' final score, that set up their touchdown. Even before that, he was nails in the kickoff return game. Mm-hmm. He was really, really good in the return game, Jalen Noel. And he's somebody, he flashed throughout training camp. I think if Jalen Noel gets on the field, he can do some things for you. Now, as you pointed out, Seth, especially in this Patriot offense, slot receiver is like a 400-level course for a freshman.
Right.
And so maybe there's some of that going on with Jalen Noel. You've pointed this out, too, that maybe with Noel and Higgins, that there's just not – and CJ even kind of pointed this out in his press conference earlier this week, that some of these guys I've not spent a lot of time throwing with yet. Mm-hmm. Whether it's rookies because they're new to the NFL, or whether it's Christian Kirk or Braxton Berrios because they've been hurt. When CJ was asked what are some of the things that you can improve on, his answer was kind of, everything, as always. But then he sort of gave a reason why he needs to improve, and the reason he gave was just maybe a lack of chemistry early on here with those receivers. I'm putting Jalen Noel in the circle of swarm based on his impact on last week's game and my hope for further impact moving forward.
Okay. I'm going to go with...
It's your last one here. Make it count, buddy.
Jaime Fairbairn.
Is this the second week that we've put Fairbairn in the circle
of
trust?
Yeah, but I'm not even how was he on the kickoffs? And the actual...
The special teams were good overall in the game.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of did he have any touchbacks that shouldn't have been touchbacks or anything?
They did have one.
They had a touchback.
They had a touchback. They started the 35, I think, their first possession.
Or in the... Okay, yeah.
I think
I'm still all right, I can rely on him, I feel like, for now.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So no Nico for the catch he had, the toe tapper in the back of the end zone?
No, he had 3 catches.
No Derek Stingley Jr. for how he battled with Mike Evans.
No. Okay, I retract Jaime. Yeah, no, that was that was in bad faith by me because I was quitting on
Speed
it.
No,
you're 100% Derek Stingley.
Stingley had a good game.
Because Stingley had a battle, and I think early on people were wondering what's this thing? This is a continuation of Stingley.
Evans was getting his early in that game.
Yeah, it was good. Look, it was a battle. and ultimately Evans being that was a battle, and it was. I think Stingley got better and better as the game went on.
He absolutely did, and I'll make it a cumulative thing. I know he's your pick, but I'm adding on to it.
Now he's your pick. You righted it wrong. Yeah.
No, it's okay. But I think 2 things with Stingley. One that he bounced back from whatever happened with that hip injury in week 1.
Yeah.
I feel like if that happened before the all-pro season he had last year, like if that happened at the beginning of last season, we would have felt like, all right, well, Stingley's going to miss 5 games with this hip injury.
Yeah.
But that 17-game season he played last year, I think has really flipped the narrative on him. And the fact that, he wasn't even limited in practice that week, so he comes back. By the end of that game, Stingley has these plays in games that he has these pass breakups where he just kind of just steps in and just knocks it down that he makes it look so easy. Like, for most of these defensive backs in the NFL, the plays that Stingley is breaking on with lightning-like speed and knocking away, it's a catch for Evans that a cornerback is coming up and making a tackle on him.
Yeah.
Stingley has such great closing speed. He's able to reach in and knock it away. He had at least 2 of those in the game. Stingley was great in the game, so yeah, no good. So Derek Stingley Jr. All right, so my last one here. Man, I want to put Woody Marks in here. but 2 rookies that didn't touch the ball very much. Man, Woody Marks had three carries for 17 yards, 3 productive carries, and a 37-yard catch and run in this game. And blitz pickup, Daria Gumbawale cannot play any more offensive snaps for this team. Whatever snaps you had Daria in for, put Woody Marks in there and let him pass protect. He does it better than a guy who's a 10-year. But you know what? Screw it. I'm putting him in. Woody Marks, Circle of Swarm. I did it. I put 2 rookies who maybe had a total of like 10 snaps in the Circle of Swarm.
Woody Marks was one of the guys you actually felt good about.
You can count on him.
Guess how many snaps he had on offense in that game?
10.
13. Yeah. Like that's
unacceptable.
Well, how much more does Woody Marks have to do to show that he belongs on the field more? Oh no, he's a rookie. Quit being cowards. Honestly, quit being cowards. Yeah. What are you doing? Oh no, the rookie. He's gonna screw everything up. Yeah. He's gonna do something for you. He's doing something. 100%. He's got a pulse.
Well, and the vet that you're using is failing you right now.
I know, this is a bad thing. Like, how many guys, how are we deciding who we put on the field? Yeah. The good guy award, the good fella. Like, he logged a lot of hours on his tablet. Yeah. Like, okay, at some point, can we make our decisions based on performance?
Right.
And, just,
good.
If he doesn't get, I don't know what I'm going to do if I come in and he doesn't get more snaps this week. I'm going to flip the hell out. If they win, I'll back it off a little bit, but... Right. It's all like, and this is part, like sometimes this is another.
I think them winning is stuff like having Woody Marks in there is part and parcel of winning.
Something that used to annoy me about Bill O'Brien, it's like, yes, the process matters. And yes, you want to have guys that work really hard and everything. But at the end of the day, you make your decisions based on who's performing.
I got to.
Right. Like, okay, it's just a prerequisite that you work hard. Working hard does not get you an A on the test.
Yes.
It's just like, nope. To be allowed on the field, you have to work hard. Okay, cool. Check off that box.
Yeah.
But, and then you make your decisions not on who works the hardest, but who performs the most.
100%.
13 snaps.
Yeah. Someone's reminding you, though, Seth, that the rookies, they don't
know anything.
They don't really know anything. They don't know anything. Yeah. That's what Bill O'Brien
They don't look at him. He's just out there like blocking people and catching the football.
They don't know anything.
Yeah,
and running for positive yardage, but he doesn't know how he's doing it.
He doesn't know anything.
Yeah. Why would I put somebody out there who's performing and doing good things for the team, but he doesn't quite know everything yet?
Don't know anything. It's not just blocking and tackling. They don't know anything, Seth.
This was like if
they don't know any things.
Yeah.
0 things.
Like Nick Haley's sitting there like he's a high school teacher for a young Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
And you're like, he's a senior in high school. This kid, a clown, riding a train at the speed of light. What if this kid's on drugs?
So stupid. Don't know anything.
This guy. Imagine Einstein's teacher in the teacher's lounge. You're like, get a load of what frickin' Albert was saying this morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He tried to tell me that he would imagine riding a train at the speed of light. I don't know what's wrong with these kids these days.
Stupid.
What an idiot.
Stupid. All right. Hey, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. It's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Up next, do we need to check on a baby registry as a show? Do we need to check on a baby? I'll tell you who it is.
Am I about to have my 13th?
Coming up next.
Hey, Trajan, let's say you got
Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Seth and I solve a lot of the world's problems during the break.
We were talking about how to, get divorced. How do you ease your kids into, new relationships or whatever?
Right.
And I told Sean, when you got divorced, you should have just taken your two boys.
Taking 10-year-old James and 9-year-old Sammy.
You should have just taken them out to the bars, taking them, just show them what the real world's all
Here's
about.
the real world.
Yeah.
Yep. Did you? I wasn't in yesterday. Did you and Brandon publicly congratulate Cardi B and Steph Diggs?
No, because this is the thing. So I see it getting reported as breaking news in all of this that Stephon Diggs and Cardi B are having a child together.
Yeah.
Or did they have it already?
No. She's pregnant right now. Yeah.
How's that work? Baby's inside her. So eventually they'll have a baby together. And but I feel like everybody already knew it. It's just that this was the official announcement, right? Or was it only rumors before that?
She left the court. We played the audio. We'll play the audio again here. A couple of weeks ago, she was walking out of a courtroom after there was some resolution to some court case she was involved in, a civil case. And she looked pregnant walking out of the courtroom, and there was the paparazzi asking her if it was Offset, her ex, who she has 3 kids with, that was the father of the child that she looked to be having walking out of the courtroom.
Hey, Cardi, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Cardi, insiders are claiming that Offset is publicly bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
Stop disrespecting me. Don't disrespect me.
Cardi, Cardi, your court look is amazing.
You're amazing, Cardi. I still love you, even though you just threw some stuff at me.
Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me?
No, ma'am.
She's a queen.
Questions to me.
It's a legit question.
Why do you feel as a man you get to ask me those type of questions? Act like you have some manners.
That's right.
And your mama taught you, respect women.
That's right. You
All
look
right, Cardi.
gorgeous, Cardi. Go ahead, Bronx. You was.
And you could thank him. I'm not playing around. I was very nice. I was very kind. But you're not gonna.
Cardi, I love you. It's just a question.
Nobody's gonna get that.
That's what
Cardi's at the top of the list of rappers, male or female, that I would not want to make angry. She's got a temper.
Yeah.
And that's why she's in the courtroom,
Mm-hmm.
So I love that reporter, by the way. That's journalism in 2025. Hey, yo, Cardi.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know.
Pregnant.
I guess it was he was referred to as a. I'm guessing it's some kind of paparazzi.
Oh yeah, no, total paparazzi. Yeah, no, I'm joking.
So I guess I don't know. I don't pay much attention to this stuff, and I just thought over the last few days I had basically seen people say that Stephon Diggs was the father.
So here was Cardi B with Gayle King.
I'm saying even before this Gayle King interview.
Yeah, here's the Gayle King interview from a couple days ago where it's made official by Cardi B.
I want to start right away with, because the rumors on the streets be talking. Mm-hmm. Oh. And so the latest rumor about you is that you are having a baby. Mm-hmm. And I want to know what, if anything, you want to share about that with the class.
Well, yes, I am. I'm having a baby with my boyfriend, Stephon Diggs.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How are you feeling about that? And that this will be baby number 4 for you, Cardi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm actually I'm excited. I'm happy. I feel like I'm in a good space. I feel very strong. I feel very powerful that I'm doing all this work, but I'm doing all this work while I'm creating a baby. Me and my man, we're very supportive of each other. We're like in the same space in our careers.
Yeah, man.
So we don't know for sure that it's Stephon Diggs'
No, it is.
baby.
She just said it was.
She said she's having a baby with Stephon Diggs.
Okay.
What?
Well, I took that to mean that Stephon Diggs impregnated her, that this is a group effort with the two of them.
She's having a baby.
Yeah.
With Stephon Diggs. That could be interpreted multiple different ways.
So you're saying Stephon Diggs is like Michael Scott was with Jan, where Jan
I don't know if he knows it. Maybe he doesn't know it. Could he be Offset's kid? I don't know. She's having a baby with Stephon Diggs. If you have two people that are, if somebody has a surrogate.
I've never known that phrase to imply that Stephon Diggs is just going to Lamaze classes.
If a woman has like her father, if a woman's husband doesn't can't is infertile or what? Not infertile. Not
in vitro and
no, he can't have babies.
Oh, infertile. Yeah.
No, the woman's infertile. Whatever. If he can't knock her up, so she gets
impotent.
No, it doesn't. Not he could be physically okay, but not being able to knock her up. Anyway,
okay, yeah.
If he doesn't have a low sperm count.
Yeah.
Impotent means you can't.
That's ED.
Get other things. No, impotent means you've got rigidity issues.
Oh, I thought that was ED, and that impotent means that you got no
ED is the way you say impotent on radio, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, no. Yeah, impotent means you can't achieve certain things, but pregnancy, whatever.
Yeah.
There's guys who are impotent that
Can we just congratulate Stephon Diggs and Cardi B on this baby?
I don't know
Why
if I
are you
can
being so
congratulate
belligerent
I don't know
about
if I can congratulate him.
I'm trying to do something nice for Stephon Diggs and Cardi B.
Anyway, so to go back to it, if a woman, her husband has a low sperm count and they can't conceive, so she goes to a sperm bank and she gets pregnant. She would still say, yeah, we're having a baby together.
Okay.
Because he's going to be there alongside her.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Why are you so intent on ripping this baby from Stephon Diggs?
I'm not. Apparently, he's not. I'm not trying to rip it from him or anything. I'm just saying we don't know exactly. There's potential for more trauma.
So we need to have a follow-up interview with Cardi B where she confirms that, no, what I meant was Stephon Diggs impregnated me.
Right, yeah. I don't really care. There's not I have zero interest in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Stephon Diggs, he apologized to the media before the Patriots season about the way he had maybe treated people during training camp.
Doing some things that a good father would not do.
Yeah.
Handing out pink powder to randos on a boat.
Well, no, I guess it was the way he treated the media afterwards or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Everything seems to be good in his life. He's not our concern anymore.
Okay, so you do. It sounds like. This is what I'm gathering.
Yeah.
You do not want to chip in with me for a gift for Stephon Diggs and Cardi B.
No,
back in the day, you and Meltzer chipped in for Lance McCullers.
Right, because he was currently on the team.
Yeah.
We gave him a wedding present.
Oh, wedding present.
We went to his wedding registry and found the cheapest possible thing we could get.
Right.
I think it was napkin holders or
That's
something.
what I'm going to do for Cardi B and Steph Diggs. I thought you might want to chip in and make it a Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, no, he's dead to me. I don't, it's cool. I hope he does well and everything. But as far as him not being anybody
Ben?
Yeah.
Do you want to chip in with me?
Yeah, I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like I'm going to be buying like the 100 cartons of diapers all by myself.
Yeah. He's not on the team anymore.
Yeah, but I liked him. I enjoyed him while he was here. And I find her to be delightful.
I enjoyed him while he's here. I'm also glad that I'm glad that he's not here while also having a baby with
Cardi B?
Yes.
You are not a good radio host then.
I guess.
We should want this kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Was it awesome when James Harden was going out with a Kardashian? Had his worst season of his career?
I mean,
that was awesome.
It wasn't good for basketball, but it was fun content, I would say.
Who was the other most notable celebrity? Verlander, it was always Verlander had been married already, and they had their relationship going, and it was no big deal.
Yeah.
No, I don't need any kind of.
I feel like James Harden had like 3 or 4 of them.
I put on a brave face, but when C.J. Stroud was seen with James Harden's ex-girlfriend there,
Amber Rose.
Yeah. I was a little nervous.
Yeah,
all
I
right?
was too.
I was a little nervous. I was like, all right, boy, this is we don't need to be led astray here. All right, let's keep it. Let's just keep the main thing the main thing.
Like he says.
Don't make Amber Rose your main thing.
Yeah.
My God, please.
Meanwhile, according to TMZ, Diggs has paternity drama going on with some influencer that he got with over several months ago.
So he's trying to say that I'm not having a baby with her or
Aileen
because of me.
Lupira, who's known as Lord Giselle on the influencer sites.
Yeah.
On the Instas and whatnot. But Cardi B is who he may or may not, according to Seth, be having a baby with.
I don't know. I said the same thing when remember when Clay Travis asked Tim Tebow if he was a virgin?
Yeah.
And he didn't answer yes or no. He said, I'm saving myself for marriage, which opens up to the whole concept of born-again virgins and all that stuff.
You are not going to let these slip past you.
He didn't ever know. In the court of Seth Payne's judgment law, I'm like, oh, no, it's a yes or no. It's yes or no.
Love that you're interpreting this as Cardi B might be just saying that Stephon Diggs is going to be alongside her while she has somebody else's baby.
Apparently, it is just male infertility, by the way, if you just can't conceive.
There you go. All right. 8 o'clock hour coming up. All right. The Texans are on the cusp of continuing history here. The 5 most memorable plays from this improbable 11-game road division win streak that hopefully becomes 12 on Sunday. Stay there. But first, West Point, Lincoln to Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the team at
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, things that maybe only I care about, but I think are still incredible. The Texans' current road winning streak in the division. And hopefully this comes up again in week 10 when they week 11 when they travel to Tennessee, and again in week 13 when they travel to Indianapolis.
This is something that just absolutely fascinates you, and I'm curious. Like you tend to be you're a pretty active gambler. I wonder what the difference is between people who gamble and people who don't when it comes to this.
Well, I think, and that's fair, and certainly the gambling angle to it that I'll get to of how much you would have won if you had bet on all these games. Yeah. That's something only gamblers care about. I do think it's, for those who don't know, the Texans are trying to extend a road division winning streak to 12 games that goes back to the David Culley and Lovie Smith years. That 5 of these games were coached by David Culley and Lovie Smith, and those two teams that won a combined 7 games in 2 years, and yet 5 of those were road wins in the division that are part of this streak, is that to me is amazing.
It's if anything, it's an indictment of the AFC South, I guess.
It partially is. There's no question. Yeah. In part it is. But to me, it's like just like the football gods, and some of them, and we're going to hear some of the highlights from them here in a second. In fact, let's go to the very first one. I've got 5 that are very memorable from this streak here. Most of them are from the D'Amico Ryan seasons, but one of the games was the game that ended up giving the Texans the second pick in the draft instead of the first pick in the draft. The 32-31 win over the Indianapolis Colts in Week 18 of the Lovie Smith year.
Empty backfield after motion. 4th and 20 at the Colts 28. Mills all alone in the backfield. Here's the snap. Davis looking. He scrambles out to the right. Got to get rid of it. Throws it to the end zone and caught it. Jordan Akins. My goodness. On 4th and 20. Akins with the catch.
And it went right through the defensive backs. Like if that were a basketball, it was a swish.
It was such an easy pick. It was
right
such an easy pick.
Yeah.
It went directly through his hands.
Yes.
Scores a touchdown. And then
they get 2.
And then they get 2, except that this ends up being like the most idiotic conspiracy theory in the history of conspiracy theories, where people start either crediting or blaming Lovie Smith for screwing over the team that's about to fire him by going for the win. Can we just all revisit how idiotic that was?
Yes.
Because I like, okay, he goes for 2, which is somehow him trying to screw the Texans by winning the game. What's the alternative to, okay, so he kicks the field goal, it's over. The overtime is a thing.
Right.
Like, so are we to understand that at that point, Lovie Smith was just going to try to somehow sabotage the game and not try to win the game in overtime?
Yeah.
Or I don't understand the logic there. And it still angers me because it was so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, he went for 2.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, he's trying to win the game, you see, trying to screw over the Texans.
The funny thing was the same people are like, they need to, like, after CJ's rookie year, like, they need to build a statue for
Right,
Lovie now.
because he went for the win.
Went for
As
the
opposed
win.
to what?
And got him
As
CJ.
opposed to what? They act like they didn't think that, it's the end of the year, so there's no overtime, apparently.
Right.
What the hell are you talking about?
Right. Teams are trying to win games.
Good job, Jordan Akins.
Yep.
You delivered unto us CJ Stroud, who we're pretty sure is better than Bryce Young.
But again, within the, right, we're pretty sure. We're pretty sure. We were positive after his rookie
Almost
year.
Very good chance he's better than Bryce Young.
Looked good for Bryce. I know Bryce put up a bunch of numbers in that Arizona game. That was one of the late games. I was watching Red Zone.
Yeah.
And Red Zone in the late window is great because there's only like 3 games. So you really are watching almost all of 3 games on Red Zone. And he threw for like 320 yards against the Cardinals, Bryce Young did in that game. But they were down 27-3. I would bet 250 of the yards came after they were down 27-3 and the Cardinals stopped caring.
That's a Blake Bortles game,
Right.
there.
The problem was the Cardinals almost stopped caring long enough for them to. I mean, they had the ball with a chance to go win the game. The Panthers did. So, anyways, so that was one of my 5 favorite plays from this 11-game winning streak. And again, just to show you how precarious this 11-game road division winning streak is. If I think it was McLeod who was the DB, if the ball grazes off his fingers,
even just a deflection,
right?
Yeah.
This streak doesn't exist. All right, so now we're into the DeMeco Ryans years. They beat the Jags in Jacksonville in Week 3 before under DeMeco when they were 0-2 to get his first win as Texans head coach. Later on in the season, though, I think this is more memorable. Later on in the season, they went to Tennessee with the Titans wearing Oiler uniforms with Case Keenum under center. And the season kind of teetering on the brink. Like they were, I think, 7-7 maybe going into that game, something like that. And they finished 10-7. May have been 7-6, whatever it was. And Dalton Schultz kind of saved the season with this catch right here.
2 receivers to the left, stacked. 2nd and 10 at the Tennessee 18. Keenum under center, Woods in motion to the right. Keenum fakes the flip. Keenum plants. He's got time to throw. And he throws over the middle, and Dalton Schultz has it inside the 5-yard line. Somehow he comes down with the ball in traffic. First and goal.
He took the ball away from Trey Avery. That's just McCrary, I'm sorry. He just wanted it more than the Tennessee defender.
Yep.
That was a gutsy move, man. That was a gutsy play. And we saw Dalton Schultz in the playoffs and late in the season that year he had a lot of really, really gutsy and tough plays.
That's the Schultz we need, man.
Yeah.
That one right there.
Schultz was one of the brighter, at least promising developments in last week's game.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
But yeah, that was
you're right.
That was a gut check moment right there.
It was. They would go down. That would set them up for a touchdown to Noah Brown to tie the game, and then they would win the game on a Kaimi Fairbairn last-second field goal and run off the field and say, ha-ha, at all the people in their Oilers outfits.
And then spawn questions even a couple years later as to like, man, it'd be nice to have Case on this team as a guy, veteran guy in the room, can be a mentor to CJ Stroud.
That was a wild week. You were one of the few people saying, Davis Mills might not start this game. I think we were all assuming, a lot of people were assuming Davis was going to start that game.
Yeah.
Well, because he'd been the 2 on the depth chart.
Okay, earlier. I was skeptical because Cardi B said she's having a baby with Stephon Diggs. That's not confirming that it's his father.
Yeah.
Likewise, that whole week I was like, DeMeco hasn't said that Davis is going to be the starter. And everyone's like, well, he didn't say he wasn't. Like, but he hasn't said it.
That's not how I said it.
He hasn't said it.
I didn't go.
You did. You did a French accent.
No.
You went,
yeah. What about Cardi B?
Americans with your powerful
Cardi
military.
B has been impregnated by Stephon Diggs. All right, so that was play number 2. 3 weeks later, the Texans would be playing in what was essentially a play-in game for the postseason against the Indianapolis Colts in Indy. Very first play of the game, tone setter.
First down from the Houston 25-yard line. Devin Singletary in the backfield. CJ under center with Nico Collins to the wide side left. And Schultz in motion to that side. CJ calls him out. CJ will throw on the first play for the Texans. Steps up, fires deep down the field, and caught by Nico Collins at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Touchdown, Houston. 75 yards on the opening play.
All right, we're good, Ben.
Hello.
We're good.
Hello.
First play of the game in that game.
Hey,
now, they would need every minute of that game to win. That game came down to a fourth down drop by Goodson.
Hey, Sean, this segment's rapidly becoming a things I was right about segment because what did I tell you last week about what we needed to see from the offense? We needed to see an early big play from Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And I said that was the one thing that Bobby Slowick was good at, was getting in primetime games, play-in games, all that.
Yeah.
He was good at getting the ball on a deep shot to Nico Collins early. I did not expect or anticipate that Nick Caley would then do everything exactly like Bobby Slowick in that game.
Right.
You'll get touchdown to Nico early and then do nothing the rest of the game.
You were sitting next to me in the press box, and after that Nico touchdown on that semi-deep shot there, you were like, all right, Nick, now you can stop being like Bobby.
Right.
You said that to me. Yeah.
It's listen, I've got 12 kids. It's hard for me to ever make anything about
12
myself.
12 kids, and the guy was in juvie when he was a kid.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I've led a life.
Yeah.
So every now and then if I feel I need to make it about me, a little bit of time for old Sethers, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's continue on and progressing beyond Bobby Slowick.
Right.
All right, hey, deep shot to Nico early.
Yeah.
Been there, done that. Let's sustain it through 4 quarters.
I like it.
Or at least 2 halves. 2 halves. Yes, a second half of scoring and production.
That would be beautiful.
That's my dream.
Oh my God, that would make Monday so much fun. All right, so those are the first 3. Last 2, the most memorable plays from the 11-game road division winning streak, in which the Texans are still actively trying to extend this Sunday. This was week 1 of last year. This might have been the last really good offensive game the Texans played in a game against a relevant team on their schedule. Like, I know they scored 42 points against a crappy Patriots team last year. They may have had one, the playoff game against the Chargers was better, although they scored a pick 6 in that game to get some points. That Colts game in week 1 last year, the Texans were good offensively. They were balanced offensively in that game. Nico had a big game. Joe Mixon was player of the week. Like that was
Joe Mixon ran. They were running consistently, steadily.
Stephon Diggs had a touchdown in that game.
Offensive linemen were just blocking Zaire Franklin out of the frame.
The offseason plan you looked at, he said, this is working.
Yeah.
This whole thing of getting Diggs, and it is all working. The best play in that game, though, to me, was the play that sealed the deal. 3rd and 11 to Nico Collins from C.J. Stroud. This was an incredible throw and catch.
3rd down and 11 from the Houston 29-yard line. C.J. looking, firing right sideline, and Nico Collins with the catch. He gets the feet down for a first down at the 41-yard line.
Another bad spot, Mark. The spot is tricky. It's right at the 40.
You got to look at this,
which is exactly where they needed to get to.
Okay, we're good. It ended up being a first down.
I can't remember on television. Did it look? Was it more clear on television that he probably had the first down?
I don't remember the spot being
I remember
an issue.
being impressed with
the feet getting down.
It might have been the opposite.
Thing.
No, that was a classic. One of those outs that he throws, that CJ throws to Nico at times, where in real time, it doesn't look like a catch at all.
Yep.
You're like, it's not. Only the history of seeing some throws and catches like that lets you know that. Oh wait, no, there's a good chance that he caught this.
Mm-hmm.
They did have one like that in the playoff game versus the Chiefs, but that's that was a beautiful throw and catch.
Throw and catch on both ends. That was incredible. Man, the feeling was so good. Honestly, the biggest thing coming out of that Colts game in week 1 last year was the worry about all the big plays the defense gave up.
Yeah.
You remember they gave up like 4 plays of 50 yards or longer. Not an exaggeration. They did in that game. And then the script flipped.
Well, and could have been more.
If Anthony Richardson.
Stingley had bid on that, it had gotten duped, and Anthony, who did
A.D. Mitchell.
That's right. A.D. Mitchell was wide open.
Yep. All right, last one. Most memorable plays from the road division winning streak for the Texans. This is relevant because we're returning to the scene of the crime on Sunday. Azeez Al-Shaair, Trevor Lawrence meet each other.
2nd down and 7 from the Jags' 49-yard line. One back ETN. Lawrence under center this time, and he fakes the give. Boots out to the left. Lawrence wants to run. He will. 50 and slides down across the 45, and here's Azeez making a late hit. Flags come in from everywhere, and there's a lot of extra pushing and shoving as Ingram and Azeez and other Jags get into it, and Azeez hits the ground. They got to throw another flag here on the Jags.
And Trevor Lawrence has got a concussion. He is out.
All right, so
that was a good diagnosis
by Dr. Ware.
Yes.
Yeah, that was good. Azeez ends up getting a 3-game suspension, and there a lot of debate. Did he deserve it? Did he not deserve it? Should it have been longer? All these things. I thought Azeez would get suspended. 3 games felt a little much. I thought he would get suspended as much for his act after the hit as he did for the hit. Well, he was unhinged.
This is the problem, though. This is the problem. Because John Runyon brought that up, too. One of the dirtiest players in NFL history is now the guy in charge of telling players that they're dirty, which I guess kind of makes sense. It's kind of like when
know it if who would know dirty better than John Runyon?
Right. But he gets a little too far into the tisk. The problem with that the problem with the altercation afterwards was that Jaguars players had gone down to where Azeez was on his way out of the building. Right. Like Azeez wasn't instigating that part of it. Like in that moment, Azeez is supposed to be the picture of emotional stability and just ignore the Jaguars offensive players trying to pretend like they're tough guys in that moment. Like, all right, tough guys. Offensive linemen are the worst at this. They're all tough after some guy destroys them and hits their quarterback. That's when they want to be a tough guy. Right. They'll walk up with your big fat body and act like a tough guy because after you let your quarterback get murdered because you can't execute a play properly. Yeah, good job. Way to be a tough guy, fatty.
So, this 11-game winning streak, as I mentioned to you earlier this week, if you had started with $100 and just kept rolling over your winnings every game, just kept rolling them over, if you could find a sports book that would take 6-figure bets, you would right now be at $2,392,000, $2.4 million. If
only I had the faith in David Culley that they would be able to start this streak.
I'm mad at myself for not
keep rolling
starting this up. Yeah. If you take that $2.4 million that you would have won and bet it on the Texans this weekend, it becomes $5.5 million. They're plus 130. They're an underdog in this game.
All right, if you're playing a game show and this is the exact scenario, are you going to take this?
Am I going to walk away? Probably. If I had enough chutzpah to get to $2.4 million, I've got the chutzpah to get to 5.5. I think they're going to win the game this week.
I'm going to have to talk to the folks at Trajan Wealth about this. I think that people need to have a better plan for when they go on a game show. Like you gotta really have a real good hard talk with your financial planner about like, hey, this is your amount of debt. This is debt. There's nothing that makes you feel like there's not a greater leap to feeling like you're rich or doing okay in life than when you go from more debt than you're comfortable with to zero debt at all. So there's no amount of money that's worth risking that. Yeah. Like trust me. Trust me, the difference between that and like making $10 million more, it's getting rid of all that debt. If you have an uncomfortable amount of debt, you cannot, that's where you need to walk away.
For someone with 12 kids who was in juvie, you have a lot of really good life advice.
Yeah, well, I've learned some life. I've learned some things along the way. I'm kind of like we said, why you want John Runyon being the guy that's an arbiter of what's dirty and not.
You're like a John Runyon of life.
Yeah. It was like around about like 9 or 10.
Yeah.
I told Brandy and several other women hey, we gotta let's maybe think about some birth control in the future.
Right. Figure some things out.
But then I met a few more women that I hadn't had the conversation with.
It happens.
Yeah.
All right, 5 reasons I hate you. Jaguars edition. Easiest one to put together yet this season. We will have that for you coming up next. Hadakata Hio. Oh, I had one.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Football Friday. We'll mix in a little baseball talk in the next segment, though. This is a huge series for the Astros this weekend. We've got to touch on that. We hit it earlier. We'll hit it again at 8:45. But let's get to 5 Reasons I Hate You, Jags edition. And this was not a hard one to put together. It's basically just take the org chart and just go right down the org chart.
Uh-huh.
In fact, maybe that's what we'll do, Ben. I know these are out of order on the rundown, Ben. I'm going to start at the top of the org chart and work my way down. How's that sound? So let's start with Shad Khan, the owner of this whole thing. Shad Khan, look, you're an owner of an NFL team. By definition, you've done some good things in the business world.
Yeah.
And yet Shad Khan was the one who hired Urban Meyer. Shad Khan is the one who's overseen an operation since he became owner where they've really only had one outstanding season.
Shad Khan is the billionaire genius who's too dumb to know that he had a team early in the Jaguars' existence, before he was owner, that went to 2 AFC conference championship games, and yet at the beginning of last year said that Jaguars team was by far the most talented one they've ever had.
Yeah, the one that finished 5-12.
Yeah.
Seth's, if you're wondering why Seth's a little sour about this, kids, gather around, because most of the kids may know you as a Houston Texan. Seth was a really good player on the Jacksonville Jaguars as well, a team that went to the AFC title game.
Yeah. And I got a lot of attaboys because I flipped out. I was pissed off when he said that. And I said, I could say it with credibility because I said, listen, I was on that team, those teams, I was a rookie. It wasn't as good a scheme. I was probably in the bottom 50% of that roster. They had some stud players on there. So I said that the top 50% of that roster would take the top 50% of last year's Jaguars roster and just bury them in the swampy ground of Jacksonville where everybody would die because of the high water table.
Yes.
Yeah, like it wasn't even close.
At every facet of the team.
Shad Khan disrespecting his own organization, disrespecting the concept of judging a football team that you own. Just the pathetic and disgusting.
Here was Shad Khan giving the game ball to Liam Cohen after the Jags' season opening win over the Panthers.
This is what we envisioned in January, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's happening here in September. Gonna go on forever.
They would go on to lose to the Bengals the next week.
Yeah.
Did not go on.
It goes on forever.
Yeah.
Even if we face backup quarterbacks next week, we will prevail.
That's where they showed that video, and then they had that SpongeBob font where they're like, 7 days later.
Yeah, you got to look closely at that video, and in the corner, you can see the hint of what's to come. Brian Thomas Jr. was in the fetal position, shaking, just scared, terrified already of
Still.
Yeah. No, this was before the Bengals game.
Oh, yeah,
this was after the victory, yeah.
All right, so that's reason number 1. 5 reasons I hate you. We'll count them 1 to 5, 5 to 1. Reason number 1, Shad Khan. We're just going straight down the org chart. General Manager James Gladstone, known on this show as the Magnificent Gladstone, because he will magically bury you under 20-letter words and shape your mind and thoughts by doing so.
Like Silicon Valley corporate buzz speak. Yeah.
In case you're wondering what that sounds like, here's the Magnificent Gladstone. Introducing Travis Hunter just the day after drafting him. This was his whole soliloquy here.
You know, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around.
We're good. We're good. What the Magnificent Gladstone is saying is this pick really It's all about me.
Right.
Yeah.
And how I can show you how the boundaries of the game of football can be challenged.
Yeah.
Yes.
What Travis Hunter is about how great I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, also, I don't like. Okay, look. This is totally. He wrote this thing, and I know he wrote it because he recited it on a couple different outlets. That wasn't the only time he said
Travis
some of these
Hunter is what we've been
phrases
hunting
and everything. Yeah,
not organic.
The boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. Like, all right, I guess. Like, what rules are made to be broken or something? What the hell are you even saying, James Gladstone?
The worst.
What the hell, Jimmy Gladstone?
If we're being honest, he's the number one reason to hate the Jags.
100%.
Number one.
But he's also like the classic man.
Yeah.
The epilogue of this, it'd be like an Animal House killed by his own troops in Vietnam.
Yes.
They will turn on him hardcore when things go south.
No doubt. Number 3 reason, Liam Cohen, for this, if nothing else.
Duval.
I mean, what a cornball this guy is. What a soupy, pear-shaped cornball Liam Cohen is.
Opie Griffith on growth hormone.
Yeah. You know, he looks a lot like Brandon Whedon.
He does. That's what I don't like about him.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I like him. He actually.
Brandon might still live here.
I do. I think Liam Cohen's got a little of the Shane Steichen in him, where you look at him and you're like, I don't know about this guy. Who himself looks a little bit like Nick Foles.
Yeah.
But you're like, but then you listen to him talk and you're like, all right, this guy's got some good ideas in his head. We'll see. I like him. This is what I like about him, as we can do 5 reasons to hate you, because it's a good lead-in to the final one here, or one of these guys.
Yeah.
He looks like he's already frustrated with Trevor Lawrence.
Yes. Yeah. We'll get to him.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
Yeah.
All right. So reason number 3, Liam Cohen. Reason number 4, I got no audio on this guy. I got no nothing on this guy. But this punk kid, 29-year-old offensive coordinator that everybody's telling us is the next big thing, this Grant Udinski, how about we let him call some play? Cohen's calling the plays for these guys, right?
Yeah.
This Udinski, he was this wonderkind. I think the Texans might have kicked tires on him.
I think they had an interview with him. He was listed as a candidate at one point.
I don't like him.
Well, the problem is because he's another Jimmy Gladstone.
Yes.
They're like, this is a guy redefining the way we think about football. I don't know if you know, but the boundaries of football were made to be tested.
I heard that somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize it. A lot of people realize, they think, they're like, wait, we don't we have to really actually stay within the boundaries while we're playing?
No. You challenge them.
No, we
Took it
challenge
to the
them.
limit.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
You know who would want boundaries getting pushed?
Took it to the limit.
Jags lady? Jags lady.
She's probably stoked about this.
Oh, my God.
Dude, Jimmy Gladstone wouldn't last 3.5 seconds with her. Oh, she would break him off. Yeah.
In a fight, you mean? Right?
No.
Oh, you mean? Oh,
yeah.
That's what you're
romantic liaison. Yeah. She teach him a thing or two.
Taking me to a place. I can't scrub this from my mind.
I want to have a baby with you.
Well, she does have a beach house still.
And I was in Miami with my new beach house.
Yeah, that's right.
I was a couple minutes.
I'm going to get Udinski and Cohen over there and Gladstone.
The whole thing about the beach lady that really held her back was just that. The Jags lady was the fact that she caught herself and she realized that it wasn't actually a beach house.
Right.
But unlike so many successful people these days who basically just say whatever, she doesn't have that. She's got morale. She's got morals.
She does.
You know,
she's honest.
She caught her. She fact checked herself. Yeah.
If she was having a baby with Stefon Diggs, she would say, Stefon Diggs impregnated me.
Right.
Yeah.
We would know for
sure. She wouldn't be dancing around.
Who knocked her up?
Right. We would for sure know.
You can't have a newcomer come in and steal a show.
Damn right.
Jimmy Gladstone walk into a date with Jags lady and be like, I picked out a nice Cabernet, and she's just like, slaps him across the, shut up, nerd. Now take off your clothes. And she's guzzling the Cabernet.
Hops the bar.
Yeah.
Grabs some whiskey.
Punches the bartender.
It all
then
over.
drags Jimmy Gladstone by the collar and drags him out of the bar.
She would call a bartender junior and shove him with 2 hands right in the middle of his
got a
chest.
meeting with my parole officer in 10 minutes. Make it quick. As if I have to worry about that.
All right, last one here. Last reason, Seth alluded to it. Trevor Lawrence and his flowing locks and his overrated ass and his $55 million a year contract. I actually like his $55 million a year contract because theoretically that might prevent the Jags from doing things down the road. So I'm cool with the contract because I think it's a bad contract. But my favorite Trevor Lawrence moment, I think like a lot of people, it's got to be this, right?
One back ETN. Lawrence under center this time, and he fakes the give. Boots out to the left. Lawrence wants to run. He will. 50 and slides down across the 45, and here's Aziz making a late hit. Flags come in from everywhere.
We know. Yeah,
if you had slid at the 43, that could have all been averted.
Not Aziz's fault, man.
Right.
You can't help it if you can't slide at the right time. All right?
It's like, oh, gosh, this guy, it's weird. This guy decided he was going to try to walk into an airplane propeller. And then all of a sudden, we're going to blame the airplane propeller?
Right.
To say he walked into the airplane propeller.
Are we going to suspend the airplane propeller for 3 games?
Right. Who was the villain in Indiana Jones? It wasn't the airplane propeller. It was just
the bald guy who was standing there ready to punch him, and the propeller just...
And he was actually the villain. But the airplane propeller wasn't the hero.
No, it wasn't the hero. Yeah. That was a nasty scene.
Aziz was an airplane propeller in that moment.
That's it. Just out there doing his job, trying to elevate the Texans like an airplane propeller.
The boundaries of football are made to be tested.
We were just told that.
Do we not understand or know that? All Aziz is doing is going out there and living by the very guidelines established by Jimmy Gladstone.
By the magnificent Gladstone. Thank you.
Stop your whining.
Yep.
No, James Gladstone wasn't a part of the organization then.
Yes, that's timelines.
It's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
timelines were made to be tested.
They are. You're doing it right now. Good job.
I'm not confined by the rules of time and space.
You never have been.
Because Jimmy Gladstone gave me a TED Talk.
Damn right. All right, that was one of my favorite 5 reasons that we've ever done. I'm just going to say that right now. All right, up next, let's circle over to the Astros. The biggest regular season series that we've had certainly the biggest one we've ever had at Dyken Park. But maybe even bigger than a lot of the ones we had at Minute Maid Park as well.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Never heard of it. I'm a grapefruit juice dude.
We'll get to all that. We'll get to the series with the Mariners coming up next.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Take-a-Mania, top of the hour. The reigning defending champ is Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA. That's our bad take segment of the week. We call it Take-a-Mania. We have a defending champ who may or may not get taken down by people spewing bad takes throughout the week. So we'll see. Can Adam Silver get taken down? The suspense is killing me. It's going to happen at the top of the hour. The Astros, we've been so buried in football the last hour or so, we forgot that our local hometown nine, as they say, has a big series coming up with the Mariners this week. I like that. The biggest thing I like about this series, Seth, is that in this 3-game series, the pitching matchups, the Astros have their 2 aces and Framber Valdez going in this matchup. Their 2 aces, Hunter Brown and Jason Alexander, along with Framber Valdez, are going to be going. Those are the 3 that I would pick. Brown, Alexander, Valdez. Now, they're not going in that order. It would appear as though Joe Espada, if we're just going by the order meaning something in this series, he sees it as Brown, Valdez, Alexander.
I guess, okay, this is where it gets easy. It gets easy to say, all right, look, Espada, it is what it is. Framber's not your second guy. We know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. It certainly seems like Framber knows it, and that's probably part of the problem because he's just spiraling out of control right now. And yet, am I being a wimp in saying that? Yeah, but you still have the upside of Framber, and if you can turn it around, it's gonna be if he's the second guy. And if you your best chance to actually make a deep push is if you get the best version of Framber. If you move him out of the 2 spot, I feel like there's not a chance in hell you get the best version of Framber.
Yeah, that would mess with him.
That would just completely, I think that would just push him off the edge. So that at the very least, early on, you got to roll with him. But if you end up in a 3-game series, that's a big old chunk of your potential right there.
Yeah, it is. But I think Framber's one of those guys, though, that if you're looking, the ultimate goal is to win the World Series. And if Framber, if he loses you the wild card round, it means he was probably going to lose you something else along the way. You know what I mean? If Framber implodes in the first 2 innings in a 7-game series, it's not as big a deal. You yank him out or whatever. But if he implodes in a 3-game series, that could be the death blow for you. Yeah. The upside thing that you brought up is why they're going to do that. I mean, he's going to be there. It's a fun debate and discussion. It's one I can't believe we're having. Like if someone had told you in May that come September there's going to be a big chunk of the fan base that feels way more comfortable trotting Jason Alexander out there in a have-to-have-it game than Framber Valdez. Hell, if you said that in June or July, like Framber was in the middle of a stretch earlier in the summer where they won 13 straight games that he started in.
Right.
He was 1-4 to start the season, and then heading into the All-Star break was 10-4 or 11-4. Like he won 9 straight games, and he hasn't won it, and now he's 12-10.
And that's still in him. What if he hadn't? If he hadn't all this,
it is still in him somewhere.
If it hadn't been for all of this weirdness, the Salazar incident, the Framber blaming the positioning, not covering first base, all of these things. Yeah, I think then people would still be pretty comfortable, and not comfortable, but there wouldn't be as much animosity right now.
There wouldn't be animosity.
Yeah. I'd be like, what the hell's wrong with Framber? Get it going and everything. But he's just been kind of grouchy the whole time.
The pitching part of it, because you're talking about 2 separate things now, the pitching and then the interpersonal part.
Since August, in the month of August and September, he's had a 6.4 ERA.
That's the pitching part.
Yeah.
He's also, if I can cite some stats, had 5 questionable quotes in the media about his team. He's not backed up home plate. He's not covering first base. He's complaining about the positioning of the outfielders, all these things. He beamed his catcher in the chip. He crossed up signals possibly intentionally with his catcher.
He had an incident. This is what we know about that incident. It wouldn't have happened with anybody except Framber.
And he had zero remorse over it, too. He just turned around and walked back to the mound. So we're talking about 2 separate things. I think if none of that other none of the stuff we just listed existed, we would be super nervous about him taking the ball in an important game. The other stuff is making people hate him.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. Like, the other stuff is making him unpopular with the fan base. If he's trying to make it so that Astro fans don't miss him on the way out, he's doing a great job of it. Because the sentiment that I get from talking to friends who are Astro fans, the sentiment that I have myself, my biggest emotion in all this is, thank God they didn't sign Framber Valdez to one of these long-term deals that they love giving to guys. Where they're buying out, like they did it like last year, where they're buying out his last year of arbitration and his first few years of free agency.
Yeah.
If Framber was on the books right now for $30 million a year for the next 3 or 4 years, yikes.
I think that, you know what you need to do? Take a page from, remember when the Phillies Trey Turner was going through a rough stretch?
Yeah, when he first got there.
And they gave him a huge standing ovation, like as he went out to the plate. And then it sparked him, and he started playing incredibly.
Wow,
It kind of
Philly fans, huh?
It was Philly fans of all people gave him like, "Hey, we're here for you. We trust you."
Okay.
We need to do this as a fan base. This is how you can help. Give Framber, when he shows up in the first inning, give him the most raucous, inspirational, loudest ovation you could possibly give him. Like, do something to kind of reset it in his brain.
I'm providing a service here. The game starts at 6:10 Central Time on Saturday night. So
all
be in
23,000 of you that are there at that time of the game,
be in your seats.
Be as loud as you can. We support you, Framber.
So you're saying that we need to hug him?
Whether you believe it or not, we support you.
We need to hug him right now.
Yes.
The big 40,000 person group hug.
When everybody else wants to kick him, you got to hug him.
You got to.
Yeah, you'd be like, that's got to be a Bear Bryant speech.
It's not going to be easy to do. And
Or
I promise
Bum
you, Bear
Phillips.
Bryant wouldn't have hugged him. I promise you that.
No, it was either Bum Phillips or Bear Bryant. You got to
Bum would have hugged
when
him,
everybody
I
else. You got to hug him when everybody else is kicking him, and kick him when everybody else is hugging him.
Bear seemed like
that's true. Bear Bryant's more of a kick him guy. Wait,
the
Bum
Junction Boys. I didn't see a lot of hugging going on in the Junction
Bum
Boys.
wasn't a kick him guy. Bum was like, this is what Bum was in the South Pacific. Bum was a Marine in the South Pacific.
Yeah.
He got out of there and he was like, why the hell am I ever going to act like this is life or death after I've been through that?
Yeah. Chill a little bit.
I'm going to let these guys enjoy, focus on the positive in life.
Right. Yeah.
Today some snot-nosed little punk would be calling Bum Phillips soft.
Right.
Yeah, Bum Phillips spent 3 years in Iwo Jima.
Yep.
And he's like, he's not tough enough.
Right,
he needs to yell at him more.
It'd be like, Bear Bryant's my dude, man. Yeah, remember that scene in Junction Boys where Bear had a big group hug with everybody after the Oklahoma
Bum
drills?
was the one that was at Iwo Jima.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about Bear.
Right.
Like you brought up Bear Bryant. I'm just still laughing at the idea of Bear Bryant hugging any of his players. That was.
You'd hug them if they were holding a glass of whiskey. You had a little of that for me there.
Maybe. How are we feeling about the Seattle series this weekend? Does this Rangers series give you confidence that this can carry over into the
weekend? The
weekend?
judgment at the plate and that perhaps this collective approach maybe is it for real this time?
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest thing that I'm waiting with bated breath is on Paredes.
Yep.
Because Dana Brown had originally said on the pregame radio show that they were hoping for the Mariners series.
Here we are.
And here we are at the Mariners series. Espada is saying that he'll instruct Paredes not to run full speed on the base paths.
I'm totally cool with that.
Especially because you're at home. Because it's like, okay, your instructions are you're aiming for the Crawford boxes, and we'll see what happens after that.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, this was with Yordan. I don't expect to see Yordan in this series, but the fact that he's not on the IL, I just wonder if the thought with him is like send him up there in a walking boot at some point in the ninth inning, and I'm exaggerating with a walking boot, obviously.
No, but send him up there. Can he pinch hit?
Right. That's all.
You need,
and then you get him off. Yes.
You bring him up late in the game. He represents the lead run in a game, and can he get you a home run?
Because in a crucial situation
that
in the
could
playoffs,
win a game for
you. A lot of times a playoffs victory comes down to a couple of just key crucial decisions late in games, and even if the first time he does it, even if he hasn't, nobody knows exactly how he's feeling or if he can swing a bat, it forces the other manager into some decisions.
Yeah.
Just by having him in the on-deck circle late in the game. Yeah. I think there's a good chance we see Yordan sometime before the end of the regular season, even if he's not actually healthy enough to play baseball.
Just pinch hitting or something.
Yeah.
This is how I feel about it, Seth. If it were July, he'd be on the IL because they'd be super cautious with it.
Oh, 100%.
They put him on the IL. You rehab that ankle. Putting him on the IL ends his season.
If you get into an elimination game, or if you get into a game down here at the end of the regular season where it's do or die, and if we don't win this game, it's the 9th inning, and if we don't get a run here, we're not going to the playoffs, then that's when you put up the Jordan bat signal. Jordan signal in the sky.
That's right. That's right. The old Jordan signal.
What would the Jordan silhouette look like? What would the
somebody hunched over with pain in some part of his body somewhere,
like a crippled hand, like a claw hand almost, or something,
like a hand of like Brian Baldinger's hand,
like
a
mangled
pinky,
fingers and
mangled.
everything.
Yeah, that's what it would look like. Not a very inspirational bat signal. All right, Take-a-Mania, the bad takes of the week. Try to take down Adam Silver. We will do that coming up next. Oh, but let's get you guys grilling. Texas Star Grill Shop. Football season is the time of year to grill. That's why I love talking about Texas Star Grill Shop. We're a Traeger wood pellet grill household. And when I say household, I'm talking about me. I'm talking about my in-laws. Man, we went over.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Right, let's do this. Take-a-Mania. We do this every Friday at 9 o'clock. The worst takes of the week. Try to take down the champ. Right now, the champ is Adam Silver, who pinned Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp last week.
Ooh, it was tough, too.
That was tough. I think we could still play that Ocho and Shannon take just for entertainment
purposes.
enjoy
it.
Yeah,
I actually it's an awful take, and yet I love them for it.
I do too.
I don't look at it like they're idiots or anything. I just enjoy hearing that. I love that bad take.
It's done. We'll play it later in this segment.
Okay.
But for now, the champion is Adam Silver, who basically, when asked about, hey, these streaming services are getting awfully expensive for diehard NBA fans to watch games, Adam Silver said, well, you can watch highlights for free on social media.
There's a huge amount of our content that people can essentially consume for free. I mean, this is very much a highlights-based sport. So Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you name it, any service, the New York Times for that matter, to the extent that your content is not behind a paid firewall. There's an enormous amount of content out there. YouTube, by another example, that is advertising based that consumers can consume.
Hey, impoverished children. We're going to do something nice for you. We're going to go on a tour of the grocery store, and we'll walk right through the bakery. Mm-hmm. And you can smell all of the delicious bread and pastries and cakes. And you
Free
can't
smells.
eat them, but we'll let you enjoy that.
Yes.
And then we'll usher you back out to your waiting bus that needs repairs. Yes.
Free smells.
There you go.
That's what he told you.
We're good people.
You're getting free smells from the NBA.
Whatever, Adam Silver.
All right, so he's the champion.
He could use a cupcake himself, I'll tell you that much.
He's the champion.
Eat a rib bone every now and then.
Yeah, no kidding. So Adam Silver is the current champ. We'll see if anybody takes him down this week. Here was Shad Khan. We played this audio a little bit earlier, and I don't know if this is going to take him down, but it's just Shad Khan, kind of somewhat like annoying Shad Khan audio. Here's Shad Khan giving a game ball to Liam Cohen after the first win of the head coach's career.
This is what we envisioned in January, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's happening here in September. Gonna go on forever.
They lost 7 days later. 7 days after that, they lost. Forever! I mean, it's a bad take because it's not going to go on forever.
As James Gladstone, the GM, the incredibly intelligent GM, just asked
boundaries.
Says that boundaries are meant to be tested.
That's what Shad Khan's doing. He's like pushing the boundaries of the
boundaries
word
of forever and infinity.
Yeah.
Hey, James Gladstone is a guy's like, everybody thinks infinity goes on and on forever. But what if it doesn't?
Yeah.
Everybody's like, oh, here's my money. Take my money. Yes.
Man. So, I mean, it's not a great take.
It's not a great take. It's but pep talks or pep rallies. That's one of the things I kind of give people a pass on.
Yeah.
So like, hey, did he get a big reaction from the crowd? He did.
He did.
Yeah.
All right.
So I don't. Yeah.
Adam Silver kicks out, still the champ. All right. Now I know predictions and takes. We get into the semantics.
Yeah, predictions, same thing too. Like it's hard to predictions. It's hard to win with a prediction. So I have to hear exactly what this prediction is based on.
Okay, so you're going to get a couple predictions here.
A prediction would never make it just because it was the wrong prediction.
Right.
But if the reasoning behind it, like a math problem, if you get the right answer, but methodology, it's clear that it was just luck. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Here was Rex Ryan. This is before last week's Bills-Jets game, which wound up being 30-10 Bills. The Bills blew out the Jets in week 2. Here was Rex Ryan prior to the game on NFL Countdown with his prediction.
Give me 2 words for Bill Jets today.
Upset alert. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. The Bills can't hide from what we saw last week. They couldn't stop the run. They got absolutely gashed. Well, guess what? The Jets absolutely gashed the mighty Pittsburgh Steelers to the tune of about 200 yards, man. Justin Fields, you're right. What he brings to that offense, those zone reads, all that type of stuff. So you got the great rushing attack with Justin Fields. Oh, and by the way, Breece Hall, Brees Lightning? I mean, he's burning up the quarter mile. I'm just telling you. Brees Lightning, go Brees Lightning. He looks like the same guy he was when he came into the league. So, yes, this team was so impressive to me last week, the Jets were. All right, you're going against a team that absolutely stunk up the joint defensively, the Bills. So I think not only are they a dog, they're a live dog.
30-10. It was 30-3 at one point. You got the numbers over there, Pope Zaza?
Yeah, Brees Hall averaged 2.9 yards per carry.
10 carries per 29 yards.
The Jets had 100 yards. The Jets had 100 yards rushing, but 49 70 of that came from quarterbacks.
Yes.
So including Tyrod Taylor.
Yes.
So but it was. I like his reasoning made sense, and then he added some lanyap on it. And but no, those
are the two Rex Ryan teams right there that he was the head coach for.
Yeah.
It's kind of the Rex Bowl.
Yeah, but no, not nearly
not as bad as Silver,
especially for a prediction.
Yeah. All right. So next one up is a prediction from another ESPN personality. However, this was on the collegiate level. This was on College Game Day last week as they were doing the predictions for all the games, and they go down the line and they get everybody's prediction on seemingly every game. And this was Kirk Herbstreit with a hey, keep an eye on this one for Oklahoma in Philly playing Temple.
Today's going to be one of those days in college football where you're reminded it's not just about X's and O's. It's about emotion. Oklahoma had a huge win against Michigan at home. They've got Auburn next week with Jackson Arnold, their former quarterback, coming into town. They play Temple today at Lincoln Financial at noon on ESPN2 and probably in front of 18,000. Today has all the makings of this. Third quarter score out of Lincoln Financial, Oklahoma 17, Temple 17. That's what it's going to be today.
Oh, okay. Final score, Oklahoma 42.
Yeah.
Temple 3.
Yeah.
A little bit off.
I get him kind of in a low stakes, like, hey, this will get some social media hits here. And
if I get it wrong, nobody's going to remember.
If I get this right, I'm going to look like a genius.
Take-a-Mania does not. You can't slip things like that past Take-a-Mania.
No.
And yet, it sounds like
I'm disinclined to give Herbstreit anything positive or negative anymore. I'm just going to treat him like the bland personality that he is. I just watched him trying to talk about pro football on the Thursday Night Football. I get agitated.
NFL Herbstreit is much more in your life than college Herbstreit.
He treats an NFL game like it's a college game.
Yeah.
Just kind of speaking in broad generalities without really breaking down some of the specifics or anything during the game. And
I wonder if Amazon is getting that complaint from a lot of people about Herbstreit.
I don't know. people like Herbstreit.
Yeah, he's very likable.
I like him. I just don't enjoy him I don't enjoy him in that role.
Yeah. I'm curious.
And I'm not as big a college football guy as an NFL football guy.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're way more into like NFL Herbstreit.
I think it's probably for what Amazon's looking for. If maybe like they know that they've got a lot of people that really like or have Herbstreit as a main fixture in their life because they're college football fans.
Yeah. Well, it's a hell of a schedule he's got to pull though, man.
Yeah.
Thursday games and then off to wherever game day is. But it sounds like you're does not win Take-a-Mania.
Plus, I knew that this one was coming up.
Okay, you sent me this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to set this one up?
This is Nick Saban discussing Derrick Henry and the foresight that Nick Saban and his staff at Alabama had, where apparently nobody else in the world was thinking of Derrick Henry the way they were.
The amazing thing about this, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus here, so I won't mention any names, but you can go back and see who all was recruiting him. But nobody except us said you can play running back. What? Can you believe that? So they're talking about the guy being an outside backer. They're talking about being this and that. And I said, because he's tall, he's long, he doesn't fit the real, sort of running back style that people look for. I said, hell, this guy's hard to tackle. He's fast. He's got a great stiff arm. I said, why can't he play running back? I don't care if he looks a little different than some of these other guys. So I said, look, man, we're recruiting you as a running back. We do whatever you want to do.
Do you not believe him?
He had committed as a running back to University of Georgia already. When no, I don't believe him by one bit. I know.
I didn't know that.
Maybe in this particular pool of teams or something, other teams weren't looking at him as a running back and didn't think he could play running back or whatever. I'm not buying any of this at all.
I didn't know
I'm not buying it one little bit. Saban is classic college football. This is one thing you have to remember about college football coaches. All right, some of them are the salt of the earth. They're awesome people. some of them are not totally necessarily the guy that you would want to lead Sunday school or what have you. I don't know. He's lying or he's intentionally misremembering it.
Saban would be that guy who owns a car dealership. He's like, I invented 0% over 48 months on a lease.
Yeah, I invented
I invented that.
Yeah.
Okay, so does this beat Adam Silver?
We're gonna have to, we're gonna have to have a rundown at the end of here because I want to hear the next one first. This is gonna be between Saban. One of these guys might beat Adam Silver, but I got to hear Mike Florio.
Okay,
first.
so this is almost like a three-way match now. We got a triple threat match between Silver, Saban. We've never done this before. And Mike Florio.
I am the only one that has been troubled by this from the moment it first happened. I've been talking about it. I've been shamed by media reporters for pointing out the obvious conflict of interest. I grew up at a time where conflict of interest mattered, where standards mattered, where certain things just weren't done. The idea that any person can be a broadcaster of NFL games and own a team, or any owner of a team can broadcast NFL games, should never happen. And I think what was refreshing about last night, and so much of it too, was the way he reacted when he looked up and saw that he was on screen. He did the let's see if I can slide under the seat here. People are realizing now what it means. And it's so much more than being at the game in the catbird seat. You have access to the team. You have access to information. You are able to say, oh, you know what? When that guy becomes a free agent, we want him. You know what?
Do we have enough?
Yeah, that's enough. Enough. I could have stopped after I am the only one that's been talking about this.
Okay.
What? How is he possibly the only person that's been talking about this? And then questioning the journalistic integrity of others because the high and mighty clickbaiting Mike Florio is somehow the guardian of purity in football.
I want to make sure we got this set. What? Just play the beginning again, Ben.
Yeah.
What exactly did he say going into this here?
I am the only one that has been troubled by this from the moment it first happened. I've been
talking about Tom Brady being in the booth and everything. Like I don't read all that much pro football talk these days, and yet I read a lot of articles about the conflict of interest and all of that. Nick and Saban, I'm going to give a little bit of pass because who knows? Maybe Georgia had discussions with Derrick Henry about like, hey, we'll see how it goes. And I don't know. Who knows what went on behind closed doors? Saban, Nicky Satan obviously has more insight into all of that. And maybe he's an old man. Maybe he doesn't remember it properly. Yeah. No, Florio. And especially because Florio was annoying me because I do have questions about allowing Tom Brady, minority owner and involved in the Raiders operation.
Ben, I feel a new champ.
I do have some, but because of Florio and his self-promotion in all of this and having to make every story about himself, it's making me want to change my opinion on Brady. Yes, he's the emphatic winner. I'm the only one who's been talking about this or angered about it or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Mike Florio. Mike Florio, new champ. You want me to put you in a good mood? Put you in a good mood? We got Ocho and Shannon there. This was the champ for like 3 weeks. It just puts this. This is my favorite Take-a-Mania of all time.
This is him and Ocho Cinco discussing the fact that the Bucs cut Desmond Watson, the 450-pound defensive tackle out of Florida.
This is great audio.
The Buccaneers waived Desmond Watson, the former Gator rookie, listed at 449 pounds with the Bucs. Are the Bucs giving up with Big Dez too soon, Ocho?
I would like for him to allow him to play and see how he plays at the size he's at now. He played at that size at Florida, so I understand what you guys are trying to do for safety reasons, but it's how he played at Florida. So why draft him if you're not going to allow him to play the game of football? And why not let him finish out his childhood dream? Why didn't you put him through the ringer like that?
He's 6'5".
Yeah, big boy.
He only gonna get so small through diet and exercise. 6'5". Yeah. You're not gonna get him to 350. Because if you get him to 350, he can't play football because you taking all his strength away.
Hold on. If he's how much Vita Vea weigh, huh?
Vita Vea probably 350.
So he's 365. Desmond Watson, 365?
450.
Oh.
I don't know when that's not going to be funny.
I was like, no, because Ocho Cinco's thinking the same thing. I was thinking, it was like, why is Shannon harping on this 6'5" thing? Like, almost every player in the NFL who's 6'5" is less than 350 pounds, and he's acting like it's running the 4-minute mile or something.
I like when
no human can accomplish it.
I like when Shannon brings up through diet and nutrition.
How is a 450-pound human going to diet his way down?
He can only get so light through diet and nutrition.
Maybe 385, but
listen, Ocho.
350. He's going to be out there emaciated looking.
Oh my God, that is the greatest audio.
Pants will be falling off his butt. Yeah.
Oh man. Hey, football talk on sports.
I hope Desmond Watson is doing okay.
Emotionally or physiologically?
Yeah. Like if you're 450, at the age of 22, and a spot on an NFL roster can't motivate you, you got some issues.
You got
man.
issues. Well, the funniest thing in Florida was I think he wore like number 21.
Yeah.
So for people who didn't know who he was, they would put videos out of him like, that's the biggest running back I've ever seen, because he had a running back number on.
Well, it's kind of when you go back to Refrigerator Perry and you watch some of those old clips, you're like, oh, he's not actually all that big by modern NFL standards or anything. Yeah, I mean he's big, but I mean, I don't know if he was 6'5". He could get below 350 because he might have only been 6'3" or so
through diet and nutrition. Football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus.
Well, why won't they let him live out his childhood dreams?
I know it's a shame.
All those other guys they cut had never dreamed of being an NFL player. This guy had a dream to be an NFL player.
No, it's super mean by the Bucs.
It was really mean.
I really wish the Texans could have righted that wrong against the Bucs on Monday night. That would have been nice for Desmond. Do it for Desmond, Texans, and they didn't do it. They lost. Football talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and protect his empire. It streams this weekend, the new season of Tulsa King, Sunday, September the 21st.
He's 6'5",
exclusively on Paramount Plus. Who's Stallone?
Not in real life. He looks like a taller guy on this show. They make him look. He's probably. I mean, he looks like he is in good shape.
He's in good shape.
Life,
he's like my height, though.
I know he's really
shorter.
I'm saying, but the magic of Hollywood, Sean, is what I'm saying.
I get it.
He doesn't look like he's your height on the show.
I just didn't know if you knew like how truly short he is. Yeah. He's like really short. Okay, up next. There was a juncture week 2 this time last year. CJ did something. CJ Stroud that had everybody talking around the NFL. Since that moment, the numbers, yikes. We will get to that coming up next. West Point Lincoln, Katie.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we remember, Seth, a year ago. Man, it feels like it was longer than a year ago. But a year ago, the Texans were coming off a week 2 where they started the season 2-0.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? Those were good times.
Onward.
They beat the Colts in week 1, and then they beat the Bears in week 2. And it was a
good moment for Caleb Williams.
Yeah,
because he got some advice from C.J. Stroud.
And he looked super happy to get the advice. Look at the picture right there.
You don't stick your lower lip out quite that far without being really definitely contemplating what C.J. Stroud was telling him.
Right, for those watching on YouTube, Caleb's got like his lower lip out.
Actually, that lower lip look, that can be kind of like a thoughtful, like,
Yeah, nodding your head.
Yeah, okay, you know what? You're right.
You're right,
that
CJ.
does, or I don't know if that's what you thought initially. That actually, in that still frame, it does look like he's contemplating what CJ is saying.
You're right. I should stop turning the ball over and not getting
And
hit
stop
in the
taking all
open
those
field.
hits and everything.
Yeah. So CJ got a lot of criticism for that moment. Just
for big broing him.
For big broing a guy who's your age.
Right.
Caleb might even be. Who knows?
I think CJ's like a month older than him or something.
Okay, so they're the same age.
Real close,
basically the same age. For football purposes, they're the same age. Except CJ had, at that point, one more season under his belt than Caleb Williams. CJ Stroud has played 34 regular season games in his career. This is a post from Underdog from a couple of days ago. And the 17 games before this infamous photo, and it's a photo of CJ big broing Caleb Williams. Before that, 4,600 passing yards in 17 games. 4,600 passing yards, 26 TDs, 5 interceptions. 17 games is a full season. That's an MVP level season right there. 4,600 yards, 26 TDs, 5 picks. He's played 17 games since. Nearly 1,000 yards less, 3,600 yards, 18 touchdowns. This is the big one, especially after considering that he was giving Caleb Williams advice on turnovers and decision-making.
Yeah.
13 picks in 17 games in the regular season. That's not acceptable. That's not good.
It's so far CJ Stroud's career has played out kind of like any rockumentary you watch, where or like many of them, where band comes on the scene, take the world by storm, but then all of a sudden real life happens. They start to recognize the harsh realities of how hard it is to keep a band together, and then like their second album flops, and you're waiting to see what happens.
What's the redemption
Do they get
story?
back in the studio and get back to basics? You know, remember you reunite with your high school girlfriend, something like that. I don't know. That's what we're waiting to see right now.
Some of those rockumentaries they do, and some they don't.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it's just a story of failure. It's
Leonard Skinner's like their album that went. I think it was "Give Me Back My Bullets." That was their 4th album. It just wasn't. That's where it kind of started to skid a little bit. For them.
Yeah. Did they ever come back?
I think they did, because they came back with Street Survivors, and that one went platinum. I think. I don't know.
Seth is recalling all of this from memory right now.
Yeah.
Big Leonard Skinner guy. Big Leonard Skinner guy. It is. I know people are using this as an arbitrary kind of jokey thing. That this is the. To me, what's relevant is that this is when shortly after this, to me, because the very following week they lose 34-7 to the Minnesota Vikings. You know, and then week 4 they actually played the Jags, but they needed a last-second touchdown from Daria Gumbawale. And that was really the last time we saw C.J. Stroud kind of do what he did against Tampa his rookie year, where give me the ball, I'm going to go win this game for us. And he did against the Jags in week 4. Remember, he hit Dare on that little out in the flat pass at the goal line there, and they win the game. I mean, it's been a while since CJ has strung together consistently good games.
Yeah, and I think that it's one of these things where it's hard, because you can't point to any one particular thing and blame CJ. You can't fully blame it on Bobby Slowick. It's been a bit of a quagmire so far early in this season. There's nothing about me that doesn't think C.J. Stroud can be a really, really good quarterback in the NFL.
I'm with you on that.
Like, not just a promising quarterback, but a really, really good quarterback in the NFL. Right now, this is all the normal growing pains that you could see in a new offense. And with injuries to Joe Mixon and Christian Kirk and everybody else early in the year, going against what I think are going to end up being a couple of good defenses with the Bucs and the Rams. So that's all. But if it goes on like this, if this season ends up being like last season, that's when things really start to get ugly. Because then that's when you wonder if the organization loses faith. Meanwhile, CJ wants to get likely most quarterbacks get an extension after their third year. Yeah. That's where it could get ugly. And it's right now is not the time to think, oh, yep, that's where we're headed. But you do need to see things click. You do need to see this look like a well-formed offense, because then you can have faith in CJ, but you can't have anything to point to as proof of it. We had a promising rookie season, but it still wasn't a genuinely good offense. Yep. It was a really, really promising offense. We haven't seen anything as promising since then, and that's where that's why these next two games especially are really critical, because the level of difficulty isn't as high.
And they're division games too.
You got the Ravens, and I'm like, it's gonna be an interesting bye. You might have to cancel your vacation during the bye week, because this could be setting up to be like that year where we thought Romeo Crennel might get fired during the bye week. Yeah, we didn't know if Bill O'Brien might get fired during the bye week. It was like 2000. That was the 2018 year where they turned it around, I think, wasn't it? Oh no, it was earlier than that.
What did they do during the bye week?
It was everything was setting up to where it was. Remember they got destroyed by Miami.
That was 2015.
15, yeah.
It was 2015.
Yeah, and it was the bye week was relatively early in the year.
Bye week was after that Miami loss, or shortly thereafter.
They had another game after that where they looked all right.
And they went 3-5, and then the bye week, and they came out of the bye week and they beat Cincinnati on Monday Night Football in just a horrible game to watch. Other than them winning, they beat them 10-6, and T.J. Yates threw to D-Hop for the touchdown. That was where J.J. made that stupid joke about the red rifle BB gun.
Oh yeah,
about Andy Dalton.
We turned the red rifle into
the Red Rider BB gun. Yeah. That was that game.
Yeah, but the bye week being after week 5 this year and after a Ravens game, I think it's going to be a really good time to sit back and think about all right, what are we really doing here? All right, are you guys on the right track or not?
I'll be here that whole week after the Ravens game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't leave till Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
We're going to, for those who don't know, my wife and I go to a different NFL city during the Texans bye week every year. We're actually going to Baltimore on Sunday to see the Ravens and the Rams, and then we're going to Commanders-Bears on Monday Night Football. So 2 games within 40 minutes of each other.
So a lot of relevance to what we're talking about right now, especially when it comes to young quarterbacks.
Yes.
Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, all that. Yeah.
Well, the thing I'm seeing is funny, about CJ, is then I saw some of this on the text page earlier because we're talking about Trevor Lawrence. We watched Tua play last night, and those are 2 quarterbacks who were given second contracts by their teams with very sketchy situations. We weren't sure about Tua. He got slightly less than some of those guys, but he's still in the $53 million club. Trevor Lawrence, the second they agreed to that, I'm like, good luck with that one, Jags. Of all the guys that have signed those big, $50 to $60 million deals, where and how their teams feel about them, where do Texan fans fall into where they feel about CJ right now? Because I would submit that teams like the Dolphins with Tua, Trevor Lawrence with the Jags, I think it's probably still a little early for Brock Purdy, and he's hurt now, so maybe that affects how they feel about him. They're probably those fan bases are probably a little questionable, if not a lot questionable, on those deals. Justin Herbert is starting to fulfill some of that promise. He's in the $55 million club. I think Cincinnati fans have zero issue with Joe Burrow getting $55 million. I think Baltimore fans have zero issue with Lamar Jackson getting $55 million. Cowboy fans and Dak Prescott getting $60 million is probably a mixed bag.
Yeah.
He's not Tua or Trevor Lawrence, but he's also not Joe Burrow, I would imagine, in their eyes. So I just named 7 guys who got big extensions in the last 2 years. That's the concern I think Texan fans have about the way this season goes, is I think it feels like he's going to get a contract, C.J. Stroud. It's just when he gets that contract, are we reacting the way Jags fans did to Trevor Lawrence getting it, or maybe the way we reacted to Trevor Lawrence getting it, or is it one of those things where oh, yeah, this makes sense.
Right.
This
right,
makes
yeah,
sense.
Okay. What else are you going to do? Of course you got to give him and lock him down
and
before,
we're comfortable
before
with
it keeps getting higher and higher and higher.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole thing. It's not, the vast majority of the time, it's not like you feel 100% convinced that this is the guy that's going to take you to the promised land, but it's that, all right, is this guy worth spending right now? Because there's a real good chance he ends up winning a Super Bowl this year, being an All-Pro, and it's going to cost you $20 million more per year
Down
the
the
next
road.
year.
Yeah.
It's a big question.
It is.
It's a big question in a young sports fan's life.
It is. Well, and the fact, too, that you've started to see more and more highly drafted guys who failed at first have redemption stories. Like Seattle has Sam Darnold. He was good for Minnesota last year, and he's 1-1. Baker Mayfield's the biggest one. Baker is knocking on the door of being a top 5 quarterback right now.
Yeah.
He failed in 3 places before that. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. All right, final segment coming up. We'll start to get you guys ready for the Jacksonville game. Through the eyes of Nick Caserio, what's the scouting report on the Texans' opponent on Sunday? What's the injury report?
It's time for the Mokaram Injury Lawyers injury report. The 3 big ones for the Texans you need to know about are that limited participation for Jake Andrews, Braxton Berrios, and Christian Kirk, but I think you can reasonably expect that those guys will play this week. Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie, and Darrell Taylor listed with as limited participation with a knee, a rib, and a hip, but nothing to get too alarmed about there. Jalen Smith, the rookie cornerback, did not participate. Notable ones for the Jaguars: Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver who seems to be afraid of contact a little bit these days. I don't know what's going on with him. He had limited participation with a wrist. That's your injury report presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call 281-222-2222 or visit MokaramInjuryLawyers.com, because Mokaram Injury Lawyers, available 24 hours.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, final segment. Here was Nick Caserio on Texans All Access earlier this week. Let's get the scouting report on the Texans' opponent on Sunday. People love hearing Nick Caserio rattle these things off. Here first is the scouting report on the speed. He talks about the speed on this Jags roster.
Yeah, they've been very strategic about how they build a team. To your point, there's some carryover from previous years, but then there's new leadership with James and Liam kind of come in and put their imprint on the team. Hired Anthony Campanelli on the defensive side of the ball, who's a very well-respected coach. And then Grant Udinski is the offensive coordinator. Liam calls the plays, but they kind of work in unison. Then Heath Farwell is a carryover from the previous staff, is one of the better special teams coaches in the league. So it's kind of a blend of some new faces and new philosophies with some existing players. But good football team, they've played really well. The one thing that they've done, they've taken the ball away from, especially defensively, they've taken the ball away. I think they have 7 turnovers or 6 or 7 turnovers over the first 2 games. They've almost eclipsed their total from last season.
Wow.
Okay, they played Bryce Young and Jake Browning for most of the game last Sunday.
Right.
Let's point that out.
And they intercepted Browning 3 times.
Yep.
And yet they also did allow 3 touchdowns from Jake Browning.
They did.
Yeah. So they made some splash plays defensively, but also just let Jake Browning basically operate that offense like he was Joe Burrow himself reincarnated. The biggest thing that I'm worried about yet again, stop me if you heard me this before. The Jaguars' defensive line and their pass rushers and like everything that comes along with it. This Texans offensive line, I think, did some things better in the second week after really taking one on the chin versus the Rams, but still need to improve as run blockers. But they face Trayvon Walker, Eric Armstead, Josh Hines-Allen. That's a challenge this week.
Yeah, let's hear from Caserio on the defensive front and the secondary for the Jags.
Starting that defensive side of the ball, really strong, I would say formidable front, really good edge players, Trayvon and Hines-Allen. Hines-Allen's one of the best defensive players in the league, consistently causes problems for the opponent. Big inside with Hamilton and Armstead. They made a trade there at the end of the training camp, acquiring Saunders. And then they signed Gardeck in free agency, who's kind of giving them some good plays, kind of a hybrid defensive end or outside linebacker, good kicking game player. And then the strategic signing, I would say Jordan Lewis, who they kind of earmarked to be the nickel, has been a really good player inside the formation. Tyson Campbell has been kind of a mainstay there on the perimeter, and they're kind of rotating opposite him with Jerry and Jones, and they've given Hunter some snaps on the perimeter and corner. And Eric Murray's done a really good job for them in the first 2 games, so he's kind of solidified that safety position, him and Wingard. So they do a good job defensively, create a lot of problems for the offense.
That's right, Eric Murray. And Eric Murray has stepped up and made some plays.
Eric Murray revenge game.
Eric Murray revenge versus Christian Kirk revenge.
Yeah.
Who's more vengeful? I think Eric Murray has spent more time. He spent more time with the Texans than Christian Kirk spent with the Jaguars.
Yeah, that probably. Yeah, by at least a year or so. I would say Kirk is more vengeful in his mind because he was going to get cut by the Jags, and the Texans rescued him by sending them a 7th-round pick and saying, "We'll pay you your $16 million."
The Jaguars.
Kirk was going to get cut by the Jags.
Kirk, gotcha.
Yeah, Kirk was going to get cut by the Jags.
Yeah.
Whereas Murray was a free agent. Who got paid.
Yeah.
So that's I think Kirk is the one who probably has the more ill will. Murray's probably like, hey, thanks for letting me walk. I got another team that overpaid me.
Well, plus Kirk came in and had a really good first year with the Jaguars.
Yeah, really good.
But then it turned into like, no, we're going to take the gambler from Atlanta. No, Calvin Ridley's the guy now, and we're going to force the ball to him. And it turned into like, we got this new kid, Brian Thomas Jr.
Yep.
Yeah, you just kick rocks, Christian Kirk.
That's exactly right. What about this Jags defensive? For you, when you touched on it before we played that Caserio.
When I was talking to Bucky Brooks, who does the sideline reporting for the radio broadcast, I had mentioned Eric Armstead, and he said, "Yeah, Eric Armstead," because Eric Armstead. I remember looking at Eric Armstead, kind of touching in with him last year, because the Texans had tried to trade for Eric Armstead.
They basically had a trade agreed
with
to
Malik Collins. With Malik Collins,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
And it all fell flat. But he didn't do a whole lot last year, but he was playing on the outside a lot more last year. This year they've got him playing defensive tackle where he's supposed to be, and he's a more impactful player. So that interior offensive line versus a guy like Eric Armstead, different challenge than a Vita Vea necessarily, but Ed Reed, I think, had a really promising game. if it's Jake Andrews at center, then we'll see what we get out of him. But Laken Tomlinson really needs to pick it up. Like I hope that some of the plays that we saw last week were because of injury or something. Yeah. I don't know, but there were some rough snaps.
Armstead did some good things in that Bengals game. You know how I know that? Because on the Red Zone channel multiple times they cut to that game, and Armstead was in there and was getting up after plays doing that thing
rubbing
where he
his
rubs
belly.
his stomach. Yeah,
I don't. You know what? I find that insulting because he's pretty actually lean by defensive tackle.
By defensive tackle standards, yeah, he's very tall.
Yeah. I think he's you're not allowed to do that unless you're a genuinely chubby defensive tackle with a big old belly, like a Grady Jackson belly.
Yes, yes. All right, more Caserio. Let's flip to the offensive side of the ball. What does the Jags' offense look like under Liam Cohen?
And offensively, Liam's done a good job, I would say, of kind of putting his imprint on a system. Trevor's playing really good football. They have really good skill. They have explosive skill. They're fast. Brian Thomas, De'Ami Brown, who they signed free agency. Travis, when he's on the offensive side of the ball, I mean, he's fast. I mean, the two running backs, I mean, Tutin's fast, ETN's fast. You know, and Strange has kind of emerged as the lead tight end. And they made a number of changes on the offensive line. It looks like those players have worked out. They do a good job. It's a good football team. They're 1-1. I mean, honestly, they probably should have beat Cincinnati the other day. Kind of came down to the end of the game, the last play, where Cincinnati converted the sneak, and that would end up being the difference in the game. So certainly a challenge playing on the road in a division against a good football team who's certainly improved. So we're going to have to make sure we're ready to go.
Sean, I pointed this out to Brandon Scott yesterday, so I'll point it out to you again today. But just you want to take a guess at who the number one rushing offense in the NFL is right now?
Let me see.
Hey, remember the Bills played last night.
Yeah. Jacksonville.
Still the Jaguars.
Still the
just
Jags.
Narrowly ahead of the Buffalo Bills. At the Jaguars, 169.5 yards per game right now.
They got a nice, and they traded Tank Bigsby because they feel good about the backs they have there. ATN's had a great season so far. And the Tutin kid that they drafted has been kind of a find for them as well.
So they've been running the ball well. They've faced the Panthers and the Bengals defenses.
Yeah.
So, but still, versus bad defense, what have they done? They racked up yards on the run.
26 points and 27 points.
And the Texans looked like one of the worst rushing defenses in the league in week 2. So that's a concern for me. And I know earlier somebody had said something to me about how, they're really targeting the Texans' defensive tackles. I wish it were that simple. The defensive ends did not play the run well against the Buccaneers. The linebackers did not play the run well against the Buccaneers. The safeties, it was a team effort. So it's not as simple as, these defensive tackles, what are we going to do? No, a lot of the guys took turns being bad run defenders. They gotta tighten that up right quick.
You asked me during a break earlier this hour, what was Will Anderson's run defense grade in the loss to Tampa Bay? 35.9.
Right, yeah.
On a scale of 0 to 100.
Now, the Bucs did some...
gigantic red square next to his score.
They really... Boy, they had some nice play design towards Will Anderson. They kind of... They almost ran flack in front of him. A guy would disappear, and then somebody else is wham blocking him. And they did some pretty interesting stuff to Will, and Will didn't. He had some snaps where he just didn't play the run properly. And you saw it from the other defensive ends. They just looked kind of unaware and caught off guard by how the Bucs were attacking them. And then you've got the defensive tackles just getting physically beat. A lot of that, the defensive ends, they were caught unaware, and they didn't take the right angles or play their responsibilities. The linebackers were a little slow to recognize. I think that will have been addressed heavily in practice this week.
Some of Baker leaking out too was, like the one play. There's one play where he leaked out, and Jalen Petrie just got washed out on a corner blitz. There was
one where Will took an inside move, and he and Baker seeped out to the right.
He seeped out to the right. That was the play, I think, where he threw it to Ibuka, and Ibuka dropped the ball.
There was one Ibuka almost caught it.
And Will. That's what made me think of it. I'm like, God, Will is just putting his head down and treating the tackle he's going up against like a tackling dummy and trying to push it straight ahead as hard as he can. And I'm like, there's a quarterback back there, Will.
That's where it's so frustrating. The mush rush or like the contained pass rush that you do versus mobile quarterbacks. It's so frustrating because I equate it to like taking a multivitamin where it makes sense in theory, but no studies can prove that taking a multivitamin actually does anything for you. So that's what it's like, the multivitamin of pass rushes, because you rush and you keep him contained in the pocket, but you don't get to him, and he's throwing completions. But then you don't mush rush, and he seeps out, you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Yep.
But then obviously, it was also, the missed sack opportunity by Henry To'oTo'o. Trevor Lawrence isn't as scary a runner by a long shot as Baker Mayfield, but he still can run the ball.
He's athletic, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm grudgingly acknowledging.
He's not Stafford, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
I would take C.J. Stroud as a runner over Trevor Lawrence.
Would you?
Yeah.
And I don't know that people would have said that a year ago. I mean, CJ started to show a little more of that, in the playoffs last year.
But Trevor Lawrence just I've never felt like he has a feel for the game of football.
I agree with that.
Always, including his long release and everything. Yeah. Everything just is just a little too methodical. CJ's gotten to the point where, if anything, I'm now wondering if CJ isn't running too quickly.
Yeah.
We used to say, okay, CJ, don't be afraid to run. And now it's
he ain't scared now.
You got his first taste of it, and he can't.
He loves it.
It's like the first time a girl kisses you, and all of a sudden you go a little crazy for a while. Mm-hmm. You're like, oh, I got to devote my whole life to this.
That's right.
At the expense of everything else.
Yeah. And then you do. And then lawyers get involved. And then, Brandon Scott, Reggie Atatula. They are here. They are in the loop today. B. Scott in for John Lopez.
Reggie doesn't understand how that escalated so quickly from a kiss to the lawyers.
Because one thing I try and avoid in my life, I live my life trying to avoid lawyers and trying to avoid the bookings. Those are the two things that I'm trying to avoid at any given time.
I sped through the 10 years of marriage.
Gotcha. All right, cool.
Yeah, that would be a question of the day. Like, when was the first time in your life that you made bad decisions because of a woman? That was,
yeah.
You know what, though? I do feel like today's question of the day could dovetail into that.
Okay.
That is fair.
Like, something that is basically a guilty pleasure. How would you frame it, Reggie? Not a guilty pleasure.
Hey, real quick. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
I jumped the gun there.
Continue, Reggie.
False start.
Yeah. All right, so question of the day, fellas. Inspired by Al Michaels last night, seemingly throwing slugs at the Philadelphia Eagles, saying that, some teams are good, but not actually interesting.
He said the Bills are a lot of fun to watch. There's some teams that are really good, but not all that much fun to watch. And immediately every Eagles fan on earth that was watching assumed that he was
an old bastard.
Yeah.
Hey, Al Michaels, before we get to the question, he was on one yesterday.
You brought up the Tyreek Hill stuff and everything?
Well, but also when they had Ryan Fitzpatrick in the booth, I feel like Ryan Fitzpatrick might have said 6 words the entire time. He opens up with this soliloquy about how Ryan Fitzpatrick wasn't exactly Jim Kelly, but they love you.
Oh, really?
And talking about how he played for 500 teams, and these were 2 of them.
And Fitz's response was like, "Yep, they love Ryan Kelly," or something like that.
I assume they might have a relationship or whatever. They work together, but it seemed pretty awkward. I'm like, man,
Al like the grandpa? Is he turning into the grandpa that's just a little too blunt about stuff?
And will say anything, whatever is on his mind, he'll say it.
His first couple years doing these Amazon games have been he doesn't seem real excited to be there.
Yeah.
If he wants to turn into a character that's just tweaking people all the time because he's the old guy on the set, I'm here for that. That's at least interesting.
Again, interesting versus good, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, what the flip side of that is, what's something that's not actually good that you enjoy a lot?
Roadhouse. The movie Roadhouse.
Oh, I thought you meant the restaurant.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, endorsements.
No. I love Texas Roadhouse. I love. No, the movie Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze and Sam Elliott, and it is it's horrible.
Yeah,
but it's a good guilty pleasure.
I would say for me, I don't know. It's not good. It's not considered like a delicacy or anything, but a lot of the simpler food, like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh yeah.
I just, I don't know. It's not.
You had a couple of them today during the show.
I had 2. That's right. You know what I found is with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, it feels like I'm having a treat, and yet it's just also it's 400 calories, and I'm not hungry for another 4 hours.
Right.
So it's not. It's
preventative.
It's
is
good
what
compromise.
it is.
It's a pragmatic meal.
Yeah,
which makes sense.
Well, and it's quick and convenient. I can scarf it down and then be on my way.
In your time in locker rooms, was PB&J big? Because I always love the journalism that's been done around PB&Js and how basketball players love them and stuff.
Yeah. No, I don't think we had a lot of peanut butter and jelly.
Okay, so it does feel like it might be more of a newfound obsession.
It's good for locker rooms where people aren't actually sweating as much. Like baseball locker rooms,
baseball
locker
clubhouses or whatever.
Well, now they've got those Crustables that you don't have to take out 2 pieces of bread and slather stuff on.
You're exactly right. And was it the NBA teams or that had the Crustable usage is incredibly high?
Yes.
I feel like the Texans have Crustables though.
I think they do. Yeah,
they have Crustables, but CJ Stroud and Micah Parsons our spokespeople for jams. Yeah, for some new peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Figgy, I think that was supposed to be on our docket to try, and we still didn't do so.
Yeah. You get them at Walmart, I think.
Reginald's got a bag of apple slices. Are you going to eat these, or are you going to beat somebody without leaving bruises later?
I'm going to do
a hefty
both.
bag of apples.
It is.
That's not mutually exclusive. I'll beat someone first and then eat the apples.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You
Kids, if you want to beat somebody but not leave visible evidence of it, a sack of oranges is the way to go, okay?
I'm just having my fiber and my fruit.
This question of the day has me reevaluating my life. I'm like, man, there's so many things that I love that are like I'll sit there and watch fight videos on Twitter for a half hour.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. I'm always
and I'm watching people fight each other all the time.
Right. I'm always on a mission to civilize here because one of the things I absolutely hate is the person for whom they're like, I like this, so it's good. And I'm like, no, it doesn't have to be good for you to like it. Just accept that.
I had one. I'm not going to give away all of them for kind of leave a little bit for the 1040 segment, but I'll give you one here. Circa 2021, Kwame Brown's YouTube page.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh my God, it was god awful, but it was so good.
Yeah,
like it consumed a lot of my time. I can remember like around May 2021, and he was going on and on about the All the Smoke podcast, Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, and a number of other things that we don't even need to get into on the air. But it was so bad and so good at the same damn time. I was enthralled.
Well, that was into Kwame Brown.
I think he's still doing that YouTube page.
He was online talking about something not all that long ago.
I had
Gilbert
no
Arenas.
Gilbert Arenas, that's what it was.
Yeah. So obviously they were teammates. They've got some kind of beef. I had no idea that the dude had so much to say. Had no idea.
Yeah.
But he's got a lot to say.
I'm into any of these NBA olds now, or guys who qualify as old by NBA standards.
Yeah.
Talking about the youngsters these days.
Yes.
Like you see a lot of like Carmelo Anthony, like guys of that era, like the late '90s, early 2000s.
Well, especially the ones that you vividly remember being the youngs. that are now morphing into this.
Well, you know what happens, and you realize it is that it's the same way in music. It's like whatever music you liked in your late teens and early 20s, in your mind is nope, that was the last time music was ever good. 100%. The NBA is exactly the same way. Yeah. Nobody ever thinks that the best version of the NBA that ever was whatever they were doing when I was 19 years old.
And damn it, when they stopped doing the mic and drill.
Yeah.
The mic and drill. Yeah. All right, fellas. B. Scott, great to see you. Reggie Atatula, great to see you. Figgy Fig, can't wait for In the Loop today. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Antibodies to you. So.
Antibodies and PBJ to you.
I know you and I are about to go eat lunch. So.
That's right. I just had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich as an appetizer for the Federal Grill.
Federal Grill, yeah.
That's the way they prefer
as one does, right?
Because everybody knows it's really stupid to do that because they have a beautiful peanut butter and jelly sandwich at Federal Grill.
I should order the peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, they've got the best peanut butter.
I don't think I've craved a peanut butter and jelly sandwich as much since I was like 9 years old.
Throw it on the In the Loop docket.
As I do right this second.
Yeah, we're talking.
I've got my. I'll leave my bread out on the counter, and I've got some my peanut butter. Yeah, I've got a food cubby in there in the kitchen.
I'll make
it's the highest cabinet in there. That's mine.
I'll make me a sandwich in the long break.
There you go.
Yep.
All right. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, have a great show. Reggie Atatula, Brandon Scott in for John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. Have a great weekend, everybody. We will see you at 9 o'clock for Texans Countdown on Sunday. In the Loop starts now.
You're damn skippy. We're starting now. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man. I'm Reginald Atatula. B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez.
Let's do it.
Always a pleasure working with you, my man. And then, of course, it's always a pleasure having Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. I'm now going to start writing down the things that we're putting on the docket of In the Loop LLC. We're still on the hook for finding Nick Casario's middle name.
We don't have that yet.
We haven't efforted it. We haven't gotten it yet, but we are still efforting. But now we got to get peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on here. There's a couple more things that, again, because I have not written them down, I do not recall. But we have at least 4 things on the docket that we need to do as a show. Maybe not today, but just in general.
We do know that Nick Casario has a middle name, though.
I actually have confirmed that he has a middle name.
Okay.
He is not one of these degenerates that has no middle name. And if you have no middle name, I will not apologize. I believe you to be a degenerate. Let's get going on a Friday.
They just try to stay off the grid, man. They don't want to be too specific. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Like, how am I supposed to be able to tell the difference? You better have a real specific first name or a real specific surname.
They are being intentionally vague.
I don't like that.
I'm just kind of here.
Lies by omission get to me. Because I hate the person that's like, well, I didn't say that. I'm like, no, you knew what you was doing,
Might not be able to handle the truth, man.
You knew exactly what you was doing.
Careful what you ask for.
You're right. I'm going to ask anyways. All right, it's a Friday. You can get involved with the program. In fact, we want you to get involved with the program. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And also, hey, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. And look, it's a Friday, so it's a football Friday. Let me make sure I say that.
Indeed it is.
So we're getting ready for Texans, Jaguars in Jacksonville, noon on Sunday. And what's interesting for me here, B. Scott, is I have to ask this as a question, even though it feels like it's been an unquestionable fact for the last few years, maybe the last handful of years. Is this Jacksonville game set up to be a get-right game?
I don't think it's set up to be one. I think you would like for it to be one, but I feel like it's set up. If we're just kind of looking at it matchup-wise and how these teams are playing at this point, it's honestly set up to be like a problem. I think it's a desperation game, a gotta-have-it type of game. Normally, and I would love to come in here and tell you, because I'm the one who likes to joke about the Jaguars and poke fun at them and take them as an unserious outfit. I would love to come in here and do that on a Football Friday, but I can't do it honestly based off of how they've played their first 2 weeks of the season and how the Texans have played their first 2 weeks of the season. It does not feel like get-right game. I'd like for Jacksonville to be a get-right game, but no, it feels like desperation, gotta have it. You're not running the ball well. They are running the ball well. Your offense looks like it's going in the opposite direction of their offense. Their defense is playing well. Your defense apparently has some holes in it. And in a couple of different ways, like I thought what was most troubling about the first couple of weeks was you had your pass defense look a little shoddy in the first week, and then your run defense look a little shoddy in the second week. And you're going up against a team whose offense is on the ascension, right? Both in the run defense and in what Liam Cohen is doing with Trevor Lawrence. And so I'm looking at it as more of a desperation game, a gotta-have-it game, as much as I would like for it to be a get-right game. Now, obviously, if they win, it gets you right. It helps you, right? So it's a get-right game. It's a gotta-have-it game. In all kinds of ways, you need not be 0-3 after this week.
Yeah, it can't be 0-3. Like this is one of those. It simply cannot be that. The hellfire of the city of Houston and all Texas fans everywhere will rain down. If you thought that this week was uncomfortable with the ways that the fan base felt about the Texans, oh boy, do not break what has been, I think, Sean Pendergast's favorite streak. A very notable streak for the Texans is that they have won their last 11 straight road division games. And that dates back to David Culley.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so this ain't just D'Amico Ryans has come in and righted the ship. No. This dates back to when you was looking at these dudes and like, look at these jokers at the top of the organization, and they still managing to go on the road in the AFC South and get victories. You cannot break that now with all of the bad vibes that are happening here.
Yeah, I mean, and that it speaks to my exact arrogance about the Jaguars and kind of looking at them, wanting to shrug my shoulders. This is an uncomfortable space to be in, because I'm used to not taking them seriously. I'm used to kind of going in there with a level of arrogance and level of confidence, even if the team isn't that good. But right now, based off of how they're playing and how they've played over these last couple of weeks, I don't think that you can say that. I don't feel like you can feel that way, that it's just automatically a get-right game. You need it. You got to have it. But there are no guarantees here.
All right, so let me see if I can throw a few more things historically that might get you to that place. I have a feeling that you, as a man of conviction, will not sway. You know, I got to try. You know, some things you just got to give it a shot at. Can I interest you in the fact that you go back in just last year, 2024, both times that you faced these Jacksonville Jaguars, of course, a different iteration of them.
Yep.
Not only did you get victories in week 4 when you faced them coming off of that Vikings game that should have been a little bit of we were learning about this team type of moment.
Yeah.
You were returning back home, so this was a home game. You upped your entire offense, and you upped your rushing game up to over the century mark. Right, you upped your entire offense by over 100 yards, and you were able to get back to rushing over 100 yards, which you hadn't done since week 1. Similarly, later on in the season, week 13, at Jacksonville, which again fits in with the motif, was coming off of. You remember when you welcomed in Will Levis to the building here at NRG, and he
I did the pregame show with Sean that day.
Yeah, he did those things. So you had a bad day, week 12. You got back right with the Jacksonville Jaguars, week 13 in Jacksonville. And again, it was another day where you went from rushing for 40 yards the week before to rushing for a buck 08, right? Like 108. Like, again, this is one of those games that something about that jersey, something about that team gets you to a place where you can come back on the other side and be a better version of yourself.
Yeah, don't threaten me with a good time. Like, you do not threaten me with a good time and an opportunity to bash the Jaguars. And, man, I would love – I enjoy hearing you say, hey, man, they got their run game together. I would love to be in a space where I feel confident in what the Texans' run game is going to look like. I was just talking with this yesterday with Seth, like not really knowing what their running back situation really is beyond Nick Chubb, or if between their committee or group of guys they have a bell cow or the right iteration of a collection of running backs, right? Like we talk about the use of Woody Marks, the overuse of Daria Gumbawale, not having a good feel for what this run game is, both in terms of identity and intent, right? Like I'm not sure exactly who they are or what they're trying to do. So, yeah, it would be wonderful to think that this is a get-right opportunity for their run game and for their offense overall. I just haven't seen enough of the trends yet. So, yeah, no, historically it's there, and the Jags gonna jag. Like I do, like in the core of me feels that way, but just logically, based off of how they've played, albeit against some non-impressive opponents, and based off of how the Texans have played against some, let's be fair, fairly impressive opponents, I just don't feel it. It's rough.
Yeah, and I mean, Jaguars defensively, when you talk about rushing efficiency, they're middle of the pack in the league. And I mean, rushing efficiency-wise, the Texans are actually not terrible running the football. If they find improvement, that might be something that you can get, which honestly would interest me to a great degree, because when you look at this team and what they purported to want to be, what they set out to be. They set out to be a rushing offense that can do other things as well. I don't know how much anybody really wants to enjoy that as the blueprint for what they want. We don't have to get into that. That's what they kind of talked about: complementary football, maintaining possession, maybe being even somewhat of a ball control offense.
Yeah,
that does give me a little hope, especially when you go back to last year, understanding that feeling. And then finally, as a moment of trying to get you a little bit of hopium, or maybe just getting to the place of a get-right game, the poetry of this year versus the first win in the DeMeco Ryans CJ era, when in weeks 1 and 2 you lose those games and you end up versus Jacksonville in week 3, getting you a win to right the ship and start the narrative that you need at a particular point. In this instance, it'd be the start of the Nick Haley era, I guess is the way that you would put it. But that poetry,
is poetic.
Maybe we could just get to like the football gods or whatever deity that you would like to attribute this to. Is that the reason why you get right in this instance?
I like it. I think you got me on this one. You finally got me.
Okay, I thought this would be the weakest one.
Hey, no, you know what? Because I'm a sucker for poetry.
Okay.
I love me a good, that is very poetic. Now, I don't know if I'm actually sold, but I love the poetic nature of it. It does sound really good. I'll tell you what you said that really set me off, though. The complimentary football thing. Can we actually, let me ask this. Let me ask the football guys, and let me ask the actual Texans, coaches and players. Can we get some complimentary football for a change? Like, if that's going to be a sticking point of your identity as a football team, hey, we're going to play complimentary football. We're gonna do a lot of the basic things really well. Can we actually do that? One of the things that stood out to me watching that Tampa Bay game was how they lacked the complimentary football. Like, you're getting special teams play, but you're doing nothing on offense. Your defense is allowing the Bucs, to a team that's not known for running the football, to run it down your throats. And so can the offense and the defense support special teams? Can all of these things work together in concert? I don't know if they've had, and clearly they're 0-2, they haven't won a game, but I can't point to an example where it's felt like this has been a complimentary football team yet, right? This early on in the season. So that would be a wonderful thing to see them in this quote unquote get right game or desperation game or wherever it is you fall in the argument. Like, can we play some actual complimentary football? I would love to see it.
Yeah, I think that's some of the get right of it all. Like, I think that inherently, and we've talked a little bit about this, and I think we will have to continue talking about this because the offense is such a focal point with what we're doing here. Some of the get right is just getting yourself on schedule, not just in the way that we've talked about, which is, being first and second down successes, so you're third and short, third and medium.
It starts there, though.
It does start there. I think some of this is just with this particular offense that you're bringing to the fold, you knew that it was going to be a little bit of an upward. It was going to be a little bit of a steep learning curve. Finding some of what your identity is within this, because it does feel like they're searching early on. Finding that and settling into that could be something huge. And a week 3 does feel week 3 against a team that's a little bit more manageable in the Jaguars versus weeks 1 and 2 against teams that, I mean, I got to give them credit. I know that in those moments you still need to go win those football games. But again, teams that are formidable opponents, a little bit less formidable, not to look past the Jaguars. I think that this should be an opportunity for you to put a better foot forward in what you're doing, particularly offensively, even as you've learned a little bit about yourselves in weeks 1
Yeah,
and 2.
well, definitely the fact that you have lost these first 2 games. Like, think about it. When the schedule first came out, or when we were trying to project what it would look like, what wins and losses might look like, without actually having seen anybody play football, I'm pretty sure most people had penciled in the Texans winning at least one. Like, nobody had them going 0-3. A lot of people had them going 2-1, if not 3-0, because you're on the optimism side of it in the offseason and all of that, and you feel good overall about where the Texans are. But when you're just talking about the opportunity cost, right? You've already lost these 2 games, these first 2 games. Baltimore is around the corner before the bye week, okay? I don't feel like they should be just chalking that up as a loss, but I mean, logically, most of us are not looking at that as a game that they have really good chances at winning. And so what are your get-right opportunities? What's your opportunity cost now that you didn't win either one of those first 2 games, and now squeezed in between the Baltimore game, those 2 games and the Baltimore game, you got these division opponents who should be manageable, starting with this one with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if you lose it, how desperate now is that next game against Tennessee, right? Like, in terms of not going 0-5 before the bye week and basically kissing your season goodbye.
It is oasis in the desert type. But you got to one of the last things that I wanted to mention.
My bad.
No, this is perfect. No,
another false start.
No, that's not a false start. This is what we call a setup. That's an assist, actually.
Here we go.
Right? And I think that what it is, and we saw this last night in Thursday Night Football. We'll talk about it more around the NFL today. But division games are a little different, baby. Like, you know, that familiarity that you have between opponents, which, again, is going to be a little tough because there's a new factor with the different head coach and different offensive system. But the familiarity that seems to come between 2 teams will take a team that was down or that was a 12.5-point underdog and make them play alongside with a team that we believe to be one of the 2 or 3 best in the league for 3.5 quarters, just off the strength that this is a division game. And so I do think that is part of this get-right opportunity that you have here, which is, even if you feel a little bit so-so about this game, which we will talk about in this program today, hey, man, it's a division game. Anything happens in the East.
I love the division games are because you are completely correct, right? Like, that is right. But how you feel about that, like which side of the ledger you fall on that, really kind of depends on how you're going into it. Because, like, who benefits from that, right? Like, Jacksonville could feel just as good about that as the Texans do, right? And vice versa. You could feel just as bad about it if you're inclined to feel pessimistic about your team in a moment, right? So, like, how do you feel about the division games or different sort of element? Depends on kind of your preconceived notion already.
No, 100%. Just getting going here on a Football Friday. A lot to talk about with this matchup between the Texans and Jags, and we will talk about all of it over the course of the show. Rock with us, 713-572-4610. That's the number to text, and we need you to keep doing that because I have this question for you pursuant to the Astros heading into the biggest series of the entirety of the season. Which Astros need to step the bleep up right bleeping now? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
The Drive. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. As I'm Reginald Atatula, B. Scott in for John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and of course you here on a Football Friday, gearing up for Texans, Jaguars. That's going to be a huge one on Sunday. 9 a.m. is when the countdown starts with Sean and Seth. And on a Football Friday, we will be continuing and handing things off to the fellas of the drive who will be out at Tallyard out there at Sugarland right next to Constellation. So, yeah, man, it's going to be a fun, full day of talking football and getting you ready. However, this weekend is not simply for the football, ladies and gentlemen. There is a big old important weekend of baseball for your Houston Astros. This one's going to be really a determination of just how well situated these Astros will be to try and continue this window of success or window of competition as a baseball team.
Man, what a nerve-wracking, I mean, that's my best way of describing it. What a nerve-wracking sequence of days, like, or weekend, you might say, for a Houston sports fan in general, if you happen to root for both the Texans and the Astros. Because on the one side, you're waiting on Sunday to find out if your football team is going to start the season off 0-3 in an unideal situation when in 2 weeks they're going to play the Baltimore Ravens. And then on the other end, you got 3 days back-to-back-to-back where the Seattle Mariners, where the best thing they do is pitching, they're putting out their best pitchers against you in what amounts to a 9-game season. Like, everything that we've talked about and everything that's led up to this moment really comes down to the final 9 games or so of the season, with no stretch of them being more critical than these 3 that feel like, you know, each one kind of counts as 2. I don't know if that's perfect math, but it feels that like the weight of it.
Oh yeah, every game's a one game swing in the standings.
Yeah, so 100%. I mean, it feels that way going into it, and you know the Mariners, to their credit, have been a really hot baseball team, another team that I would like to not take seriously, similar to the Jags, where you can't help but take them seriously, where they're coming in here with their pretty much the strongest part of their team facing you right now.
100%. It's funny because you set up the weekend. I'm like, even best case scenario, you get a win Friday, you get a win Saturday, so you have the tiebreaker between them, and then you go into Sunday and you got football.
Yeah.
Like, you will be stressed all weekend if you root for both of these teams.
That is the best case scenario, though, right? Like, you win the first 2 games.
You win the first 2, and then the third one you don't have to worry as much about. The sweep would be cool, but at least you have the tiebreaker, and you give yourself a nice little lead over the Mariners. But regardless, I think that the only thing that will, I guess, put you at some level of ease is certain dudes on this Astros team stepping the bleep up. So I feel like you have a couple of challenges that you would like to issue here.
So the ones for me, it's tough because they haven't been bad. I wouldn't even say that they've underperformed. I think that they've just been fine. They've been good, I would even say good, but it's time for them to be great. It's time for them to step up. And that's especially on the heels of this Yordan Alvarez injury. And I don't know, we can be on the lookout, but have y'all seen any of the Isaac Paredes news updates? I know that there was hope and optimism that he might be able to be in the lineup at some point this weekend.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything beyond that.
Probably less so today, maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday.
The only thing about that, though, is did you see what came along with that from Joe Espada? He said that he would encourage Isaac to not go 100% on the base pass, and I'm like,
yeah. I mean,
I get why that's the case, but that feels like a real problem. If it's like, all right, we'll swing the bat. And if it's a double, you're probably going to get a single.
Yeah.
Like, only way we're going to get these extra bases for real is if you put in the crossover
Only swing for home runs.
Hey, y'all know the term of, or the idea of beggars can't be choosers?
No, you are right.
This is kind of the situation that we're in right now. And on the optimist side, there is the report of him out there. He's been facing live pitching out there in Florida. So, like, he doesn't really need much of a ramp-up or a rehab start. Like, as soon as he's ready to go or they clear him, he can go. So, like, on the heels of Yordan being out, and the uncertainty of Isak Paredes' status, I'm looking squarely at Jose Altuve and Carlos Correa, who, again, have been fine. At times have been, I would say, very good. But I wouldn't say that they have been necessarily special this season. I wouldn't say that by a long shot, actually. And it's cool because we're getting to the point of where it's time for them to be special and when they're known to be most special, especially in the case of a Carlos Correa, where their biggest moments have not come in the regular season but have come in the postseason, where they're some of the best postseason performers literally of all time, right? And so now, this isn't the playoffs. This isn't the actual postseason, but you are in postseason mode as of today, right now. So going forward from today on until they actually get into the postseason, I need guys like Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve to play up to that exact standard. A couple of numbers for you with both of these guys, and numbers. I know how much that you like numbers. Okay?
Yes, give them to me.
With runners in
chill out, Reggie, man.
Numbers.
With runners in
scoring. 1, 2.
Hey, look, they're let's see. On base percentage with runners in scoring position. These guys are at 243 and 273 respectively. Both of these guys, okay? That's Jose Altuve and Carlos Correa. Those are to me, those are numbers that have to increase for their actual numbers with runners in scoring position to increase. And this has been an issue for the Astros in general, right? Like, we're talking about a larger picture issue and nailing it down to just those two guys specifically as guys who are often in that opportunity, often in a case where they have those chances to bring guys in. They have not been good enough with runners in scoring position. It is a big sore spot for the offense to me, is that they don't take advantage. First of all, they don't have as many chances as ideally you would like for them to have. And then when they have the chances, they're not as good at taking advantage of them. So I'm looking squarely at Jose Altuve and Carlos Correa, two of the hallmarks of this franchise, two of the key parts of the Astros dynasty as we know it, actually playing up to the level of dynasty Astros, Carlos Correa, and Jose Altuve.
Especially because if they do, one, Jeremy Payne is going to be there. Let's press pause. Press pause real quick. I was talking about this with T-Mill when we were at the game on Wednesday. We kind of have not appreciated enough. I know we have at times. The Jeremy Payne is just this. And we can depend on it.
Yeah,
we got ALCS MVP Jeremy Pena after it felt like we had been teased it, and then we had kind of gotten to a point where we would stop waiting for it, and now he's actually that. So you can talk about the dudes that we can call out and that we want to step up to another level. Jeremy Pena is not one of those guys, and it's not because we don't believe he can do it. It's because we know that he will.
Well, I think that's all the more reason why you need guys like that to step up, though, because if Jeremy Pena is your table setter, which he has been, look. You got to be the guys that are taking advantage. Like, it would be one thing if he was underperforming and that put more pressure on these guys. But I look at it from the other way. Since he is performing, that actually increases the urgency. And I do want to correct these numbers real quick because I got them. Correa is 230, hitting 230 with men on base. And Altuve is 237. So it was actually a little bit worse than I said. 230 with men on base for Correa, 237 for Altuve with that's their averages with men on base. Those numbers have to go up. Those are numbers that I feel like absolutely have to go up for the Astros to really fully reach their potential. And like you mentioned with Pena, that's key. You got a guy that is setting the table, that has leaped into this leadoff role in the way that he has. You got to be taking advantage of the performances that you're getting from him.
Yeah, especially because if those three guys show up, those guys are likely the guys that are in 1, 2, 3 spots or 1, 2, 4 somewhere in there. You can get after pitchers early in the game and often in the game, and that's where you can set yourself up for success. That part of your lineup needs to be successful, especially as your offense, can sometimes flounder if they are not. The thing that gives me some hope, you want to know Jose Altuve's splits versus the Mariners this season?
Oh, give them to me.
He is batting .372 with a 105.6 OPS versus the Mariners this year. That is good for a 174 OPS.
All right, Mr. 174 OPS, right. I'm calling on you to step up starting now, starting tonight.
Similarly, and not quite the same, not quite as majestic, but Carlos Correa, 280 batting average versus the Mariners this year with the 893 OPS. Like,
I'll take it.
You're capable of this. We know you're big game hitters, and you need it right now. There is no excuses for these gentlemen. They need to show up all three games this weekend and get the Astros into prime position to head into the postseason.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so I'm super excited. 3 games starting tonight. You have none other than Hunter Brown Day on the mound today. So super excited for what this looks like, and it's going to be important. I think this is a bellwether for what your postseason looks like this weekend.
Man, what a weekend.
What a weekend.
What a weekend in Houston sports, man. Let's go.
Indeed. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Last night, Al Michaels was talking about, teams that are good but maybe not interesting, and I want to flip that on its head. 713-572-4610. What's something that's not actually good but you enjoy nonetheless? We'll talk about it next.
How does CJ Stroud? It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Happy Football Friday to you. You are indeed in the loop. Let's get to the question of the day. 713-572-4610. What's not actually good, but you enjoy it anyways? Because last night on a Thursday, I'm just saying any football game.
It could be any day.
I'm just
whatever day
on a football game
on a Fox's America's game of the week.
One of them days it end with Y.
But Thursday night football on Amazon Prime. Al Michaels holds down play-by-play on that particular broadcast. And during the game, it seemed like he started busting shots in ways that he really did not need to, which kind of made it the game a little more entertaining. The game was more entertaining than it had any business being in the first place.
Yes,
I thought Miami had a chance.
No, they did.
They absolutely did.
I mean, until late, they absolutely did. I thought that they set the tone early running the football. Like they got the rookie, Ollie Gordon, out there that seems to have brought some kind of physical presence to a team that's not known to be super physical, and they still have all of those speed elements.
Yeah, Devon Achane, we got to give him a lot of love in that game.
Yeah, 100%. No, I think all of it was kind of coming together, and they just didn't have it to
They kind of screwed up on that specials team play where they ran into the punter.
Yeah,
and that kind of threw everything off too.
They gave us entertainment. I'll just say that
they did. We'll break that down even further because I think it's worthwhile. But during the broadcast, here was Al Michaels seeming to take some shots.
Some teams are good, and they're not particularly interesting. The Buffalo Bills have really become a great team to watch. They are.
All right. You might be like, well, what was wrong about that? He's right. And I think that's right.
Name names, Al. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, everybody on the social media, and it was a lot of Eagles fans that was like, hey,
man, say.
In true 50 Cent fashion, why you say bleep me for? You know what I mean? Like
that's the deal.
Well, why'd you say bleep me? And it feels like, yeah, I can see it. The Eagles are absolutely one of those teams that you look up and you go,
if the shoe fit, wear it.
Yeah.
Y'all got all this talent, but these games be dragging out a little bit. But I wanted to flip it on its head because, sure, we could be a little messy, but I kind of like the idea of what are the things that aren't good, but it's like, I enjoy it anyways, and being good be damned.
Yeah, I got a couple of things, man. One of them is in the way of entertainment, and then we can do a food one since in the toss, Seth gave us some of his guilty pleasure foods, things that are maybe good but not great, or good but not actually good.
The tough thing with food is like good for you is easy because all those things taste great, right? But like the idea of like this actually isn't good, but I eat it anyway. I'm interested if there's people that actually have those. We're like, no, this is bad. This doesn't taste bad, but I just eat it.
Yeah, I definitely have a couple. But let's start with this one, Love Island, because it was topical. This is something that I think took over a lot of internet streets over the summer because that's when Love Island airs. And like honestly, man, I realize I live in a different space of these people. Like they're a lot younger than I am. The social media that they more gravitate toward is not the social media that I gravitate toward. But the actual content itself is god awful. It is terrible. I would not recommend this show to anybody. But at the same time, I didn't miss an episode.
I need to see what happened.
I subscribe to their to the score, or basically like their playlist on Spotify, because they had an incredible score of like not spoofs. What are we covers? Like they covered songs that and they were really good. And so, man, I was into the storyline. I was into the music. I was into the results. I was into some of the social media narratives, even though I'm not on some of the social media channels where they're active. I was into all of this awful content.
That's fair. No, that's fair.
I mean, it is terrible. And I was 100% in.
Sometimes just the communal aspect of these things make it worthwhile. Like we're social creatures, so if y'all all on it, I'm gonna get on it too. Is it good?
Me.
Who cares?
It got me. It got me so bad. I watched the damn Love Island reunion.
See, now that's when it's real bad. You get the reunion stuff.
Oh my God, it was worse.
That's the thing. Once you get hooked to that type of TV, you're hooked.
They got you.
You want it.
And you realize that it's much more the structure of the show, the actual show itself, that makes it interesting, and not the people. Because the reunion it wasn't. It was like it was called Beyond the Villa, not the reunion, but Beyond the Villa. And it's basically just following these regular people's lives who are not special or interesting in any kind of way other than the circumstance that they were under in their particular show.
That's so hilarious. Man, there's some good answers already coming here on the text line. Somebody said the smell of gas.
I've heard that.
Man, like I feel like I get that though. There's some things that you're just like, I like this. I like the smell.
Wait, gasoline, right?
Gasoline is what they mean.
Okay, right. We're sure.
Well, you know what? 346, answer for yourself.
Please clarify.
Let me not speak for you.
Yeah. Please clarify, because I've heard of the smell of gasoline being something that people enjoy. I've heard that before.
We've obviously heard you enjoying the smell of your own farts, things of that nature. I'm sure
that I cannot abide by.
I do appreciate that many people that enjoy a particular activity very much saw themselves in what you just said. I appreciate that.
That too.
From the 832, Totino's Pizza is so terrible, but it's good. Fair. I thought this one jumped out to me when I saw it from the 361. Damn near all of ESPN out of actual games, because at this point, you're not wrong. We are losing some of the quality.
I don't know if I enjoy. I don't think that fits because I don't enjoy that though. Like I've not to just crap on ESPN, but I've just like punted on their stuff.
Okay,
the stuff that I don't enjoy.
Fair enough.
I just don't really consume it. There's so many options out here. It's not like it's the early 2000s or the 90s where all you can do is just turn on ESPN and watch
it all day.
Watch SportsCenter or watch whatever programming they have. You got options.
Fair enough. Oh, this is all right. I feel like this is because of the individuals from the 346 back in the day on 610, the David Carr show.
I don't even remember that.
I will leave that where it is. But speaking of quarterbacks, the first thing that came to mind in my brain was sports related, because I very much enjoy like some certain teams that are just intriguing, even if they're not bad. But it's not a team; it's an individual.
Okay.
And his name is Jameis Winston, and it's not even for the crab legs or the eating the W.
Chipotle.
That's right. It is watching him play, because he has a certain play style, and I think you could probably lean with a lot of these types of dudes that are like, why would I not chuck it up?
Oh, I got one for you.
Let me just chuck this up there. And for me, okay, I'm not a fan of your team, so I don't need you to be good. I need you to be entertaining. And that's one thing Jameis Winston, he's like, I'm going to throw it up there. I got this arm for a reason. Someone coming down with it. Is it the dude in my team's jersey? Let's find out.
He's like a football Nick Young, but better than Nick Young. But that he's like one for me in basketball, where it's like, man, this guy is not a player that you necessarily want on your team. But if he's on the court, I kind of want to watch. I want to see what he's going to do.
Along those lines, from the 409, back when the Nuggets were all offense, no defense, entertaining but not good. Yeah.
That's a good. He's talking about those late aughts Nuggets. Is he talking about like 08, the 08 Nuggets?
I imagine so. We're just about to get some shots up.
Yeah. I was thinking about the Phoenix Suns back in the day with Mike D'Antoni. Yeah, Mike D'Antoni, Mari Stoudemire, where they were just chucking it up, man.
They didn't win it, but they were actually good, right?
7 seconds or less were good.
Yeah, they just didn't win.
Yeah, but sometimes you just get these teams, it's like you have one thing that you're good at, and then the rest of it is bad, but that one thing is enough that is worth the cost of admission.
Yes.
Right? Like, I am here for that thing. From the 210, Hungry Man TV dinners, good answer. From the all right, not reading that. Actually, you know what? Bleep it. I can read that one. From the 936, sex on the beach. And I imagine that they don't actually mean the drink. Because like, look, you got sand everywhere.
Yeah.
It's hot.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
There's so many things, like,
and the shower,
the beach,
it's
the car,
even the showers. Like, hey, let's just get out of here and let's just go over there.
I feel like this
go right over there.
That's right. I feel like this one is fair from Magic on the YouTube page. The show All American, but I would like to widen this out to all these like drama shows that involve sports. Because as a sports fan, it's never going to look realistic because they're doing impossible things on these fields.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to take somebody and make them do it in a actually athletic situation?
Man, it makes me think about that Aaron Hernandez show that they put on FX not that long ago, or it was. I watched it on Hulu. I forget exactly what channel it was, but it was like so bad. I hate to even say that because I know some people that worked on it,
right?
But it was awful.
And so sometimes
I watched every second of it.
Like, I appreciate this show, but I'm looking at this and like, that don't look like no run play, man. He ain't complete.
Or a runner.
Yeah, that's right.
Or a runner.
It's like, you trying to tell me that he threw for 300 yards in this game? You sure?
Biggie, you remember when the Texans uniform got leaked and it had that little dude on there?
Yeah. in the 24 jersey.
Yeah, it had the little dude on there in the Derek Stingley jersey, and it's like, man, this is what some of this stuff look like.
Yeah,
when you put it up in the light.
And hopefully this does not remain the case for very long. From the 346, watching the Texans.
Come on.
Right now, it is this is emotional warfare. Honestly, I think there's someone on social media that said this, and it's remained with me for a very long time. Being a sports fan objectively is stupid.
Oh yeah, no, that's true.
Like, is there any other form of entertainment that you pay for the cost of admission, and you know on the outside, when you walk out, and you're like, there's like a 50% chance that I walk out of here happy.
When you truly invest in it, yes.
Yes,
sure.
Especially if you know they suck. So just imagine somebody like a Browns fan, just you know the season about to be awful, but you spend all of this money to support.
Yeah. But it's especially true when you cross that line of like not just liking to watch, but really, really caring about the team and caring about the result. Yeah, like the more you care, the less rational it actually is.
And so you gotta hope that they meet your investment where it was, and they give you something good to watch. And that's why it's super important this Sunday game.
Hey,
make us feel better, ladies and gentlemen. We need it.
I was not ready for how real that was watching the Texans,
brother.
Like that hit, because I mean the accuracy though, yo,
like it'll ruin your day, it'll ruin your week. All of a sudden, you just mad at things, and you're like, "Why am I mad?" Oh, that's right, because the Texans didn't handle business. That's why. That's that real. Because Henry To'o didn't break down when he had an opportunity on 4th and 10 to get them off the field. All right, I need to stop. We're gonna take a breath. We're just going to all decompress. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, talk about what actually ended up being a good Thursday night football game. We will do that on Sports Radio 610.
Ready?
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, all right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I got B. Scott sitting next to me in the stead of the OG John Lopez. Of course, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And you, 713-572-4610. Let us now go around the NFL where shout out to the Bills and really more importantly, shout out to the Miami Dolphins having a little bit of fight to them because a divisional game will always, for some reason, give you an entertainment game. And that's what we had. 31-21 victory and a cover because good teams win and great teams cover.
There you go.
For the Miami Dolphins. That was a fantastic Thursday night football game on a night where I thought I wasn't going to have much of a football entertainment for me.
This one had dumpster fire written all over it. I'm going to even be honest with you.
Al Michaels said as much.
I thought, I'll say this. I kind of forgotten this game was being played until I did the show with Seth yesterday, and there was some mention of it with Ben about Thursday night football, and I was like, oh, yeah, there's a game tonight? And then he reminded me of who was playing. I was like, oh, no wonder I forgot there was a game tonight. Because it's one that I wasn't expecting to be entertained by, and I was pleasantly surprised to be wrong about that. This was a game worth watching. As you said, shout out to the Miami Dolphins for at least making this one entertaining. Like you said, good teams win, great teams cover. This was both of those, but the Dolphins definitely gave us something worth watching last night.
No, 100%, and it's because they had some fight to them.
They did.
Like they had some fight to them, and this is the hope, I guess, if you're a Texans fan, that you see even in the awful, atrocious vibes of the Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniel came out with a good game plan. That opening script was gorgeous for that Dolphins offense, getting the ball out in the flats, getting a lot of short passes to Devon Achane and obviously Tyreek Hill and everybody. And they were able to work their way down the field, put up points, and establish early on in this game that they were going to compete with a team that was much better than them. How much more now should the Texans be with the team that is at the worst on your level? And honestly, if we are where you should be, is below you in the Jacksonville Jaguars.
But also with Miami running the football, right? Like they did that very well also, right? In a number of ways. Like they're known for, stretch zone and being more of a finesse type of team, but they were also and they stayed true to that, but they were also able to kind of just line up and play in some ways. And the thing that I really liked about it, and if we're going to kind of relate it to the Texans, what I'm hoping that they're able to do, I like bucking a narrative, or when a narrative gets established about what you are and kind of what your DNA and identity is, for you to kind of buck that trend and to kind of just show everybody, especially when it's warranted. It's like they didn't just make this up, this whole thing about them being a soft team, undisciplined. There were reports out there ahead of this game about players skipping meetings and kind of a general lack of respect for authority and just lack of discipline from that team. And that did not look like an undisciplined, unprepared team, right? They looked like they were buttoned up, and that's not something that you would say about the Dolphins, and credit to them for actually doing that. I would like for the Texans to go out there and buck some of the narratives that we have been, I think, forced to set about them this week based off of how they've played over the last couple of weeks.
Now, interestingly enough, this is one of the tough things, though, when you talk about those narratives and they've set in. When the Dolphins are out here running it down your throat a little bit, it did make me go, hey, Buffalo defense.
Yeah,
now, I know that they were missing some players, including Houston's own Ed Oliver was not active for this one. So, I'm sure that some of those things popped up. But there was a point during this game where I was like, hey, Buffalo defense.
This is what we call nuance.
Yeah, what are we looking at here? Yeah. But no, a very fun football game. I will say there's been a lot. There was a point in time in this game where I was like, oh, okay, I am done. I am done on the Tua Tagovailoa entirely.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't the interception because, interestingly enough, I don't think I'm in the place where I think a lot of people are, where they're like, oh, Tua ruined the game for them.
Right.
But it's clear the limitations that he has, and even in that interception, you can see the limitation is that free rusher barreling down on him. He's trying to get that ball out quickly, as he always is, and they can read his eyes incredibly well. In fact, it was Bernard.
Just show it.
It was Terrell Bernard, who shout out to LaPorte, Texas. But he ends up with that interception, just making a great jump, reading the run, because all game long all you can do is throw short because Tua Tagovailoa does not have a very big range.
There it is. Like that play actually just punctuated it for me. Like we didn't even need that for me to already be there, right? And I guess I'm kind of along the same lines as you, of just like focusing on the limitations. I mean, as much as I'm giving them credit for their game plan and how they ran the football, and I thought they bucked some narratives about their physicality or lack thereof, the thing that they did not buck, the narrative that they could not escape, was the Tua limitations. And if you need look no further than just the play calling and some of those short passes, I mean, they were basically just throwing laterals. Like it felt like throughout the entire game. At what point, Al Michaels pointed out that, however many passes Tua had at that point, it was like 3 yards per attempt. It was that bad, and so there
was a point in time where the depth of target was negative, like literally behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
because that's what was necessary. Admittedly, against the team that was going to be tough against them, but they needed to just get the ball out behind the line of scrimmage, and you can't feast off of that. You can subsist off of that for a little bit, and it can help jumpstart you. It was clear that there was some limitations.
Yeah, and I think you just earlier poked a hole in one of my takeaways from that game. Like I came away from that game just feeling like even though the Dolphins were competitive with the Bills and they only won by 10, I just came away convinced that that's a team that can win the Super Bowl, like more so than I ever have been before. Like I think poked a hole in that with their run defense and how the Dolphins were able to kind of get theirs against them. And so it does poke a little hole in that. But the one that I feel pretty good about is the other one that you mentioned, and that's that Tua is just not that guy.
No, for sure.
Nice guy, but not that guy.
No, and of course, one of the things there's a few things you can use to kind of wipe away that criticism that was there, which is one, division games are weird.
Yeah.
Two, the missing players that they had on that defense, both at a couple of levels, and then cornerbacks kind of started falling. But I think that was on both sides of this game. Ultimately, thank you, football. Thank you, AFC East, for giving us a fun Thursday night to head into Week 3 of the football week. Actually, headed into before this game, there was a lot of thoughts on Mike McDaniel and his the heat, the temperature of his seat. I don't know what a 10-point loss, even though it was competitive up until largely the end of the game, does for him.
Hey, he was noticeably sweaty too in whatever in-game interview he did. I forget if it was halftime.
It was coming in after halftime.
And where was this game?
Buffalo.
That's right. Highmark Stadium.
And so, like, I understand
this seat must really be hot.
Dude.
Literally, physically.
There's no way it was hot enough in Buffalo at night for him to have been sweating the way he was. I was concerned.
He looked like he was out there playing.
Like
he was, like,
he's out there feeling the heat.
It felt like drawing up the plays was manual labor for him. Which, you know what? Watching it, I can kind of see how you get. There was a lot of scheming within that offense.
No, he did a good job.
He needed to, because there's been a lot of people that have been on his keister about his job. Although, apparently, let Stephen Ross tell it, the owner of the Dolphins, that is not the case. This is Ian Rappaport reporting before the game on Mike McDaniel's, the stability of his job.
Stephen Ross, the Dolphins owner, does not want to fire Mike McDaniel. He doesn't. He wants this to work. He likes him. He believes in him. He has invested in him, including him a contract extension last year. Still has 2 years, about $19 million left after this year. And whenever he has had to, whenever possible, he has been patient. My sense is nothing is imminent for the Dolphins on that front. However, there's a caveat. That can change. If fans suddenly stop showing up to the stadium, or if players stop playing for him, that can alter the situation.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, because it's not – I don't think it's the X's and O's, or like he's what you might consider a really good whiteboard coach. Mm-hmm. Like he obviously does a good job of designing and drawing up plays and calling plays and coming up with a script and a game plan. Like he has shown an ability to do that he's good at that. I think the questions about him are some of the other stuff, some of the intangible stuff that you don't really get the greatest sense for until it starts to show itself up, right? In terms of players not playing for him or not showing up on time.
Is he a leader of men?
Is he a leader of men? Some of that alpha male type of stuff that's harder to like really measure until it starts to kind of go left.
I don't even think it needs to be an alpha male. It's a people business.
That's a better way of putting it.
It's a people business.
Yeah, the interpersonal part of it.
Yeah, that's necessary. Although I did love, and I think Figgy, you caught this when I first played it for you. I don't want to fire him unless y'all get out here not showing up, or unless these players don't play for him, which feels almost like If y'all want to do something about it, this is how y'all do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just put it out there.
If I'm a fan, I'm like, yo, let's boycott this game until he's fired.
Hey,
just imagine if Cal said that about Bill O'Brien. He said, hey, I'm not firing him unless people stop going to the games and players stop playing. I'm like, oh, really?
Stephen Ross might as well have just texted the fan base in the media and said, LMK, let me know. LMK shoulder shrug. That's what I am. Double I emoji.
Once we start losing money,
it's like I don't want to go to the game. I mean, unless you buy the ticket.
Let me see.
Which is very much the Reggie Attitude approach to this. I don't think I want to go to the game unless you got a free ticket. I will go then.
Like, who gonna be there? Y'all coming to the function? Who gonna be there?
This came in on the text line, and this wasn't where I was going, but obviously it's fair to bring this up. Somebody asked that compared to Tua, do y'all believe that CJ is headed down that same path? And I'll put that up to you, but my immediate reaction was like, I genuinely think no.
No, I don't think so, but I do think that that's the legitimate concern, right? Like when you have what we've been watching over the last couple of weeks, and even if you want to extend it toward the end of last season, I think that's a fair concern. I feel like we've also seen enough and know enough about him as a player and as a quarterback, and I've been around a little bit to kind of have a good sense for the makeup. Like I don't personally have that concern, but I can't knock anybody who does based off of what we've been watching.
Yeah. Some other things around the NFL, and actually before we get there, I want to remind you that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year, which is about $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I actually should mention Josh Allen tied for the 6th fastest to reach 200 career touchdown passes last night as well. I mean, and there's a lot of great players, quarterbacks that are the only ones that have bested him. Talking about Patrick Mahomes, Dan Marino, Aaron Rodgers, and there's maybe some ones that you go tied with Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson.
Well, I mean, he's the best player in the league, right? Josh Allen. Are we? I mean, I get Patrick Mahomes has the pelts on the wall.
He's the MVP, right?
The reigning MVP.
Just forget that. Aside from that, like, I'm talking about just a conversation here.
He is incredible.
He's the best player in the league.
In that game, I did see a couple of Bozo Gene Josh Allen is still in there a little bit.
But that's the thing, though. He's got the Bozo Gene alien element to him, and he's also kind of reined it in on top of it.
Correct. It didn't really pop out. It was just a little, he's in there. No, I have a hard time going away from Lamar Jackson. There's definitely bias that happens within there from years of having to defend him from running back allegations, having to defend that he's actually a great deep passer, and as people have come along, I'm like, see, I get to exist in this.
Yeah, and you won't have to defend him against me.
I also can't lie, like the tripping over your own feet that keeps happening with his team.
Yeah,
it's hard to not be like, hey, dog, you also need to be a differentiating factor there. But no, I still would lean towards Lamar Jackson in that case.
Yeah.
Some other things around the NFL. Did you see that the NFL apparently complaining and snitching works? Because the NFL has instructed its officials to watch for false starts, particularly on the tush push now.
Yeah, now look, I am one who is, I won't say a defender of the tush push because I'm not really that passionate about it. I don't have to feel like I got to defend it. I'm just not bothered by it as much as other people are. But I will say, when you look at how they're lining like this, now this is egregious, and it's hard to defend, like how they're lining up in some cases, the fact that you can't really see the ball when they're lining up and when they snap it, like, okay, like and maybe these are things that I wasn't noticing before that now I'm noticing more as people are pointing it out. But yeah, okay, you guys, points are being made. I got you. Like, and they definitely do have to, like, I understand you characterize it as snitching, but this is out of hand. Man got to draw the line somewhere, right?
No, I mean, of course, it's tongue-in-cheek. And
I get it. Yeah.
It's just so I can make this PSA for all the children that may be listening. Remember, snitching, you can do it sometimes.
Yeah.
It can be effective.
Yeah. And honestly, not to get too in the weeds about snitching, but as long as you're not, like, in on whatever the scheme is, like, you can tell on somebody else. Snitching is more so when you're supposed to be in on the crime, and then all of a sudden now you telling everybody about it.
Ain't that dry snitching at that point? You snitching on yourself.
No, I'm saying like you get caught. You know what I'm saying?
Snitching is when you get caught doing a crime, and then now you telling on everybody else that's in on the crime.
We go in to rob the bank. I get caught. Y'all get away, and I'm like, well, Figgy and Reggie did it. That's snitching. But if I'm at the restaurant and you rob the bank next door, I'm saying, hey, Call the police.
Okay.
They robbing the bank.
That's a great thing, and that leads me to my next point around the NFL. Does this count as snitching? Antonio Pierce now works for CBS Sports after an interim and then getting a big-time job as the head coach for the Raiders stint there in Vegas. He said of the now embroiled in controversy, or constantly embroiled in controversy in some ways, Tom Brady, saying that, when he was feeding me some information when I was the coach there. Does this count as snitching?
Yes.
I would say yes.
Yes.
Because you didn't say it when you was coaching.
Well, and he's also he's benefiting. He's involved. He's basically kind of confessing to the crime to a lesser extent. But yes.
Now you're fired. You're gone. Now you're going to tell everybody what's going on.
Yeah. No, and if you were in on it, yes.
He was in on the crime.
Yeah. No, that's snitching. We do a deed, we do a crime together, we will never tell.
Take it to the grave?
Yeah, come on now, that's how it go.
And my brother's keepers.
Yeah, man, we not talking about it. No.
Well, he talking about it.
Yeah, so he's snitching.
And to be fair,
that's snitching.
He was a part of the whole thing. Yeah. And then they got him up out of there. He was like, "Oh, so we not family no more?"
Yeah.
Okay. I see. I got some.
I put cases on all you players.
Knew exactly where I was going.
That's exactly it.
Well, let Chip Kelly say it.
You want to do this to me?
To me? Jake! Chip Kelly, the offensive coordinator of the Raiders, has said that he hasn't had any communications of that type
snitch
with Tom Brady as that continues.
If he observes it from afar, it's whistleblowing. If you on the inside,
we need to do the definitive. We need to do the definitive definitions.
I'm just saying
of what is and is not snitching, or various other types of tattling, so on and so forth.
We get that on the timeline probably like once a week at this point.
We sure do. Because people love talking, don't they?
Salute to these rappers out here, man.
All right. That's a little bit of Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Football Friday. And with that being the case, I would like to go back to Thursday in some ways as we're looking towards the game on Sunday. Because back on Monday, that game was not, it didn't make anybody feel good, especially about this offense. But Nick Caley talked yesterday, as the coordinators do on a Thursday, headed into a Sunday football game. Did what Nick Caley say give you any relief? 713-572-4610. Let's go through it next.
What does D'Amico's Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Adetula, sitting next to the man from Hiram Clark himself, Brandon K. Scott, B. Scott, and for John Lopez. And then, of course, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos for you. It is a football Friday. And by the way, just a programming note, remember that the fellas of The Drive are out on location, courtesy of Academy. And they're at Talyard.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
I don't believe that that's the address. I'm pretty sure that it's Talyard Brewing out there in Sugar Land. It's right next to Constellation Field. So that is more of where you're going. Don't look for no Queens Boulevard. You will not make it, ladies and gentlemen. Talyard Brewing,
Take us to Queens at once.
Talyard is where you're putting into your GPS, and you will see the fellas Ron, Clint, and some other Sports Radio 610 folks. I think I'm gonna head out there after the show. I think I will.
That boy good.
He is good. Sexual chocolate. I don't know why that's the one that I felt like I should say here.
Good and terrible.
We can't just start quoting.
I thought it was a trash can.
We will be here all day if that's all we're going to do is just quote these things. Let's talk about Nick Caley in this offense because it's early on and there's already all sorts of frustrations, which was to be expected in the environment that the Texans have. You're coming in, and I gave you a whole image to kind of help understand, or maybe to help demonstrate why we are where we are.
Yeah.
It's like when you walk into a diner late at night, you hungry, and you order something simple, maybe like an omelet.
Yeah.
And then they take forever to make it, and you like, I'm hungry, I'm mad, and you wouldn't have that same.
Sound familiar?
You wouldn't have that same feel.
It's eggs, man.
It's
eggs.
You wouldn't. Maybe you were even in New Orleans for this, but you wouldn't have that same feel if it's noon and you got time and you're not hungry and you're like, oh, they taking a little while to make the omelet. That's cool. We sitting here talking anyways. I think that's the feeling that we are here with Nick Caley, but we are here.
Yeah.
That's where we are, and there's a lot of frustration. So I was interested if Nick Caley answering questions yesterday with the media would kind of settle some of that. And so I want to go to a few points, and I'll start with cut 6 here, Fig, because Nick Caley was asked specifically about the imbalance that was talked about. Shout out to NFL Live for really publicizing this, that when they were under center, they were running the football. When they were in shotgun, they were passing the football, and it was pretty stark in that way. This was Nick Caley's response to that graphic.
I think we always try to have some balance in everything that we do. The one thing I would say is early on in the season, especially you take the inventory of the first 2 games, you get back to a lot of get back on track situations. At that point, we're trying to make some positive plays. So, no, in the long term, I'm really not, because I feel like we do a good job of trying to stay on top of that. Some of these outcomes, come into situations in the games that evolve, whether it's obvious pass situations, et cetera. So I think it dictates it game by game. Certainly, you want to have as much balance as you can.
Yeah, I didn't have as much of a problem with the balance in the first game as I did in the second game. So after we kind of talked this through, both before the show and now that we're talking it through now, I'm willing to give him a little bit more grace. I felt a lot better about it in the first. Now, obviously, in the second half, they didn't score any points, and it was putrid. I'm not giving them any passes for that. But this was, to me, one game where the balance was off. I know the critical point that all of us or a lot of us look at, and we'll talk about this, I'm sure, more, is the running out of shotgun from the 1-yard line when you got to have it. And it just not feeling like that was the best feel for the game and having some concern if your first-year offensive coordinator has a great feel for what works and what makes sense in that situation. I'm giving him a little bit of a pass for it there. I won't say just because of what he said there, but also just because it's one example, and I didn't feel bad about the first one. So I got one okay, one not okay. Let's see what it looks like in the third game.
Okay, I was trying to spin it forward because I feel like that imbalance is something that's going to be continued to watch. And you seem like you're cool with him just being like, hey, circumstances put me in this place where I couldn't get. I don't like that. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't like the idea that circumstances moved me to places.
But that's how they talk about the offense.
And that's deeply upsetting because the whole dynamic of offense and defense in football is offense knows what's coming, defense reacts. How are you getting put in certain places by a defense?
Yeah, I mean,
you're supposed to be controlling you're supposed to be on the front foot attacking.
It is the pitfall of the game plan offense, and to me, it only works if you feel like you're the ones with the answers to the test. And I've got no reason to believe that, with all due respect to C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans and what the Texans have done over the last couple of years, I got no reason to believe that combination of guys, along with Nick Caley, got the answers to nobody's test. right? Y'all ain't Tom Brady. Y'all ain't Bill Belichick. They can do the game plan offense because you do something, they know what the counter is. They got the answers to the test. Everybody ain't like that. And so along the lines of what you're saying, I do prefer to have an attack style offense to say, hey, we're going to force the issue, and because we know what's happening first, we're going to force the defense to react to what we got going on as opposed to the other way around. I do not like it, but I understand based off of what they said this offense is going to be, that's what it's going to look like at times.
And of course, I know I'm oversimplifying it in saying that. I think I like the idea of, hey, where are the places that we can attack on any given week, and let's do the things to get there. But the idea that we got to a place where we were so predictable because, we just ended up in circumstances where, no, these are things that you still need to be able to control to some degree. Those are in the controllables of what you do. And I understand this is the answer that he's going to throw up there. It didn't make me feel better, pursuant to our question. In that same vein, one of the things that he's been hit on a lot, not just him, obviously the entirety of the coaching staff, is the utilization, or really the lack thereof, of some young, talented players that we thought would be useful for you. And so this was Nick Caley on the possibility of utilizing Texans rookies moving forward, particularly coming Sunday.
Those guys have done a really good job, okay? And we have opportunities. I think a lot of our guys can do really positive things with the ball in their hands. So, again, week to week, package to package, who we have available, and we'll continue to grow. I've been pleased with all those guys, and I've said that before, and that's the truth. So we just got to keep continuing to get better and working at those things.
Yeah, that didn't necessarily make me feel better about anything. And I know we're trying to spin it forward, but I don't get how, based off of who you had available and what your circumstances were in the first couple of weeks, why that didn't dictate that you would utilize these guys more. And so now, spinning it forward, going into week 3, right, going into this, what I've called a gotta-have-it matchup, or what we might consider a get-right opportunity for them, you got some folks that are going to be available to you. And I'm glad that they got these guys available to them, but that doesn't make me feel better about the idea of, hey, based off of who's available to us, we're going to utilize so-and-so, right? Now you've got more Christian Kirk. I'm glad to have more Christian Kirk, but that doesn't necessarily create more of an opportunity for Jalen Noel, right? Does his answer right there give you an answer to the Dario Gumbawale versus Woody Marks question? And I know they talked about this and kind of got into it a little bit later, but no, it does not. So I would say based off of that piece of audio, based off of that answer, no, I do not feel better.
Am I a sucker for saying I feel a little bit better because of it? Now, the Woody Marks one is going to be tough, but I think that when I lean into one of the things that we knew was this is an offense, that Patriots system that Brady ran quite a bit in New England. It very much has a lot of complexities, it has a lot of details, and it requires you to know or not. In fact, Christian Kirk himself in training camp talked about how that slot position is hard, really hard. I think the fellas on the morning show today were talking about it like it's 400-level course. You need to know what everybody else is doing in order to be able to operate it so well because there's so many option things, which, funny enough, press pause, I don't think I considered enough when I thought about the off-target throws that CJ had, how much of that is that, because he did talk about not having this, a lot of familiarity. With all the option routes and stuff, you do need to have a little bit of hive mind that has not been developed. So how much of that is the young guys not having as much work with him, or just not having enough knowledge of where to go with the option early on, where we lean to experience? And the reason why I said I feel good, and again, I might be a sucker for this, I think he likes these guys. He just wants to see them be ready to have all the option portions of this. And then as soon as they should be implemented. I don't know that makes you feel better about early weeks, but I think it makes me feel better about what the ceiling can be for this offense once you get to that point.
Yeah, no, there's nuance to it, and I think that's a good way to contextualize it and kind of qualify things. But at the same time, at the risk of oversimplifying things, you look at that Texans offense and you feel like, man, they're just not. I don't feel like they're explosive enough. It doesn't seem like
agreed.
Like there's an element to just like, hey, sometimes you got to be like, you need brute force. You need speed. Like, there are certain physical elements to your football team that you just got to have out there to be successful. And they didn't seem to have enough of it. And it felt like some of these rookies could provide that. And so they should have maybe leaned more into that, or done a better job of preparing them to be ready for this space, or just having to bite the bullet and eat it and risk maybe they're not ready for the full 400 level course of what you're doing, but maybe you like kind of create create the best environment for whatever it is that they do know at this point, given that they give you the best chance physically out there in terms of just like what they're capable of.
And again, I think that this is where, one, the injury kind of hampered you with not having Barrios or Kirk,
Yes.
both of the guys that you imagine depth chart-wise fit in with that slots position. But then I think, too, again, this is why having a first-time coordinator with an offense that requires a lot, that has a steeper learning curve, in the circumstance where you're coming off of Bobby Sloak and people are, hungry or jonesing for better offensive stuff, it all sets you up. It was an okie doke in some ways for Nick Caley in this offense, and we were going to be mad to some degree. It just sucks that it happened this way, I think, early on.
He deserves way more time and more grace than we collectively have been willing to give him. It's part of our job to critique and to be critical, but just overall, the tenor around this, the response, the kind of the energy around it, if you will, he is not being given nearly as much grace and leeway as I think he should fairly be given.
No, but sometimes fair ain't really what to talk about.
No, because there's an urgency.
I want to get one more thing in here with our short time, because motion was a conversation that we talked about, a lot of people talked about, on giving CJ easy buttons, which apparently he don't even require that much if you let him tell it. This was Nick Caley talking about the utilization of motion within the offense.
Yeah, I think if you can gain an advantage, a decided advantage, I think that it's definitely something that, you want to obviously incorporate, though. In terms of getting out and getting set, there's some games that we may use more. There's some games that we may not use as much. And I think that's week to week. And that's the honest God truth. We've used plenty of motion back to spring and training camp, and we have the ability to do that with what we do, too.
That I didn't get, I'm going to be honest.
I don't know, man. To me, it's fairly obvious. It seems like they both kind of tried to downplay what motion, and maybe they just don't see it, or they're kind of along the lines of it taking time. They haven't reached that level of mastering of the offense yet.
Oh, the plays with the motion, we ain't got as much.
We ain't got that far. Yeah.
Those still in the back.
Yeah, I mean that's 500 level. And we still on 300 trying to get to 400. Maybe
those ones still loading. You could use these plays, right? It's like when you download 2K for the first time.
Yeah.
You could play these, but you can't get into My Career yet. That one's still loading.
Or maybe is it that Christian Kirk is just their motion guy?
Can't be that.
Nah,
it can't be that.
I didn't even believe it when I said it. I'm gonna be honest, man.
Overall, I'm gonna be honest. This didn't make me feel better, but as much, I think there were some instances, but I think really and truly, there was nothing that was going to happen in a press conference that's going to make you feel better. It has to happen on the field. And so the next opportunity is Everbank Field, Jacksonville. Sunday at noon. 9 a.m. is when you need to be listening to Sports Radio 610. Sean and Seth to get you ready with everything on Texans Countdown. All right, coming up next is getting to what's popping, including we have an update on one Isaac Paredes. Will he play tonight? I don't know. Let's hear next.
The Drive. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, it's a Football Friday, and let's get into what's popping here in the Loop. We got the biggest series of the season for your Houston Astros happening tonight, tomorrow, and then Sunday. 3-game series versus the Seattle Mariners. The season series is tied at 5 apiece. The winner of this series will have the tiebreaker between these two teams and, objectively, the leg up because the Mariners won last night against the Royals, a 2-0 victory, and so they're tied. 84 wins apiece right now, and whoever comes out on top when we look at everything on Sunday will have quite the runway to go and win the AL West.
Why does it feel like we've been here before? Right, this is a very familiar place with the Astros. Things coming down to the wire, basically coming down to the very end of the season, deciding whether you're going to take this division or not. I mean, it's at the very least a familiar place for the Astros. You like their experience in a situation like this. So, yeah, I cannot emphasize how big of a moment this is, how big of a weekend it is for them, especially like we talked about before. The Mariners coming in there, pitching being the strong suit, the strength of their team. They're bringing basically their best guys into town. You're starting the weekend off with your best guy in Hunter Brown. What is it? It's Hunter, Fromber, and Jason Alexander, right? That's
correct.
That's their rotation of guys. So, yeah, and to Jason Alexander's credit, he's been a gamer. He's been up for the moment. So I guess we're hoping by the time it gets to him that they've already kind of taken care of business and won those first couple of games. But it's a huge moment. I cannot stress what kind of opportunity this is for the Astros coming up.
And possibly a big help for that is that Isaac Paredes is expected to be reinstated from the IL tonight.
There you go.
By the Astros and be available for this series. Shout out to Brian McTaggart of MLB.com making mention that he was hitting .259 and with I believe that would be an OPS of right there in the 800s.
Yeah, he was their best player when he got hurt.
He was, and he is still tied for third on home runs with his team, which is going to be important because Joe Espada mentioned, I believe it was yesterday or it might have been the day before, that if when Isaac Paredes returns, that he's going to advise him to not go 100% on the base pass. So if you want extra bases, he's going to need to really probably send it out of the park to get it. But just the idea that big swinger will be possibly back in the lineup. Well, definitely in the lineup this week. And I think just the way that they're doing this, they expect to utilize him at some point. I'm wondering if they get him in the lineup today.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why not, especially if they've already laid the ground rules, like the terms of engagement. Like, hey, you're just going out there to swing. We don't need you running hard. If it's a double, make it, like I think we talked about this before. If it's a double, make it a single. If ideally it would have been an infield single. It's an out. It's an out. Like we're not gonna risk longer term injury. I do wonder, just because I'm not like some type of medical expert, I wonder if whatever limits him from running also limits his power to some degree.
That's a good question.
And I don't actually know the answer. As just kind of a novice, it is something that I wonder about. Now, obviously, you'd rather have him than not, so I'm not going to say, hey, well, if the answer is yes, then never mind. Like, no, let's just go ahead and put him out there and see what happens. This is great news. This is good news for the Astros.
That actually is a really good question because we've been seeing it with Jose Altuve, even though last week he's really been turning this thing back on. He'd been dealing with that foot injury. I know Joe Espada mentioned that again on Wednesday. And some of that seemingly did limit his comfort in the batter's box. So as much as we know what Isaac had been, how quickly does he hit the ground running is also a question. Maybe he just ends up being a guy off the bench because we know Joe Espada likes using those pinch hitters that you utilize when you need a pinch hitter late in the game to go and do something.
Well, also somebody that you have to pitch to. I think that's even before he was really taken off as a hitter, he was like from set go.
Oh, patient
and giving you, like, he's probably, now that Alex Bregman's not on the team anymore, he is your most quality at-bat guy.
Yeah.
Okay, and I would say probably by a mile. So when you need somebody to go up there and give you a quality at-bat, and the hell with running the bases, he might just be able to stand there, force the pitcher to actually pitch to him, and if the dude don't have it, there's your guy that's on base. And then, then you got to decide there how early on in the game is that. Do you want to go ahead and pinch run for him and get him up out the game since he got you a base runner? So, yeah, you want him hitting home runs early and walking late, I guess.
No, that's a great point. So, yeah, excited to see what that looks like. Hunter Brown on the mound for your Astros tonight. and maybe, just maybe, a little bit of Isaac Paredes sprinkled in with what you have going. And it does help. It feels like DH is open for you, right? Like, I know you've been putting Caratini or whatever, but because Jordan is not on the situation here, although if it does feel like expectation is that man's done for the season.
Can they get a crew of potential DHs healthy and ready to DH at the same time? Like they've had the DH Altuve at times.
DH chair, baby.
This is the DH chair, man. Like Jordan is supposed to be your DH, but something's always wrong. Paredes is a perfect candidate for DH, but he's been gone. Now he's back. Jordan's gone. It'd be great to get all of these guys together at some point, but like you say, beggars can't be choosers, man.
Some other things that are popping. Did you see this? Everybody's favorite team, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Hey, Lopez ain't here. We know how to do that. But Clayton Kershaw is saying that he will retire after this season. And, I mean, incredible pitcher. I know that we don't have to talk too much about it. But I would like to do it in this way. Him retiring also makes it even wilder what Justin Verlander's been doing over the last little bit, where he's just been, over the last, about 11 starts, he's been fantastic.
Yeah, because he's older than Kershaw.
He is. He came up, he debuted 2 years earlier than Kershaw. Yep. He has a 1.91 ERA in his last 7 starts, Verlander does, and he says that he wants to play again next year, and where Kershaw it's been real dicey the last few years with him, with injuries and all. Like, Verlander, man, this is crazy. We have to really just appreciate what this dude is doing.
Yeah, so I found out about this yesterday because I live with a Dodgers fan, and so we talked about it a little bit. Yeah, so this was a point of conversation. Look, with all due respect to Kershaw, I love the point that you bring up because he's going to go down certainly as one of the best pitchers of his generation.
Without question.
One of the all-time greats.
He's going to Cooperstown.
Yeah, one of the better left-handed pitchers for sure. Curveball out of this world, like not taking anything away from him. But it does, like you say, highlight or emphasize how much of an anomaly Justin Verlander actually is when we talk about the pantheon or the greats among the greats. It is truly impressive to see what he's doing, especially kind of digging his way out of it, right? Like the beginning of this San Francisco Giants experience was not a good one, and he has figured it out. He has found it, and he continues to kind of just beat his renaissance, man.
So happy trails, I guess, once the season ends.
Yeah.
To one Clayton Kershaw.
Great career for him.
Some other things that are popping. Let me mention this before I forget. Don't forget the fellas of the drive are out at Talyard Brewing. That is in Sugar Land, right next to Constellation Field. That's from 2 to 6, as it always is on a Football Friday. And don't forget, with Football Friday this year, you got the souvenir pint glasses, and this time it is the Drive pint glass. You'll see the faces of T-Mill, and Ron and
all of them.
I forgot their names.
Everybody. Every single one of them.
Yeah, all of them will be etched into glasses, so you want to make sure you get there. Limited supplies, and remember, it's one per person. You want to get there as early as you can to get you a glass.
What's her name?
Yeah.
We turned Clint Stoerner and Ron the Show Hughley into what's her name.
I was like, the one I remember was T-Mill.
The crew.
Whatchamacallit.
Hey, just like when we got nominated for our Marconi, the promotional video.
It was Tyler.
It was T-Mill. That's right.
Did I said the right award, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Marconi.
Yeah. I get all my journalism awards mixed up. But yeah, the promotional video was face of the station, Tyler Milner.
That's right.
Never forget it.
As a producer, I love it.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, and T-Mill be putting in that work, so shout out to him.
Yeah,
100%. I got an email from T-Mill at 11 o'clock last night.
No, some of it is disturbing how hard he is working.
I tried to tell him, like, man, go home, man.
Hey,
don't be at the station working all them hours like that.
Yeah, man, he'll only listen so much, man.
That's right. All right, speaking of faces, the face of the Instagram of one of your Houston Texans, Azeez Al-Shaair, has changed again. Obviously, going back to Jacksonville for the first time since that one hit that got everybody talking. He has changed this Instagram photo back to one of the Joker. Remember that in that time period where everybody was talking about him, he was like, oh, y'all want me to be that guy? I'll be that. And he put the Joker. Of course, it is Joaquin Phoenix's Joker from the Joker that we had over the last few years. Do you like this from Azeez? Because I don't think I actually do.
I don't know if I like this, but more and more, like, I like him. You know, I like Azeez.
Strong agree.
I like what he stands for on the field, off the field, no back down, got a little edge to him, grit to him, but also polite at the same time. Like, I'm with Azeez. I don't think this is necessary. I don't think that you should probably this is not the time, I think, to welcome the villain role or to be the heel. This is probably just not the time for it. But I ain't mad at it. because I like Aziz. And what I don't like is how he was kind of mischaracterized as this dirty player. I didn't agree with that play. Like I thought he could have let up, and so I thought it was like rightfully adjudicated. But the way he was talked about after it made me uncomfortable, and I did not think was fair to him. So I am on his side ultimately.
Right, and I know that he can be surly. I'm not trying to say that he is just entirely pious, even though he is that dude. I just felt like, hey man, no need to get people jumping or anything. Yeah. Like, I don't think we need to feed into this. Just be the you that you are and go into this game. And maybe he'll say that this is, but I didn't think it was necessary.
It's a little extra.
I'm kind of mad he picked that Joker. Why he picked that Joker?
Oh yeah, why aren't we going with Heath Ledger? Like,
yeah, I'm like, why you went with that one?
Yeah, is he trying to be? It's like, are you trying to be popular at the same time? Because that's like the.
Is that the popular one? The new Joaquin? I feel like the most popular is Heath Ledger's iteration.
So he didn't go with Heath.
No, he went the Joaquin Phoenix one from the Joker and the Joker Part 2 or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he should have went with the Dark Knight.
Yeah, he should have given it more thought.
We're like, come on, dog. At least go with Batman 66. You know what I mean?
Don't
go with the classics.
Don't be a thoughtless heel, especially you, Mr. Thinker. That's come on, Aziz. Give us a better Joker, dog.
A couple of things here in the city, Houston, I want to shout out. One, shout out to the Dynamo. They have 2 more home matches, and they will have one of them tomorrow evening at 7:30. They're only 2 points off of that final playoff spot, so all these games are really important. And they welcome in the Portland Timbers, who are above them, very much above them in the playoffs. So this is not going to be an easy match, but it's going to be an important one. One of the 4 final matches to see if they can get a playoff spot. So that's going on. But then also, shout out to Triple Option Food, as I've been calling them in my group chats. Rice University, baby, they got a victory this week. Yesterday, in fact, against Charlotte. It was 29-17, I believe, or 28-17. They're now 3-1.
Yeah.
And this Scott Abel team, he's come in first year trying to put in the triple option. They're not bad. They're looking good for a year 1 program.
Yeah, and the only loss is to U of H. And
who might be kind of nice this year.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. And so overall, shout out to Rice. Shout out to U of A. Shout out to college football in the city of Houston right now. At least those 2 schools, it feels like you might have a little something. I know for Rice it's been a while, right? So they can really use this. I'm happy for that program.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for a team like Rice to get through the that non-con and look like this, I'm interested in what it looks like in the season. Now next week they do get Navy, which is a little bit of a test, but I'm looking forward to Scott Abel and what he's doing. So shout out to the university, to Rice University. Somebody said from the 830, well, at least it wasn't Jared Leto's Joker, I guess. Fair.
Yeah.
Because that was Cheeks.
Yes.
Cheeks, my friend.
Fair enough.
Cheeks. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You never want to be Cheeks. And headed into this weekend versus the Jacksonville Jaguars, there are some things that, are in danger of being Cheeks with this Texas team. B. Scott has 3 things that are worrying him headed into this one. I know that we don't want to lean into anxiety. However, we got to do it. 3 things that worry B. Scott heading into Sunday. We'll discuss it next.
How does C.J. Stroud It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
It's going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark, B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
You didn't think because he was sitting in on a Friday we wouldn't still get you.
We had to get
Scott
this in.
from Hiram Clark. You know you will love it. I know. I'm surprised that we got through the 11:20 segment. Someone didn't text it in like, hey, where's the music? Here's the music because B. Scott's got 3 things that worries him headed into Sunday, and I imagine that will serve as B. Scott's thoughts today.
So the Jacksonville Jaguars, and this is one of my top concerns about this matchup, and one of the reasons why I'm taking them a little bit more seriously than I have in the past, they're turning teams over. Small sample size. We understand that. We can qualify almost everything that we say because everybody's only played 2 games. In some cases now, I guess, after last night, 3. But everybody's mostly played 2 games. These 2 teams in particular have a small sample size. We can qualify everything with that. But within the small sample size, they look to be a better turnover team under Campanelli. Am I saying it correctly?
I believe so.
Under their new defensive coordinator, they
Campanile?
I
believe.
No disrespect to his name, but much respect to what they're doing so far these last couple of games or these first couple of games of the season. They were one of the worst teams in intercepting the ball. I think they had the 3rd lowest mark, if I'm seeing that. They had the 3rd lowest mark the 2024 Jaguars defense did last year. Now they are toward the top of the league in interceptions. They have a few of them on the season already just through these first couple of games, and they forced a fumble. They seem to be a much more opportunistic, maybe even just overall better defense, but certainly one that can get after it. One of the things that's helped them, they have a couple of additions in their secondary. They added Jordan Lewis, the former Cowboy, I believe.
Yeah, and he's a solid dude, especially when he can play inside. But no, Jordan Lewis is a solid player. I wouldn't call him a great cornerback, but sometimes you just need a really competent guy in your secondary.
Well, and another guy that fits along that same description, not great, but competent, Eric Murray. So 2 guys that were playing in Texas recently.
You know people are yelling at their cars right now.
Here's the thing. These are not spectacular players, but there is a reason why Eric Murray was able to last on this team as long as he was, and the reason why he's been able to last as a valuable piece in the NFL for as long as he has, and that's because he is an elite communicator, knows where to be, and that stuff is easy to overlook when a guy's not overly talented and not making a bunch of plays, but that's helped them be in position to get interceptions and to turn teams over. And so I know out there, at least in Jacksonville, they are crediting a lot of the improvement in their secondary in particular with those additions, and so those are easy guys to overlook. But this is something that I'm refusing to overlook, and it's something that actually concerns me heading into this game for the Texans and the Jaguars.
Especially when you consider that you said 5 turnovers. They're all interceptions, and none of them, like, we ain't got no double-ups. It's 5 different people in that secondary that have managed to come down with the football. I'm not going to be so bold as to compare it to the Texans team and the way that they were turnover defense last year, and I hope that they remain as the season will continue along and hopefully show more of that. But that does kind of, when you overlay that with a C.J. Stroud, that whether you want to say it's because C.J. Stroud is regressing or because of the offense and the ways in which you need to have a little bit more of a relationship or a little bit more of like a hive mind, for lack of a better term, between receiver and quarterback. Either way, we could talk about the off-target throws that have existed for C.J. Stroud, and if you add off-target throw with the opportunistic defense, that doesn't bode well for winning the turnover battle, which right now the Texans haven't been incredible at this point.
And so like that, so that creates an obvious concern, right? Here's a team that's good with it. Here's a team that hasn't been great with it. I am more so concerned about it than I think I would have been, say, going into the season, or certainly one of the things that I wouldn't have predicted about the Jacksonville Jaguars defense, or them just overall as a team, maybe not being as plugged in as I should have been or could have been. But I certainly I knew they had these new guys, but I overlooked what that impact could possibly look like because they're not, again, overly talented or highly touted names.
And mind you, 3 of them DBs, you mentioned Eric Murray, Jordan Lewis, and then also Andrew Wingard have interceptions. But then also the linebackers, Oluokun and Devin Lloyd. both have interceptions. So it's different levels of this that could happen. And so what does that look like? I don't know. Now, of course, 7-1-3, I do love this as a counteraction to this so that we don't get too far in the concern ways and then everybody's on their lunch break just scared. Jacksonville Jaguars faced off against the Carolina Panthers with Bryce Young, who we know can be dicey, and then the
Jake Browning led Cincinnati Bengals,
right? And Jake Browning is pretty solid as a backup. He's done a lot of stepping in, but he is still a backup, and he does have that within him. So when we talk about those types of things with interceptions, I don't want to say, like, even if you're down on CJ, I don't think you're saying that he's backup level or Bryce Young level quarterback.
Absolutely not.
So I think that is something that would give me a little bit of confidence in the idea that maybe you don't have those same types of turnover availability in this game.
But to be fair, he has not played up to what you view him as being. Like the way we view C.J. Stroud overall as a quarterback and the way he's been playing as of late are not necessarily consistent. And we have to acknowledge that and be real about that. And then also just the fact that it's been enough of a pattern now, like kind of going back to last season. So I don't want to let him off the hook completely in that regard and kind of just acknowledge that, even though I do view him as a better player than Jake Browning, certainly, and even better than Bryce Young, who played better toward the end of last season. But since we are on Jaguars defense versus Texans offense, let me skip over to – I had this as my third point, but I think it fits better as my second. Okay. The Texans' offensive utility versus – and their offensive line concerns that I think are true and rightful. And we'll get our first look, I think, at their – full offensive line, because Ed Ingram has been back for a game and they didn't have Jake Andrews. I know you don't
salute to Ed Ingram. No. You think I'm going to go the other way. I am somebody who I believe what I believe pretty strongly. However, I'm very open to being wrong. I think I say it sometimes. And in this instance, I will say, at least for the short-term period, I was wrong about Ed Ingram, man. He was out here balling in his first instance and his debut as a Texan.
Well, and as much as I've rolled my eyes at the best five idea once Ed Ingram was hurt, now that he's not and it looks like Jake Andrews is going to be back, this is, to be fair, the first time that they're going to go out there with what they consider to be their best five offensive or their best collection of five offensive linemen, right? Like, this will be the first time that it's a test for that. I think there are rightful concerns about that, but that's going up against a defense that has, I think, an improved – I talked about the secondary and their turnovers and everything, but also under Campanelli, hopefully I'm saying it right.
They get the point.
More blitzing, more pressure. I think they've been better in that regard too. Okay, so how do the Texans handle that, right? Like we've talked to death since last year, and it hasn't been necessarily remedied this year of not feeling great about how they handle pressure, whether that's as an offensive line, whether that's the running backs, whether that's a collection of guys, whether that goes all the way down to the quarterback himself. How do they handle pressure against a defense that is bringing more of it, both just in terms of playing better up front and blitzing more? I am concerned about the offensive line versus the Jaguars front and their ability to bring pressure.
Oh, and I'm not as quick on the trigger as I want to be right now finding the statistic, but they have been good, absolutely, as you mentioned, generating pressure. Obviously, Josh Hines-Allen is a name that is always worth noting.
Yeah.
Trayvon Walker has been
coming along.
He's been ascendant over the first two games of the season, but really you can tap this back into last year as well. I am interested, though, because for me with the offensive line, pass protection, definitely always something that you think about. For me, it's, can you guys get some push? This team has decided that they want to be a team that totes the rock. They want to be able to establish the run. And I know that feels like a 2008-ass response to things, but that's what they've told us, so let's see what they're capable of doing. Can you get out here and push up against a Jacksonville Jaguars team that at least via DVOA, one of my favorite stats, shout out to FTN Fantasy, and what they do there.
Oh, yeah.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are bottom third when it comes to rushing defense DVOA, which, again, that's not everything. I need to see what kind of yards before contact they're allowing in these first two games. But can you get up here and actually show that y'all are men and get to the essence of football, which is pushing them dudes over there when you need to?
This dovetails into my next concern. I'm glad that you mentioned that. And that's just the simple fact that one team seems to be able to do the thing that you just described. So everything you just laid out about what the Texans don't do so far so good on the Jaguars front, right? Like no team until the Bills last night, no team had more rushing yards than the Jacksonville Jaguars. And even up until this moment, nobody is averaging more per carry than the Jacksonville Jaguars. That has a little bit to do with the resurgence of Travis Etienne. But I think overall, just like as an overall outfit with this new Liam Cohen offense, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday when I was on with Seth. Liam Cohen, a lot of people talk about what the work that he does with quarterbacks, don't really talk as much about the work that he does for a run game. He did it in Tampa Bay, okay, when he was there, and he appears to be, at least early on, doing it now with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So my concern is the Jacksonville Jaguars look like they figured out their run game, how they scheme up a run game, however it looks. They figured out a way to scheme up a run game. And on the other side, the team that we're rooting for here in Houston, the Texans, have not. They just simply have not. Can they get pushed? That being a relevant question. Well, that hasn't seemed to be as much of an issue for the Jaguars as it has for the Texans. I'm curious to see, does that continue? Does that manifest itself in this game? It'll be an interesting thing because, as you mentioned, the whole get right thing. Well, here's a get right opportunity to try to run the ball against a team that doesn't necessarily defend it as well as they actually run it themselves.
Yeah, and that's a good question when it comes down to what the running looks like. I think we asked this yesterday. Is this going to be the big question, particularly when you talk about Jags rushing offense? They're still number one when it comes to rushing the football in the NFL as they face off against this Texans team that they allowed a crazy high success rate to the Buccaneers. Just every play, the Bucs were able to pick up what they needed to on any given play without really giving explosives. They were just like, boom, just nickel and dime up the field. I do wonder if that'll be the same, and I mentioned this yesterday as well. I think that the Texans, week one, they loaded and they really tried to attack stopping the run. It felt like week two, they were trying to do something different, a little bit more light boxes. I do wonder if they return to having a little bit more stacked boxes, more people looking towards the center of the field, and are able to utilize more people. Because again, with the Jags in weeks 1 and 2, they did not face off against stacked boxes very often. There was a lot more light boxes available to them. So I do wonder if the Texans are committing more there and trusting Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter against the likes of Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter. Are they capable of kind of keeping things at bay that way and really stopping the run with more people committed there?
Especially since the tackling has been as poor as it has. Like, it's left a lot to be desired. I wonder if part of the adjustment, kind of to your point, is to just commit more bodies to it. Like, man, we're not tackling great. We need to be gang tackling. We need everybody's. It takes all of us. You know,
shout out to the NFL in the end zones.
Hey.
That fight, we finally found out what they was talking about. I was like, what do these endos mean when they talk about it takes all of us?
They talking about the damn Texans tackling efforts. That's what they mean. So yeah. I mean that is valid. I do wonder what is the adjustment to both. It feels like there's an adjustment to both what the Jaguars are and their new sort of identity and what they're showing on tape, and then also what you have shown on tape, which has not been good. So yeah, no, I'm intrigued to see it, man. But I'm concerned about all of these things, man. The fact that the Jags defense seems to be one that didn't turn teams over before, but now turns teams over, or at least is capable of it. The fact that they're running the ball well and seemingly have a new commitment to that with Liam Cohen running the show. But then back on the Texans' offensive futility point, like, how do you handle pressure? Can you, and that's in the passing game. Can you provide push in the run game? It really feels like an all-encompassing. I don't want to make it seem like sky is falling, but there are far more questions than answers than there are with this offense right now.
That's why this week has felt the way it has. That's why the tone and tenor of all our conversations have felt like this, is because what they have given us is not answers out of coming off the offseason. It's been questions. And so now you have to answer those.
Now, I do say, because you brought this up, I trust Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter on an island with any combination of wide receivers they're going to put on the outside, whether it's Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter, or when he's not in the game. Like, I do trust that. If that's for no other reason based off of how Derek Stingley covered himself in glory, or at least recovered from the opening game and had a battle there with Mike Evans. Like, Derek Stingley's still Derek Stingley. I don't have much of a reason to not have as much confidence in Kamari Lassiter as I ever have. I know he's given up some plays here and there this season, but those guys are legit studs. I think they'll be fine. It's a question of some of the fundamental things in the run game and just like tackling, like all of that, not getting pushed around.
Yes.
Some of your biggest guys, not to be calling folks out, but like your biggest defensive tackles can't be getting shoved out the way.
What do you mean not to be calling? Hey, my fellow Nigerian, Foley Fatukasi, let's go, brother.
But in the spirit of it takes all of us, it ain't like it was just him.
No, it absolutely wasn't.
I'm calling him out because he's so damn big, and it's so jarring to see a big dude like that get moved. And I'm like, hey, man, that's the whole reason why he out there. He the biggest sun gun they got. But they all getting moved, even the biggest ones. So what's going on with that? Stop that.
Sorry, you just thought you brought up another concern for me because again, I even talked about it. Stingley, Lassiter on the outsides for the likes of Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter. Those guys exist as number 4 and 5 when it comes to receiving on this team. They've actually had a lot more success getting the ball to Diami Brown. Parker Washington is a name that you will know, and then Brenton Strange, interestingly at tight end that they've had. Those guys have been the ones that have been getting the football a little bit more that you might have to. Now, they haven't had as many of the targets, but those guys have been the ones who have been successful. So I'm interested in how they utilize those guys, where they utilize those guys, and how the Texans combat that because those guys have been more successful.
So you're saying they've had some success with spreading the ball around and a plethora of weapons, huh? That's what you're saying about the Jaguars?
Well, I didn't mean for it to come off like that. I'm gonna be honest.
No, hey, love that for them. Love that for them. Love that for them.
Not you being jealous of the Jacksonville gosh darn Jaguars.
Love that
right
for
now.
them. That must be nice.
This man's jealous.
It must be good
Jacksonville, Florida right now.
Plethora of weapons.
Stand up.
Beast got like,
stand up.
Give me a reason.
Stand up.
Hey, go out there
Beast
and
got like, your woman cooks for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She brought you a plate.
Oh, she cook every night.
Must be nice.
I need to go to your training school.
Must be nice.
Anyway.
Unbelievable. All right, those are a few of the concerns. Three things that worry B. Scott headed into this weekend matchup with the Jaguars, rather, for your Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you know what time it is. Let's do some lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Ready?
Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I realize that this is sicko behavior, but that's what confessions is for. Sometimes you gotta lay some things out here that, you would otherwise keep to yourself. Part of being part of this family, right? This is a huge weekend for the Astros. And I am pulling for the Astros. I want 3 victories. I want offense that shows up. I want pitching, particularly from that man who's handling the middle game, Framber Valdez, to be on its P's and Q's. And, obviously the opponent in this case is the Seattle Mariners. I cannot shake the fact that I'm super excited to watch Cal Riley play baseball. I'm sorry. I can't lie. Like, Big Dumperman out here swinging that bat, brother. 55, 56 round home
Go get
runs?
your Seattle Mariners hat.
All right, see, now I ain't say all that.
I didn't know we had CJ Stroud on the show.
Is it not a safe space? Tell me that so I can change the way that I handle this segment.
You know what, though? I think that these things can exist together, though. Like, Cal Riley can have moments that are like memorable or like cool to watch and all of that. Like, he can have his own individual moments without necessarily the Mariners being any good. Like, if Cal Riley has 2 home runs and 2 solo home runs and the Astros dare to score 3 or 4, then we get the best of both worlds. We saw this historic catcher season kind of manifest itself in this one game or in this one series. And also the Astros out there taking care of business. All you got to do is go out there and do the same thing against Brian Wu and Logan Gilbert and whoever else they got out there. Luis Castillo, Luis Castillo just pitched for him. Whoever else is out there pitching for him.
Yeah, see, when you remind me that the pitchers and everything, I really can't afford. I can't afford for those margins to get thinner with Cal Riley home runs.
See, that's the thing. If it was the early on in the season, something like that, then sure, yeah. But this is nut cutting time right here, man.
100%, and that's why it's a confession. Otherwise, it'd just be like, oh, I'm excited to see this.
Yeah. And also, we've had enough of this Cal Riley stuff. Like, has the shine not worn off of the novelty of this season?
This is fun to me.
Man, the hell with this guy.
Yeah. Now I need him to go to 0-4. He need to be 0-4 this series, man.
I mean, yes, but also, why you got to stop when I get here? You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to see it too. But also, I want the Astros to win more than anything.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, at the risk of being the one that's like old takes exposed or like having this recircle at some point whenever the Chiefs win the Super Bowl in February. All right, at the risk of being wrong, my confession right here, right now, is that I want to share with the audience and like publicly proclaim that the Chiefs dynasty is over.
Wow.
Ooh, man, that's a bold take.
It's dead.
Oh, my goodness.
It's dead. And
as somebody who proclaimed Tom Brady washed many years, I'm just going to let you know.
We've been saying that about Tom Brady for 10 straight years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was the one who said it after he won just the 3. He went on to win 4 more Super Bowls after I proclaimed him to be washed. That's probably one of my worst takes of all time.
But the problem is, you look at the logic, and the logic held. He just managed to come back through.
He won 4 more Super Bowls. He had like a whole new career after that. Like, it's insane. But this one I feel pretty good about, and it's for 2 reasons. For one, watching the Buffalo Bills, not just last night, but how they played against the Ravens to start the season. Like, I don't know if there's a little Hard Knocks propaganda that's creeping into this, because I did watch them on Hard Knocks too.
You watched all of it?
I watched most of it.
Okay, I was about to say, because it was pretty milquetoast.
It was milquetoast, but I did sell myself on Josh Allen.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like more so than just the obvious. He's Josh Allen, one of the best in the game. Like, just how he was talked about and some of the things that he does behind the scenes. Like, I'm like, man, he's really one of them ones, really that guy. So between that, watching them play these first couple of weeks, these first few weeks of the season, and then just watching how putrid things look with the Kansas City Chiefs, like, they're going against the Giants this week, and a lot of people probably think that's a get right game for them. I'm not necessarily predicting them to win that game. And then they've got the gauntlet coming up after that. Like, they absolutely need to win this game. Obviously, they're 0-2, but the way the Giants have played, the way that the Chiefs have played, I am not convinced that they're winning this game. They could very well be 0-3 and on their way to being in a really, really rough predicament with the way that their schedule plays out.
There is someone on the Twitch, Badass Mofo Lady T, says she agrees with you.
I think it's over.
The only thing I will say to maybe tell you to pump the brakes a little bit, they still will return, one of their high-level wide receivers that should help them kind of advance their offense. Rashee Rice has an extended, he has the extended suspension through 6 games. Xavier Worthy, whenever he does return, I do think that changes something as well. And then also, we've been here recently with Kansas City where they kind of warmed their way up into the season.
Yeah.
And so I will at least tell you, if I'm cool with you doing the worst or over thing, we might want to wait till like week 10.
But at the same time, that's going to help, right? Like getting all of those guys back. But, man, just watching how reliant they are on, or how reliant they have been on Pat, the fact that they did have, I thought, plenty of weapons in the Super Bowl, and we watched them go down like 30-something to nothing.
Yes.
Like, it's just not – maybe the most recent examples that we have of the Chiefs playing football, going back to the Super Bowl all the way up until now, are not good. Make me feel like this thing is over with. Patrick Mahomes still individually great. Patrick Mahomes still that dude. The Chiefs overall, as an outfit, as a label, as a crew, it ain't it. It ain't it.
And it's crazy, too, because even last season, they haven't scored over 30 points or got to 30 points until they played the Texans, right?
Yeah, I mean,
they like, as far as offensively, they've been kind of struggling a little bit. They've been more of a defensive team.
Every drive that's ended in a touchdown for them has required, and I mean literally required, a Patrick Mahomes scramble, except for the most recent, for the last one, that last bomb that he threw against the Eagles. But before that, every drive that's successful requires Patrick Mahomes to bail them out in a way that he is not necessarily supposed to be bailing them out, especially this early in the season. It'll help to get those guys back, but I don't see it.
Okay.
I don't see it for him.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I didn't realize how small Baytown was.
Oh, yeah. No.
And not even just the area small, but how small of a world it was. So yesterday, I went out to Buffalo Wild Wings to chop it up with Clint and Ron, as they do on their Thirsty Thursdays. And my wife, who used to work out in Baytown, she was a teacher out there. She was like, "Oh, okay, I'll roll with you, because I ain't been out there in a minute, and I'm gonna see if one of my former co-workers come out and meet me so I could, talk to her. We catch up a little bit." So we went out there. Her co-worker walked in, and mind you, I'm kind of setting the scene a little bit. Clint had his own VIP section over there.
Of course.
he had about 20 people that
Why
he
you
knew.
lie to me then? Because I said, did they roll out the red carpet? And there it is.
Well, they had like a certain section where it was just Clint's family. Everybody, it had to be like 20 people that was there for Clint. That was his family, Baytown people.
Honestly, it would be a problem if he didn't.
Yeah.
So no, it was expected.
Yeah.
But my wife's former coworker walked right to Clint's table. It's like, "Hey, y'all, hey." I'm like, wait a minute. How do y'all know each other? Clint went over, gave her a hug. I'm like, how do y'all know each other? She kind of went through the whole thing of, yeah, so my blah, blah, blah used to talk to blah, blah, blah. This person passed away, so now we still. It was just going through a whole web of how they know each other. And then to top it all off, it was a guy that was there. I forgot his name, but salute to him. He walked up to me and said, "Hey, remember I called you on the phone because your wife was teaching my granddaughter." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I remember you." And I'm like, "What do you know? My wife is sitting right there." And he said, "Oh, here's the granddaughter right here." And so my wife looked, and she almost didn't even recognize the little girl because she ain't seen her in like 5 years, and she got bigger. So I'm like, damn, Baytown is too damn small, man.
All I'm hearing is Figgy's in the Baytown family. That's all I heard. Figgy from Baytown is now. That's all I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm like, man, it is too small. It is. There's no way in hell I would move there.
It feels like
too small.
It feels like the TV show that's got all of these separate narratives, but it's setting up for everybody to actually know each other.
I felt like I was
meet at the end.
I felt like I was in Pretty Little Liars.
Yeah,
just a small little Rosewood town, or I forgot the town they were in, but I felt like I was in a small town where the teacher was dating one of the students' father and all this others. It was just a whole big web. I'm like, man.
You in there now. If you from Baytown, 713-572-4610, do you accept Figgy into the family? That's all I need to know. Because it seems like we gonna make Figgy debate. Like, Obviously, you have you've been in Houston for a little bit. Houston as a whole, we accept you, Fig. But I want to see if we can get you into a neighborhood like it's B Scott from Hiram Clark and Figgy from Baytown. If we get that going, I want to see if that comes together.
Figgy is east side now, though, right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm close to Galena
it's not
Park.
that far.
Yeah. You're already
it's about
east.
30 minutes.
Yeah, it would be on brand at this point. Yeah. I'm with it.
Okay. All right. A little bit of a lunchtime confessions. I could give you one more, but it's cool. I want to give a little as much time as possible because B Scott, if there's one thing that I rock with, it's some college football, and it's Friday, so we're getting ready. We got to do our college football preview. Typically, we do Lopez's headline of the college football weekend. I will try my hand at it with my fellow journalist here. I'll let him determine if it's a good headline, and we will do that next.
What does Timmy? It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. B. Scott in for John Lopez. I'm Reginald Adetula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos and Fig. Text line is responding. You have been accepted into the Baytown group, baby.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Okay. I'm down with that.
In fact, what's happening on the text line right now is not just acceptance into the Baytown group. They jockeying for some Fig. Somebody from the 832. Figgy, I got you. Move it to Richmond. It's middle of the country, H-Town living. And like, hey, come over here. Somebody said, I used to live in LaPorte. Figgy, you would love LaPorte. So now everybody's trying to get a little Figgy.
Hey, unfortunately, I just bought a house almost a year ago, and I'm not moving anywhere.
They could be sold. Houses can be sold.
Hey, you're going to have to bury me in that house.
Hey,
all the blood, sweat, and tears took to get that house and moving.
Hey, Figgy officially has his community, and that is wherever he is at right now.
Yeah, man. It looked like they trying to clean it up a little bit, but it's kind of a zombie zone a little bit, but nah, it's home, man.
Yeah, I was going to say it's yours. Whatever it is, it's yours.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
That's the important part.
Keep your mind open because people are looking for a little Fig. That's all I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. All right. It is a Friday here, getting ready for a fantastic weekend of sports. It's going to mean a lot for the Texans, for the Astros, but also there's a lot happening in college football. And so let's get our college football preview going, which is presented by Walmart with the college football headline of the weekend. And I'm testing my hand out at this. You know, I'm not the same classically trained journalist that yourself or John Lopez are, but I will try it here. And I begin with the college football weekend. My headline being, this is a conference contender Saturday.
Conference contender Saturday.
Yes, and the reason why I get here, I'm not going to put it on the table or nothing like that, like Lopez did, but there's a lot of matchups that it's week 4, and we typically are heading into the conference schedule.
Yeah.
And a lot of matchups that are hidden kind of like a week 1, just in conference amongst teams that it feels like are able to determine maybe not who's going to win the conference, but who are the real contenders, number one contenders in some of these places. And we begin in the Big 12 with the big noon Saturday game of the week, which is number 17 Texas Tech at Utah, number 16 Utah. That's 11 a.m. on Fox. This is going to be a huge game in part because of all the that's been ballyhooed about Texas Tech putting money into this program, all the money that's come in. It's funny to think about because when you think about money coming into a program, where do you think teams typically spend it?
NIL, facilities.
Well, I mean, even within the NIL, what portions of the field do you think that money goes towards?
Quarterback, receiver, and edge rusher.
Those are not inherently what's happening here. Texas Tech really has invested a lot of this in the lines.
Okay.
And so their line is stout. The trench play is going to be really interesting. So I think that this is going to be something I'm looking forward to, is how that Tech line stacks up against a Utah team that is trying to reestablish how they are, because usually they are a physical team that just tries to whoop your ass. And so I'm interested in seeing what that is. And then also a question I have for Utah is, can Devin Dampier throw if he needs to? Because Devin Dampier transferred from New Mexico last year. Tell me if this don't sound like Jameis Winston to you. 12 touchdowns, 12 interceptions last year.
Oh, he's on that. He is on whatever Jameis Winston is on. He's from the Jameis Winston school for sure.
So, Tech, we know they can throw the football when they want to. They're going to be physical. They're going to play a good brand of football. Utah is usually just we're going to make this real nasty, and we're just going to whoop you. We're just going to physically hit you. But if Texas Tech gets to the point where Dampier needs to throw the football, can he? That's going to be a question. And really, this could be a Big 12 championship preview early on in the season.
Yeah, I would. The only adjustment I would make to your headline, which I think is very good, by the way.
Okay, please. You're an editor of sorts?
Yeah, no, this is exactly what I do. In the age of the algorithm, is something that I've been talking about for a while. We are in the age of the algorithm. Since you do specify the Texas Tech-Utah matchup, I think that's necessarily – I think that's necessary to get in the headline. So I would front load it with Texas Tech, Utah, and then the rest of it. Okay. What was it? Texas Tech, Utah, and conference contending Saturday.
All right, I'll try that. I'll try that motif as we continue on to another game that is going to be interesting here. Number 21 Michigan at Nebraska. That's going to be 2:30 on CBS, as we have Big Ten on CBS now. Still weird to get at. Michigan is a 2.5-point favorite And one of the fun things here is that Michigan's head coach, Sharon Moore, is suspended, but they kind of have protocols for this.
Yeah.
Because over the last 2-3 years, head coach been suspended a lot. You know, they're kind of used to this.
This is like their brand? Is this like their thing?
I don't know if it's their brand, but it's something that comes with the brand, I think.
I mean,
it's like the Steelers with their wide receivers.
Well, it's not like, because what I'm saying is, it's not like your brand is always what you say it is. It doesn't, like, you might have a stated brand, and then, so maybe it's more their reputation.
Sure.
But eventually, sometimes, you know, like your reputation becomes your brand, and this is like their thing now.
The fun matchup here that's obviously on the marquee, the freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood versus the Patrick Mahomes cosplayer Dylan Raiola. That's going to be the part of it. But I think underneath that, this is a battle of strength on weakness. So Michigan has a great run game.
Yeah.
Great run game with, I believe, Justice Hayes. And that is going to go up against Nebraska's awful run defense. And then Nebraska has a pretty damn good pass game. In fact, I might say great pass game with Dylan Raiola. I know that's gonna offend some folks because look, there's a lot of not liking Dylan Raiola's get down. Yeah. However,
but he's solid.
Michigan's pass defense has been kind of average, so I do think that this is going to be interesting. Whose strength is going to show up stronger against the other team's weakness? That's what I'm going to be watching for. And admittedly, where Michigan should come out of this, they're the ranked team in this. I imagine they're probably the better team in this, but Nebraska should be able to hold up. And again, whichever one of these teams come out of this, they situate themselves well to go and contend against the likes of like Ohio State in that Big Ten.
Yeah, and as you mentioned about Michigan's pass defense, giving up 182 yards per game. I know it's still early and small sample size and all of that, but like you mentioned, average and maybe even just straight up not that good. Meanwhile, Nebraska going for 367 a game so far. Like, this is Nebraska better than you probably normally would give them credit for, and Michigan maybe surprisingly not as good as you would expect them to be. So, yeah, something's got to give there. I like this conference contender idea that you're going with, though, especially with the two games that you pick out, or the two conferences more specifically, the Big 12 and the Big 10, because I do think that they're crowded at the top.
There's more.
Yeah, oh yeah. Let's continue, because this is an interesting thought exercise to think about how things could unfold for these respective conferences.
In that same window, can I take you to the SEC?
Let's go.
Number 22 Auburn is on the road at number 11 Oklahoma in Norman. And that matters because it's the return of Jackson Arnold to Norman. Jackson Arnold had been with Oklahoma, and he ends up in Auburn. And he's actually seemed to fit in kind of nicely in Auburn. But sometimes, you got when you spin that blocker and you end up around the X, you got to show out a little bit, right? Or are you gonna not show out and look kind of like a buster? That is going to be a question to be asked. Worth noting, Oklahoma hasn't caused a turnover yet. Brent Venables' defense that is pretty solid has yet to cause a turnover.
That's a good point.
While Auburn takes care of the football pretty well, Oklahoma's actually -5 in turnovers to this point with 3 games into the season. So I'm interested to see, does this give Auburn more of an opportunity to get in here and contend with an Oklahoma team that has been pretty damn solid?
Look, man, so I grew up rooting for Texas and all of that, so I got no love for Oklahoma. I like taking them as seriously as little as possible, right? So they're kind of like my college football Jacksonville Jaguars. I love the idea of Auburn taking care of the football, Oklahoma not being an opportunistic defense, Auburn going in there and upsetting the higher-ranked Oklahoma. And, of course, I just ain't going to never believe in Oklahoma in the SEC, as a Texas fan. So, this is definitely one that's going to be worth peeling back the layers.
And this will give you, again, there's 11 SEC teams in the AP top 25 right now compared to 6 in the Big Ten. And then if you think about it, that's 17 of the top 25. The rest can be divided amongst the rest of y'all. This is real heavy. So I might be doing a lot saying that this game will really catapult one of these teams higher into that contention in the SEC. But it really could be a little bit of a thing that holds another team back. As you have a lot of teams that are vying for that playoff.
Yeah, well, and just between the two of them, it could be a narrative shift, right?
100%.
It absolutely changed the conversation. You're talking about 22 versus 11, right? So 22 goes in there and beats 11, and I think what's the spread on this game? 6.5. I'm looking here, 6.5. OU looks like OU's a 6.5 point favorite, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're at home. They're the better side.
Yeah. So, but I think if you really, really look at that and listen to how we're breaking this game down, it It's a fairly close matchup. Like this is basically a pick 'em. Auburn could win this game, and it could easily change the narrative about both teams.
Yeah, and I still think Oklahoma will win, but the turnover thing is the reason why I think this gets a little more interesting. Even it's going to be interesting in and of itself, right? The little numbers next to it tell you that. Yeah. But I think it gets a little more interesting because turnovers are one of those things that could be a great equalizer in a game. Auburn does a good job holding on to them. Oklahoma doesn't seem to get them. And what happens if you end up with Auburn getting one or two? Does that change the tenor of the game?
Yeah,
as we continue on the Conference Contender Saturday, as I'm dubbing it, I would like to go back to the Big Ten, where we have teams that typically aren't viewed as contenders, but are right now in all reality. That's number 9 Illinois headed to number 19 Indiana in Bloomington. This is 6:30 on NBC, and this one might also come down to turnovers. But I just want to stop and talk about the fact that you have Curt Cignetti, who again an Indiana team that had the most wins that we had really seen and really ever. They're back doing it again, and now they have an opportunity to welcome in a Brett Bielema coached Illinois team that's kind of doing a similar thing, getting wins in a way that they haven't really done necessarily of late. Now it's a different degree because Illinois is usually a little bit better at football than Indiana. But either way, neither of these teams are really supposed to be here, so this ends up being even more interesting narrative-wise on what happens in the high areas of the Big Ten.
Interesting narrative-wise, but for whatever reason, man, I just cannot get over. And I'm not trying to take away from what Indiana did last year. Historically, their best, one of their best, obviously it was like an anomalous football season for them because they're not known for what they were able to do last year. But, man, I can't get that Indiana-Penn State playoff game out of my mind where I was looking back. Like, I was really looking forward to that game. I was kind of building up that game the way you just did this one. And it just, if anybody remembers and watched that game, it did not hit that way. And now I'm just kind of like – narrative-wise, it's there.
These are a little bit more even to get to.
Yeah, it is. But now I'm just like, okay, y'all ain't going to fool me no more, Indiana. And certainly not Indiana, Illinois. Y'all ain't going to fool me no more. So, yeah, I get it, but at the same time,
I was actually shocked seeing Illinois ranked that high like that.
They've been good.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, really?
But do you believe?
So you really got 4 Big Ten schools in the top 10.
Yeah. Man, look, I don't believe in Brett Bielema's Illinois fighting Illini. I'm sorry.
All right, well,
and handling up against Indiana on the road is not going to necessarily do it.
This is Indiana's first test of the year. It's worth noting. So it probably isn't going to be as much of the contender, but at least it's going to be fun to see these two teams that typically aren't having this ranking on ranking game have that.
That would have been nap time.
100%.
Illinois and Indiana.
Yeah, there's probably not a top 10 team that I'm overlooking more than Illinois, and I'm not saying I'm right for it. I'm just saying that I've been kind of conditioned to do this now.
Well, this is a fair opportunity for you to at least get your data point, because that happens in college football. You can't really watch every team, so you check in on teams at times. Yeah. This might be your check-in for Indiana and Illinois to get a feel.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And again, it's the weather vane, finger to the wind, get a feel for what these teams that are supposed to be somewhat in that contention window. There. All right, a few notes that I want to just pepper with the rest of the weekend. I would like to start by placating my co-host on the day. Shout out to Sam Houston State. How excited are you going into this game with Texas, especially knowing that Arch has not really looked all that good?
So here's the thing. I grew up rooting for Texas, and I went to Sam Houston State. So normally I'm rooting for both of them separately because they don't play each other and they don't even play on the same level. What's weird about this is that I'm going into this game feeling awful about both of my teams. Like,
really?
I win and lose no matter what because I root for both teams. So it's kind of a wash in that sense. But in this particular game, I'm losing because I'm far less confident in both teams than I have been. The Arch Manning thing we talked about, we understand. He has not been very good. He has not been good at all so far. Sam Houston State, first year under Phil Longo, not looking good, 0-3, have lost each and every one of their games by exactly 17 points. Neither one of these games, or neither one of these teams, I should say, has done anything to make me confident. And obviously expect Texas to beat Sam Houston State. Newsbreaker. I'm not going to come away from this weekend feeling better about either one of my two teams.
So is this going to be one that you just keep track of on the scorecard? Or
no, I'm going to watch and just complain about the entire game.
Oh, that's a good way
to watch.
So
whoever wins, you'll be like, yeah, but
every good play, I'm going to focus on the negative aspect of the play.
Fair enough.
How much?
Oh, you just have a training camp. That's all I heard. Is the offense good or is the defense bad? Is the defense bad or the offense good?
Yeah. How much do Texas got to beat Sam Houston State by for you to feel like, all right, it's cool?
Ooh.
24.
Like if it's 24-0.
Yeah, it's got to at least be a pass the stick situation. So I'll say 20-0 skunk. Right? If it's a pass the stick situation, I'll give him a little credit. But man, Arch got to be able to hit the running back in the flat though. Right? Like I'm talking about some basic stuff that my man's not doing.
Yeah.
Come on.
He put some bass in his voice for
Like
that one.
like wake up, dog. For real.
All right, a few quick ones. Arizona State.
Be going with that, man.
I know. Arizona State at Baylor. The only reason I bring this up, points are probable in this because neither of these teams are packing defense. So if you might be a little bit of a wagerer, maybe look at that. Maybe look at the total there. Neither of those defenses do very much. And then I'd like to mention Michigan State USC is a very late game. Like I think this starts maybe at like 10 or 11, something like that. So if you want a little bit of Big Ten after dark, if you just want to be a sicko, that's going to be there for you. Plus, you don't have to watch this, but UTSA is facing off at Colorado State. The only reason I bring this up, you know me, I was an Ashton Genty guy.
Mm-hmm.
You might have new Ashton Genty. Not like it might be great value Ashton Genty, but you might have it. UTSA running back Robert Henry Jr.
Okay.
480 yards rushing in 3 games, which is good for 10.2 per carry, including 177 yards against and 2 touchdowns against A&M. So this might be the guy. If you're just like, I want to see a running back, just kind of keep an eye on Robert Henry Jr., who that might be the name to keep an eye on as we start going through this season.
Yeah. What time is that one?
I'll get you a time on that because I honestly did not not check the time. I'm not going to be watching it. That's going to be very much stat watching.
Because you gave me the late game. I was like, man, I can definitely watch USC late game. Probably fall asleep on it with a glass of Crown, something like that. But I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about the new Ashton Genty now.
Okay. Very good. That is your college football preview. And that is presented by Walmart here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get back to the Texans. And it's 1 o'clock on a Friday, so we got to get it figured out. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors that are going to determine whether or not the Texans leave Jacksonville with their first win of the 2025 season? 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
The Drive. Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
No big voice man, it's B. Scott in for John Lopez on this Football Friday. I am still Reginald Adetula hanging out with you. Figgy Fig, of course, on the ones and twos, and you rolling with this as we are going to do a little Texans win because Texans lose because big time week 3 matchup against the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville. That shouldn't be this big, but lo and behold, this is where we are. You have to deal with that. And so let's talk about the matchups and how some of these things line up as we determine or as we talk through some of the factors that will determine whether or not the Texans end up with that first victory of the season. 713-572-4610. And I think that the first one to talk about is the one that I think it caused you the most grief, I guess, in thinking about this one that kind of scares you a little bit. And, of course, it's the one where you look up and of both of these teams, is there anything that somebody is the best in the league at? Oh, yes, the Jacksonville Jaguars. You're raising your hand. What is it? Running the football.
Yeah. And so would this would fall into the lose because category because they definitely lose because Jacksonville is able to run the ball down their throat, as we saw Tampa Bay do just, I guess, now less than a week ago because that was just Monday. So we've seen that. We've seen that the Texans themselves can be susceptible to just even a competent run game, much less one that has shown itself able to put in some of the best work of the league. Now, albeit we've had Texas come at us a little bit about who the Jaguars have played. Oh, it's just Carolina. Oh, it's just the Bengals who were without Joe Burrow on one end and have like notoriously had bad defensive teams for a while now. Okay, we get that. But ain't nothing that the Texans have done necessarily that makes you think that they are that much different from those opponents. Like, could they very well be a similar level of cupcake? Could it be the same type of pillow fight essentially when it comes down to what the Texans are capable or what they're capable of, I should say. So, yeah, if they allow what has up to this point been the best rushing attack in the league and the Jacksonville Jaguars to be that against them, they will definitely lose this game.
Well, the thing that I think was interesting, and you mentioned run down their throat, and I know that you mean that just in a manner of speaking. This is not right. This is not. They actually run the football a lot of different ways. I was looking at inside the tackles versus outside the Jacksonville Jaguars. Pretty even split, actually, that they'll run it everywhere. So I'm interested to see. It doesn't seem like that'll be as much pressure on those tackles in the middle, but I imagine that they're going to stand up a little bit stronger.
The running down the throat was more so of a figure of speech as opposed to literally, but I'm glad you point that out because Seth's done a really good job of this in the morning show, pointing out, hey, it wasn't just the guys at the middle. They weren't good, right? But nobody was. Like, as a staff label and crew, the linebackers, the guys up front, the safeties. We were just looking a minute ago at the safeties coach for the Texans, geared up in dummy gear, got the guys tackling.
Oh, not
them.
Dummy gear. He was padded up. He looked like he was practicing as well. This is Stephen Adegoke, who is the safeties coach, and this was Sam Warren was the one who I saw tweet this yesterday. He was out there getting after it, and they were legitimately tackling him. Wasn't no dummy. It was, hey, I am out here because they need to get these tackles.
That's what I mean. He was the dummy, like and I'm not calling him a dummy, obviously, but he served as the dummy, the real person. Because hey, you know what? We ain't tackling dummies. We tackling real human beings, folks that's slippery, and y'all ain't shown a good job or propensity to be able to do it, and so they got to figure that part out.
And I'm going to be honest, I'm optimistic about their tackling. We've seen this Texans team, tighten up on their tackling before. I was talking to you about this in a break. I think Matt Burke does a great job of highlighting what they do to get themselves back, and they are going to emphasize, as I mentioned, there's been evidence of them emphasizing tackling in a different way this week. Plus, can I interest you in more stats? You know I was going to bring you stats.
Let's do it.
The Jacksonville Jaguars faced, I believe they faced off against a stacked box 6% of the time. Or no, they just have not dealt with very much stacked boxes.
Okay.
And I think the Texans are more inclined to do that. Also, the 6% number actually is how often the Jaguars stacked their box. I think that goes the other way, and with the Texans hopefully getting a little bit more push, maybe leaning a little bit more into Nick Chubb, hopefully even Woody Marks, will they get an opportunity to get better runs against the lighter box with this offensive line and with the fullness of the 5 that they were hoping to have on the offensive line? Maybe, just maybe, the Texans themselves will be more efficient running the football if there's fewer guys in there.
Yeah, you'd like to think so.
I'm trying.
you'd like to think. So I'm much more optimistic about, like how we talked about with the tackling and them sort of figuring that out. Like, if for no other reason, like if a DeMeco Ryans team can't tackle, what are we even talking about? Like, I know we got all these questions about the offense, and they're valid, and we're going through it. But at the very least, like, the identity, like, attitude reflect leadership. Shout out to Remember the Titans, right? Like, I mean, you gotta at least be true to the identity of the leader of your team. Like, y'all out there not tackling. I can only imagine what that must be like for DeMeco Ryans as the head coach of this team, as the leader of this team, to not see them do that as well. So, yeah, man, and look, stack boxes. No other reason. Like, think about what DeMeco Ryans and how he's talked about this team, talked about the Jaguars. I mean, he says it starts with Travis Etienne. It starts with the run game. It took him a while to get to Trevor Lawrence, and I don't think he meant that as disrespect, but I think he was trying to be as honest as possible as he could as far as how he views this offense. It starts with actually tending to this run game and actually being a lot more attentive and paying more attention to the details than they have in these first couple of weeks.
Can you blame him? Travis Etienne is running for 7 a carry.
Yeah.
Like, you got to stop that. Like, that's first and foremost, right? I often kind of disrespect Amon-Ra St. Brown by going, I don't know that he's a guy that a defense comes in their game plan. They go, we have to stop this. Disrespectful. I understand. Right now, Etienne is existing as you look at the whiteboard in that meeting room, and the first name that they write down, Etienne, because 7.2 a carry is going to lose you a football game if you do anything similar. Even if he's like, well, you know, I slid it back to like 5.5, loss. Like, that's a problem defensively. So they definitely need to corral that.
Not to mention what Travis Etienne kind of provides to you, or provides them, and how he threatens you in a number of ways, because he can also catch it out of the backfield. He's a very dynamic player.
From the 3-4-6, Texans win because CJ decides to quit playing nice and balls out. I do wonder, and I've talked about this a little bit, and this is a little bit off topic from this game in particular. Would you see CJ kind of finding a time where he goes, all right, damn, all of this stay very nicely within structure, and then kind of break out of it a little bit? Because CJ, we know, whether it's, you know, rookie year, even last year still, there was instances where outside of structure, off schedule, he made plays, and it feels like right now he's not doing that.
Yeah, it takes me back to whenever I see comments like that, and when we kind of pose this question or try to have this conversation about CJ, for lack of a better term, just playing with the confidence that he used to, it makes me think about that final game of the regular season his rookie year,
Colts,
against the Colts, and they just put him on the table. First play of the game, deep shot to Nico Collins, and we here, baby. Like, the confidence in the play call, I understand it was Bobby Slowick at the time, the confidence in the play call, the confidence into just rip it, and what C.J. Stroud did there. Obviously, the emphasis on Nico Collins being that guy. It's like, hey, man, what happened to that? What happened to put him on the table, Texans offense, as opposed to whatever this is now? Like and I'm not criticizing the whole dink and dunk approach overall, but just like the way it seems to have affected C.J. Stroud between how they've played over the last, let's call them 16 to 17 games or so, and C.J. Stroud specifically not seeming to play with that level of confidence, to the Texans' point. Like, put him on the table a little bit. I wouldn't hate seeing it. Now, I also mentioned earlier that the Jacksonville Jaguars are out there in position and taking the ball from folks these days.
They are.
Like, they seem to be doing that. So I don't want to have a little too much hubris here, but I would like to see them put them on the table a little bit.
And that would be a Texans lose, because if they do indeed lose the turnover battle, you end up in a dicey place. And you did do a great job of mentioning how the Jaguars have had 5 turnovers, and of course, admittedly, that's against a Carolina Panthers team helmed by Bryce Young, and then a Bengals team who was being led by Jake Browning on the day. So those are worth noting. How about this for a Texans win? Because Trevor Lawrence this season has faced a quarterback percentage of 20.8%. That could stand to double with Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter bearing down on him. And that can change in the entirety, especially if the Texans do a good job of maybe stacking the box, but definitely stopping the run and tackling. If Trevor Lawrence is now in more circumstances where he needs to use his arm and he's under pressure, what we've seen from Trevor Lawrence thus far in his career does not scare me in any means. In fact, that feels like the defense, especially the secondary that has not had very much opportunity to take the ball away, should be licking their chops.
Yeah, so the one redeeming quality, one of the few redeeming qualities, I should say, to be fair to the Texans, is that Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson still look like, for the most part, I know they had some trouble in the run game. Of course, we talked about this a lot. But they still look like demons as pass rushers. Like, they still look like those guys. And I would point out specifically with this game, Trevor Lawrence versus Derek Stingley Jr., a tradition like none other. Derek Stingley Jr. picking off Trevor Lawrence. That'll be my Texans win because, and we can kind of two-part it or offshoot it a little bit. This is not me picking a side, but the Texans, or not picking a side, but the Texans win because Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson are getting after it. Or Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. are getting after it on the edge. And Derek Stingley, more specifically, Derek Stingley Jr. picks off Trevor Lawrence. I'm calling my shot right now at 1:15 p.m. on In the Loop as we do the Texans win because, Texans lose because segment. Derek Stingley Jr. picking off Trevor Lawrence in this game. And if they win, that's the reason why they win.
I like it. I like it. All right, very good.
Let's go.
How about Texans win because Christian Kirk back? Braxton Berrios
I like
back.
it. That was going to be my first pick.
I think
just simply
some of this is like, I know that there's a lot of frustration with not utilizing Jalen Noel. And look, the possibility is that frustration remains. There might still be frustration with not utilizing Woody Marks to the amount that we want.
Yeah.
But at the very least, getting a different variety of wide receiver in there that actually handles the slot and does slot receiver type things can hopefully create some separation that Justin Watson wasn't able to, especially over the middle, and give CJ some opportunities to be effective, more effective, that is, in the passing game without even the Texans' decision makers having to change their mentality, at least as what they've had early on, to utilizing their young guys.
Yeah, and if it does, and you hope it does, maybe it even opens up some opportunities for you downfield. Who knows? Like, I think these things can have a ripple effect. And to the point of Christian Kirk, like, it's hard for me to argue with this because obviously he hasn't played for him in the first couple of games. But I've been advocating for the Christian Kirk signing. And I know they traded for him. But I had been advocating for Christian Kirk basically since the beginning of the offseason. And we haven't seen it yet in the regular season game. The offense has struggled mightily, specifically in the areas in which he could help them. So, yeah, no, I think that Christian Kirk being back, as crazy as it feels like it's crazy to say they were like a Christian Kirk away or they were an Ed Ingram away, but these things turned out to really matter, right? Like, it turned out to really matter more so than you thought.
You saying that made me mad. It made me more mad than it did make me happy. Because the fact that
I ain't like saying it.
All right.
But I mean, it is to make Lopez lose his mind from wherever he's at. It is kind of what it is.
It is what it is.
I'm gonna cut that and send it to him, please.
It
understand.
is.
All right.
I mean,
and how about we
is.
lean into these final ones here as we're talking about Texans win because, Texans lose because. Texans, they said lose, but I think they mean win because of superstition. 11 straight division wins on the road. I think that it's just this is what it's been. Ain't no reason for it to stop being like this unless you slack on your pimping. And so yeah, man, go ahead and go and get that one. And maybe finally, because we could still circle back to some of these things that we're thinking from the 8-3-2. Texans win because losing is not an option.
Thank you. I like that one the best. It's the least scientific, but it's the most spot on for me.
Like, this has just got to be a want to. I think everybody in that organization, we've talked about it with all the, hearing all these guys at the podium, between D'Amico, CJ, they all seem fed up with it. They don't like this tone. They don't like this tenor. You need to go do this on the field to stop this feeling from being around the team.
Texans win because they can't lose. Can't go back. Can't go back. Ain't no option. Going 0-3, and especially with the way the schedule plays out in the future, like, you were supposed to win at least one of these first 3 games, if not 2 of them. And to lose this one, completely changes the narrative of the season.
I know I leaned into the Texans win because I feel like some of them is also Liam Cohen is just like better at this than we give him credit for.
Yeah. He is. I talked about the whole run game. He gets credit for quarterback play or, hey, he's going to come in there and help Trevor Lawrence, which, by the way, he's doing, but also the run game. Apparently his defensive coordinator hire and the defense showing up. Like, overall, as a team, I was not given enough credit for how much could change with this coaching change.
Yeah, but the Texans win because you just can't afford to.
Can't go back. Can't lose. Texans win because they got to.
Yeah, 0-3 is not an option. It just simply isn't. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us here on a Football Friday. Remember, this Football Friday continues on here after 2 with the fellas of the Drive at Talyard Brewing. They're in Sugarland, where you have the commemorative pint glasses, the Football Friday pint glasses this week with the Drive faces on them. So you want to get out there and get those. But right now is the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, bro?
Yeah, so I got an interesting thing I came across on social media from somebody pertaining to CJ Stroud. And would you? 713-572-4610.
Yo.
Plus.
Yo.
That is a yo moment. Hey, yo.
Plus, it's an Apple Pay prank that's been going around. And I got to get y'all hip to this.
Okay, all right. Public service announcement coming here in the loop. We'll do that next.
How does CJ Stroud? on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610.
Dog, take him the out the game.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a football Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So we've been having a lot of conversations, especially this week, about one CJ Stroud, and I feel like it's more questions and comments about CJ Stroud than there ever was since he's been a Houston Texan. And this one kind of piqued my interest a little bit. And let me be clear, I do not want to trade CJ Stroud or anything like that. I think.
Let me be clear.
Yeah, look, I'm not even really talking about this conversation or anything like that. But shout out to my dude Kev, who run the Beltway Boys page on Twitter. So he been really critical about the Texans offense and all that stuff, even CJ Stroud to a point. And he tweeted this. He tweeted this. Texans wasted CJ rookie window, and he's not a QB who can elevate a roster, and they will pay Will Anderson Jr. This could get ugly fast. So I just kind of want to get y'all thoughts on that statement in general. Just a quick thought.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thought. I don't agree because they're going to pay C.J. Stroud. They're going to pay Will Anderson Jr. I thought based off of his rookie year and for all of the conversation about a downside last year or him kind of falling off last year, it wasn't to enough of a degree to erase what he did his rookie year. So
do you feel like his rookie window, because once he paid, that's it, but do you feel like that was kind of wasted a little bit?
Yeah, so this is year 3. Technically, the rookie window is what, the first 4 years, right? Because the money wouldn't kick in until probably the 5th year.
Year 5 is the 5th year option as a first rounder, and that's a little bit more, but it's still not compared to what you would be as a top quarterback in the league. So I typically view it as the first 5.
Yeah, so fine. So the first 5, I think it's way premature to say that they've wasted the rookie window, and I do not agree that they're not going to pay him. So. Yeah, I would not agree with that, but I understand where he's coming from.
I don't even know is he saying that they're not going to pay him or that they will pay him, it'll just be bad?
Yeah, they're going to have to pay him and Will Anderson Jr., and that's when stuff can
I guess the
teams could get a little tired.
Yeah, I guess I got confused by he's not a QB who can elevate a roster.
I think the point of that is
that feels like you're saying
once you get to the point where you're paying him, the whole idea of the salary cap situation is when he's eating up a quarter of your salary cap, that's less money that you can distribute on those other things. So your quarterback needs to carry more of the load, elevate the roster more, and he doesn't feel, if I'm reading this text correctly,
I got you.
Doesn't believe that CJ can do that portion.
Well, in fairness, they do have, if you include, because this year's only 2 games in, they have 3 more years of his the rookie window that we're talking about. So I think it's way premature to say that.
Yeah. So how you feel about how premature it is to say this? So somebody retweeted that comment and said, "Trade him to Cleveland or Carolina, please." So I'm like, all right, come on now.
Wait, to Cleveland? I mean, I understand
Cleveland or Carolina.
Cleveland has remained your mark. Trademark whenever you need to. Hey, y'all want y'all Brock Osweiler? Come get this.
Yeah.
Hey, you trying to get this Deshaun Watson? All right, it's all you, big fella. Yeah. Like they have remained your mark. There's no way they do it again. Like even let's create a alternate universe where they don't have Deshaun Watson eating up all their cap. You think they would do it again?
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna get there because Beltway Boys, shout out to Kev. He tweeted, Browns got another 3 first-round picks they want to send us with the looking emoji. So I this is very premature, and I said it at the beginning. I'm not interested in trading CJ Stroud, but if it's for 3 first-round picks for the Browns, would you think about it for at least a good 20 seconds?
Yeah, I think there's almost no player out there except for maybe some of the obvious ones, and maybe even them, that 3 first-round picks, you wouldn't at least think about it and have the conversation. I'm going to land on a definitive no. That's going to be my answer. But do you think about it for 20 seconds to your question? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much every player.
I feel like last season, the beginning of last season, that wouldn't even be a conversation. It's like, hell no. This is our franchise quarterback right here. Nope.
I'm not doing it, to be clear. The conversation, yeah, we at least talk about that. Yeah.
No, I mean, you'd be
crazy to not talk about it.
Yeah. No, I think it's kind of interesting because even Deshaun Watson went for 3 first-round picks and some other stuff with the off-the-field type stuff. But at least he had that 2020 season where he was like, all right, he might be something there. That's a franchise quarterback right there. But with C.J. Stroud with the last 2 seasons, or this is very early. It could change this year, but I'm wondering, like, dang, 3 first-round picks? Can I get another mark right there?
I still think that C.J. Stroud is good enough, and I maintain this, that the whole idea and reason for getting picks like that is to get players like C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and the way that they've spent this capital over the last several years to begin with. So, yeah, I like the idea of, maybe trying to start that over, but the whole idea is to get guys like this, and I still think he's one of those guys.
Yeah, the thing with it, and I know these first 2 weeks, and I know it's not just that, maybe you also include last year, but for the people that are feeling a little bit out on CJ, I think what they think is, all right, the ceiling isn't as high as I previously thought. For me, I'm operating a little differently. I think the ceiling is still just as high as I thought. It's just the percentage chance that he reaches that ceiling has pared back for me, if I'm going to be entirely honest. I don't know exactly what those numbers are, but I guess to illustrate it, if I had previously thought there's a 70% chance he hits a ceiling, I've pared that back to, let's say, 50% chance, but based off what I've seen and the question that I have. But I still believe in that 50%, proverbially, he could still reach that ceiling, and that means that I still want to play in this ball game right now without getting out of it for 3 first-round picks.
But how much does that decline or that lessened belief have to do with, and this is not to not hold C.J. Stroud accountable, because I definitely think he needs to be held accountable for when he doesn't measure up, but so much of the lack of belief or lessened belief for me has less to do with him and his actual ability. I feel like I still know what kind of player he is, and more so am just dumbfounded by his circumstance and situation where it doesn't feel like they've surrounded him enough, especially when it comes to the offensive line, the situation with the play caller and the offense itself. Like, the reasons to not believe in C.J. Stroud are, like, for me, 15 to 20% C.J. Stroud at the most, and the rest of it to do with what has happened around him.
No, you're right, but the thing that I have to acknowledge, and I hate saying this because, again, life ain't fair, and sometimes the things that happen to you, a lot of times I think aren't actually your fault, but you have to deal with the fallout regardless. When it comes to quarterbacks in this league, we've seen quarterbacks who honestly, a number of them that I thought were good, but because of circumstances, they are hampered and hurt. And I think that there is something to be said about what last year looked like and at least what the possibility of this year could be, depending on how they are able to answer in the next 15, 16 weeks of things plus, could also be something that factors in lowering the possibility of hitting that ceiling that we believe for C.J. Stroud. All of this is way early, but again, this is the thing that sports fans do. We ponder and we think about it, especially when times are feeling a little low. That's when we get to doing all sorts of figuring as if we are in the chair of a GM, even though we're not. That's kind of the fun of it.
It's just kind of interesting, too, because, like I said, we right now overreacting to everything now, but we is coming to a place where he's probably going to get around $60 million. And if this is the play you're getting from C.J. Stroud, are you cool with that, or would you punt on him and get those 3 first-round picks if you can? So it kind of made me think about it a little bit. I think he's going to be good. I think they just got to get the offensive scheme together.
What are we doing here, 713?
Uh-oh.
3 firsts and a Shador would be tempting offers. Please.
So he could back up Davis Mills?
Be so for real right now.
It is weird to even be in a situation where he's clearly not playing well enough to where we're just secure. Think about it. Coming off that rookie year, we figure, we got the quarterback for the next at least decade or so, 8 to 10 years at the very least. And now it's like, well, would you trade a few first-round picks and start over?
Yeah. I felt like the Texans kind of got lucky on the quarterback this early. Because usually it take people years to get a franchise type of quarterback.
Man, they got lucky on the whole number 1 pick, number 2 pick thing. Like people want to say, well, thank God they got the number 2 pick and didn't draft Bryce. That don't make what they did right. Like they should have been in the position to pick their own quarterback, number 1 overall, and it just so happened that they got the right one at 2. But they lucked into that situation. Make no mistake about it.
Yeah, or Carolina got the wrong one at number 1.
And they got lucky because Carolina went the wrong way. They should obviously Carolina should have drafted C.J. Stroud.
I love how quickly we become spoiled as sports fans just in general.
Yeah.
Because you could easily go, where were you 3.5 years ago?
Yeah.
How were you feeling?
I was on this.
You were like, the next time I get these, I swear to God, I'm going to appreciate them. We are this far, and we're like, hey, hey, get them out of here.
Yeah, Shador. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So, are you guys familiar with this Apple Pay prank people been doing? So, people been doing this Apple Pay prank. I don't know if you guys familiar with the sound when you use Apple Pay. This sound?
Yeah, I am.
That little sound right there, that cool little.
Yeah.
That means your payment has gone through.
You just caused PTSD for someone. They started checking their wallet.
Like, wait a minute. Well, apparently these pranks been causing a lot of PTSDs with folks too.
Yeah.
So you have people just recording with their glasses and all that stuff, going up to people in a random Walmart and just playing that sound that I just played by somebody's phone, and people was kind of crashing out over it. Here is the first lady. She's a white lady just minding her business shopping. And the guy asked her for some money, and this is how it went.
You wouldn't happen to have $20?
No, I don't.
Hold on.
Oh, my God.
No, I just needed it.
Hey, somebody manage me. What did you just do to my phone?
It was just
better
20.
Get rid of my stuff.
It was just 20.
I don't give a damn
I'm going to give it back.
Call the police!
Yeah, that's right.
This guy just took
I'm
his
gonna give
phone
it
and
back.
stuck it up to mine.
Hey, yo.
Call the police now.
No, I'm going to leave.
Call somebody. You work.
I'm going to leave.
He just stuck his phone on mine and it went ding.
And it went ding.
I do love that she had no idea how to explain that, which I understand. I feel like I would have just been like, he stole from me.
Yeah.
Right? But she was just like, the ding happened. The phone touched and the ding, and I just, somebody, which I would have done.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like I hope I'd have been more coherent, but I would have immediately been like, no. You are not leaving. We need to make sure everything's clear here.
I'm glad you said that, because she did not say, oh, you're not leaving anything. Let's go to a black man. This guy decided to do this to a black man.
Uh-oh.
And this is how that went.
Do you have any chance?
Any what?
Any chance?
Change?
Or just like $20 you could donate, bro?
Nah, bro. Get the fuck up off me before I blast your ass.
I just needed $20, son. My mom's sick.
Hey, bro. If my come up on that, bro, don't with me.
Bro, I just needed some money.
Nah, bro, listen.
I could change it to 15. Or
Turn that mother off, whatever it is.
I could change it to 15.
No, you're not leaving about this mother door.
You want me to? I'll give it back.
Bro, listen.
You want me to give it back?
I'm gonna be waiting at this front door.
He said, you not leaving out this store.
He also didn't understand what was happening, but he's like, what we not gonna do is leave until this is figured out.
He said,
I'll say that for damn sure.
He said, get up off me before I blast your ass.
Hey, whether it's a bruh, whether it's a white woman, I ain't playing that prank without a willing participant.
What state was this in, by the way?
I don't even know. It was all over the place.
It can't have been in this great state of Texas, can it?
It might have been from that dude saying, I'm going to blast your ass.
Yeah, man.
He probably had that hammer on.
I'm trying to say, we got open carry out here, have for a few years now. Like, everybody always had guns. Now everybody carrying them.
Yeah.
Like, yo, what are you doing?
Yeah, this is the last one. This is a black woman and a black man. This guy decided to do this, too.
This is the same thing. Look. All right, bet. Thank you.
No, what the hell you just did?
No. Mama, what you just clicked on? What you just clicked on? Let me see that. Bro, let me see what you just clicked on off
Wait,
my phone.
why you making the scene, bro?
Bro, let me see what you just clicked on off my phone.
What you just did?
It's just like a little trick.
Let me see it.
What you just did?
Let me see it, bro, because I swear if you done stole something, we going to have a big issue.
I'm going to just go.
No, you ain't going to go nowhere until I see what's going on.
Go get the police.
The police?
Bro, what you just clicked on her phone, bro?
I'm 16, sir.
Bro, I don't give a f if you're 19. It could be 6. What you just clicked on her phone, bro?
It's a prank. It's a prank.
Bro, you about to get the up. Ain't no prank.
Hey, man, somebody introduced this dude to the idea of a pocket rocket.
Yeah.
Man, look,
I do love that the man in this couple, at first, he seemed like he was trying to keep it cool, and you can hear the exact point when he's like, oh, no, this is another level. And it was well before he started. You could tell he was mad at one point because he started saying things that didn't even make sense. He was just like, I need you to understand I'm upset. But I love that you can hear the very moment where he goes, oh, no, okay, this is we have to take this to another level. This is not enough.
No, they wasn't playing around. But be careful out there, man. People don't be playing around. Like, me personally, I don't like those type of jokes.
At all.
Like, dog, I'm in here probably stressed out, trying to get my shopping done so I could get home. I don't need you joking around like you stealing from me, man.
I don't care if you're 6. You could be 19. You could be 6. You better not have stolen nothing off my Apple Pay.
Yeah, no, he wasn't having it. And by the way, before we get out of here, special salute. I got to give a special salute to Mike Jones.
Who?
Mike Jones. His hit record back then. It is finally platinum.
Oh, that's
It's platinum. 20 years later. This song came out in 2005. So it is finally platinum.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, so salute to Mike Jones. Also, special salute. I got to give myself a little credit and my man Ryan Rocket. Tonight is the 300 episode of my podcast, Gems and Juice.
Shout out to Gems
congratulations.
We made it to 300 episodes. Salute to everybody that been supporting. We've been doing this podcast since I was part of it. It was no Figgy Fig when I started this podcast. This was 2017. Yeah. So, salute to everybody. B. Scott was on the pod. He was a friend of the show.
For sure.
You got to get Reggie on one day. But, man, special salute.
Man,
let me know.
Shout out to Gems and Juice.
I would absolutely love to join. And shout out to Mike Jones, Houston legend.
Yeah.
Getting some love, man. Getting a platinum record.
Biggie, I'm surprised you ain't had that Jay Prince ready.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised you ain't had that Jay Prince drop ready, baby.
Oh, yeah. Qualified.
Yeah.
All right, Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, we're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the Drive. A football Friday, and this Friday it's out there in Sugarland, Talliard Brewing. Go out and see them. Get yourselves in the Drive commemorative pint glass for Football Friday. Before we get there, though, let's draft the weekend. What are the games that we're most excited to see? We'll do that next.
Ready?
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, a Football Friday. It's been a very, very fun show. Appreciate all of you rocking with us on the text line and the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live streams. Much appreciation to my partner for today, B. Scott, sitting in for the OG John Lopez. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
And, of course, Figgy Fig, always on the ones and twos, always doing a fantastic job. I appreciate you. We're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are out at Talyard Brewing out there in Sugar Land, right there by Constellation Field. You want to get out there, get yourselves an early look at the drive edition of the Football Friday pint glasses that are out there with the faces of all the fellas of the drive. You want to get your hands on those, so get out there and see them. But before we do that, I would like us to draft the weekend, gentlemen. Let's talk about what it should be a really fun weekend in all of sports. What are the games that we're most interested in? Of course, you know we like to do this as a full draft. We go around, and B. Scott, I feel like since you're sitting in, we should give you the honor of going first.
Can I interest you in some Broncos Chargers?
Yeah, he took the one. He took
Did I take one? Did I take one of yours?
That's a good seed. That's a good seed.
Hey, it's all good. Now Reggie got to trade back. He got to look for some trade back partners.
You know what? I've been talking to some people, and we might see.
I'm gonna trade out of this pick now.
Hey, I tell you though, this is a deep draft, so it's not like you don't have a lot of games to pick from. But when I just look at the schedule and think about intriguing matchups, there are a few. But Broncos, Chargers, really, I would say this. I put it to you this way, and I don't want to take away anybody else's pick, so I'll just.
Oh no, that's the whole point. It's a draft.
I'll vaguely
bleep everybody behind you.
But since I picked this one specifically, I need to give y'all a chance to go too. But I'm gonna vaguely say this: everything out west in the NFL, okay? And there's another game. One of y'all can pick it because it's on my list. But I picked this one, okay, to start. Broncos, Chargers in the AFC West. But everything happening out west to me, just generally speaking, is really interesting. I think it's a lot of really good football teams in both the NFC and AFC West. These two are the ones we're talking about, Broncos, Chargers. Chargers, by the way, 2-0, came out and were emphatic, I thought, against Kansas. I thought made a statement against Kansas City. The Broncos feel like they have a chance to kind of pick up where they left off. I know their first game left a lot to be desired, but I thought they responded. These are two really solid football teams. They're in that same area as the Texans of teams that are like trying to knock down the Mount Rushmore, or if you really just want to knock it down to three, the Baltimore, Kansas City, and Buffalo triumphant. Like you're trying to find teams that are getting into that space. These are teams, along with the Texans, that are trying to get in there, and I want to see that matchup between the two.
Yeah, but I don't even think you need to go as far as like that triumvirate at the top of the AFC. Just bring it back to the AFC West, man.
Yeah,
like the Kansas City Chiefs.
Exactly.
I think this could be a game where the Chargers at home versus a Denver Broncos team that is solid, but because of how really good the Chargers defense has looked, they could start trying to run away and hide from an 0-2 Kansas City Chiefs team that we know the reinforcements aren't coming too soon on. They might try and run away and hide and just take away this AFC West for the first time in quite a long time from KC.
It plays into my confession from earlier, too, that Kansas City's dynasty was done.
Yeah, so mine tonight I'm going with the Astros Mariners.
That's a good one, man.
Yeah.
You got You got Hunter Brown versus Brian Wu on the mound here, and I think part of what also makes it interesting, I imagine, is this the day that we see Isaac Paredes return, right?
Yeah, and plus this is an important game, man. This is an important series. Yeah. So I'm gonna be glued to this one.
Yeah, you get out early and you give yourself an opportunity, and then it's two out of it's win one out of the next two. If you can win this one, so this one is a really big one to set the tone. So yeah, I like it. I like that pick. That was going to be where I went. So you guys have picked along where I wanted to go. So you know what? I will be the college football sicko that I am. Give me Texas Tech, Utah. Give me that Big 12 matchup, 11 a.m. on Fox. I need it. I want to get my eyes on Texas Tech. I've heard a lot about them. I haven't had an opportunity to watch them. This is the perfect time. And I'm very sick because I like watching Utah play football just because it gets messy. So let me see what Tech has for real this year and how much of an actual contender they can be.
I mean, for no other reason, the fact that they've spent all of this money, right? Like, and if you're following it. And you did a good job of mentioning earlier how a lot of it is going into the line.
Mm-hmm.
I think you were talking about that earlier. But just the fact that they've spent all of this money and it's like a money where your mouth is kind of thing, like Texas Tech. How do you get a bunch of really good football players to move to Lubbock? You got to money whip them. So let's see if it worked. I'm with you there.
All right, let's go back around one more time before we head to the fellas.
All right, so I'm glad y'all didn't do this. And y'all, I kind of dropped it in there about the whole going west thing. I'm looking at Cardinals, Niners too, man.
I like that one.
Two teams that are 2-0. And again, this is another division. I know you've already seen the Rams, but you're going to see these teams as well. So there's a little scouting element to it on top of that. But also, I feel like the Cardinals have been easy to overlook probably for a while now. Jonathan Gannon as a head coach was easy to laugh at in the very beginning. But I feel like they're a little bit better than what I've been willing to give them credit for. And the Niners also have just been a solid team for a while now. Now they're doing the Brock Purdy injury, how they respond to that. Like, I'm very intrigued by where the Niners go from here and trying to figure out what exactly are the Cardinals, figuring them both out before the Texans see them later on in the season.
Astros, Mariners.
He's gonna take us.
Yeah, I'm doing what the Browns did. I'm gonna take two quarterbacks. I'm gonna let them battle it out, man.
Nah, that's good. That's probably the one that's the most intriguing of the three that you had this weekend.
If I were gonna pick an Astros-Mariners game or a Mariners-Astros game of the weekend, this would have been the one I would have picked. It would have been the Framber Valdez game, right? Like this would have been the one for me. And the Framber Valdez George Kirby game, like I think that's gonna be probably the most intriguing.
All right, well, I kind of like that everybody's picked in their same vein, so I'll do the same thing. Let me circle back around to the college football game slate.
Let's go.
And let me see. I like seeing people spin the block. I would like to see Auburn, Oklahoma, 2:30 ABC. Like I just really want to see how this one lines up with Jackson Arnold returning to Norman. There was a lot of ones. I almost picked SMU, TCU just because those two teams hate each other and. It might be a long time before we see that particular rivalry pop up again because they hate each other. And then, oddly enough, it's not going to be good enough because Atlanta, the Braves haven't been good. But Tigers-Braves this weekend will be interesting, if for no other reason. Did you realize that the Astros are only 2 games back of the Tigers right now? So the Astros could end up, depending on how this weekend goes, and if the Braves find a way to play well above what they actually are, they could find themselves as the number 2 division lead as opposed to 3, which would give you an opportunity to skip the wild card if the season were to end in that situation. So, I'm rooting for the Braves this weekend as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Tigers had a decent stretch there this season where they looked like the best team in baseball, and that has faded, right?
It has faded.
There's nobody that seems like they're not gettable.
Go ahead and keep fading then. Something that should never fade is the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron, out at Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land. Fellas, what's it looking like?
What's good, baby? As we're back to our spot again here in Sugar Land, and Reggie, you know, one of these times you got to make your way out here, man. I know, and you know what, Brandon? I know you live closer out here now too. You might want to make your way on out here as well because a good time is being had. This is one of my favorite spots on this side of town. I come here all the time with the fam. I think my fam's gonna come on up here a little bit later on today, but. You know we don't come empty-handed. We got Texans tickets that we're going to hook somebody up with in the 5 o'clock hour, 4 $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Also, a free oil change courtesy of our good friends at Tomball Ford.
Oh.
So, yeah, man, hey, them oil changes now, them free oil changes, I'm telling you.
Especially since everything's synthetic, man, you paying a good grip off of those.
I'm telling you, man, I every time I walk in there, they get me for a lot more than what I anticipated walking in there for. So, I mean, maybe this will get you helped out with a little oil change there. So, we got a lot for you on a big football Friday.
Perfect. And by the way, I will be making my way out there as soon as we pass the baton.
Why not, man?
So, I'm headed out there directly. Are you excited? Because this is the first time you guys are giving out your glasses. I know you guys have done the kind thing to give our glasses, Payne and Pendergast glasses, but now, what are you liking the ways that y'all's look?
Well.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I won't ask that question. Retract.
No, listen, I like it. I just, and by the way, we tried to push for Brandon to get a shot glass.
Oh, that'd have been nice.
But last week, no, I like it. I just look like my father-in-law, and.
I'm guessing that's not a good thing?
Well, I mean, it's all right. I do. The way that my face is, I look like my father-in-law.
Yeah,
and I mean, he really enjoyed it. I mean, he really enjoys the cup. Maybe say want to give it to him. I mean, I'm gonna show you a picture of him when I see y'all, and then you see what I look like in this glass, and it looks like Stanley. Instead of Ron.
But when it comes to the glass, it's not like this isn't a Dwayne Wade statue situation, is it? Like I'm trying to get a feel for how you feel about it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean I see how they arrived there.
Okay.
The way that the beard and the facial hair is. It looks like Stanley Beatty. It does not. My kids looked at it. They saw it. They said, "Pawpaw," and I said, "No, that's me. That's me." And but it's a beautiful glass, and you come on out and you get the set, and it's the third one of the 4 glass set you can pick up. But no, man, I like it.
All right,
Clint looks like Clint.
Well, that it's gonna be hard to make Clint not look like Clint. Yeah. He's very distinctive.
Yeah. Look like his father-in-law.
Our question of the day earlier today, I think, is something that you very much would be in there because you're not very shy about whatever you like and don't like. I know you heard last night on Thursday Night Football, Al Michaels talking about some teams are good, but some teams are good but not entertaining. I wanted to flip that on its head. What's not good, but you just like anyways? Is there anything that comes to mind for you?
Listen, I think bad TV falls right into that.
Mm-hmm.
Real Housewives of Atlanta. I finally had to shut it down. I did start watching that with my wife, but then I found myself watching it by myself.
Yep.
And so, I'm in there. I'm in bad. Listen, I hung on with Teen Mom for 16 years.
Get the bleep out of here, dude.
Oh yeah. I went from Teen Mom, crossed over to Teen Mom OG. And I finally had to throw in the towel when Amber went a little too crazy. So I finally had to throw in the towel. So yeah, I mean, when it comes to TV, I have some good bad TV in my holster.
All right,
and that is, and I know it's not good.
For both of y'all that are bad TV guys, like I feel like especially some of the fun is having like some camaraderie to talk about it with. Do you have some groups of people that you talk about this with, or is this you just watching this by your lonesome?
Oh, dude, man, there are whole communities. We're talking about Real Housewives, Love Island. That's the thing that makes me really ashamed about it. It's like, man, I don't want to be associated with these Love Island freaks, but here I am, obsessing over the show the same way that these weird ass people are doing it. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's some people, not none of my homeboys, none of them watching it. Well, no, that's not true. A couple of them got sniped into it as well with they ladies. So, but I mean, me and the wife, we, that becomes real good conversation for us. Like, look at what happened with Phaedra. Look at Nene, crazy. Yeah, I mean, it becomes that.
Okay, perfect.
So,
yeah, it was going to be a problem if you was just watching it by yourself with no outlet. That's the place where
I built up to that. I did. I built up to that. I have been on a Sunday night and watched it by myself. And I have.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie to you.
My lady and I could have definitely done a Love Island podcast. Now we were saying things in private that maybe we wouldn't want to say in public about the things that were happening on Love Island, so maybe that wouldn't have worked. But we had enough thoughts. We had enough takes about the show to have recorded at least a 30-minute episode per reaction episode. Yeah, for sure.
And listen, I see some liars on the text line. Someone texted in, man card revoked. Listen, either you are just single and ain't got a lady. Every one of you dudes who has a lady, there is something that you watch because of your lady, and if you don't, she's probably not happy. I just don't like. There is something that you sit your ass up there and watch football. You take your sports days. You got to give her something. There is something that you all watch, and that you watch with your lady. If you don't, you might want to check it up. You're just being selfish,
and also
a bad mate.
It's a bunch of things. It's a bunch of things that make you a man. It ain't no card, all right? Out of all the things that I got that made me a man, it ain't no card. All right. I still got them other things.
Well, let me make sure I fulfill my duty here. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. The only thing I was thinking of is I just really hope that come Sunday we don't have that same feeling of, we are watching bad, but we're just trying to enjoy it anyways. That's the one thing that I ask about. And, I don't like the way that you sounded there. I am on my way out to join my boy Ron out there at Talyard Brewing over by Consulate
You might
Field.
need your voice.
You might need my voice? All right, well, I could see if I can lend that as well. But right now, as you're listening on a Football Friday, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and we are live here in Sugar Land, and I see the commission's in the building and his lovely bride. I see some of these traveling Texans then rolled up in here as we are live out here in Sugar Land at Talyard's. And make your way on out here, guys. Great food, great drinks. I'm talking about craft beers. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think they got craft Coke. I mean, this wasn't
Coca-Cola.
I ordered a little. I said, let me get a Coke. I'm telling you right now, that wasn't no just regular Coke. I feel like somebody that made that somewhere around here. It is delicious. It really is. So come on out and have a good time. We've got Texans tickets to give away here coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. We've got 4 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We've got a free oil change courtesy of Tomball Ford. We've got glasses of The Drive. Tyler's right in the middle of this bad boy. Looks just like Tyler. Looks just like Clint. And then Courtney's dad is also on this glass. So you can have a chance. Courtney, my wife, you can have a chance to get a third glass of The Drive. So come on out. If you're in here, we've got glasses. The first 50 get a glass from The Drive. We did it with Payne and Pendergast 2 weeks ago, In the Loop last week, this week, The Drive, next week, the final one, Area 45. and you can get the 4-glass set. So come on out here and enjoy yourself. Have a good time. We've got some technical difficulties with Clint. Clint is out in Arkansas, but hopefully he will join us soon. And Tyler, you just tell Old Dirty to jump on in whenever we have him. All right, I know you guys are working really, really hard to get that taken care of on a Football Friday. I do want to get a couple of news outlets. Can we start with some good news, Tyler? How about the Astros? They are activating Isaac Paredes. I almost called that man Isaac. Isaac Paredes, and he will join the Astros prior to this huge series against the Mariners. So he is there. Tyler, you think he's in the lineup today? You think he's in the lineup? No, Tyler's probably working.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I mean, I'm putting out a bunch of other people's storms right now, bro.
I got you. Paredes is. We'll hopefully see him being in the lineup. There's obviously a spot for him at the DH spot. So hopefully, Isaac Paredes is in the lineup. But that's huge news for the Astros, especially with the loss of Yordan Alvarez. Getting Paredes potentially back in the lineup, they got a chance to add another bat. So that'll be big coming up a little bit later on today. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can get involved in this. By the way, Texans, they had their final practice. We'll get an official injury report here in just a bit. We got Clint. Do we have Clint? Clint Stoerner, Dirty in the building?
What's going on, baby?
There we go. There he is. Clint's in the building. As I just said, Paredes is going to be back, but I'm sure you'll be intrigued to this. We'll get an official understanding of what the injury report is going to be when it comes out officially. But it looks like Jake Andrews, Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, they are all trending to being able to play on Sunday. We'll see if that means all of them will actually start, being Jake Andrews the one we're really looking at. But it's official. I know we were looking at this. Rookie corner Jalen Smith is going to be out with the injury to his hamstring, and they're expecting Tremont Smith, the veteran, to fill in for him to take his spot. And I guess I would start with that with you, Clint. Do you believe that we'll see a lot of Tremont Smith? Do you believe there's going to be a space and a spot that he will be a part of this defense a lot coming up on Sunday?
I don't think a lot. I think that at the end of the day, it's more of an almost an emergency situation with Tremont Smith. I mean, look, this defense has shown the ability to keep the opponent, from scoring and keep the scoring low with the scheme and with Jalen Petrie and the nickel defenders doing their thing. And it's just been here and there where they've been exposed. And the reality of it is, if you can keep this team to 14 points, if you can keep this team to 17 points, you ought to have a chance to win the ball game. And so I think that with Tremont Smith, you're probably a little less comfortable, obviously, than Jalen Smith, and you may stay away from it unless you just have to get to it. So I think D'Amico has confidence in him. I just think it's probably a little less likely that we see a heavy dose, if they do indeed need to go that route.
It probably and it may set up, Clint, that we see, like week one, some Petrie matchups in the slot, some Gardner-Johnson matchups in the slot, and they're just going to have to kind of handle things and deal with it. And if that goes awry, then I think maybe you may see some adjustments and have Tremont Smith in there. Because it looked like, Clint, they adjusted to that against the Bucs, and we started to see more, Petrie off in obvious passing situations or, not having him in coverage in the slot. So hopefully – They can handle things well there in that situation. All right, a little football talk here. Football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for you in your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So as we sit here in front of, I'm looking at the commish, and I'm looking at Mary, and I'm looking at the Texans fans. There's a little nervousness. I'm not gonna lie to you, Clint. There's a little unease, right? They got a smile on their face, but it's a smile of get nervous because
all nervous.
This is an important game, and let's take a look at key matchups in this game. And I think we should look at both sides of the ball in this matchup against the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are 1-1 right now after their loss last week in Cincinnati. Clint, when the Texans have the ball for you right now, what's the key matchup in the game?
Well, I think it's without a doubt it's Josh Allen and Ariante Ursery. We've seen Josh Allen make Player of the Week or Player of the Month off of Laramie Tunsil, so we know what he brings to the table as it pertains to rushing the passer. Now, hopefully, again, as we've talked at length this season, hopefully the play caller and the quarterback and the style of play offensively can help Ariante Ursery. But when it's all said and done, Josh Allen, I think, is the key here versus a rookie. Can Ariante Ursery step up to the plate and not eliminate him from the game from the box score, but can he step up and make him somewhat of a non-factor in this game? Does Nick Caley have to help him with tight ends and tailbacks chipping all the time? Or do they get comfortable and leave him on an island? That would be nice as a fan. It would be nice to see that, leave him on an island and he holds his own. But there's no doubt about it, Josh Allen is going to attack that quarterback's blind side where Ariante Ursery is. And on offense, I think that's the biggest matchup right there. There's obviously some other issues, but Allen's a good enough player and Ariante Ursery's the rookie that I think it changes the way you approach this game.
And Clint, we've talked about this over the years, and I think that's a really good matchup. Josh Allen at 41 against Ariante Ursery. But, Clint, this isn't just a Ariante Ursery matchup against Josh Hines. This is a Nick Caley and giving him some help and not just leaving him over there to struggle against an above-average pass rusher. They cannot allow him to just kill the game for them. And he's capable of doing it. You talked about it. Hell, he did it to Laramie Tunsil. Right, and this is Ursery's third game. They cannot allow him to just get beat over there by himself. And you got Titus on the other side, right? That you feel like you should trust with 44 over there, who was the number one overall pick.
Walker.
Walker, a really good run stuffer. He's got a pretty good bull rush. I saw him get a sack last week off a bull rush. But he is somebody you feel like, hey, Titus, man, you gotta be able to handle him. They have to be able to help Ariante Ursery over there.
Well, they've got to be able to slide away from Titus Howard, leave Titus on the island, and slide away from him. They've got to be able to do some man-protecting stuff and chip with tight ends and chip with tailbacks and keep giving Josh Allen different looks. And look, let's be honest. They got to be able to throw screens. They got to be able to – the quarterback's got to get the ball out of his hands. They got to be able to run the football. You got to protect that left tackle. I think this is a game that's very winnable, more winnable than the first two games were for the Texans. But offensively, if we're focusing on that side of the football, this is one of those games where they should be able to score some points. They should be able to move the football. They should be able to do some things in this game that maybe it wasn't fair to expect them to do in the first couple of games of the season. So a good front. Josh Allen versus a rookie is the one that could be a game wrecker, but I expect this offense to be able to have a little bit more success this week, a little bit more consistent success throughout the game.
All right, let's flip it. What's the key matchup when Jacksonville has the ball, the other side against that Texans defense?
Well, we watched it last week, Ron. I don't care if you're talking Texans football or you're talking in any football. If your interior defensive line is going to get ran on the way that the Texans did last week, I mean, the majority of the runs, some may have bounced outside, but the majority of them, when the running back crossed the line of scrimmage, was inside the tackles, and that was because Tampa Bay was having their way with the interior defensive line, and let's be honest, the linebackers for the Texans. And so they've got to get. It's more about the interior defensive line for the Texans and the interior offensive line for the Jaguars. The Jags have shown the ability to run the ball well. I think they've done some stuff in power fashion as well as kind of exotic fashion. So they got a 1-2 punch over there that can run it. And if we don't get that interior defensive line tuned up, then that is the one way that I think the Jacksonville Jaguars could have success, keep the offense off the field, and score points and churn the clock, if you will, and make it a shorter game and really control the game, being that it's at home and So you got to get that interior defensive line shored up. And again, I don't doubt one bit that D'Amico is going to have the answers there. I don't doubt one bit that you have the horses to get it done versus Jacksonville. I don't know if you have the horses to get it done against Baltimore, but I think you have the horses to get it done against Jacksonville. So I expect it to not be a problem, but that is the matchup coming off the Tampa Bay game. And
listen, Clint, it is just a 2-game sample. But the Jacksonville Jaguars do lead the NFL in rushing.
Come on, man.
They are averaging 169.5 yards a game. That is exactly what the Texans gave up on Monday night to the Bucs. And they've done it pretty well these first 2 games running the football with multiple backs. So, it's a huge deal in this game. And Clint, there is no chance in hell with Trevor Lawrence, who has turned the ball over. Trevor's thrown 3 picks in the first 2 games, including 2 last week, which led to them losing that game. There is no way in the world, Clint, that they are not looking and watching to see what the Bucs did and saying, "Oh man, we're going to double team to the linebacker. We're going to run the football. We're going to copy what they did." If they're able to do that with their backs, the success we've had to start the season, we feel like we're going to be able to do it too, especially to slow down that pass rush.
Ron, they'd be fools if they didn't.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It was that impressive. It was that impressive last week, the way that Tampa Bay executed the 2 different blocking schemes. It was that effective last week that you watch it on film and only a fool would not do it. And the other part of this is it really handcuffed D'Amico Ryans, Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter. It really handcuffed those guys and made it to where they had limited opportunities to impact the game. And so, they would be fools not to copy it somehow. But again, I feel really confident. I don't know what the hell we're going to do offensively. I don't know if Ursary and Kaylee and the group can handle Allen off the end. I don't know about that. But I feel really confident that D'Amico is going to have the answer for that interior defensive line, and more importantly, just the to shut the run down in a way that they couldn't last week.
All right, Football Friday here as we are live at Talyards in Sugar Land. Come on out. If you're in the building, you got to fill your name out, grab your ticket or your name. I'm not sure what we're giving right now. We're giving tickets, or give your ticket. Put your ticket in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win many prizes, including tickets to a Texans game later on this season. So make your way out. As soon as you do, you might want to drop your ticket in our raffle box so you can be a winner. Coming up on this Football Friday, Nick Caley gave his thoughts on how he can help and what they can do to help the offensive line. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, Jiffy Lube, they've been dominating the fast oil change industry since 1979, y'all. That's a long time. Boy, you got to be good to dominate the whole industry for, 20
and he's in for a touchdown.
Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to Tallards. I see my man just got him a nice cold brew right there, craft beer right there. Do your thing, sir.
Yeah, we are not at
beautiful.
BB's, by the way.
That looks beautiful. And yes, we are Tallards. Tallards here in Sugarland. Tallards here in Sugarland with plenty of good beer, great food as well. I'm telling you, try the pizza. I'm telling you, Clint, I told Clint about that mushroom pizza. And they're like, mushroom pizza. It was cold. It was good, wasn't it, Clint? I know it was. I know. I saw you go there. You took down 2 pieces the last time we was here out of nowhere because it is very, very tasty. So come on out here, win prizes, good food, and everything as we continue on this Football Friday here at Tallards. All right, Nick Caley, he spoke to the media yesterday, and I think a lot of people were itching to hear what he had to say after week 2. And he talked specifically here about how he can help the offensive line. Here was Nick Caley.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think everything that we think about before we draw up any pass play is with the intention of having the best protections that we can possibly have. So, that's personnel driven from us, from the teams we're playing. That's schematically what challenges, what front structures, what coverage contours you're going to see, what teams activate certain blitzes. And we go at those things on the front end of the week, and then we try to set the table from that standpoint to build the pass concepts from there.
All right, there is Nick Caley. Talking about the offensive line, and I know, Clint, when you heard this and you heard him giving his response to how to help the offensive line, it really caught your ears.
Well, look, I think, Ron, it's what we've been talking about in a sense of making things more difficult, right? Are we going to call a protection? And if they give us a certain look, we're going to have some adjustments, but if they give us a certain look, we know, hey, we're okay, we're good to go, let's ride. But if they give us some kind of pressure, hey, I got a quick outlet right here. Or, hey, you know what, my quarterback can audible and my quarterback can flip a little run, outside or off guard to the left or whatever. But instead, we're going to stand at the line of scrimmage and we're going to try to figure out how to have the perfect protection for everything that the defense throws at us. And what happens is CJ spends a lot of his time trying to figure out what's going on in the box, and instead of seeing what's going on with the shell, instead of reading safety rotation and cornerback leverage and things of that nature, and the offense spends a lot of time trying to figure out how to protect it perfectly versus just getting the ball in a playmaker's hands and letting them go make plays. I thought that was just very indicative, Ron, of what we are up against offensively as the Houston Texans. Their process that they believe in is continuing to do what they do and what they've been doing, and just expect guys to do it better. And I've seen enough of this offense with that approach over several quarterbacks and a couple of different head coaches to where I don't know that I have a ton of confidence in the ability to ultimately get there. You know what I mean? Like that to me, Ron, that piece of audio sums up, as a fan, like your frustration with what's going on. That sums up the frustration. Is now they are spending an unbelievable amount of time trying to match protections, two fronts and pressures every single week, and the picture changes on Sunday, and then you don't have the answer. It's going to be a steep learning curve, let's call it that, for the Texans offense, if that's the way they're going to continue to do things.
Because it sounds like this is what we were seeing prior to the 2 years that Bobby Slowick was here, right? It seems like it's overcomplicating things, and there's so much that a lot of people have to try to figure out instead of just making it a little bit more simple, right? This is what it was with Bill O'Brien and Tim Kelly, the same kind of thing that I know you didn't like with Deshaun Watson having to come up and do a lot of the different things now that CJ is doing. And it just, coming from you, listening to you there, it sounds like they're really overcomplicating the protections and the things they're doing up front.
Yeah, I mean that's clear. That's what he just said. That's what Nick Caley just said. You know, we're trying to match protections with what the defense is doing, and I personally, and now look, I'm not C.J. Stroud. I wasn't in the league 11 years the way that Nick Caley is or was and has been. But for me, I just prefer to call a damn protection, and if I'm in trouble, give me the ability to audible up out of it. Because here's the deal: if I'm in trouble and they're legitimately coming after me, then there is no doubt about it. They only have so many guys on the field. If they're coming after me, if they're bringing pressure, and they're going to load up the box, then there are opportunities to get the ball out of my hand quick. Period. Point blank. Right? If the offense allows you to do that. So, yeah, it's foreign to me as a player, as a former player. It's foreign to me to stand up there and let the defense dictate your quarterback, where your quarterback is spending all of his time trying to figure it out. It's clear right now when a defense crowds the line of scrimmage, walks backers up in the A gap, the Texans are gonna stand there. They're gonna try to figure it out. They're gonna eat up as much of the play clock as they can, and 9 times out of 10, they're not. When the ball snapped, they're not gonna have a clue who's coming and who's not. That's clear. That is.
And who's deciding this? Who is, as they're standing there, who is the one deciding what they're going to do?
Well,
is it CJ?
Look, it's either the center or CJ. I would imagine it's a combination of the two, right? But yeah. You're not going to have all the answers. They're doing it to play games with you, right? They're walking up. You got all 4 down linemen. They're walking up the backers in the A gap, so that gives you 6. They're probably going to walk up with the outside backer or the nickel defender. Now you got 7, and you've only got 5 or 6 blockers back there. Now you have you've got to decide to go one way or the other. You got to decide whether to protect inside or out, or you got to protect the edges. You've got to decide, and they're playing games with you, right? Sometimes you're going to guess right. Sometimes you're going to guess wrong. But the point is the defense is dictating at that point. And the point is we don't have Tom Brady, and we don't have all of the support for the quarterback that Tom Brady had to make that system work. And it's going to take, at the very least, it's going to take what I think is going to be an extended period of time for them to figure out this protection thing. This is not an overnight fix. This is can C.J. Stroud figure it out, and does C.J. Stroud have the same support that we've seen one other guy do this at an extremely high level? Does he have that same level of support? The audio. I mean, they're telling you what they're doing. I mean, he is flat out. Caley is flat out telling you what they're doing.
Yeah, and that one person you're talking about is Tom Brady, Belichick, and the Patriots.
Yeah,
that have had that level of success.
I mean, the only way you can get to a point, Ron, when they stack 7, 8 guys at the line of scrimmage to have a winning percentage, let's call it that, is you've got to have the scouting department that's working with the quarterback that's breaking down all the different packages. You got to have a head coach that's sitting down with him, talking all the different coverages, telling you exactly what their tendencies are. And
matching, all for 20 to 50% off. So if you're looking for your new favorite things, look no further than the Fall Favorite Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go, as we are live. There we go. I hear you. Here in Sugar Land at Talyards, and they got everything you need. And Clint, they just hooked me up with a light logger. I mean, this sucker here is it any other light ones, baby. This thing competes with them all. It is tasty, baby. Goes down smooth. I think you may have enjoyed this one. In fact, our guy said, "Tell Clint he's missing out now."
Look, I've never met a light one that I didn't enjoy.
Never met one you didn't enjoy.
That's what the whites used to do.
I didn't appreciate.
Okay, how did you get to? Tyler he just went to the whites. He just light was close enough to get him there, to be able to get that Pat McAfee drop off right there. But come on out, we've already hooked up someone with our first winner, and we've got multiple things. 3 more Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. Texans tickets a little bit later on. Free oil change coming up. We'll do that throughout the show. And also, you can use that QR code. We've got it right there. You can enter the Ultimate Tailgate, where it includes a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You also, at the end of the year, will be able to hang out in the suite and catch one of the Texans games. As I see, Reggie and Brandon Scott just got done doing In the Loop, and they just made their way in the building here at Talyards in Sugar Land, so you need to join as well. But so many opportunities to win things. By the way, it was a Thursday Night Football yesterday, Clint. I know you thought they were going to get drilled. Were you surprised at the fight that the Miami Dolphins put up? I mean, they I know it was 31-21, and Tyler was right on the money with that spread. I know Tyler was in there thinking, do not give up a touchdown at the end of this thing. Do not give up a touchdown. But it ended up being 10, but it was a lot closer than that, Clint. And the Dolphins came to play. I was a bit surprised it was that tight.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised as well. Now, I was traveling, so I didn't get to see all the details. You know, watching in airport TVs and stuff like that, you don't always get the real effect of the game. But, yeah, no doubt about it. I was surprised that Dolphins team was able to stay that tight, that close with the Bills from jump. I mean, you look at the box score, and I mean, they tied that thing up multiple times. And so, yeah. I was surprised. Maybe the Dolphins aren't quitting on their coach after all. Or do you think that was the final straw?
No, they came and played hard, man, dude. They have to walk away from thinking that we just shot ourselves in the foot. I mean, they get a stop, and it didn't seem like Buffalo's defense has problems. I mean, Clint, 11 for 16 on 3rd and 4th downs, Miami was. 11 for 16 they were on 3rd and 4th downs. Buffalo's defense has some problems that we've been looking at, but they get a stop, and they haven't been stopping the Dolphins, and then they get a roughing the punter. that just really turned that whole game around. And then they're down 7, and they're driving. They're at Buffalo 17, and then Tua just stares down a receiver and throws a pick and pretty much ends it. So they made 2 critical errors there that really knocked them out of that game. So I don't know, but yeah, it was a bit surprising there. Maybe they're not completely quitting. At least some of them. At least some of them. 10 looks like he could get there, but at least some of them. All right, Clint. This as we were coming on, the Astros are going to activate Isaac Paredes prior to this Mariner series, which is huge. And we've talked about it the last 2 days. There's a spot for him with Yordan not playing right now with that ankle situation. By the way, you think he's in the lineup today, Clint? Do you think Paredes, when this lineup comes out, do you think he's in the lineup today?
No, I don't. I think he's a bat off the bench at this point in time. I don't. I mean, I think that would be an aggressive move, right? I mean, especially with Joe Espada talking about. I'm going to ask him not to run 100%, but then we'll go ahead and throw him in the starting lineup to jump. After signing Correa
in this series.
It's in a DH role. Yeah, I'm going to throw him in the starting line. Maybe in the series eventually, but the first rattle out of the gate, the first time that they've announced that he's going to be available and he's going to come off the injured list, just throw him out there and let him go full go. I think that'd be a ballsy move. Now, look, I would love to see it because that tells me that they're a lot more confident in his health and him being able to contribute long-term, going harder. I mean, it would be a sight to see, but I got to believe this is more of a, hey, man, can you help us in a critical situation of the game, in a pinch hit role when we need you the most? I would think that's more of what it is than
fellas, I think he's the DH tonight. I think Paredes is the DH tonight and jogging down first base.
I wouldn't be mad at it. I would not be mad at it.
Or banging the Crawford box up, his favorite spot, and he could get in the trot. Like, I think he's in there. I think for once, what you have been yelling about, I think they're going to put in their best lineup. I think they put in their absolute best lineup in that thing tonight. But this is a big series, man. And Clint, to me, what this thing is about, and I will say this, I trust the Houston Astros. The Houston Astros have been the gold standard in baseball the last near decade. And they have always, for the most part, come up big in these moments. And as Tyler will let you know, Seattle has done the opposite. And I think that the Astros and their pedigree, I believe they will come through in this situation. But we know, man, this is going to be about your stars over the next 3 games. And Clint, the Jeremy Peñas, the Jose Altuves, the Carlos Correa, Framber, Hunter Brown, Abreu, they are all going to be available and going to be in this series. And those guys have to step up. I think that's what this series is going to be about, is your important stars have to be a big part of this. And I think that's what we're looking at. These young cats have done a good job of helping them get here, but now those guys got to take over.
Yeah, look, that's the only way that any team is going to win in Major League Baseball this time of year and definitely into the playoffs. It's the only way you're going to win is if your stars play like stars and pitch like stars, and that's never been more true than right now with the Astros. They need it desperately across the board. I mean, they are heavily dependent on Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. Those two guys, mainly Framber Valdez, has to step up big time, and then, without Yordan Alvarez, there's even more pressure on Carlos Correa. There's even more pressure on Altuve. Christian Walker's a guy that you can go ahead and tie him into that bunch as well. Being a veteran,
you put Christian Walker in that group.
In the group of guys that have the superstars that absolutely, I do. I mean, especially without Yordan Alvarez. Now, if Yordan Alvarez was in the middle of it and Christian Walker was your, 5th or 6th hitter, and it was just like, Diaz is swinging it well, and some of these other guys are swinging it well. Yeah, that's fine. But right now with no Yordan, I mean, I think it's fair to put Christian Walker, given his resume and what he's done and what he's capable of doing. I don't think it's. I mean, I don't expect him to be as clutch as Correa or Jose Altuve, but that's the Astro fan in me. I mean, the reality is, I think a baseball fan would tell you, I expect Christian Walker to be just as valuable in these big moments as anybody out there. I think the expectations are very, very similar. Yeah.
No, he's getting paid. That is the damn. That man, he's $20 million a year, baby. He's getting paid. So
I tell you what, Ron. I think I'm leaning on Tyler's side here, though. The pressure, as much as we talk Astros and as injured as they've been and as up and down as they've been. And really, to be honest with you, how fortunate they are to be where they are right now in the standings, given how they got here with a bunch of young guys and a bunch of unknowns having to pitch and play throughout the season. I think the pressure's on the Mariners, man.
Oh,
I think all the pressure's on the Mariners. I feel like the Astros haven't been there. Even the fact that the Astros are a little bit longer in the tooth and is the dynasty or whatever you want to call the Astros, is the run over? Is this the old guys that are kind of limping to the finish line, and can the Mariners knock them off? I mean, it's just whether you look at history as a whole of just the Astros have been there, done it, the Mariners haven't, and they're trying to get there, or you look at Man, the Mariners have I mean, they've poured everything they can into making this the best Mariners team that they possibly could this year. And can that team not slay the dragon, right? I mean, I just think all the pressure's on the Mariners right now to get this
they're
done.
trying to get over the hump. They're trying to get over that Astros monster that is just taking over this entire division and really the American League and the league. And the Mariners usually have failed in this spot. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Are you feeling confident? You feeling confident about the Astros? They're tied in the West with the Mariners. The Mariners have been hot, right? They've won 9 of their last 10. Are you confident that the Astros are going to win this series? You confident that the Astros are going to come out of this weekend in the driver's seat? I am. I mean, like this is. I'm not just. The Astros have reached that territory for me, Tyler and Clint, of, listen, man, I'm just going to ride with them until they show me they don't. Like, I'm going to ride with them until they give me reason to back off. And I just can't pick anybody else in a situation like this when Jose Altuve is going to be out there and Carlos Correa is going to be out there. They've got all their best pitchers out there. It is hard for me to go against them. I feel really good for the Astros in this series.
Yeah, I like them. I like the Astros in this series. I mean, I like what I've seen. 3 games ago before sweeping the Rangers, maybe I felt a little different. I'll be honest. But yeah, on the heels of I mean, you sweep the Rangers with no Hunter Brown, no Framber Valdez on the bump. That's saying something. That's a statement. And where it puts me is, not that the Astros all of a sudden are this the great team that everybody expects them to be, but it is just, hey man, when you get guys like Correa and Altuve, and again I'll put Walker in there, and you can put Pena in there, you put a lot of these guys in there. They've had the playoff experience, and I think a lot of them have been raised up in an organization where there's just a firm belief in themselves and confidence in themselves that when it matters the most, when it's cutting time, when the games matter, we're going to put a little different foot forward. We're going to be a different squad, and we're going to bring our best game. And that's what you see from Correa. It's what you see from Altuve. You can even throw Diaz in that bunch. He's swinging the bat really well lately. And so, yeah, I think that's still there with this squad. And I don't think it is necessarily just, Altuve's getting older and it's old hat. I think these youngsters have been raised up in that kind of organization, and it's kind of a passing of the torch, if you will. Hopefully, as an Astros fan, anyway, that's where I'm at. But the youngsters are just as, I think, plugged in and dialed in to it's go time right now, it's clutch time right now, and I think they're comfortable in it.
Well, Rocky on YouTube and Twitch says he got zero faith in the Astros, and I think they need to miss the playoffs for Crane to open up his eyes. I just can't get with that. Can't get with that. I just don't see that happening. All right, as we continue here, live here in Sugar Land from Talyards on a Football Friday. Plenty of time for you to get up here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, and we've got a lot of prizes for you to win, including Texans tickets a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. So all you got to do is get in here and put your name in our raffle box, and you have a chance to be a winner. All right, this is something that on a Football Friday the Texans just absolutely have no excuse for. Especially the blueprint was laid last week. No excuses for what has been a problem to continue. That's coming up next. But before we get there, let me tell you about the red tag sale.
10% off plus free shipping. Go to BruxNightGuard.com and enter the code BRUX91. That's BRUX91.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Make some noise. It's a good little crowd getting started here. It's 3 o'clock, and we are live here on a Football Friday here in Sugar Land, here at Talyards. This is a great spot. If you are thinking about coming out, stop thinking and just make your way on out here. I see so many good people looking to have a good time. See good beers. I see my man Wood is in the building. I see him. I recognize that smile. Anytime I see him coming up the steps, we got Cool Daddy in the building with them coach's shoes on. I see you. It's a good time out here. And if you got the kids, come on out. Bring them. There's a place to run around as well. They're all over the building. And good fun. You got swings. You got toys. You got anything you need out here. If you want to bring your kids, if you want to bring your friends, your families, whatever, it is a good spot here. Great food, great drinks as well. A great spot for a Football Friday. And you got a chance to win plenty of prizes. All you got to do is put your ticket in our raffle box if you have not done so. And you got a chance to win Texans tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. You got Academy gift cards. We'll be doing a free oil change courtesy of Tomball Ford coming up here in the next hour. So make sure you get on out here and get your name in our raffle box. All right, Clint, you said it earlier this week. Yes, Nico Collins had 9 targets, but in your mind, you still didn't feel like they did a great job of getting him the ball because he had 3 catches. He did have the touchdown, but still not a lot of volume in this game. Here was Nick Caley as he spoke to the media on the conversation of getting Nico involved and getting him involved early.
Yeah, I think it's never one thing, right? It's the totality of a lot of different things. It could be, is there a pressure that might affect it? Are there different things coverage-wise that might present themselves? So every play is its own entity, and what I can tell you is just from the standpoint of evaluating and assessing those things, we try to go in with a really good plan. Every single week we have intentions to try to get our guys in good position to make plays, and that's going to always be the focus. So coming out of the game, I think people do different things. There's certain things we might be off schedule on a play, and it kind of disrupts maybe the initial read or stuff like that. But, the intention is to go out there and try to, play clean football. And as long as we can continue to improve on that, I'm very confident in the group that we'll be able to do that.
All right, Clint, this is week 3, and he is your number 1 target. You get Christian Kirk back this week. You would think maybe should alleviate a bit of pressure and coverage on him. Clint, it is hard for me to accept if we get back here on Reaction Monday, Clint, and we sit here and we see Nico Collins with minimal involvement in the game, a 3-catch ball game. It's just hard to accept 3 weeks in a row not being able to get him the ball.
It's unacceptable. That answer is unacceptable. It's one of those where if when I listen to that audio, the way I listen to the audio for everybody out there listening, like it's titled, right? Like somebody goes in that cuts the film down or cuts the audio down. They'll put, take all the extras out of it and then package that coach's comment up real nice, and then they'll label it with a what the question was. And I had to go back after listening to the audio. I was like, somebody screwed this up. And there's no way that's his answer about Nico Collins getting the football. Like you would not even know that he was talking about Nico unless you literally read the title of the clip. And so, look, I just think I think it's becoming more and more obvious that this is not by design that he's not touching the ball, but it's one of those where they're gonna stick to their guns and whatever the game plan is, they're not going to vary from it. And because what I'm talking about when somebody asks about Nico Collins getting touches, what I'm talking about, and I've said it a million times before, it doesn't matter what the coverage is. It doesn't matter what the pressure is or isn't that the defense is lining up to bring or not. We're going to throw screens to Nico, multiple per game. We're going to throw the little touch pass, almost like a jet sweep type deal where it's a pass to Nico Collins once every couple of weeks. We're going to line Nico Collins up, beside Nick Chubb in the backfield and run some kind of flip play to him or something, some kind of like misdirection flip play to where we can get to the edges. We run the ball so much with Nick Chubb between the tackles. We're going to fake it to Nick Chubb and run that little flip play that everybody – we're going to get Nico Collins on the edge one-on-one, one of the more difficult receivers in the league to tackle. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, the way that he answers that question, one, is you don't even know he's talking about Nico, which is wild, which is I think it's by design. I don't know why he or they won't just say, hey, man, we got to do a better job of getting Nico the ball. Instead, they make a bunch of excuses why they don't get Nico the ball. And so, I'm setting myself up to be more disappointed along these lines. I don't see a major shift in how they're using Nico Collins.
Listen, fellas, this is where I'm gonna lose my mind if it happens. Can I? I'm normally not this guy, but as our guy Ocho, who is a huge listener, will say, can I interest you in a stat? So first off, Nico Collins through the first two games, Clint, he's got 6 receptions for 77 yards, 1 touchdown on 14 targets. That's through 2 games. Your number one threat, your number one skill guy, 6 catches, 77 yards, 1 touchdown on 14 targets. The Jacksonville Jaguars played the Cincinnati Bengals last week. Do you know who their number one receiver is? It's Jamar Chase, right? He may be the best receiver in football. Joe Burrow got injured. John Browning played most of that game. Jamar Chase had 14 receptions for 165 yards and 1 touchdown on 16 targets in the game. The game himself, not over the year. In the game last week against Jacksonville, he had 14 receptions, which is the same amount of targets that Nico has in 2 games. He had 165 yards and a touchdown on 16 targets. I know that they have another great receiver on the other side, but you're crazy if you don't think that Jacksonville was trying to do everything they could to make sure Jamar Chase didn't get touches, and he still got them. There is no excuses. There is no excuses that they can't figure out a way to get him the ball. If Jamar Chase got the same amount of receptions that Nico has in targets in 2 weeks, it's just unacceptable. We just watched them last week have to play another team's number one receiver, and they couldn't stop him, not just targets, but getting catches. If we come in here, I'm just going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind if Nico Collins is rolling in here with one of these 3 to 4 reception ball games when I just watched this team give up 14 receptions on 16 targets to a number one receiver the previous week.
With a backup quarterback.
With a backup quarterback. You're right. With a backup quarterback.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, this is egregious. It's unacceptable. The responses by everybody involved is egregious and unacceptable. It's bad offensive football. If defenses just simply have to roll a safety over the top of a corner on Nico Collins and that takes him completely out of the game, and the offensive coordinator then just says, to hell with it, it's a look we're getting or it's a pressure we're getting that's going to take Nico completely out of the game, guess what defenses are going to do? They're going to keep giving you that look. They're going to keep giving you that pressure because they know now they're dictating, hey, we can take their best player out of the game by just keeping a safety and even looking over at Nico Collins. Look, we can take Nico out of the game if we just heat up the quarterback and don't give him time to go through a progression because Nico Collins is third in the progression. So, yeah, I don't like what we've seen for 2 weeks, and even more so, I dislike what we're hearing coming out of NRG with the offensive coordinator and the head coach, for that matter, about getting Nico touches and how they're getting Nico touches. And by the way, the Nico getting touches thing, it should be and it's not even touches, right? It's because you can manipulate the numbers. I think the target number last week was a decent number, but if you look at how they did it, I think it was a piss poor effort. That should be a bigger story nationally. If Jamar Chase right now, 2 weeks in, had 6 catches and 77 yards, it'd be the biggest story on a sports show.
I looked at those numbers and I'm like, I'm like, I mean, that's ridiculous. He's got as many catches in one game that he has targets. Like, Clint, you've talked about this a lot. They could literally just sit down and watch what the Bengals did with Jamar Chase and do the same things. They could literally do the same things. I mean, it would be absolutely unacceptable, as you said, if they walk in here again and somehow Nico Collins is just taken out of the game. Again, I just can't accept that. I can't accept. And to be honest, Clint, it's an overall, I think, issue. This, and we're in week 3 of the season, and this is, I think, another thing with Nick Caley is, hey man, regardless of age, regardless of how, how much you trust somebody, you got to get the best dudes on the field and the best dudes the ball, right? Like this, like we've heard about it. Hey, listen, Dare ain't personal. He can't get on the field. All right, Woody Marks has to be on the field. Right? You got to start rolling. Like, luckily to me, not luckily, I feel bad for him, but Watson, has the injury, but he shouldn't be on the field over Higgins. You got to start getting these dudes that have talent on the field and not just playing dudes you trust. All right, these dudes you trust they have a moment. They should be, all right, other things ain't working or guys are hurt, but you just keep rolling out here and like, man, I trust Dare, so I'm going to put him out. I don't care the age. You don't have enough playmakers to be able to make a decision on guys you trust as opposed to having guys that are threats out there. That is something they have to do this week.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to happen by default with Christian Kirk being back, right? I bet you it happens by default with Braxton Berrios being back. So you're going to get a little bit more speed, and you're going to get a little bit more twitch and athletic ability on the field with just those two guys getting healthy. And it's those guys are going to be on the field. It's not like you're not trying to find a way to get Higgins or Noel touches. I mean, those guys will get on the field. You know what they do well. The plan all along is for them to have been a part of this offense. Now, definitely with Kirk, we'll see what happens with Berrios. But I'm 100% with you, Ron. I mean, the scary thing is you get, at some point we've got to get out of this, hey, man, Nick Caley's never called offensive plays. It's his first go-round. I mean, you get a month into the season, and we're let's call it 1 for 3 maybe at that point with getting Nico involved in a game the way you should get Nico involved in a game. We got to start asking questions about is it youth and inexperience, or is this just bullheaded and this is just the way that he believes offensive football should be ran.
Clint, do you give him an A for effort for trying with the 9 targets?
No. Look, I don't. I think you look at, again, I don't think what Nick Caley says is not true. Like, I think Nick Caley can step to the podium right now and say, hey, look, sometimes when they give us that pressure look, or sometimes when they give us a certain coverage, or sometimes when C.J. Stroud is getting through his progression, there's a pressure that happens. Like, he's not lying when he says that. The problem is that he's not lying when he says that. Right? I mean, the reality of it is hey, man, there's going to be 4 to 5 catches. I mean, 95% or better catches that Nico Collins is getting in every single game. It ain't going to be dictated by coverage. It's not going to be dictated by pressures. He's going to touch the football 4 or 5 times. I don't care if they put 22 dudes on the defensive side of the ball and they play all kind of different. Nico's getting them. The problem is that every effort to get him the ball is some double move or some go route or some route that has to be ran completely across the field. There's nothing easy. There's nothing for sure, and that's on the offensive coordinator. There should be some kind of trigger in this offense, Ron, where the second that C.J. Stroud comes to the line of scrimmage and there's a soft corner on Nico Collins, he should be able to catch a snap and flip it to him right now. Like, that should be in this offense. That's football 101. We had the most basic, simple, stupid offense in the world at Arkansas. And I had the ability to do that with my number 1 receiver. If you don't have that right now, if you don't have the ability to do that right now, you're not using Nico Collins to his strengths the way that you told us for the last 2 months that you were going to. Like, it's not that difficult to get a guy touches.
Yeah, one of his strengths is just yards after the catch because he is so difficult to get on the ground. And we've seen one screen this year to him, and he was difficult to get on the ground in the one screen. And say what you say about the last couple of years, that was an effective play for the Texans and their offense last year was getting him the ball immediately on screens and him getting upfield and breaking tackles. So it's just not an excuse. I'm sorry, man. They had a guy catch as many balls as Nico has targets last week. They can, and hell, he can get 8 catches. 8. Hell, I know he's not Jamar Chase, but damn, he can get 8, 7, something like that. All right, coming up, last Friday we talked about if they lose, are they in trouble? We'll see where we are right now. We now see more about the division and where the Texans are in the division and how important this game coming up is on Sunday. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, look, for many of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing.
Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here we go as we continue here live from Talyards here in Sugar Land. A little football Friday is a good time. Boy, I see it. You all look beautiful out here. I promise you, Clint. You're missing out. They're having a good time, and we're just getting started. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, and in that time, we just hooked somebody else. All right, you remember our guy Wood, don't you, Clint? You remember him? Oh yeah, he just won him a free oil change, courtesy of the good people at Tomball Ford. So he put his ticket in our raffle box and got himself a prize, and you could do so as well, including tickets to a future Texans game courtesy of our good friends at Houston area Ford dealers. So you do not want to miss that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour as well. So hang out with us and make your way on out here to Talyards here in Sugar Land and enjoy yourself. Clint and Tyler, you guys will I just like to be honest with you, and you'll be disappointed in me. The fam's coming up here. My daughter's got to sing the national anthem coming up over at the Space Cowboys game a little bit later on tonight, and trying to find a way to get out of paying for that extra parking pass that we got out here. Just because I'm parked over here already, Clinton, I can just walk right up there, and we got 2 parking passes, and I'm trying to see if we can somehow get that one back.
What's that parking pass cost you, about $5?
I think about 10 or 12.
$10, $12?
I just think, I just feel like I've already parked right here, and I could just walk right up there, and I mean.
Oh, so you already have the parking pass. You're just trying to find a way out of not needing it.
I'm trying to see if I can get that reimbursed.
Get that money back.
Yeah, trying to get that money back.
Yeah, man. Well, let me know how that goes for you. Let me know if it was worth it. Let me know if it's worth the time that you're gonna spend to do
it. I probably let it go, but I promise you, I thought about it. I thought, how can we get that parking pass money back?
And that surprises no one.
Yeah, I'm just saying, that's a good $10, $12 that could really go somewhere else. I could really do something else with that $10 or $12. All right, Clint, we talked about it last week, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You were with us as well, and you thought if they lost this game, they would be in trouble. And right now, this feels like they damn sure got to get this road win. At this point, you'd be 0-3, and then you'd have a loss to Jacksonville in the division. As the way it looks right now, Clint, you talked about it. You thought the Colts were going to be the team that could be the biggest challenger. Right now, Daniel Jones is playing out of his mind. He is second in the league in passing yards, and he has 5 total touchdowns, and they're 2-0. And, Clint, they're heading to Tennessee, and they could be 3-0 in the division if they take care of business against Tennessee, which they're favored to do. And then, obviously, the Texans and the Jags play each other coming up on Sunday. This obviously is a game that they need, but do you right now, as you look at it, as reset it, Clint, you see how the division looks, and we see as Jacksonville is 1-1 and the way they played thus far. How concerned are you about them winning a 3rd straight division title, where they sit right now, and what you've seen from the Texans and the rest of the division?
Yeah, look, I'm concerned. I'm a lot more concerned than I thought I was going to be.
And you believed in the Colts. You thought the Colts were going to be.
Look, I thought the Colts were going to be better. I thought the Colts were going to threaten the Texans. I thought they were the team in the division that would be the closest to causing some problems for the Texans. But now that the problem is the Texans, offensively have backslid a bit down to, a little bit lesser dominance in the division to me. And I think the Colts and the Jaguars have taken a step in the right direction, so they've closed that gap, and I think the Texans have helped them close that gap a bit. I thought it was just a matter of time. Look, I mean, you're not going to be far and away the better team in your division. The way the Texans have been, you're not going to be that, forever. It's somebody is going to close the gap, right? And the problem is I think two teams have closed the gap, and I think the Texans have been the third team that's helped close that gap as well with a little bit of a backslide here offensively. So I think this week is going to be a really good gauge for the division. I think this is obviously the Colts. I still believe the Colts are as big a threat as they've been in a couple of years for the Texans. But, the Jacksonville game, I think, is going to give us a much better gauge of where the Texans are versus that level of opponent. Because I do think there's some reality to, hey, man, Tampa Bay and L.A., those are two teams that it wouldn't shock anybody if they made a run to an NFC Championship. Yeah. So those are two really good playoff caliber teams.
Absolutely.
That are mature and have been that for a while. And so those were two really good teams that the Texans got beat by. And so now this is kind of a middle of the pack at best, kind of emerging team here with a new head coach. If you struggle with these guys, then I think we got to have unfortunately even a more negative conversation about the Texans. This is a game where the Texans have the ability or the opportunity to at least show that they still have some dominance in the division, and we'll see how. Great measuring stick game for the division here.
Listen, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I'm not concerned. I thought the offense was going to have some growing pains. I didn't think they would have scored the least amount of points in the NFL in the first two games, and that it would look this rough. But I still believe that they are going to win the division, and I still believe they can. Let me change that. I still believe they can win the division, and they got to win this game to do that. And I'm not into a place where I'm in panic mode yet for the Texans in their season. That will change if they lose in Jacksonville on Sunday, Clint, for me. So right now I look at this, and it's 2-0, and I'm sorry, I do not believe that Daniel Jones and the Colts are going to keep this up. I don't. Not keep this up to a point where, right now, they look like one of the best teams in the AFC. I mean, they ran all over the Denver Broncos, who many people thought was going to have one of the best defenses in football. Right? It's one thing to do it to the Dolphins. Now, we just watched the Dolphins somehow play with the Bills last night on the road, so maybe they ain't as bad as maybe we thought. But I need to see more to believe Daniel Jones is going to uphold this for me to believe that. But if they go 0-3, Clint, and then the Colts beat the Titans and they go 3-0 in the division, I mean, at some point, it's just the math ain't mathing, and I don't so right now I'm cool. As you said, man, the Rams are a good football team, the Bucs are a good football team, and however they got there, they played them tight. They lose in Jacksonville to Trevor and company. They got the Ravens in 2 weeks. Hey man, hey Clint, you start looking at stuff here. You start looking, you say they got the Ravens. We know they got the Bills coming up. We know they got the Chiefs coming up. You start looking at there, and it's hard to get to the 9 or 10 wins you would have to get to win the division.
Oh, this is a monster game. I mean, 3-0, what did I say yesterday? 4 of 163 teams that started out 0-3 have made the playoffs. 4 have made the playoffs. Now, you live in this division. And maybe you could pull it off, but boy, you drop this one right here, and the playoffs are a problem. You drop this one right here, and all of a sudden it's you just lost to what's believed to be the third best team in this division. What does that look like down the road when you run into Indy a couple of times late? So. Yeah, I mean, look, Ron. This is a monster game that for the Texans. You can argue it's a must-win game, given the way they played the first 2 weeks, given what going to 0-3, falling to 0-3 means for the playoffs, given that it's a division opponent. I mean, you can argue this is a must-win for the Texans. Absolutely a monster game.
Well, I don't think it's too early to say that. No, I mean this looks a lot different. if they're, I mean, you're probably staring because if they lose to Jacksonville, man, like, I mean, you gotta say Tennessee's on the table, right? Like, I mean, it's not a guarantee if they lose that one, but I don't believe that will happen. I believe they will win this game. What they really need is, hey, win this game on Sunday and then have Cam Ward, come alive and be able to beat the Colts, and then you're right there, right? If the Colts can drop one and get to 2-1. So that this is a big game. This is a big game, and we've got to look at it. The Colts are a much better team than maybe we thought they were. At least I did. Maybe we thought they were going to be, and you can't let them get too far away from you before this thing gets going. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. As we continue here, it is Football Friday, but we've got to do our Saturday slate as we always do. What's your game of the week? 713-572-4610. Text in your game of the week. We'll go over ours coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, though, I'm going to tell you, no matter what game is your game of the week, if you're watching a game, if you're going to a watch party, if you're going to a tailgate, you got to have that Daisy French onion dip and you got to have that Daisy ranch dip, y'all. I'm telling you, whether you dip in chips, wings, or veggies, doesn't matter. You got to have the right dip. And the only concern when you're eating that Daisy French onion dip or that Daisy ranch dip is hurting your fingers when you hit the bottom, baby. They're absolute game changers. These are as delicious as any homemade dip as you're going to find. We're talking about real herbs and spices and ingredients, so you can't go wrong with that Daisy ranch dip or that Daisy French onion dip, y'all. Stop by your local grocery store today. Grab you a bag of chips and a Daisy dip and thank me later.
How does C.J. Stroud deal with the constant pressure from opposing defenses?
It's not easy, taking hits and try to sit in there and have confidence up front.
Out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go. A good crowd brewing here as we are live here in Sugar Land at Talyards. Make your way on out here as prizes to win. You can get a free glass as we are doing our commemorative glasses. Each show has a glass. Today you get the drive as we've got our first 50 in here can take home a glass. Last week you got in the loop. Reggie right here is in the building. You were able to get his. Week before that, Payne and Pendergast. And next week you'll get Area 45 to complete the 4-glass set. So come on out. You can get one if you're in the building. If you have not put your name or your ticket in the raffle box, you might want to do so for your chance to win. And also, I would urge you to use your phone with the QR code, the Ultimate Tailgate Party. You can get $1,000 a gift card from Academy Sports and Outdoors, and it also includes tickets in the suite for a Texans game at the end of the season, amongst other things. So all you got to do is use your QR code and enter to win our Ultimate Tailgate, and you can do that at any point right now. All right, Clint, there is also, we know it's a football Friday, but Saturday, tomorrow is another big weekend as we're starting to get in conference play. There's some big games. Oh, God, Tyler, every time that gets me. There's some big games. Texas Tech and Utah in the Big 12. That's a big one against a couple of ranked teams there. And I think a sneaky fun one, Ole Miss, who your Razorbacks just played. They got Tulane, another 3-0 team. One of those outside the Power 4 teams that looks good. There's a couple of big games there. Florida, Miami, Illinois, and Indiana in the Big Ten. A couple of the ranked teams that you don't think of in the Big Ten. Both of them undefeated. They're going at it. And then can Sam Houston continue to give Arch Manning problems? Will Arch Manning and his completion percentage improve? How will Texas look? They should beat them, but how will Arch look is, I think, a lot of people are thinking about. Text in 713-572-4610. I see someone text in Utah, Texas Tech is their game that they're looking at. What is your game of the weekend in college football? Clint, let's start with you. Where are you at?
This is, like you said, there's a lot of games, and I wanted to lean Florida, Miami, but I ain't going to do it. I'm going to go Auburn at OU. There's just too many storylines here for this not to be the game of the week, to be honest with you. I mean, you just look at Venables and Freeze. I think both of those guys were big-time hires at those programs, and it's time for both of them to put up or shut up. They both need this game desperately inside the SEC. That's number one. Number two, Jackson Arnold was a quarterback, 5-star that was at OU. He was supposed to be the guy that took Venables to the next level, and it didn't work out. He transferred to Auburn, and apparently he's rocking and rolling down there in Hugh Freeze's offense in Auburn, and he goes back to OU, back to Venables. You know that game just going to mean a little bit more for that young fella. And then on the flip side of it, OU, you know, their quarterback that transferred in, I believe from Washington State, John Mateer, he is a guy that when you talk about the best quarterbacks right now in college football, I think he's been on and off of that list. He hadn't been a guy that is just skyrocketed to the top of it, but making that jump from, I believe, Washington State to OU, the question was, could he make the jump? And I think he made that jump pretty seamlessly.
Yeah,
and so,
well, Clint, he's what I've looked at every list, he is the leading candidate for the Heisman right now. With what he's done the first 3 weeks.
He's definitely going to be on every list, if not leading. I mean, I think you've got some guys like my guy up here, Taylor Green at Arkansas, has put up some monster numbers and hasn't lost enough games yet to push him out of the mix. I think there's a handful of guys. I love Nussmeier down at LSU. I think he's going to be in that conversation a lot of the time. Tyler's guy, Marcel Reed's going to work his way in there if Texas A&M keeps winning.
Tyler, I saw him fourth on the list. The Heisman list. He's
going to get the love, man. And my man in Florida State is Castellanos. He's going to get a little bit of love as well. But yeah, I think he's definitely on a list. I don't know if I would have him leading the list, but he's definitely on the list, Joe. And that matchup between former 5-star that was the Sooner quarterback with this kid that's playing big time football and getting a lot of love for it, that's going to be a hell of a matchup, man. And look, it's an SEC matchup with two teams that you'd like to consider big dogs in the SEC, but ain't quite there yet. And can OU get back? Can Auburn get back in that conversation? I got to ride this game right here. Auburn at OU for my game of the week.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I should be believing in OU yet, because I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought Brent Venables I thought he may be in trouble, and he's got Mateer here who has really helped change them. They got the big win against Michigan, and we'll see. I think this is a big game to see. Auburn's really started to come along, but this is a big game to see if we should, because Oklahoma, with Lincoln, they were in the championship picture often. Mm-hmm. And we'll see if they're back to that yet. We'll see. I don't know. Clearly, when Texas and OU came over to the SEC, Texas was much more ready to take this on, and we'll see if OU has done it. But that is a big game, I think, to see exactly if OU is potentially more of a high bowl game team or a playoff contender. So, and they got Texas coming up here soon, so that'll be a big-time matchup. All right, you talked about Florida-Miami. I think that's a game. That's not my game. I think that's a really interesting game, too, because it was weird, man. They were in the game against LSU, and DJ threw 5 picks. And they were still, within striking distance in that game, and their quarterback just had a terrible game, throwing 5 picks. There's nothing you can do about that. So that'll be an interesting one. But Miami's been rolling. I would expect them to win. Mine is South Carolina and Missouri. And South Carolina, I thought they were to me, I had them as a dark horse team coming out of the SEC to get into the playoff. And I know Sellers is a big deal to them, but 31-7, Clint. I cannot believe they got beat down like that. Now, he was questionable last I saw, Clint, and he potentially may go. Is he going to go? Reggie said he's seen the latest that he's going to go in Columbia, and Missouri is unbeaten right now, and they've done pretty well here of late. I think this will be a big game to see if South Carolina to get back on track.
Huge game. I mean, absolutely huge game. Because here's the deal: when you get your quarterback back, and if you can get this thing back on track, then everybody looks at last week as just a blip. They don't even talk about the score. They don't even talk about what went on because, hey, man, you lost your horse. You lost the the face of your program kind of deal. And so if he's back and they get rolling and you can win at Missouri, then I think people forget real quick about what happened last week. If not, get that snowball rolling downhill the wrong direction, it could be a problem. I don't know that South Carolina's a team, a lot like a lot of those middle-of-the-pack SEC teams. I don't know if they're a team that can sustain a loss and some of that a couple of losses, some adversity, and recover to make the college football playoffs. I just don't know if they're going to ever get that level of respect. So they got to get that thing right if they want to have a shot.
Yeah, big one there in Columbia, between South Carolina and Missouri. Also, someone texted in, if Arch continues to struggle, Sark might have to pull the plug on him. I don't know. It had to be some big struggles. We talked about Arch yesterday, and it starts to get real after this week, right? With the competition, it jumps up. They've got one more against Sam Houston, and you would hope that he just at least looks better, and gets it together a little bit more before they start to play more of the meat of their schedule. I believe they got Florida coming up after that. I know OU coming up soon after that, the way they're playing. So the cupcakes are about to be over with Arch. So
well, I hate it for my boy B. Scott, but I know this. I know Arch Manning needs a 28-31-0 type ball game at halftime. I mean, he ain't never Sark and they ain't never needed to beat up on somebody ever like they. I mean, you just got to. But Sark needs to just call down to Sam out the gate and just say, "Hey, man, look, you know what?
We're going to run this thing up.
Hey, man, you know where I'm at, man. I want to apologize beforehand, but I'm going to do everything I can to have a mud hole stomped in you by halftime. There is no doubt about
personal.
it. Hey, man, don't take this one personal, man. I will let everybody know, what's going on here, as if I need to. I think everybody knows what's going on, but yeah. Arch and Sark need this one. As I said before, and this is no secret, I've said it multiple times, I've had this conversation, a million times outside of radio, man, with Sark. With the Longhorns. The reality, Ron, is I'm concerned about Manning. I mean, and I've gone beyond my concern of just, hey, he's not that generational talent. Just give the guy time, he'll be fine. Like I don't know what's going to happen with him, but I think the bigger issue with the Longhorns, as I said before, is on the offensive side of the football. I just don't know if you have the horses.
Yeah.
Not that you have had and won with the last couple of years. I just don't know that you got the horses. I know Wingo's special, but you have trouble getting in a damn ball. So, I think that's a bigger problem than –
especially against other teams that have horses.
Yeah, and you're going to run into a few of them.
You're about to. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, Sam Houston is it. The Sam Houston, the UTEPs, that thing is over. You got Florida, OU, Georgia on that schedule as well, A&M on that schedule as well, and they've got to get it together big time. All right, what you got coming up here at the 4?
Nick Caley, the Houston Texans offensive coordinator, the more he talks, the more he becomes the number one factor above offensive line.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it is. Tell you what, boy, that's a hell of a. I tell you what, man, them openings, man, that's a hell of a job you do over there, man. I greatly appreciate that, man. Paints a nice, solid picture for your boy Dirty here, man. I appreciate
you appreciating.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate everybody out there listening, too. If you listen on the AM/FM dial, greatly appreciate you. If you're listening on, watching and listening on YouTube and Twitch, greatly appreciate that, too. But we would like to encourage everybody out there to download that Odyssey app. AUDACY. There's all kind of features there. Obviously, the rewind feature. If you missed something earlier in this show, or maybe you missed something on In the Loop with Reg and John and Fig, and maybe you missed something on Sean and Seth's show early in the morning, you can always use that rewind feature to go back and catch that, as well as all the podcasts, including the Big Orange Wagon there with Patrick Creighton and our guy Tyler Milner right there. You can find them all on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download that sucker and keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere you go. I had a friend of mine tell me last night, I hadn't seen him in a long time, man. Yesterday when we were over in Baytown, I had a buddy walk up and say, man, he's talking about all the different trips he's taken, all the different countries he's visited over the last 2 years. And the point he was making, show, was I listen on the Odyssey app everywhere I go, man. Different countries all over the place. I take the drive with us. So it comes in handy. Make sure you download that sucker and keep us on your hip. We'd greatly appreciate that. All right, the Texans offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, Ron, he spoke. I had a chance to listen to it in full on the way in today. And, look, I think the more we hear Nick Caley talk, I think the more of that peek behind the curtain that we get with the Texans offense, good, bad, or indifferent, I think it's a little bit more of a peek behind the curtain of what we get and what we're dealing with. This week, earlier in the week, we actually heard Todd Bowles, the head coach, defensive-minded head coach for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, make it loud and clear that what the Texans are doing offensively is the New England offense. This is not a Sean McVay influenced offense. This is a New England Patriots offense, and so I think that was one. I think, and look, we knew that to some degree, but to hear one of the best defensive minds and an opposing coach make that statement, I think it's worth noting. Now, Nick Caley in his speaking today, he said something that again I think even further pushed that reality, if you will, that the Texans are, in that mode of playing offensive football in a very similar way that we saw the Patriots do back, 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. And Nick Caley, I think when he was talking about the offensive line today is when it was really obvious to me. And not only is it obvious that it's the Patriots game plan offense, but it's obvious what I believe this offensive unit really, really struggles with. Here's Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, talking about how can you help the offensive line with their issues.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think everything that we think about before we draw up any pass play is with the intention of having the best protections that we can possibly have. So, that's personnel driven from us, from the teams we're playing. That's schematically what challenges, what front structures, what coverage contours you're going to see, what teams activate certain blitzes. And we go at those things on the front end of the week, and then we try to set the table from that standpoint to build the pass concepts from there.
I think, Ron, that's I don't know if you heard it the same way that I did, man, but that's very telling, right? You want to talk about not getting Nico the ball, which we will talk about here in a minute. If you want to talk about not getting Nico the ball and having to get certain coverages and certain protections can push you out of getting Nico the ball, that's how you get there, right? Is you go everything on offense is revolved around this offense having the perfect pass protection every single play. And the frustrating part about that, Ron, is that when that is the case, then the defense has the ability to hold you at the line of scrimmage damn near till you get a delay of game every time. Give you different looks, show you different looks, make your quarterback, make your center work and process and decipher what you're doing, because you know if you move and you stack the line of scrimmage that they're going to spend time trying to get the perfect protection to block everybody up, to guess who's coming and who's belling and try to block this thing up perfect and get it communicated so that then they can run their offense. And I don't know about you, Ron, but when I hear that, it's extremely frustrating. This is to me. It is obviously a way to play offensive football. There's some guys that believe in two-word, calling plays using 2 words and playing fast, and there's guys that believe in what Nick Caley believes in. But it is very frustrating to me, Ron, to hear the thought of trying to protect everybody, every single play, instead of just calling your protection that you can execute, that your quarterback knows where the hots are, everybody knows which way they're sliding or which man they have, and then you just react in real time to what that particular defense brings or doesn't bring. I don't know. I guess my overall point here with this, Ron, is this is going to be a long, tough learning curve for C.J. Stroud with this approach to offensive football.
Yeah, and it seems, I think the first thing when you hear it, and we talked about it, Clint, is they just need to simplify this more. It is complicated. There is so many things that it seems like that is going through multiple people's minds, right? The quarterback, the center, before the snap happens, and you only got, and that play clock is at 5 before you know it, and you got to read so many other things that they just need to, it sounds like they need to make it more simple. And maybe it is just week 2 and they'll grow into this more, or maybe they need to be honest and look and say, all right, what is best for our quarterback and how he handles it? Is it best that our quarterback isn't thinking about all those things before the snap, and that he can look at the secondary and see what the coverage is? Or can he really handle and be at his best to call out who's coming, the blitzes, the protection, and then look at the coverage? Like, as you've said, Tom is really the only one that's really excelled at doing all of that in this system, and week after week. And I think they're going to have to get serious about that, because they've messed up. We know CJ can play ball, and we've seen that before. And right now, whoever is involved in the coverage, in the protections and everything, it seems to be too complicated, and guys aren't just playing ball. Instead, they're doing a lot of thinking and doing a lot of things before they even get the snap.
Well, Ron, I think one thing that I think listeners can really kind of picture is last week when you're playing Tampa Bay early in the game, the pass protection was tremendous. I mean, yes, there were a couple of guys that got beat here and there, but you remember C.J. Stroud just sitting back in that pocket 3-4 times, just sitting back there holding it, patting it with 4 or 5 yards of separation. Well, the defense was sitting in a 4-3, 4-2 defense. They were just sitting there, so the O-line knows we're blocking these down 4, and if the mic comes, we'll get him, and the backs know exactly who they get. They were real comfortable. And it's funny how when they're real comfortable like that, we're not talking about technique and mechanics, right? No, your quarterback's sitting there just fat and happy Cadillacing in the backfield, right? But the minute that they walk those, mark my word, the minute they walk those A-gap linebackers up and start moving guys around and stacking 7-8 guys around the line of scrimmage, that's when the Texans struggle, and that's when it's a communication issue. And we keep harping on this communication issue, and the reality is you're getting communicated to death. You're just getting communicated to death, and I think you gotta either simplify the way that you said, as you mentioned, Ron, which I don't think is going to happen, by the way, because once you commit to this kind of offensive line play and this kind of protection, I think the only way you can do is just stick in there and hope your quarterback.
But do you think that's what you're watching? Obviously, you're not in meetings and everything, but what you're watching, do you think that is something they need to do? Is simplify this?
Well, yes, yeah. I mean, I think a wide open kind of overarching approach would be to simplify it. But I think you at some point you've got to just call your protection and respond and react. Hey, I'm gonna protect myself. my quarterback's backside, and I'm going to protect the A-gaps, and I'm going to be exposed over here to my quarterback's front side on the right. We're going to put, we're going to obviously have receivers over there that are going to be my quick options, and we're going to snap the football, and we're going to play. We're not going to let somebody walk backers up in the A-gap and make this thing difficult on everybody involved and just hope like hell that we're able to communicate it. I just don't think that's sustainable. I don't think – and the other thing is even if it is, we don't know if C.J. Stroud can handle that, Ron.
Yeah, that's
what I mean?
Like I was getting to. Like they need to be honest about if this is the best thing for their quarterback.
Right.
Having to figure out all of that each play before he takes a snap.
Yeah, well, they obviously think it is, but I wonder how much of the confusion they're going to allow to happen. I think it's a very steep climb for C.J. Stroud, and I think it's going to be a very steep climb for Nick Caley in this league as a play caller. When he's going back to the overall point here, what we're discussing is the audio of Nick Caley basically saying we're trying to get the perfect protection every time. That's where our play design starts. I just think I think that is a steep hill to climb, and good luck getting that done at a point where you can score points and win games in the NFL. That's not all Nick Caley said, Ron. Let's move on real quick to this Nico Collins point. I think this is really, really good audio, and I've already let the cat out of the bag. I didn't mean to do that. But I want you to listen to this audio, and I want you to tell me if you know who he's talking about, all right? I've already let the cat out of the bag, but this is audio about one particular player on the offense. Here's Nick Caley talking about that player.
Yeah, I think it's never one thing, right? It's the totality of a lot of different things. It could be, is there a pressure that might affect it? Are there different things coverage-wise that might present themselves? So every play is its own entity, and what I can tell you is just from the standpoint of evaluating and assessing those things, we try to go in with a really good plan. Every single week we have intentions to try to get our guys in good position to make plays, and that's going to always be the focus. So coming out of the game, I think people do different things. There's certain things we might be off schedule on a play, and it kind of disrupts maybe the initial reads or stuff like that. But, the intention is to go out there and try to, play clean football. And as long as we can continue to improve on that, I'm very confident in the group that we'll be able to do that.
If you're wondering, he was talking about being able to feature Nico Collins early in week one, but struggling late in the game. He was talking about getting Nico Collins the ball, basically.
You said if you were wondering.
If you were wondering. Had I not said Nico's name, you'd have had no clue. That again, for me, the Nico Collins questions are very, very simple. And truth be told, Nick Caley answered. He's being very transparent, and so I admire and respect him for that, but I just don't like what I'm hearing. When asked about being able to feature Nico Collins at one point in the game and not later, he says, well, there's several different things that could affect that. No, that's the point. There shouldn't be several different things that can affect that. You should be able to get Nico Collins the football if your backup quarterback's in the game and all of your other receivers are hurt and you can't run the football. You should still be able to get Nico Collins the ball. It's that easy. Ron, and even answering the question, look, getting the ball to Nico is definitely a struggle for Nick Caley. Hell, discussing his inability to do so seems to be tougher.
Yeah.
Like the part of this one here is it doesn't seem like there's going to be any effort into getting Nico Collins the ball early and often and making sure it happens throughout a game consistently. And I'm talking about in a high percentage manner. I'm not talking about going out there and throwing a fade to him and throwing a double move to him and then throwing a corner that he's covered and throwing the ball out of bounds by 10 yards. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about high percentage. Nico Collins should have 4 to 5 touches that are 95+% completions, whether it's hitches, slants, screens, tossing it to him out of the backfield. He should have 4 or 5 touches before the game ever starts with that right there. That should be the floor, Ron.
I told you, Clint, I just watched this Jaguars team last week play the Cincinnati Bengals. And in that game, Jamar Chase, the Bengals' number 1 receiver, with a backup quarterback and Jake Browning. I called him John earlier. Sorry to the Browning family. Jake Browning with a backup. They gave him 14 receptions. That's the same amount of targets Nico has on the season. 14 receptions. I'll be damned if they can't find a way to get him the ball. I'll be damned. At this point, I hadn't gone full blown yet, Clint. But you may hear some Bobby Slowick out my mouth next week. Damn it, Bobby Slowick was able to do that last year. The last 2 years he could get the ball to Nico Collins. I'll be down. I just watched the Bengals do it. They should be able to do that.
Well, I just, on the Nico, whether it's a Nico Collins front or the trying to be perfect in pass protection front, or it's the cut splits with the wide receivers blocking in the box kind of deal, I think they are pot committed to it, Ron. I think this is my overall point of this Caley audio. The more we hear from Caley, I think he and I think they are pot committed to playing a certain style of offensive football. And the question is, how many games do they have to play poorly on offense before they adjust? Right now, I think they're pot committed to mechanics and technique have to be better. It has nothing to do with the alignment. It has nothing to do with muddying up the line of scrimmage and the box for the quarterback. It has nothing to do with how often we are or we are not getting the ball to Nico Collins. It has nothing to do with all of that. It's all about mechanics and techniques, and they are pot committed to that, man. So I guess my overall point to fans is don't expect much to change this week other than you're playing a lesser opponent, and so you should be able to produce a bit.
All right, an update here coming up on the Astros. We told you about Isaac Paredes. We have the latest on that. Also, an update on Yordan Alvarez as well. And we'll give you the lineups for the Astros as they start a humongous series against the Mariners. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Before we get to the Stros, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, baby. Small town folks building big, beautiful, custom homes. We're talking.
Monday on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back as we are live here on a Football Friday. And we're having fun out here, man. Shout out to our guy Jazz, who was our latest winner. If you're on your way, go ahead and put your name. Get ready as soon as you come in here. Our raffle box is right here. Put your ticket in there. You'll have a chance to win. We have Texans tickets, courtesy of our good friends at Houston Ford Dealers, to give away here in the 5 o'clock hour. Those are big prizes. So you got to be here to win them. I know my man Clint, my man Steven and Shannon texted me and said, "Where y'all at this week? Where y'all at?" I said, "Sugar Land." You remember last week they left and Shannon's ass won them tickets, and we had to go to the next winner. And I don't see him here. I'm just saying, if you are in here, and you put your name in there, if you win, you're out. If you're not here, so make sure you're in the building to win those prizes. And we also have Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards as well for you to win. As we're having a great time, and this is an amazing spot, right? This is the second time we've been here in 3 weeks for Football Friday. It's a great spot. The people here, the staff here are amazing. They've got amazing craft beers here. They got craft sodas. All right, they got an orange soda that you don't even know is orange. It's clear. I'll tell you, I've been here now. My kids love it. They come to me. I ordered orange, not Sprite. No, taste it. It's good, man. They've got everything you need here, and it's a good time. Bring the kids as well. They've got plenty of room for them to run around and have a good time while you enjoy a good adult beverage on a Friday. So come on out to Talyards here in Sugar Land. All right, Clint, we told you and the people earlier about Isaac Paredes. The Astros plan to activate him off the injured list for this series. Clint, you didn't think he was going to be in the lineup. Well, they've officially activated Paredes in this. We'll give you some other injury news here in a bit, but the lineup is out, Clint. Pena is leading off, Correa is batting second, and Isaac Paredes is the DH. He came right into the 3-hole. I mean, he walked off the IL right into the 3-hole. He is the DH tonight, batting third. Altuve at second behind him. This Cole fella is hitting fifth behind him. Diaz is catching tonight. Christian Walker has dropped to the 7-hole. Okay. Sanchez is out in the outfield along with Jake Myers, who is batting ninth, with their ace, Hunter Brown, on the mound. Again, against Brian Wu, who is pretty good as well, who was an all-star for the Mariners this year. ERA just above 3.02. He is getting the ball for the Mariners. Pena, Correa, Paredes at DH, Altuve, Cole, Diaz, Walker, Sanchez, and Myers as Hunter Brown gets the ball. Clint, I know you're probably excited because this must mean they feel pretty good about him, but how surprised are you that not only he's in the lineup, but he comes right into the 3 spot?
I'm shocked. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm surprised he's even back. I'm shocked he just falls right into the DH in the 3-hole. I mean, this is a guy that a couple of days ago the manager was just saying, hey, I'm going to encourage him not to run 100%. I mean, so he's not even 100%. And in game 1 of the biggest series of the season, you plop him right down in that old 3-hole as a DH. I'm here for it. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I as an Astros fan, I'm stoked about it because this tells me that he's obviously healthier than I thought he would be. I thought this was going to be an emergency bat off the bench, a pinch hit late with runners in scoring position to try to make that's a hell of a pinch hitter, given that he's tied for third in home runs and
played in months.
Talking about a 270 hitter and a 800 plus OPS this year. I mean, that's a hell of a bat off the bench. But no, they put him in that 3-hole, and so yeah, I'm shocked he's there. He must be a lot healthier than what all the reports I think initially had led that could potentially be a season-ending injury, and hopefully he's able to help us. Hopefully he can swing it well, and I don't give a damn if he jogs. I have no problem with knowing he can't run 100%. And it's I didn't think it would happen, but the fact that it did, it makes me feel good for my squad.
I mean, I'm not as shocked today, but Clint, I had him out for the year, dog.
Yeah.
Like that's what I thought he was. I thought he was out. I thought he was done for the year. This year, and to think that he got back, and it's huge, Clint. And you know what? With the Astros injury issues and luck, every last one of these jokers better try to get back. You know, because I just thought, all right, man. You know, Jordan's back. And I'm thinking, where is the place for him even if he does come back? When we started to see him taking ground balls at third, where's the spot for him to come back? And it's like, don't worry, something we'll figure something out. And then, you know, unfortunately, the Yordan Alvarez issue occurred, and now he finds himself out on the IL. We'll get to that in a second. And then there's a perfect spot for him to go because, Clint, if Jordan was playing, I just even if he was healthy, I don't know where they would put him. I guess maybe they would put Jordan in left field and Altuve at second base if they really were hell bent on getting him in the lineup. And now at this point, you know, they don't really have to sacrifice a lot of defense to get him in the lineup. Interesting thought. By the way, Clint, also more news here. Yordan Alvarez, he is going to the IL, Clint, and it's retroactive to when he had the injury on retroactive to September 16th. He is going on the IL, 10-day IL. So, Clint, that's also not we'll see how long that takes, but the 10-day IL, they're putting him there. And then unfortunate news out of the bullpen, Caleb Ort, Clint, has been moved to the 60-day IL. So that would mean he's probably out, you know, for the year there with that injury. But Jordan on the 10-day IL, which you would hope means maybe he can come back in the playoffs if they're able to get there, and then Caleb Ort, he is out. But we'll see what happens when they have to get there. But they put his ass right in the 3 spot as he is ready to go in this series.
Yeah, Ron. If you count the days, I believe the Jordan Alvarez injury happened, I don't know, with 11 or 12 days left in the season. So that would, if you, I mean, just on the number that they throw out there, the 10-day, I think that probably means he can come back for the last 1 or 2 games of the season, if not the playoffs. So they're you know, holding out hope that Jordan can still help us. That's a plus as well.
Yeah. Hey, and listen, fellas, tonight, I don't know if he's going to win the Cy Young because the cat in Detroit has been special this year, but they need Hunter Brown, man. They need Hunter Brown to come through and step up and have a huge performance tonight. And he's been great all season. Hunter Brown, this is a cat that's in the Cy Young conversation, 12-7, 2.27 ERA. And he has been nails all season. They need him to set the tone tonight and start this thing off right. They've got their ace. There's nobody else that they would want out here to kick this series off. They need Hunter Brown to go be Hunter Brown tonight.
Well, Ryan, you can argue that they need it more than they probably ever have. I mean, because right now you got a struggling Framber Valdez that I'm not real sure.
That's what I was going to say, Clint. How nervous are Astros fans going to be if Hunter – and not even Hunter, but the Astros lose tonight with Framber having to be on the mound, and you need that second game.
Yeah, I mean, not only are you nervous, but hell, I mean, you're watching and you know, watching Framber closely. I mean, you need it desperately. Hell, you need it desperately as we sit right now, much less after the outcome of tonight's game. But yeah, his struggles are going to be, you know, if he can't right the ship and help this team in the playoffs, boy, you talking about going out with a bang, boy, that'd be a rough exit for Framber Valdez.
Yeah, it would. But Astros big series tonight. It kicks off. Brian Wu for the Mariners and Hunter Brown tonight. I was a little kind of surprised that Christian Walker's down there in the 7th spot, but we'll see. We'll see what happens tonight for the Astros. Big start for Hunter Brown and
left right, baby.
There you go, right there. I guess both teams tied at 84 and 69 atop the AL West. A huge series with 9 games to go. As we continue here on a Football Friday, I just want to have this conversation. I am intrigued to see where people are. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, be honest right now. It feels like over this week I've started to see the conversation shift. Do you still believe and trust in the combination of DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud? Do you still believe and trust in that combination? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I don't know if you still believe and trust in that, but I'm going to tell you somebody that you can bank on, somebody that you can believe and trust in. Tomball Ford. If you're looking for a new truck, you're looking for a new car, you're looking for a new rig, Tomball Ford is the way to go. Touchdown Savings Event is going on right now at Tomball Ford.
about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are welcoming everybody back here live on Football Friday here from Talyards in Sugar Land. Our first winner for Texans tickets last week, Shannon, has shown up. She did lose, though. Technically, we want to make sure that's clear. She almost won, but don't be like her. If you are going to put your ticket in our raffle box, make sure you stay until we give the tickets away, because you have to be here. And you make sure you have to stay. Don't blame it. And then don't blame it on your spouse when it's on you, okay? Do not do that, guys. So come on in, put your name in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win multiple prizes, including Texans tickets coming up later on this year, courtesy of our good friends, our great friends at Houston Ford Dealers. All right. You know I got to give him hell, Clint. 713-572-4610. I should, right? That was a damn shame. Clint had that look in his face, mouth wide open. They left. Yeah, it was tough, man. I mean, and they would have had a good time. We know Steven and Shannon, they'd have had a hell of a time. 2 tickets. You messed that up, Steven. And it's a damn shame, to be honest with you, what they did. But Clint, I sent this out, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump in as well. Do you still believe and trust in the combination of DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud? Now, I would have said to you 2 or 3 weeks ago, this is silly. This would be a silly question, but, Clint, you have seen, Tyler, you have seen, it's been a shift in how people have been looking at those 2 individuals. We've reached a point where we've got text in, Tyler and Clint, you could attest, that what is so funny with DeMeco? Why is he chuckling? What is so funny? People have lost their minds with him doing the same thing he has done since he's been here. He kind of chuckles. And now CJ in his press conference and how he's been. Now, I ain't going to lie to you. I think CJ was a little bit in his feelings the other day. I said that. But I mean, it feels like there's been a change. Now many more people are texting in or on social media saying, hey, man, I wonder, is he the dude? I wonder, is he the guy? And both of them. And is DeMeco, I've seen this a lot. I don't know that it's fair or accurate, but is DeMeco just a defensive coordinator? Is he really that good of a head coach? I would just say, hold on, let's chill out. DeMeco, what they had when they arrived here, as I've said, that televangelist that was taking over the organization, you know who he is. They had to come over here and fix all of that, and they did that. And they've gone to back-to-back playoffs, and they've won the division back-to-back years. So I don't know if I can completely get there, but do you still have that confidence that you trust those 2? Because those are the 2 that made you think that they were a Super Bowl contender. Those were the 2 that made you feel different about this team and think that, hey, we may reach heights that we've never reached. You're still there. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Clint, I think I know where you are. Are you still someone that believes and trusts in that combination?
Yeah, look, I'm still there. Yes, I would say that I've not jumped. I've not jumped ship yet. I don't. I'm still there. Now, I would be lying if I told you that my confidence isn't wavering. That the truth of the matter is, you know, I said this. I said it the minute that they hired DeMeco Ryans was the most important thing about DeMeco Ryans. You got a ton of confidence in him building a defense and creating a defense. And we had all said at this point, hey, man, we like kind of how Nick has built this roster, and now he's hired the right coach. And, boy, we really like where they're at. And, you know, the question then was, can DeMeco Ryans find, one, his quarterback, which he found in the first draft, and two, the offensive play caller that can take this thing to the next level. And I think DeMeco has struggled. I think DeMeco has struggled mightily in finding that offensive coordinator. Now, we still don't know about Caley, obviously, but I think he's struggled finding that offensive coordinator. And now we're in year 3, dead in the middle of year 3 of C.J. Stroud's rookie contract, and we ain't real sure what this thing's going to look like. So my confidence is taking a major hit, but I haven't jumped ship yet.
You said a major hit.
Yes, absolutely.
You're in a completely different space from when we walked into this season right now.
Oh, absolutely. Before the season to right now?
Yeah, you're in a
absolutely
with those two.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely. Like I said before, I am shocked. I am shocked at what I see and hear about offensive football before and after games. I'm from the head coach and from the offensive play caller. I'm shocked that there's not more of a – I can understand mistakes happening, Ron. I can understand struggles. I expected that. But I can't understand the same song and dance that we saw from Bobby Slowick of technique and mechanics and execute. I can't just sit by the wayside and let it, for me personally, I can't just be like, oh, yeah, I'll trust. Like, this is a problem.
All right, I'm going to read some of the responses here on the text line. Just by a show of hands here in Tallards, do you still trust the combination of D'Amico and C.J. Stroud to get you where you want to get? Raise your hands. Show of hands. Well, we had an entire section over here with their hands down. And then but I would say the majority of people, Steven's in the middle, text line, somebody on the text line said, can we throw Nick Caserio in this? Because I'm a bit concerned if I trust him. We've had a couple people here at Tallards say, Nick Caserio, I don't trust. Someone texted in, Clint, I trust the coach, but I'm not sure how much I trust CJ these days. Text line coming in, yes, I still believe in CJ and D'Amico. Just think we need equal experience with the offensive coaches as we do with the defense, according to Jermaine, who texted in. Confidence goes to 0 if they lose to the Jags. Clinton Ron, it's just 2 games. We need to calm down and let them figure this out. Sound the alarm after week 4, according to Quincy. So, again, I think, Clint, 6 months ago, I think everyone in here would have raised their hands. Hell, they probably raised their hands about Nick Caserio, too. I think this would have been a worthless question to bring up right here. But clearly, Clint, it has changed, and I'm seeing it up and down the text line. And Nick Caserio, I'm not going to lie, is they have just gone outside of the question and gone to Nick Caserio on the text line here, Clint. But I'm with you. I think it takes a major hit if they lose Sunday. And listen, I think everybody is entitled to feel how they want to feel. I think it is fair that, as you said, Clint, it looks the way that it looks, especially from an offensive perspective. So, someone texted in, CJ needs an offensive-minded coach to kind of get things through it. But no, man, it's an interesting situation that's going on with the Texans. All right, also, Clint, coming into this game, one of the things we've also seen that maybe could help CJ in this offense is, can they get a running game to kind of help this team, right? Like we've talked about the misses and the issues with Nick Caley, but Clint, they're 20th right now in rushing, averaging 4.3 yards a carry, 99 yards a game. And with that, Clint, C.J. Stroud's got 59 yards, and he's averaging 6.6 yards a carry. So he is actually adding a lot to what is happening with the run game. That is something that I'm going to look at and hopeful we'll see. I know Joe Mixon, wherever he is and however he's feeling. We know Joe Mixon is not here right now, but Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, the hope, Clint, is maybe that is something that could help Nick Caley. Maybe that is something that could help C.J. Stroud if maybe this week they can improve their run game.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm not been super impressed, but I'm not out on the run game. Look, I think there's been a commitment issue. There's been a low snap count issue in this last game. And the first game there was a 4-man rotation issue, and then there was a snap count issue in game 2. So I would like to see them once again. I personally would like to see Nick Chubb get up around that 20 carry mark. I would like to see him spread them out to do it. I don't like this cut splits and asking wide receivers that to get down there and block and do all that. You just bring all that noise to the box, spread them out, and let Nick Chubb, when you do run it, let Nick Chubb run it. inside and give him a little bit of space and commit to it. And if and when he needs a break or if you want to rotate, I'm not opposed to Woody Marks getting in there and doing his thing. And that 1-2 punch there is not bad. But I think for a couple of reasons, again, I think the first game there was that running back rotation for some reason that came out of left field. And then last week there was there were 4 drives in the first half. Yeah. There were, 47, 48 plays, I think. If we're talking about real plays, there was just a handful of plays. So it just never lent itself to really commit to the run. I think the real opportunity they had was down there in that goal line stand when they threw it on 3rd and 4th down. They could have committed more to it there. But I think I would just like to see a little bit more of a commitment to the run game, a little bit more of a commitment to Nick Chubb, and see if you can get that thing rolling, because we've seen glimpses of Nick Chubb really, really doing well in this offense. And so, yeah, I think getting that run game going will help the offensive line from a protection perspective, and hell, it'll help Nick Caley as well. Absolutely.
Text line coming in. I still trust the combination of Ron and Clint. That was the question, right?
Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal. You may not like us, but you can damn sure trust us. We may piss you off when we talk about we've done. How many segments have we done today? Working on 9 segments, and 5 of them have been negative. That's okay. That's hell. It's what it ought to be. You can damn sure trust and take to the bank whatever we're talking about. I can tell you that. So I appreciate the trust.
All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire here as we are live in Sugar Land here at Talyards. Come on out and hang out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. And, hell, this is a spot where you can pull up and just park with you and your family, your kids, and do your thing, and plenty of good beers. I don't know what that is, but I need to see what that is. That looks delicious. Food, great drinks, everything you need right here, and still prizes for you to win right here as we are hooking people up in the final hour. So come on out and have a good time right here for a little Football Friday. 5 o'clock fire coming up as the
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It's 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. And luckily for you, Old Dirty Show. And we had to go to the bullpen and grab the righty. Chris Santiago steps in for the final hour as T-Mill, who's done a great job as he always does, had to step out. And Chris Santiago coming out of the bullpen, picking things up. We appreciate you jumping in. And the latest is, it is Football Friday, and I'm going to make you clap it up again as we are live here in Sugar Land at Talyards, and it is a good time. Reggie is out here playing Flavor Flav in the building, and you can meet Reggie from In the Loop right there. Say hello to Reggie and do your thing and enjoy yourself, as it is a Football Friday, and we are live in Sugar Land at Talyards. We've had a great time here, just as we did the previous week we were here, week one. It's a great spot, a hidden gem that shouldn't be hidden anymore. Bring your kids, bring your family, come on out. It is a great time, and we're having a great time. And you still have the opportunity to win prizes, including Texans tickets coming up a little bit later on in this hour. So if you are on your way or you are in the building and you have not put your name in our raffle box, you may want to do that so you have a chance to win those tickets. All right, Clint, as it is a Football Friday, let's start, though, with the Astros. This is the biggest series in the regular season, Clint, that I've seen the Astros have. They usually have either wrapped it up or getting close to wrapping things up. Now, both them and the Mariners are 84-69. They sit atop the AL West, and really, Clint, with 9 games to go, the winner of this series is in the driver's seat the rest of the way. And good news coming off of this, Clint, Isaac Paredes, who had been injured since July 19th after suffering a severe right hamstring strain, he is back, reinstated, and Clint, he is immediately back in the lineup in the 3 spot. That is huge, but overall, Clint, this is a must-win series for the Astros, at least in terms of winning the division.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you want to have a shot to win the division, this is definitely a must-win to put yourself in the driver's seat. They do have the Colorado Rockies and I believe the Dodgers. You got the Angels and the A's, so there, yeah. You could catch a half a game or a game there and down the stretch, but you'd rather not have to depend on that. You'd rather just take care of business right here. It's the beauty of this head-to-head matchup in the division this late in the season, and you got to take full advantage of it, man. Luckily, the Astros, they're not matching level of hotness that the Mariners are, winning 9 of their last 10 or 8 of their last 9, whatever it is. But the Astros are hot. They're on a little streak themselves with winning 3 from the Texas Rangers, creating a little bit of distance between themselves and the Rangers, even doing the Mariners a favor, if you will, and sweeping the Rangers, in this last series. So this should be a hell of a matchup. The Astros, although you don't have Yordan Alvarez, you do get the bat you mentioned back in the middle of it, which is Isaac Paredes, and so you're not putting your best foot forth, but you're putting a really good one. So. I'm excited about this one, Ron, and the way that Joe Espada lined this thing up, so that the Mariners catch the Astros' top 3 pitchers in Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and Jason Alexander. You catch those 3 guys, you're definitely catching. You're definitely giving the Mariners your best shot, and so the team is in a position where if they're going to be able to win this thing, they got their best chance with the best guys available.
And listen, man, Isaac Paredes, this is huge to bring him back. And Clint, they're not easing him into it, right? He's going right into the 3-hole in an important spot in the lineup, or a run-producing spot in the lineup. So they obviously expect him to be ready to go, which is interesting. I agree with you, as you said earlier. Like I don't even has he had a rehab start? I don't even know if he's had a rehab start. He is coming right in the biggest series of the year, and he's hitting 3rd. But even with that, Clint, this to me is about your big players, your Altuves, your Correas, your Peñas, Hunter Brown, who's on the mound tonight, Framber Valdez, who is on the mound tomorrow, Brian Abreu. Your stars have to step up. Your experience has to come through. And that's why, to me, I give the Astros an edge in this series.
I give the Astros a huge edge. I mean, one, that's what this organization has been about for the last 10-plus years. I mean, the big moments, the clutch gene, the chemistry in the clubhouse. I mean, the Astros are elite in all of the above. And so I expect that from Carlos Correa. I expect it from Altuve. I expect that you mentioned Pena and the whole crew. The one guy you left off, Chris Walker, hell, I put him right in that mix. I mean, Christian Walker, Chris Walker, like he's the Arkansas.
I think some people call him that, though. No.
No, he definitely goes by Christian, but he's definitely a Christian, right? But, yeah, I put him in that category, too. He's been on a big stage. He's a veteran.
He's played in the World Series. Yeah,
yeah, man. This has got to be a moment for him as well. And I'll be honest with you, I fully expect it. I fully expect it to go in the Astros' favor simply because of that. I do think the Mariners have put a hell of a team together over there, but I think Astros are catching them at home in that clutch gene, and putting having your biggest guns on the mound. I think the Astros win this one.
Again, Seattle's going with Brian Wu, who was an all-star for them, 14-7, 3.02 ERA, arguably their best pitcher this season. And then Hunter Brown, the Astros ace, he gets the ball. We all know what he has done this year, smack dab in the Cy Young Award. The lineup, the full lineup, we told you Paredes is batting third. Pena, Correa in front of him. Behind him, Altuve's playing second base. Cole behind him. And then Diaz, Christian Walker a little lower in the lineup than maybe expected in the 7th spot. Sanchez, and then Jake Myers is in center field and in the 9 hole. So that is the lineup tonight for this huge, important series against the Mariners.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, the Texans injury report is out. Also, the Jags injury report is out. By the way, we haven't talked a lot about the Jags. The Jags, they don't have their starting offensive guard, Ezra Cleveland. He has missed practice multiple times this week. Today was the first time he's returned to practice. He is listed as questionable. He is their starting guard. His backup, he is listed as out in this game. So it's very important for the Jags to see if Ezra Cleveland can go in this game today or tomorrow or Sunday, excuse me. But that is the only person really to look at on the injured list. For the Texans, Jalen Smith is the only one that is listed as out with a hamstring issue. Everybody else, Jake Andrews, Braxton Berrios, Christian Kirk, Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie, Darrell Taylor, all that were on the injury report, they were full participants, and they are good to go in this series. So Jalen Smith, the only real injury concern that's out in this series for the Texans, in this game for the Texans against the Jags. And I know for you, Jalen Smith, that isn't just he's a rookie. That could be an important thing with, I guess, Tremont Smith being the guy that replaces him if they need him.
Well, I think that they obviously thought higher of the rookie than they did Tremont Smith. So this guy just bounced into the league and as a rookie this year, and he was never going to get the Kamari Lassiter treatment because Kamari Lassiter's already there, right? You got Derek Stingley Jr., you got Kamari Lassiter. I think he was drafted because they felt like they needed some depth at corner, and I think they needed the weapon of being able to go to three cover defenders, knowing that Jalen Petrie's weakness is coverage, knowing that Chauncey. That Gardner Johnson is a guy that he can do some different things, he can cover some guys, but you don't want to get him mismatched on wide receivers, and so I think the Jalen Smith draft was strategic. I think it was more than just it's the best player available. I think they needed it, and I think he had. I think pleasantly surprised them to a point where they felt comfortable getting him on the field after week 1 where the Rams wide receivers got matched up on Jalen Petrie multiple times and Gardner Johnson multiple times. I think we saw the adjustment by D'Amico Ryans was Smith at corner, Kamari Lassiter inside, even Derek Stingley Jr. following Evans wherever he goes. I don't know that it's going to be as easy this week, Ron, to go to that, to adjust to that without Jalen Smith. Now, I do think they trust Tremont Smith. I just don't know how much you want to put him in that situation, knowing he's got to play a lot of special teams and knowing that he's – I just don't think he's the player that Smith I guess they're both Smiths, but Jalen Smith is or obviously the starting 2 corners. There's a significant gap there.
Because the thought is to kick Kamari Lassiter inside and then have maybe, in this case, Tremont Smith to be the one that plays outside, which he's it's his comfortable position, just to avoid the matchups like you had in the first game against the Rams, because you don't want to see Clint, Brian Robinson in the slot, running into Jalen Petrie. You don't want to see, some of their, even, Travis Hunter. You don't want to see him in the slot running against, Jalen Petrie or Gardner Johnson. So, and obviously they watch the film, so they're going to probably try to see if they can run those matchups, and that's the significance of just at least the adjustment in that.
Yeah. Well, to simplify it, if you think about it, all you got to do is go 11 personnel, one back, one tight end, 3 wide receivers, and all of a sudden you've definitely got Jalen Petrie having to cover one of them, right? Because if they play matchup man, then obviously you decide probably Brian Thomas Jr. is who Stingley covers, and then the second best receiver Kamari catches, and you adjust accordingly. So either way it goes, if you're going to play matchup man, you're going to put your third best cover defender, which in this case would be Tremont Smith, on their third best receiver. So all you got to do is get into a 3 wide receiver personnel group, and you've got the ability to put to attack, if you will, if that's what you want to do, if you feel like you got the right guy to do it, to attack a Jalen Petrie in coverage, whether it be zone or man. So it's not hard to get to the point where you can go after Jalen Petrie. It's all about what does DeMeco Ryans choose to do. Does he match up man-to-man and let Stingley take Brian Thomas and everything else kind of trickles down? Or does he stick with that zone? As we mentioned earlier, Ron, the reality of it is he can do whatever the hell he wants to. He's played – you've seen him play 2 really good offenses, and they've held them down – for the most part, held them down and played good defense in any style that DeMeco chooses. It's just a simple fact that he doesn't have the adjustment in this game that he has when Smith is healthy.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that injury report there, especially from the Jags side of things. Everybody else for the Texans appear to be a go, including Christian Kirk, who's missed the first 2 games, Braxton Berrios as well. Ezra Cleveland for the Jags, that's the one to watch ahead of this game on Sunday. He is listed as questionable.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. NFL officials, they've said they're going to keep a close eye on the false starts, and not just false starts, but also encroachment by the defense on the tush push. Anytime. Quotes from the league, anytime we have a situation where short yardage, we know we want to make sure that we can officiate these plays. The offensive team has to be perfect in every aspect. The NFL Vice President of Officiating, Roman George, said, according to the Post, we want to officiate it tight this week, and we want to be black and white and be as tight as we can when we get into the situation where teams are in bunched positions and we have to officiate them being onsides during basically the tush push. So they've come out and said they're going to officiate this thing tight after there were offsides last week and false starts in the game that the Eagles played against the Chiefs. Clint, you think – we haven't really talked about it this much this week. You think we are seeing the end of the tush push? You think this is the last year we see this?
No, I don't think we do. I think it's a football play. It's a legal football play, and I think what we're talking about here now, they may make tweaks to it, Ron, to where somebody can't push, this guy can't push, this guy can't go in motion. They may make adjustments there, but I don't think that the line of scrimmage and the way the offensive line handles and is executing the tush push, I don't think that part of it is ever messed with. I mean, it just people are going to make as much noise as they can around this tush push because the best team in the league ultimately right now is executing it flawlessly, and it's a huge advantage to them. So I think there'll be a lot of noise around it, Ron. I think you got to be really careful of outlawing a play that is, for all intents and purposes, from a rule perspective, is legal, and anybody in the league can do it. It's not like the Eagles are the only team that can do it. Anybody can do it. Anybody can put it in their game plan and call the play and try to execute it. So I think there's going to be a ton of noise. Not surprised there's a ton of noise coming off the heels of the last year's Super Bowl matchup with the Chiefs and the Eagles. But I don't think anything ever comes of it.
I think we'll see. There was a lot of noise this week. I think if they go back this week, right, and we see everything legal, because, Clint, I'll be honest with you, like I do think there was some false starts last week, and I also think there was some offsides last week. I think there are guys on the defense with their helmets clearly over the ball. If we get back this week and everything is legal, like I think most have thought it has been, I agree with you. I don't think that they really change it. If we do get into a situation where we see, more of the guards jumping off or going early, then I think maybe if more noise is created, then you could potentially see something. But
if they catch it, here's the deal: is if they start, all they can do is officiate it tighter, and if they catch it and it's legit, they can throw the flag. It puts you in a 3rd and 6. It takes a tush push completely out of the mix, and maybe you minimize the effectiveness of the play by officiating it closer. Look, I've not studied it. I don't know. I would have to see some real evidence, Ron, to see. Not that it has happened. I don't believe that, but I don't know that the tush push is the tush push because they've been allowed.
Yeah, I think they could run
it.
Yeah, I think they could run it and have success if they weren't. Right? Like, I just think if we come another week away from it and there's more noise. And it starts, when stuff starts to build, then that's
who the Eagles got this week.
The Rams. They got the Rams at home this week. So if it starts to build, we'll see. But if they get in there and we look at it and we see and everything is legal, I don't know how much bigger of a thing they make of it. All right, as we continue on a Football Friday here, let's look at the key matchups in this game. This is, I think we've kind of talked about it, potentially a must-win game here for the Texans. What are the key matchups? What are the key matchups when the Texans have the ball? What are the key matchups when Jacksonville has the ball? We will discuss that coming up next as we continue live right here on the Drive.
Karam Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. There we go. A Football Friday is turning into a party right here. By the way, coming up after this segment, if you're on your way, the big prize, if you're here, you have a chance to win some Texans tickets courtesy of our good friends at Houston Ford Dealers. You got a chance to win a pair of Texans tickets. We will do that as soon as this segment is over. So if you have not put your name in our raffle box, you might want to do so to give yourself an opportunity to win a pair of tickets for a later Texans game. So that is going on here. By the way, Talyards, man, this is a great spot. This is the second time we've been here in 3 weeks, and we've enjoyed it beautifully. And I just said, hey, a tour coming up after. A brewery tour coming up right here at Talyards. My man just walked up, let me know. Hey, let them know. Let the people know. It's and I know they were doing it last time we were here, and I think a lot of people really enjoyed it. So come on out and hang out well past 6 o'clock when we get done here, and just pull up and post up and have a good time. All right, Clint, let's look at kind of going in a little bit in depth here in this matchup. And this is an important matchup. We talked about it earlier. As much as a Week 3 game can be a must-win game, this is it for the Texans. The Colts are 2-0, and they're going on the road favored to beat the Tennessee Titans. If you were to somehow drop to 0-3, you'd be not only behind potentially the Colts at 3-0, but also behind the Jags at 2-1 with a loss in the division, and the Ravens in 2 weeks. This is a must-win game for the Texans. So, Clint, the importance of this game is big. Let's look at it from the standpoint of when the Texans have the ball first. What for you is the key matchup that you're going to be watching that has a heavy impact in this game?
Yeah, look, I think it's Josh Allen versus Ariante Ursery, right? We saw Josh Allen ultimately earn. I can't remember if it was Defensive Player of the Week or Player of the Month. I can't remember which one it was.
It was the week. Yeah, it was the week.
It may have been both if we go back and check, but it was definitely Player of the Week. We saw him do that versus one of the best pass-protecting tackles in the game, Laramie Tunsil. And so, I can't help but think that he's got to be licking his chops knowing that Ariante Ursery, the rookie, is starting at left tackle. And so I think it starts there. Look, I think there's several things that we have to do offensively that have more to do with Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud and the offense and what they try to do, what the game plan looks like. But when you're talking about matchups, when you're talking about one-on-one, like I think there's a lot of times when there's going to be help with a tight end, there's going to be help with a running back. I think there's a lot of times when we're going to slide to Ariante Ursery to take the pressure off of him, but there's no way to avoid for 4 quarters not having the Josh Allen one-on-one matchup man-to-man with Ariante Ursery. And I think that is one where, look, Josh Allen can change the game, right? He's a special player when it comes to rushing the passer. Now, we could also sit there and watch Ariante Ursery, the rookie, get the best of him and feel really good about our left tackle and our offensive line moving forward. I think Ariante Ursery is learning and getting better with every single game. This will be a big one for him, knowing really it's going to be a big one for him every week, because I think when it comes to edge rushers, when it comes to defensive ends and outside linebackers that are just, chomping at the bit to get a sack, they're going to choose to go to Ariante Ursery's side over Titus Howard. So, the best case scenario, our young fella steps up and balls out and proves that he's ready early and can handle it. Worst case scenario, Josh makes a few plays and we got to deal with Josh Allen making Defensive Player of the Week again. It was AFC Player of the Week again. So I think that matchup, Ron, when the Texans have the ball, is one to watch throughout.
And Clint, your thoughts may be different, but isn't this a thing where you're Nick Caley and you're Cole Popovich and your game plan is I'm not going to allow my rookie third start left tackle, Ariante Ursery, second-round pick, just proved to me, we'll see if he can handle him. Like, you have got to help him, right? You've got it in whatever ways you have to, whether that's chipping, flat out double teaming him with the tight end, other things. You have to help him. I don't think you can just very much, to me, leave him out on an island. If you're leaving anybody on an island, it's got to be the other side, your veteran Titus Howard. I just think, to me, this has to be a team effort on not allowing Josh Hines-Allen to take over this game and not just say, all right, man, we're gonna see if our rookie left tackle can handle it. They got to make sure that Josh doesn't take over the game.
Well, yeah, they got to make sure that they help him, but it's just one more reason. I think the biggest way, there's two ways that Nick Caley can help Ariante Ursery significantly, and that is to throw the football behind the line of scrimmage. Tua threw more passes behind the line of scrimmage than he threw down the field yesterday, I believe. I think he threw 11 balls behind the line of scrimmage. And right now, until the offensive line gets things figured out of how we're going to protect and how we're going to do it at a better rate, then I think the Texans need to take an obvious approach that some of these other teams. Baker last week against the Texans defense. You look at the way that Tua. And I don't want to by any way, shape, or form necessarily copy what Tua does and what the Miami Dolphins are doing. But when it comes to throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage and committing to it, I think they do it as much as anybody out there, and that helps protect the offensive line, man. If we the more times that we can get the ball in Christian Kirk's hands, Nico Collins' hands, even Jalen Knowles' hands, and look, even Dalton Schultz. The more times that we can do that in a screen fashion behind the line of scrimmage or within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, it takes a tremendous amount of pressure off of the offensive line, and it's going to take a ton of pressure off of Ariante Ursery. If we can do that 10 times, I'm talking about quick game and screen game. If you can do that 10 times, boy, you take a serious load off of Ariante Ursery versus every time you pass the ball, you're sitting back there in the pocket hoping to go through a 3 or 4 progression read or trying to throw the football 20, 25 yards down the field. That's going to be tough on the young fella. So I think the play calling is just important, Ron, as the chipping with the tight ends and the running backs that you mentioned.
All right, and let's go to the other side. When Jacksonville has the ball, what's for you the big matchup? The big matchup over there when Jacksonville has the ball?
Well, I think it's a group, right? I don't think it's one-on-one. I think it's the Texans' interior defensive line. I think they got abused last week, right? I mean, whether it was double teaming, getting set down at linebacker level and creating all kind of room that way, or it was penetrating, rushing up the field and letting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers linemen just push you wide and create, again, just a ton of room for the ball carrier to operate. Like, that has to be fixed. I think the Texans' interior defensive line versus the Jags' interior offensive line is the matchup. I mean, look, there's one-on-one matchups, obviously, with Daniil and Will and Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, and you can even get into the Petries and the Gardner-Johnson. But I think when it comes down to it, if the Texans can't stop the run, this is going to be a lot longer season than we ever anticipated, right? The Texans have to stop the run. They're going to see some of the same schemes that I think Tampa threw at them last week.
No way they can't.
They've got to. They've got to see some of the same schemes. Then they've got some, quite frankly, they've got some very similar ball carriers and guys that can do the same. Maybe not as quick and twitchy as Bucky Irvin, but definitely guys that can hurt you in the run game. And so I think they've got to get that shored up. The interior defensive line has to play better. And by the way, I have zero doubt that D'Amico Ryans is going to get this tightened up.
That changes the game if a team can run the football the way that the Bucs did consistently. And I think what we talked about yesterday and through the week, if it happens again, then you look at it and you may have a problem. All right, you may have, this may be like I can look at last week and say, all right, that was a bad week, and maybe you were focused on the run or whatever. But if it kind of happens again and we see this similar to what we saw last week, then now you may have some bigger issues, some bigger things that you got to look at. All right, coming up as we continue our Friday final. The Texans will win if you can text in 713-572-4610, 713-572-4610, or YouTube and Twitch. Give me the reason why the Texans will win on Sunday. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, it's Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks, y'all. And look, I know.
610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. Hey, man. Hey, Clint, you won't believe it. Oh, Spank's wife won the tickets. She
What?
She got shot out of a cannon.
Oh, that is great, man. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad my man won. He showed up last week, a little late to get there in time, and man, hey, Spank, you deserve it, baby.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, man, it's a dangerous situation being the person chosen to read those numbers. I feel like people about to come up and beat me up, Clint, when I don't call a ticket.
Oh, it definitely shows fault when they lose.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. We had a shout out to the lady. She felt like my grandma, man. She came through here. She conned me. She won an Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card, and then somehow she strong-armed me into buying her a burger.
Boy, that ain't easy either. She must have been strong now.
She did. And she said, now I'm going to need some tickets the next time I come out there. I said, yes, ma'am. It's been a good time out here, though. And still a lot to do out here. A Friday night. We're here till 6 o'clock, a Friday night. And I'm telling you, Talyard is an amazing spot. They're doing a tour afterwards, and you get a little brew as well at the end of that tour. I know they're meeting at 6:15 right outside of the building here, and they'll do a tour, so you could do that when you come up. And, again, as I've said, if you've not been to this place, I was just telling B. Scott, his first time getting here as well. He said, man, I didn't know it looked like this. And I was like, yeah, man, bring the kids out here, man. My kids are out here. They just ran around out here. All right, y'all, and it's a good time. It's a good time to be had out here. You can have an adult drink. And then let your kids move and run around and do their thing. So come on out to Talyard here in Sugarland, a great spot. I think we're fresh out of the glasses as well. We hooked our first 50 up with our commemorative glasses next week as we are in Katy in Pop Shop. Is that what it's called? Pop Stroke. Pop Stroke. Here, I'll get it right. Pop Stroke in Katy. You can win. Or not win, you can get our fourth glass. We've done all 4 shows, and next week, Area 45, you can get a commemorative glass with their faces on them. So it'll be a good time to be had out there, and we've had a great time out here again. Thanks to all the staff here. Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors, our Houston Ford dealers as well, Tomball Ford as well, for everything they've done to help us put this together. Shout out to Tia, our promo staff, who always does a great job. Our engineer Andy, he takes care of us. You know how he does, Clint. So we appreciate Tyler as well as Chris Santiago holding it down back at the station as they've kept us on the air as well as on YouTube and Twitch. There we go. All right, there it is. Hey man, they're here. They're requesting. Clint, they're requesting to get their beers poured in the glasses. I now see people out here drinking out of our glasses out here.
That's a beautiful thing, ain't it?
That is
absolutely beautiful.
It is beautiful. All right, let's look at this. You can text in 713-572-4610. The Texans will win if they do what? Someone text in, Clint, if they protect C.J. Stroud. Karen, text that in. Karen R, text that in. If they protect C.J. Stroud, they will win. If the Texans play penalty-free football, they will win. Penalty-free football, they will win. I'll start with mine, Clint. If the Texans are able to turn over the Jags, right? If they're able to do that, Trevor Lawrence has thrown 3 picks in the last 2 games, and we've watched Trevor over the years. He is definitely someone who, when you watch him play, seems to at least give the other team an opportunity to turn the ball over. I think that'll be big because, Clint, I think this offense hopefully plays better, but I do think they potentially still will have some struggles. And a thing that can really help that, Clint, is short fields. And they haven't really had a lot of those. Even the turnover they had in the Rams game, that was that wasn't a short field. That was turned over in the red zone for the Rams, and they still had to go the length of the field. If they can get some help from their defense, that could be a big thing. So I say that the Texans will win if the defense, who's been really, really good, the one thing they haven't done a lot of, Clint, through these first 2 games, is turn the football over. If they can get them to turn it over, I think that gives them a big chance to win this game.
Oh, it gives them a huge chance. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the style that this defense plays too, Ron, that's blood in the water, man. I mean, it seems like when they turn it over, they come in bunches, right? So, yeah, I think it's I think that's one of those deals where, boy, if you can do that, you get a real chance to win. I got 2, and one of them I'm going to go with 2 because one of them is my wild card. One of them I think is going to happen. Look, we just talked about it last segment. I think the Texans are going to win if they can find out a way to stop the run, and I don't mean stop it completely and stonewall it, but if they can not give up damn near 6 yards a carry, and most of which is inside the tackles downhill and doesn't consist of any long runs. If they can figure out an answer for that, I think they win. I think they win handily, right? I really do. I think this is a game that the Texans, if the defense plays up to their expectations, I think they win this game. And score-wise, it may not be one of those like you look at it, you go, boy, they just dominated them. But I think as we watch the game, I think Jacksonville is going to have a hard time getting anything going if they can stop the run. Now, that's the one that I have supreme confidence that it's going to happen. I think DeMeco Ryans gets that taken care of. He nips that in the bud, and we keep it moving. Offensively, I think they got to throw. I'm going to put a big number on it, Ron. I think they got to throw at least 8 balls behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, I think it's Christian Kirk. I think it's Nico Collins. I think it's some of what you saw last week with Nick Chubb. The screen out of the backfield was really good. It was good both times. It was really good one time. I think Woody Marks was his wasn't behind the line of scrimmage, but it was a back out of the backfield, 3-4 yard deep when he caught it. But I'm talking behind the line of scrimmage. We're seeing these teams that everybody's throwing the ball behind the line. Last night, I don't think Josh Allen he may have had one. I don't think he had any balls that were completed beyond 10 yards down the line, like air yards. The ball didn't travel more than 10 yards down the line of scrimmage, and they scored 31 points. I think I'm going with 8 balls behind the line of scrimmage offensively.
8 balls behind the line of scrimmage. Someone texted in, Clint, if the Texans can get Nico Collins the ball, they will win. And listen, I am telling you all right now, Clint, I'm going to lose my mind if we come in here Monday on a Reaction Monday and we sit up here on Sunday and they have if we're talking about the same thing, they have struggled to get the ball to Nico Collins. It is just unacceptable. It's unacceptable. We watched the Bengals get the ball to Chase at will repeatedly last week against this very defense. I am completely with the texter. They've got to be able to pull that off. Got to be able to pull that off. That is just something to me that is a requirement. Texans win, Tony in Houston, if they play aggressive, smash-mouth football from the get-go. Yeah, I think that is something, too, on both sides. If they get off to a good start, I think, and a good physical start with this team, that is to me a big deal. That is a big deal, and I don't know that they have been able to do that in the first, really, especially from the defensive side, of things in the first two games, if they've gotten off to a great start. So I agree with that. But as we get here, Clint, this is a huge game. Tyler gave his prediction here. He said Texans win 24-20, as he believes they will get off this losing streak, and they really have to. To me, this is a different conversation, and the year goes in a different route if they're unable to win this game. And Clint, my prediction, I'm with Tyler. Tyler's got it 24-20. I've got it 23-17. I've got the Texans winning. I believe they can still win this division, and if they're going to win this division, they got to win this game. And I'm going to go with them on the road in Jacksonville, winning 23-17. How do you see this one going?
I got the Texans losing 17-13. There's just look. I mean, let's not
what was
let
the score
last
you had
week.
Last week.